The story begins in the gloomy depths of a dark forest, where among ancient trunks a warrior in scarlet garments trudged with heavy steps. His breathing was intermittent and painful, and crimson streams of blood continuously flowed from his wounded body. At that fateful moment, a sharp blade pierced his shoulder, like a hawk catching its prey. The entire appearance of the noble fighter was disfigured by wounds that gaped through the torn fabric of his clothes. For a moment, the unfortunate warrior trembled. He had lost so much blood that his soul was already ready to fly to his ancestors. Strength left the tormented body, and the scarlet wanderer collapsed to his knees, desperately clinging to the last sparks of consciousness. He breathed more frequently, trying to hold on to the world of the living, but the onslaught of death was relentless. Unable to withstand the struggle, the unfortunate man fell face down onto the cold earth and froze motionless, like a stone. It is unknown how many hours passed in this deathly oblivion. However, at some moment the tormented warrior regained consciousness. Overcoming hellish pain, he tried to crawl, biting his lips until they bled, but the torment pierced every particle of his being. The noble sufferer had just enough strength to roll onto his back, so that the weapon embedded in his shoulder would at least slightly loosen its cruel embrace. Raising his gaze to the celestial heights, the wounded man saw the night vault, sprinkled with a scattering of stars. A romantic spectacle seemed to him worthy as the last vision before passing into the other world. Resigned to the inevitable end, the warrior was already preparing to give up his spirit when he noticed a curious little head leaning over his mortal body. It turned out to be a young lad who was wandering the surroundings and stumbled upon the dying warrior. Losing consciousness from blood loss, the sufferer could not clearly make out the face of his savior. Shortly before these tragic events, the valiant fighter had fought against a trio of scoundrels who called themselves renowned masters of martial arts. He expected an honest one-on-one duel, but the despicable enemies attacked him all at once. The first opponent, a warrior in white and scarlet garments with long hair, mastered the technique of the Emperor's sword. The second, resembling a shaman in appearance, used the technique of the rage of the Holy Ice Lion. The last of this unholy trio wielded throwing daggers, employing the technique of the Death Strike. Of course, the warrior was outraged by the complete lack of honor of the opponents who dared to attack one man with three. But even faced with such treachery, he bravely accepted the unequal fight. After these painful memories, the sufferer suddenly awoke, experiencing such hellish pain throughout his body that he almost gave up his soul to God. The warrior immediately jumped up in bed, trying to catch his breath after the nightmare visions. Right then he fully felt the dull pain that tormented every joint. Rising on legs trembling like an aspen leaf, he held onto the wall and began to look around, not understanding where he was and by what miracle he remained among the living. With uncertain steps, the exhausted warrior headed towards the exit of the modest dwelling. When he stepped over the threshold, amazement gripped his heart. He froze at the doorway, as if struck by thunder. It turned out that he was in a small house surrounded by a magnificent blooming garden. Around this paradise corner rose majestic cliffs crowned with emerald greenery, and nearby a crystal waterfall cascaded down. The noble warrior was deeply struck, not understanding what wonderful place had opened before his eyes. For a moment he even thought that his soul had ascended to the heavenly halls. Suddenly he heard a concerned voice reminding him that it was still too early to get out of bed. It was the very youth who had asked the wounded warrior to return to the bed and rest a little. Only then did the sufferer decide to find out who this mysterious young man was. The boy hurried to introduce himself. The little one was called Dan Ak's son. However, the warrior was not asking this child for his name at all. Therefore, the young savior hastened to smile, explaining that he was the one who had pulled the warrior from the grasping clutches of death, and also lived in these parts and was a skilled healer. However, it was not easy for the exhausted fighter to believe that such a youngster could have saved his life. Dan Akson calmly headed to his dwelling, reminding the warrior that he had almost gone to the ancestors, and therefore suggested going inside where they could calmly discuss everything. But the warrior still could not believe that some child could have healed him. Therefore, the young healer had to explain that besides him, no one lived in this secluded place, and that meant no one else could have either attacked the warrior or healed his wounds. He asked him to stop tormenting himself with doubts and simply return to his bed. Before obeying, the warrior still decided to find out if this boy had any idea who he was. However, to Dan Aksun, he was no more than a wounded man in need of help. After these words, the young healer asked the man to hurry inside, because if they did not continue the treatment, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover his health. Saving the warrior had already required enormous effort, and the boy perfectly understood how serious his wounds were. Convinced by these words, the sufferer immediately returned to the room. At that very moment, the young healer laid out all his instruments, preparing to continue the healing. He took in his hands a delicate needle with bright jade handles, The warrior immediately noticed that the youth was holding an instrument known as the Needle of Immortality. Dan Akson was quite amazed that the stranger understood such things. However, the warrior was eager to know where such a young healer had obtained the legendary item of the Divine Healer. Then Dan Akson began to explain that this man was his father, and started to influence the vital points of the warrior. However, the sensation was as if he was affecting demonic and sacred points simultaneously. In the end, with his skill, the young man placed several needles with impeccable precision, and when he installed the last one, it was as if something in the old warrior's body clicked, and he immediately began to feel the agonizing pain leaving his body. This helped him believe that Denakson could really be the son of the divine healer, and most likely inherited his healing skills. And if that was so, then despite the healer's young age, he would definitely be able to survive. Of course, the sufferer was sure that the divine healer would fight for the patient's life until the very last breath. Moreover, as far as he remembered, the divine healer healed only those who followed the righteous path. But in the last 20 years, there was no trace of him in the world of martial arts. Intelligence scoured all the surroundings, but could not find even traces of the deified healer. However, it turned out that during this time he had managed to have a child. At that moment, the warrior decided to ask the boy why he saved him, what was the need for it. But the young man calmly made it clear that the healer did not need a reason to save a life. Then the warrior reminded him that the divine healer was known for healing only those who followed the righteous path throughout his life. The boy admitted that he did not even bother to find out which camp the stranger belonged to, and even laughed awkwardly. This managed to anger the warrior, so he demanded that the boy answer his question. The boy hurried to explain that his father had taught him many things, but the most important was always to save others. After all, a person has only one life, and he cherishes it. Moreover, surely even a person of the dark path has people who would find it very hard to cope with his loss. However, the fighter was convinced that it was unlikely that there would be even one person who would mourn him. Denakson, trying to find words of comfort, admitted to the sufferer that he would be sad if he died. After that, the young healer continued acupuncture, bringing out a small box where his special needle was hidden. At a glance, the warrior immediately realized that it was the famous demonic needle. Unlike all the previous ones, it radiated a scarlet light and also bore a demonic banner on its base. Den Akson was surprised that the warrior was even aware of this instrument. However, it seemed that everyone knew about the legendary item of the demonic healer, who commanded life and death on par with the holy healer. It stood at the pinnacle of unconventional medicine and disappeared on the same day as the divine healer. The demonic needle was known for its temperament, as unusual as its abilities, and healed those who followed the dark path. Of course, the warrior immediately suspected something was wrong, but learned that this woman was the boy's mother, and he could not believe that the demonic and divine healers were truly married. However, Denakson calmly noted that he himself was living proof that they were indeed together. After that, he asked the stranger to concentrate, because, unlike previous needles, this procedure would be painful. And indeed, although the warrior was prepared, he did not expect to experience such crushing pain. The sufferer only trembled and could not even move. Therefore, Denakson had to apologize for causing him suffering, but the acupuncture had to be completed. At this pace, with slight torment, 3 whole days passed. The warrior already felt significantly better, and most importantly, he was alive. Also, during these 3 days, he fully realized that Denakson, the offspring of divine and demonic healers, was a true miracle. Moreover, although it was still early morning outside, the young healer had already gone somewhere. Around this time, green plants bearing scarlet fruits grew on the rocky cliffs. Just behind them, the youth was climbing the steep slopes to gather them for future remedies. Finally, he saw glimpses of these flowers ahead and immediately quickened his pace. After that, he stretched his hands, trembling from fatigue, toward the plants. Unfortunately, he did not have a stable grip, so he had to jump to pluck the healing herbs. However, alas, along with the plant, the stone beneath his feet crumbled, causing the boy to tumble down. But even after such a dizzying descent from the mountain, the youth calmly made his way home. He brought precious herbs and came to visit his patient. The warrior clearly found it hard to believe that the boy was ready to give even his life to obtain these plants. Therefore, Den Akson had to explain that this was not some ordinary herb, but a spiritual root. Without it, it is impossible to heal the master's internal injuries. Then the sufferer was even more surprised that the boy was so diligently trying to help him, while being completely uninterested in the identity of the one he was saving. However, the young healer honestly admitted that for the most part he was fascinated by the stranger rather than interested, since he survived despite very serious injuries. Moreover, the young healer was curious to learn about the secret weapon stuck in the warrior's shoulder. After all, from a medical point of view, when you know the cause of the injuries, healing is much easier. The boy honestly admitted that the blade caused him many difficulties. It was extremely hard to extract it from the shoulder. Not only did the weapon itself look intimidating, but it also contained poison inside, complicating the task. In the end, the sufferer explained that this weapon was a kind of secret blade that only the head and elders of a noble family could wield. With this explanation, the youth understood why it was so skillfully forged. Only then did the noble warrior realize that this young boy had managed to neutralize even the secret poison of the noble Tang family. It was hard to believe, even though he had witnessed this miracle. Moreover, the exhausted fighter perfectly understood. If he had not met the healer Denak-son, no miracle would have happened. Having finished his story, the boy warned that today he would use acupuncture needles a little earlier, as he needed to go to the village. After that, it turned out that the young healer wanted to go sell medicinal herbs, and he also needed to buy something. And the noble warrior honestly admitted that he was immensely grateful to the youth for allowing him to stay all this time. He was even a little ashamed, so he promised that as soon as he felt better, he would find the means to pay for the remedies himself. The sufferer regretted it, because if he could return home, there would be no money problems. Denak-son asked the warrior to bring as many coins as he could, because quality healing herbs would speed up his recovery. But for now, he was strictly forbidden to move. These words sounded like the command of a truly experienced healer, which made the warrior laugh good-naturedly. However, Denak-son did not like this, so the sufferer had to justify himself, saying that he only wanted to joke and did not doubt his medical qualifications at all. But immediately after these words, the youth took out a box with needles, causing the man's body to literally freeze with horror. But Denak-son hurried to calm him down, explaining that today he would use his father's acupuncture method. The warrior had to pretend that he was not worried at all and could calmly endure even the methods of a demonic healer. It turned out that the difference was that the youth's father's methods worked slowly, but were more stable and easier to tolerate. Meanwhile, his mother's techniques worked faster but were too painful. But in some cases, it was necessary to use both methods, and the noble warrior was ready to endure any pain to save his own life. Finally, he only asked the boy that when he went to the village, he should not tell anyone that he saved him. The boy agreed, and the sufferer was quite surprised that the young healer seemed completely uninterested in the reason for his silence. But even in his youth, the boy knew perfectly well that masters from the world of martial arts had various secrets. After that, Denak-son took out a needle with a jade base to perform the first acupuncture. The warrior carefully observed his meticulous work, and eventually decided to tell him a little about everything. At least about the fact that in the current world of martial arts, many villains were at large. Now 10 of the strongest scoundrels are rampaging. They were called the 10 great villains. Among them is the most powerful and extremely dangerous man, known as the leader of the 10 great villains, Absolute Evil. And it was this Absolute Evil who was his patient. But the boy was not at all disturbed by this and continued his healing. Taking out needles for the abdomen, the young healer asked the man to turn over so that he could heal his back as well. The surprised warrior also decided to continue his story, explaining that there were also 5 strongest martial arts masters. Regardless of which path they followed, light or dark, they were called the 5 strongest masters of the world, and he was the 5th among them. However, even this part of the story did not surprise the youth in the least, so he continued the healing. At that moment, even the divine needles placed in the back were not given to the sufferer easily. Therefore, to distract himself, the warrior decided to ask Denak-son why such revelations did not scare him. However, he calmly reminded who his mother was. His parents always said that all martial arts masters are the same. They taught that in the world of martial arts, the boundaries between good and evil are blurred. Those who harm people are bad, others are good. The main thing was to find out on which side the master himself was. And the noble warrior could swear one thing: he only killed those who wished him harm. If he really was such a martial arts master, then for Denak-son it became obvious that in that case he was a good person, strange as it may sound. Finally, all procedures were completed. Therefore, the sufferer, having dressed, decided to ask the youth where his parents were. However, at this question, the young man froze instantly, as if his whole body stopped moving and even breathing. But quickly recovering from the shock, he hurried to explain that his parents were no longer alive. Of course, the concerned warrior immediately decided to find out how this could have happened at all. But the boy did not answer him, continuing to hastily fold his medical instruments on the table. After that, he turned around and smiled at the patient, indicating that he would leave this question unanswered. Grabbing his orange bag, the young healer immediately rushed with the herbs towards the nearest settlement. Then the noble warrior realized that he was not only shameless, but also extremely tactless for asking that question. Soon the youth reached the nearest apothecary shop, where he was greeted as a young gentleman. The owner decided to ask how the healer was doing, and he smiled and asked him the same question. After that, Dan Akson placed his bag on the table, showing the herbs he had brought. The merchant, of course, was surprised. The young healer always supplied herbs of the highest quality. And as promised, the man decided to pay the boy an extra 10% above the cost for this product. However, bowing, the youth asked to be given healing herbs instead of money this time. And immediately, having received permission, he rushed towards the medicinal plant warehouse. The merchant just laughed. The boy always went to the same place, although they had a wide selection. And so he explained with a smile that the herbs the boy chose reminded him very much of his parents. Heavy footsteps were heard in the shop. The three masters who entered decided to find out where the nearest village infirmary was located. The owner made it clear that they only had an herb shop. It was not surprising, considering the settlement was poor. After that, the merchant looked at the guests and, noticing that they carried weapons on their backs, became wary. At that moment, the newcomers began to ask if anyone had accidentally seen a stranger. Most likely he was seriously wounded. However, the seller could not recall anything like that. After this, the warriors decided to find out if there was a clinic or healer nearby who practiced medicine. The owner pondered, then immediately glanced at the boy who was running between the shelves. Not wanting to give up the lad, he immediately shouted at the youth, reminding him that all these herbs were not free and not toys at all. He would have to pay for them. At the same moment, the newcomers asked the merchant to inform them if any traveler appeared in these parts soon. They would also stay in the yard where they would live. The trio promised to reward him generously for the information. But if he concealed this fact, the worst villain in the world, whom they served, would make them pay dearly. The frightened seller made it clear that he fully understood what the newcomers were hinting at, and promised to tell everything immediately if he learned anything. As soon as this trio left and went away, Dan Akson approached the shop owner, indicating that these people did not look respectable. The worried merchant himself shared that the village had been going through hard times lately, so he asked the youth to be more careful. And then the lad just smiled radiantly, thanking the man for the advice. Soon, already closer to evening, the boy returned home and told everything to his patient. He immediately realized that most likely these were members of the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters, who were looking specifically for him, and they would hardly calm down until they were sure of his death. Recently they declared that they would catch him and a couple more masters to deal with them. Surely the other villains were also uneasy because of this news. The young healer remembered. His parents always said that martial arts masters do not change. Then the concerned warrior decided to remind the youth that in any case, the boy could have problems for staying here. He wanted to know for sure if the boy would continue to treat him, despite the risks. However, the boy quickly calmed the patient, making it clear that this place was hard to find. Moreover, there was protection at the entrance, and the sufferer had not yet recovered. He could not be released. Dan Akson must help him until he can move independently, and he did this because there was no one else to help except himself. The warrior pondered a little over the boy's words. In the end, he dared to ask him a question. Could he bring another person here? This was also a patient, and his condition was even much worse. And immediately the youth with burning eyes decided to find out what symptoms this person had. However, the sufferer considered him a truly unique case. The unfortunate man was seized by madness every time he saw blood. He was literally going crazy. He could even defeat a bear with his bare hands when he was in this strange state. Shortly after this story, the warrior set out on a journey to find his friend. Using crutches, he walked through the mountains, trying to find him. Initially, he told Dan Akson that he would return in 10 days. However, the comrade simply hid from him, which is why the noble warrior could not find him. When he told the young healer about these strange symptoms, the youth was so uplifted that it even confused the sufferer, as he did not understand the reason for such joy. Therefore, Dan Akson hastened to explain that he was extremely interested in these unique manifestations of the disease. He was eager to meet this unfortunate person and see such a rare case with his own eyes. In the end, the warrior had to explain that the main problem was that his comrade was one of the 10 great villains, and they were all extremely peculiar personalities. But even this circumstance did not unsettle the young doctor. He was not against meeting the mysterious patient. Therefore, the noble fighter promised that if he brought the sufferer here, he would immediately cover all the treatment expenses. After all, many valuable treasures could be found in his hideouts. Thus, they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and the warrior was about to set off immediately to bring his comrade. Of course, Dan Akson tried to reason with the gentleman, as he was being sought by enemies. And yet the sufferer insisted. Only he could convince his friend to come here. Moreover, the noble warrior could not expose the life of such a talented healer to danger. Therefore, he only patted the youth on the head, promising that he would handle the task. But he also warned in advance that besides madness, this person was an extremely peculiar nature. But Dan Akson noted that no matter how hard anyone tried, they still would not surpass his parents in eccentricity. And in some ways the young man was absolutely right. So the warrior decided not to worry, and set off on his journey. Thus he found himself with a crutch in the midst of majestic mountains, wandering into the unknown. Gazing at the ruins and charred trees, the sufferer knew for sure that this was the work of his hot-tempered friend, who had destroyed absolutely everything around like a raging demon. After that, the noble warrior sat down on the nearest boulder to rest a little. From the folds of his garment, he took out a white bottle with an unknown substance. It might have seemed like wine, which he intended to drink to regain strength. But instead, the sufferer threw the vessel to the ground, causing it to shatter into tiny shards. The mysterious liquid began to evaporate, emitting a special aroma. This scent started to spread throughout the area, as if calling someone from hidden shelters. Therefore, the warrior could only wait until his comrade caught the familiar scent. Not even a minute passed before he landed nearby the fighter with a deafening roar, as if an entire rock had collapsed. Then he fiercely looked at the garment of the man who dared to invade his territory. Grabbing his formidable weapon, the enraged brute immediately rushed at the uninvited guest from behind to kill the impostor with one blow. However, when the noble warrior introduced himself, the veil literally fell from the attacker's eyes. The fierce fighter came to his senses, landing with bewilderment. He could not believe that his brother decided to visit him in such remote places. However, looking at his somewhat sly smile, the bruiser clearly understood that something was wrong. He could not believe that the great bloody fist surrendered his position so easily, having seen that he had wounds all over his battered body. But the warrior asked not to speak about it, and to get ready to leave as soon as possible. And the savage only carefully analyzed the guest. Judging by the voice and appearance, it really was his comrade, so he decided to trust him, and at least ask where they intended to go. For this reason, the sufferer told that soon the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters would visit them. The bruiser had to know about this. However, it seems he had been in his oblivion for so long that he missed absolutely all the news, no matter how loudly they spread around the area. The warrior in scarlet robes had to explain that the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters had sworn to destroy all the 10 great villains. The fierce fighter was extremely surprised, as everything had been calm only recently, but now he intended to set off immediately and punish the insolent ones. However, the comrade asked him to leave this topic and look at the pitiful state his brother was in now. Indeed, laughing, the bruiser admitted that he looked as if he was about to give up his soul to God. He could not believe that the greatest master from the 10 great villains was so disgracefully defeated by some alliance. And the noble warrior was extremely insulted, reminding that impudent fellow that he came to save him in such a terrible condition. So he ordered the guy to stop wasting his precious time and pack up immediately. But he could not understand since when his comrade started worrying about him, since before he threatened to tear out his beard and shove it up his ass. However, the sufferer reminded him that the thug himself had previously threatened to tear out his eyes to make himself a third testicle. In the end, they argued like that for some time. So when the warrior got tired of the disputes, he simply suggested to his comrade to discuss all their grievances on the way. But the savage did not understand the reason for such haste, especially considering that the comrade said that the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters was following them. He would just stay here, and as soon as they come, smash their skulls like ripe melons. But the noble warrior wanted to postpone this bloody fight in order to first cure his friend's ailment. He went into a frenzy at the sight of blood, and the thug was extremely surprised that there was someone capable of curing his curse. After all, he had turned the whole world upside down 3 times to find such a healer. In the end, his comrade reported that such a person exists. He could heal his divine punishment, after which he told his shocked friend that he had found both demonic and divine healers at the same time. For this reason, without any doubts, by sunset these two set out on their journey. The noble warrior carried his brother on his back as they swiftly moved through the mountain cliffs. However, the savage was still raging at his comrade, who could not properly settle on his back. But the warrior warned that the brother better keep quiet and just hold on tighter, because otherwise he would not lead him to the person who could heal him. And consequently, without curing the madness, the brute would not be able to further develop his martial arts. The sufferer also reminded that when they fix his ailment, he would be able to become even stronger, and then even the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters would not dare to touch him. And in the end, the savage realized the comrade was literally his key to salvation. Therefore, he asked to be told where to go so they could head there immediately. But the demonic fist perfectly understood that the companion wanted to abandon him. Still, despite their complicated relationship, they trusted each other very little. After that, the two went further, and the noble warrior was clearly indignant that he had to lie a little to Dan Aksun. But at least he was completely honest about how extremely difficult it was to bring that person. Moreover, he was basically very ashamed that not only had he lost to the Alliance, but he also had to ask that madman for money. So the sufferer realized, even the status of the Great Bloody Fist, the strongest of the 10 great villains, did not save him from the status of a pathetic loser. Soon they landed near rocky cliffs and a small waterfall. They were met by young Dan Aksun, surprised that the warrior had returned so quickly. At that moment, the noble fighter simply threw his comrade away and asked to be taken to the demonic healer to receive healing. Since the youth was unaware of the situation, he calmly explained that the demonic and divine healers had already left the world of the living. First of all, the old man gaped in amazement, not believing what he had heard. After that, he cast an angry glance at the person who had brought him, until he explained that the boy before him was the son of those 2 legendary healers. He also inherited the skills of his parents from both sides. However, the thug found it hard to believe that this shorty was capable of anything, and thought that his buddy Alliance had completely lost his mind. But the sufferer calmly reminded him that the friend himself had seen his terrible condition. He could basically stand only thanks to the art of the healer Dan Aksun. In the end, the thug realized it was this shorty who healed his comrade. But he still could not understand how a man the size of a bean could accomplish such a thing. The fierce man fell silent when he saw how enraged the head of the villainous community was. The noble warrior roughly ordered the man to watch his words towards the person who saved him. Looking at this furious rage, the thug quickly realized that it seemed the dying state of his comrade was just a pretense, and he really could kill him for the bold words. Therefore, the fierce man hurried to apologize that it would not happen again. But he did not understand why his friend suddenly became so serious. At that moment, they were interrupted by the sharp clap of the boy's hands, who suggested checking the condition of the arriving patient and conducting a diagnosis. For this, they moved to a small healing house where the young healer provided all his services. Seating the patient at the table, Dan Aksun performed acupuncture on the noble warrior, after which he returned to check the pulse of the new patient. However, he immediately realized that dealing with his situation would be very difficult. The main problem was that the energy of his meridians was disrupted. Therefore, when the thug used his internal energy at full power, the protection of his mind was broken, and he lost his sanity. The fierce man could not believe that the boy described everything in such detail, and even thought that the leader of the villainous gang had told him everything in advance. However, he hastened to justify himself, saying that he only told Dan Aksun that the patient went mad at the sight of blood. At that moment, the young healer discovered a second oddity related to the chi energy in the patient's left hand. Because of the terrible condition of the meridian center of his heart, it was difficult for him to bend his arm. Moreover, it seemed he had recently suffered a serious injury. The last revelation. The youth whispered something directly into the thug's ear. The boy smiled a cunning smile, but for some reason his words made Bomkevi embarrassed and blush deeply. He could not believe that even this problem of his could possibly be treated. However, seeing Dan Aksun's talent, the fierce man decided to fully entrust him with his health. At that moment, the boy asked Bomkevi to bend down lower to him, lowering his head, and continued to breathe calmly. After that, the young healer easily plunged the needle deep straight into the center of his head. And while he continued to sit with the needle sticking straight out of his skull, Dan Aksun went to the warrior to heal him. Taking one of the needles, he immediately stuck it somewhere in the solar plexus area between the chest muscles. And although initially the noble fighter felt some pain, he immediately relaxed as if in some blissful oblivion. However, right after that, the boy pulled the needle back with his power, causing the warrior to start bleeding. Obviously, he got scared. Dan Aksun had not made such mistakes before. But even more important than that was something else. The sufferer immediately grabbed the boy, trying to protect him, and reminded him that his friend goes wild when he sees blood. However, despite the fact that the thug's body was shaking, nothing life-threatening happened. He simply fell to the ground, and although his entire being trembled with fear, he thought he might have healed. It was really strange because his comrade knew well. Usually the savage's eyes would instantly roll back in rage. However, Dan Aksun calmly reminded Bomkevi that he had promised to heal him, although full recovery would take some time. In the end, the thug almost burst into tears, realizing that his situation was not so dire and he would not always be like this. He immediately fell to his knees before the young man, acknowledging him as his mentor. Although Dan Aksun preferred to be simply called a healer. Somewhere late at night, the boy was sitting in his room, carefully writing and studying something. He was almost finished when he heard a strange sound. At that moment, from a bad premonition, even the ink splattered right onto his face. The young healer immediately jumped up from his place and hurried to run through the corridors to understand what was happening. At that moment, the fierce warrior called his friend a charlatan, while the latter accused him of being an ungrateful fool. However, the old man was angry that the leader of the organization had lured him here only because he needed his money. Moreover, he believed that by introducing him to the healer Dan Ok-sun, the warrior had repaid a debt from 20 years ago. However, the enraged sufferer reminded him that he had saved his life. If he hadn't said that the Alliance was looking for him, the thug would have known nothing and would have fallen right into their hands. And the fact that he brought him to the healer was a separate merit. But the furious savage still reminded him that for such money others would risk their lives to get him. Besides, it was not a fact that after paying such a sum he would fully recover. In the end, the angry warrior made it clear to the guy, if he was so sure that someone else could help him, then he could go right now to look for another healer. And the latter made it clear that he was not ashamed to do so. He could pay such money to someone else. At that moment, Dan Ok-sun, who had stepped outside, could not believe that Bomkevi had really decided to leave them. However, he promised that he would return here as soon as the person he was also treating went to the ancestors. At that moment, the boy returned the money to the warrior. After all, if he wanted to be treated by another healer, he needed funds. And only then did the noble fighter remember that he had already paid for all the services in advance, but decided to leave the money to the boy. At least this way he could cover the expenses for the destroyed house, since for him this money was mere trifles. After that, the sufferer went somewhere into the distance, completely forgetting that the needle was still stuck in his skull. However, Dan Ok-sun was only slightly concerned about this. He was more worried that the alliance of martial arts masters continued to search for the warrior. He himself knew perfectly well. It was these little people who should be afraid of him, not the other way around. After all, he would beat up anyone who crossed his path. The noble warrior tried to make it clear that it was not too late to stop. The thug could stay here and undergo treatment. However, when he made it clear that he did not need it, Dan Ok-sun pulled his needle back to himself, releasing the man without it. And in the end, the savage dashed away somewhere into the distance in an unknown direction with wide leaps. Dan Ok-sun had no idea why these two had quarreled. He thought they should be close friends, not bad-mouthing each other. The warrior was very embarrassed to tell this, but still reminded that together with Bomkevi, he was part of the 10 great villains. However, the boy still saw no reason for enmity in this. The reason was that the sufferer was the leader, while Bomkevi was only in 3rd place, but he constantly said that he should be in 2nd. This was the cause of their enmity. To the young healer, such a reason seemed extremely incomprehensible, and the whole point was that he saw no reason to fight over such trifles. For this reason he was sure, the warrior was hiding something from him. Surely the matter was something else, and the noble fighter had nothing more to explain to the boy. It just so happened that every time they were near this guy, something like this always happened. At that moment, the thug stopped at night in some wilderness of the forest. He felt a headache, but did not understand at all what was happening to it. After acupuncture, his mind cleared and he completely forgot what pain he had felt. Therefore, he even began to regret having started this treatment at all. And at that moment, the savage sensed some kind of smell. It was the scent of blood coming from the bushes where the predator was. It turned out to be a huge tiger, and the smell of blood came from its prey, a deer. Obviously, the beast immediately fixed its gaze on the man who so unexpectedly found himself with it in the forest. And Bomkevi went mad. His eyes rolled back and he could not control himself. In the end, the thug lunged at the tiger, despite the huge difference in their sizes. However, frightened, the wild beast immediately abandoned its prey and fled, disappearing into the thicket. At that fateful moment, the savage came to his senses for a second, but unfortunately, the deer had already breathed its last, fallen to the ground. Scarlet blood splashed right before his eyes, causing the thug's mind to cloud again, as if a veil of madness had descended upon his reason. Bomkevi tried to restrain himself. However, very soon he let out such a heart-wrenching scream that it filled the entire forest and was full of genuine frenzy. In the end, as usual, the obsessed one began to destroy absolutely everything within reach of his mighty palms. Even from afar, one could see how devastated the forest became where the mad warrior passed. He stopped only by morning, when the ground already looked like real ruins. It was hard to imagine that pristine beauty once reigned here, and soon from the place where acupuncture was done on the head, blood began to ooze, after which the tormented one lost consciousness, falling face down right onto the broken stones that he himself had piled on the ground. And behind him stood his comrade and the boy, who had been trying to find him all this time. Very soon all three received severe punishment. They were injected with needles and forced to chew bitter herbs. Of course, such a fate did not spare even the enraged Bomkevi, but still no one dared to say anything against such just retribution. Therefore, they continued to sit, only occasionally looking back at the grass they were forced to chew with sorrow, but at the same time understanding how incredibly everything had turned out. Yesterday evening, the young healer made it clear that with such fierce outbreaks of the ailment, Bomkevi would not get far, which meant he needed to be brought back. The noble warrior tried to argue that it was better to simply forget about it. There was no point in bringing back someone who left on their own. But Den Akson cared little about this, considering the savage was his patient. So only now could the sufferer say with certainty. Den Akson was a healer, not only because he skillfully treated, but also because he thought like a true healer, for whom the life of the patient was above all. At that moment, the warrior looked at the dejected Bomkevi. There was literally no face on him as he forced himself to chew the bitterest herb. Of course, the sufferer tried to explain to him that there was no point in just being stubborn. He should take the remedy and that was it. However, the potion was too disgusting, and the brute could not overcome himself. Therefore, at that moment, the young healer approached, pulling out a needle, and asked the man to promise him something. From now on, he would not go anywhere alone. However, he was not used to giving such oaths to anyone. So Den Akson had to look Bomkevi straight in the eyes, making it clear that he sincerely cared about his condition. Moreover, it was very heartfelt, which was evident from his gaze. For a moment, looking into the eyes of this little lad, Bomkevi even pondered. He saw something familiar. His mentor looked at him with exactly the same gaze. In the end, unable to hold back, the savage grabbed the boy by the hands and solemnly swore that he would no longer make him worry. Also, he will not leave this place without his permission. And Den Akson only laughed joyfully, rejoicing that everything ended so well. After that, they withdrew to the room so that the young man could continue acupuncture. As soon as the needle was in Bomkevi's head, he felt unprecedented relief. The thug realized Den Akson was a true genius, because at his young age he already knew so much. He honestly admitted to the youth that his talent was simply amazing and incredible. And although he himself was not very knowledgeable in medicine, even he, being a dilettante, understood. All this was astonishing. If the boy was already performing such miracles now, he could not even imagine how much more magic he would perform in the future. Therefore, he decided to find out how many people the young healer had already saved. But, as it turned out, he had not saved a single person, which made the thug doubt. And Den Akson only smiled slyly, implying that these two were his first patients. When this stunning news reached Choak Ryan, he loudly shouted in confusion throughout the yard. He could not believe that they were really the first patients. However, Bomkevi swore that the young man himself told him about it. He did not make anything up. At that moment, the healer himself came out to the two, indicating that it was indeed true. They were his first patients. Here Bomkevi panicked, worrying that perhaps this boy decided to practice on them, like test rabbits. Therefore, Den Akson had to hastily explain that they misunderstood him. The first time he treated a person, he was 4 years old. Those were his parents' patients. Back then, he only used needles and prescribed healing herbs, as his parents taught him. And this was the first time he independently applied healing and found methods of cure. No one had been in this house for a long time after his parents passed away. He watched over this vast valley of divine and demonic healers all alone. Of course, all this time he was learning to apply the skills his parents had passed on to him. And now, with patience here, he could show the fruits of his efforts. The warrior understood. This was a very touching story. He almost cried himself and did not even know what to say. However, the young man saw no reason for tears. He was at least glad that there were people he could chat with. After that, the two immediately boasted that they would take care of the household chores. They wanted Den Akson to fully concentrate only on medicine, leaving all other concerns to them. Cho Akryang decided to shake the cloth, which had finally dried, in order to fold it. But as soon as he pulled it, it immediately scattered into the tiniest pieces. Looking at Dan Akson, frozen in shock, he hurried to justify that he did not suspect the fabric was so thin. At that moment, Bomkevi sat down nearby and began to help, pulling out the weeds growing on the ground. The frightened boy hurried to explain that these were not weeds at all, but medicinal herbs. And then the savage realized that in that case they needed to be transplanted. But the plants he began transplanting into the ground were actually weeds, not healing herbs. As a result of what the boy had just seen, he lost consciousness, as he could no longer bear it all. And both men immediately rushed to him. By the time Dan Akson came to, they began to argue, realizing that they should have helped the boy much earlier. Neither of them suspected that Dan Akson could faint from such a shock. Cho Akryang reminded them that it was logical. Dan Akson collected herbs, pulled out weeds, cleaned, prepared, and healed them. Obviously, such a fragile youth as he could not bear all this burden. Then Bomkevi thought it would be best to go to the village and bring workers here. However, at the same time, both understood that in that case their hideout could be discovered. Then they would seriously endanger the boy. When the boy regained consciousness, the two men immediately rushed to find out how the boy felt, and whether everything was all right with him. Of course, he made it clear that there was no need to worry, as he decided to rest briefly. But obviously, KV immediately noticed that he had not fallen asleep at all, but had simply fainted. This could not be ignored. At that moment, the boy looked again at what the yard had turned into. Scraps of torn fabric lay everywhere, including precious medicinal herbs that he had cultivated with great difficulty. Both men felt immense guilt. However, Dan Akson explained that he was going to the shop for herbs today anyway. At the same time, he would buy a new sheet. Obviously, Cho Ak-ryang understood that the boy should not go alone in such a condition. However, the young lad solemnly promised that everything would definitely be fine. He would return by evening twilight and begged these two loyal companions to stay safe at home. But the stern warrior anxiously reminded them that countless dangers lurked at night. And in general, the dense forest was home to many fierce wild beasts. To which the brave boy hurried to reassure his protector. He had powerful repellent potions that he always took with him on such journeys. Then the fierce savage decided to go with the young hero. However, Dan Akson was deeply worried because the powerful man was being sought by the alliance of martial arts masters themselves. But he explained that he was able to skillfully conceal his true identity, and at that very moment his palms shone with flames from the incredible power possessed by this remarkable man. When he touched his thick beard with his blazing hand, all the hair immediately began to disappear as if by magic. Dan Akson sincerely admired such an astonishing trick, and the wise Cho Ak-ryang understood. Kavi decided to use the sacred fire of Samadhi to incinerate his luxurious beard. The mighty warrior himself was clearly proud of the achieved result, believing that now in this new guise no one would be able to recognize him for sure. And indeed, Dan Akson noticed that now the formidable man looked strikingly like a charming young monk. However, the youth was worried. How would the valiant warrior restore what was lost, since such a majestic beard would surely have to— But as it turned out, this amazing man grew vegetation in just one night. He had a great many such wonderful abilities. Therefore, he placed the boy on his mighty shoulders and suggested immediately heading to the village, which they would reach in mere moments thanks to his supernatural abilities. But suddenly Cho Ak-ryang called out to his companions, asking them to stay a little longer. After that, he handed the young hero a small dragon statuette, asking him to find a skilled appraiser and learn the true value of this exquisite piece. When the youth arrived in the village, he immediately admired this elegant wooden statue, understanding that it was created by Lord Cho Ak-ryang himself. Even KV did not hide his praise for his brother's unexpected and astonishing talent, and the young man noticed that works of such quality and detail were extremely rare. Surely such a piece was worth a considerable amount of money. He could not understand when the skilled man had managed to create such a wonder. However, the man calmly explained that while he was not yet fully healed and was simply resting in bed, he had plenty of free time which he devoted to wood carving. He made about 50 similar statues just to pass the long hours, and sincerely hoped that these works of art would cover their considerable medical expenses. Soon the brave youth, as promised, reached the village. First of all, he visited the shop of an experienced collector. However, when the merchant saw this astonishing wooden statue, which looked as if it were alive, he immediately decided to find out from Dan Akson how many such masterpieces he had in stock. The youth calmly told him that he had as many as 50 such statues, and he was very eager to know the price they could offer for one piece. The greedy merchant planned to buy them all for a paltry 50 silver coins, 1 silver coin for each statue, believing that the boy was extremely lucky, as hardly anyone would offer more. However, Dan Akson himself perfectly understood that such a payment was completely unworthy of such high art, so he immediately took the statue back and decided to take it home. He believed that the price offered by the greedy merchant was ridiculously low. It would have been a real insult to the person who created such masterpieces. After that, he left in indignation, while the merchant desperately shouted after him, begging him to reconsider. Meanwhile, the youth passed by Kavi, heading to another place where he could offer this precious item. He found himself near a man with long mustaches, who was carefully examining the statue, thoughtfully stroking his mustaches. The experienced merchant clearly understood that he could acquire this work, but warned that he also needed to get a decent profit from selling such goods. However, he thought that in another place the young man would surely get a more generous offer. Then Dan Akson revealed that he had a great many such statues. Perhaps wise merchants would arrange a large-scale supply of carved wooden figurines. And, obviously, looking at the product with great reverence, the man could only hope that the bad weather would not spoil so that the wood would not lose its noble form. He agreed to purchase absolutely all the statues, and also promised to take them to other villages for profitable sales. The youth was truly glad that this worthy man offered them such a profitable deal. However, at that very moment, the first merchant hurried to him, burning with righteous anger at the behavior of the audacious boy. He reminded that he himself wanted to buy all these precious statuettes and wanted to deal with this little trickster. But suddenly a giant blocked his way, into whom the enraged merchant crashed at full speed. Obviously, he immediately collapsed onto the cold ground and began to protest, not understanding who had appeared right in the middle of his path. However, as soon as he looked at the huge man who, calmly looking at him, was leisurely chewing an apple, he immediately fell silent, not wanting to provoke a dangerous conflict. And he only smiled, kindly asking the merchant to continue his passionate speech. After all, a moment ago the unfortunate man was shouting and was about to call him some name. After that, the giant, waiting for an answer, tightly squeezed the apple in his mighty hands. It shattered into tiny pieces, and sweet apple juice flowed down his palm. Only then did the ill-fated merchant realize what a truly formidable man he had encountered. Experiencing such terror that his soul nearly left his mortal body, he even lost consciousness right on the spot. But that was not all yet. ManhwaCapped clearly noticed that such an adult man even wet himself, experiencing such a chilling fear. Meanwhile, the merchant from the healing shop was making some calculations in his store. At that moment, a young hero ran up to him, whom the man greeted with a kind smile. But at the same moment, he saw a formidable big man who looked in together with the boy standing behind him, which frightened him quite a bit. At that moment, Dan Akson calmly explained to the warrior leaning towards him that this merchant was a worthy man and should be treated with appropriate kindness. And he, as etiquette dictates, smiled in order to politely greet the merchant. However, the unfortunate man felt nothing but chilling fear. The giant's kind smile looked so unnatural and frightening. Seeing this, the clever boy decided to lighten the tense atmosphere a bit, and handed over an envelope with money as payment of his debt, and also decided to ask if the medicinal herbs he had asked to order had arrived. It turned out everything had arrived long ago. The man was just patiently waiting for the young man to return and visit his shop. After rummaging briefly on his shelves, he placed a small scarlet box with unknown contents on the table. When he opened it, those present immediately experienced an incredible stench, and ManhwaCapped could hardly believe that some people were willing to pay a lot of money for such a thing. Therefore, Dan Akson hastened to explain that it was a healing herb that frees the meridians and restores healthy blood circulation. When the young man decided to find out how much this precious herb cost, the merchant offered to give him these remedies instead of change. Of course, Dan Akson was amazed, considering that the man said these herbs were exorbitantly expensive. However, he only casually said that they highly value their regular customers. However, at that moment Dan Akson noticed that the merchant had a rather suspicious expression on his face. At that moment, the old man calmly asked the young man to take the box. Now it belonged to him. However, Dan Akson perfectly understood that the suspicion about his behavior was not unfounded. Most likely, he had acquired this herb at Jin Sun's apothecary. Such a thing had happened before. Of course, Dan Akson was not against the man trading with the healer Jin Sun, but he asked him not to buy herbs in his shop when the young man requested something to be found. After all, if this happened again, he would simply stop doing any business with him. In the end, feeling considerable guilt, the merchant promised that he would no longer act so deceitfully, after which he shamefully hid in the back room, indicating that he still had urgent matters to attend to. ManhwaCapped had already become extremely curious about what was wrong with this mysterious apothecary Jin Sun, and even suggested that perhaps its owner was far from being an honest person. However, the young healer did not respond to these troubling thoughts. Instead, he only suggested returning to their native home, where urgent matters awaited them. Somewhere at that very time, the wise Choak Ryang serenely continued sitting in his modest house, immersed in deep meditation. He desperately tried to gather as much life energy as possible in his exhausted body, for he had so thoughtlessly lost it recently. But suddenly, the worried ManhwaCapped returned to wake his little brother and deliver alarming news. Something was wrong with the young healer. The mighty warrior instantly interrupted his sacred meditation, and soon it became astonishingly clear. Since they returned from the village, the youth had become even more obsessed with household chores, as if an evil spirit had possessed his soul. Recently he cleaned the pond to exhaustion and got soaked to the skin, but did not want to stop even when he was tormented by a painful cough that was tearing his chest. Choak Ryan was extremely interested in the true reason for such drastic changes. However, if ManhwaCapped knew the solution, he would hardly have come for the wise advice of his friend. Therefore, they decided it was better to go there together to figure out this mystery. When the brothers went outside, they saw a boy who was wholeheartedly washing clothes in cold water. They had to gently remind him that from now on they themselves would take care of the cleaning. But the tired Dan Akson stubbornly objected that he was perfectly capable of handling these tasks, and believed that it would be much better that way. And then the noble warriors felt a sharp guilt. Perhaps the youth simply did not trust them after they caused a lot of trouble in the first attempt to help. Choak Ryan had no choice but to respectfully ask the healer at least not to overdo it and not to exhaust himself completely. After that, he friendly patted his comrade on the mighty shoulder, calling him to step aside for a private conversation. KV still could not understand why he allowed Den Ok-sun to continue tormenting himself in this way. However, the wise Choak Ryan perfectly understood. The youth would soon change his mind, because for now they would simply start to annoy him. Obviously, the boy was completely dissatisfied with how they were doing the household chores. For KV, this remained a complete mystery, considering that he tried his best, putting all his heroic strength into the work. That was exactly the problem. Some people are simply not capable of such tasks, no matter how hard they try to master this art. The mighty warrior immediately began to explain with annoyance that for him washing and cleaning turned out to be even harder than martial arts. But they could not leave the youth alone in this trouble. After all, he would not be able to properly apply the subtle art of acupuncture with such a painful cough. And then, after some reflection, the brothers realized the truth. They needed to find a real professional. KV immediately decided to go into the dense forest and catch someone. Therefore, Choak Ryan had to patiently explain that they did not need to kidnap a person at all. They had to hire him properly. Moreover, Den Ok-sun himself had to approve this person. It had to be someone, like them, in need of treatment, and someone skilled in housework. After some deep thought, Choak Ryan realized that he had exactly such a person in mind. After that, he began to think about the rumors surrounding this individual, understanding that she would be perfect for their needs. But there were some rather dangerous nuances. Impatient KV demanded that Choak Ryan immediately tell him everything. Then he would instantly get to this person, grab her, and bring her here by force. It turned out they were talking about the legendary Ice Jade of Immortality. At this ominous name, KV even stumbled, thinking that his friend was simply joking. But no, he meant exactly the person named Han Sol-hwa. However, KV found it extremely hard to believe that Choak Ryan was seriously talking about that very woman who makes everyone tremble, regardless of their allegiance to the light or dark path. He thought that Choak Ryan had completely lost his mind, since he could find no one else in the whole world but this crazy witch to ask for help. Choak Ryan gently reminded him that he had brought him here, and that KV also sometimes loses his mind quite a bit. However, the giant believed that he only lost his mind occasionally, while she had not a shred of sanity at all. He immediately collapsed to the ground, declaring that he would never bring her here under any circumstances. If Choak Ryang so desperately wanted this demoness to appear here, he must go after her himself, and no one would stop him. However, Choak Ryang could not handle this personally, as he still had very important matters to attend to. KV was already burning with curiosity to find out what excuse his comrade had concocted for himself, but he only glanced meaningfully towards Den Ok-sun, who was still selflessly working near the wet clothes. Late at night, when everyone should have long been resting in the arms of sleep, the young healer continued sitting in his room, coughing painfully from time to time. He did not even suspect that all this time Choak Ryang was standing outside his chambers, anxiously listening to the boy's suffering. Without entering, he only gently knocked, asking the youth to come to him briefly. Of course, the boy immediately flung open the door and politely invited the visitor inside. However, he calmly explained that they both would soon have to embark on a dangerous journey. The surprised boy immediately decided to ask about the reasons for such a sudden departure. And then Choak Ryang revealed that KV would go to the distant province of the Black Dragon River to bring another patient. The main symptom of this unfortunate person was something like madness, similar to what torments KV. The young man must be sure that he can cope with this terrible disease, for now he definitely knows how to cure it. Choak Ryang himself intended to personally check what the sinister alliance of martial arts masters was currently up to. The worried doctor begged the man to stay here. After all, these people could find him and harm him cruelly. However, the mighty warrior asked the boy not to worry about anything. He knew perfectly well what he was doing. According to his rough calculations, it would take only 5 days. After his return, KV might stay for a couple more days, so during this precious time, Den Ok-sun must properly prepare for the treatment of the new patient. Last time, he and KV brought excellent medicinal herbs, so they must definitely help quickly. Smiling sincerely, Choak Ryang gently patted the boy on the head, warmly thanking him for everything he selflessly does for them. After that, he said a warm goodbye and left, and Den Ok-sun only asked them to be extremely careful on their dangerous journey. Soon the events moved to the luxurious walls of the banquet pavilion, where noble people were partying and having fun until dawn. At the table, set with many exquisite dishes, sat a certain man. However, he did not touch the food. Instead, he held his head, experiencing unbearable pain and mental torment. The confused waiters could not understand what had happened to their master. Some ragged child, looking like a beggar, asked to deliver a letter to him, and now the nobleman was completely beside himself. The whole matter was that the message was written in handwriting that this man could never forget for anything in the world. He was absolutely sure that his master had long been dead. However, the legendary Great Bloody Fist was still among the living and decided to remind him of this in the most sinister way. Soon, this very man was already in a remote mansion in the midst of gloomy mountains. He was kneeling there, and his whole body was trembling with primal terror. Above him, in his scarlet clothes resembling blood, stood his formidable master. He literally scorched the unfortunate man with his gaze and remained silent, which only intensified the already suffocating atmosphere. First of all, Choak Rayang realized that the man had received his letter, since he had come so hastily. At that moment, the trembling subordinate began feverishly explaining that his desire to help the master had never changed, as always. But at the same time, he pleaded fearfully that Choak Rayang consider that he also bore a sacred responsibility for his own sect. Moreover, since the matter was connected with the powerful alliance of martial arts masters, it became an extremely risky undertaking for all involved. However, Choak Rayang sharply interrupted his pitiful excuses and asked the simplest and most direct question: how many of their people had already been captured? The frightened man immediately rose from the cold floor, naming the fateful number, 6 masters. In the end, Choak Rayang bitterly realized, besides him and Bomkavi, only 2 from the legendary 10 villains remained free. Possibly the sinister head of the Green Forest Hogun and the autocratic Lord of Demons Dan Yang. First of all, he decided to find out what was happening with the mighty Lord of the autocratic demons. As it turned out, this unyielding ruler had surrendered to the powerful alliance of martial arts masters. Moreover, the trembling man heard ominous rumors that the legendary lord personally led a squad to destroy evil. However, Choak Rayang could not believe such incredible news, that the resolute autocratic demon had joined the righteous path, betraying everything he once believed in. Therefore, he sternly ordered the unfortunate man to immediately rise from his knees. After that, staring intently at his figure trembling like an aspen leaf, the mighty warrior slowly approached closer. Passing by, he only coldly let him understand that he never forgets old debts and services rendered. And immediately the servant, scared to death, solemnly promised that this secret meeting would remain only between them, and that he would do everything possible to make it as if this meeting had never happened. Choak Rayang was truly pleased with the terror he still inspired in those around him. His reputation remained untarnished. He calmly said goodbye to his faithful servant, kindly wishing him a safe return home. All that was left for him was to catch his breath convulsively after the departure of the formidable lord and rejoice at the miracle that he remained among the living. The events shift to a small picturesque settlement near which a young healer lived. Den Axon was leisurely walking through the bustling streets, pondering how his martial arts master wards were doing. He sincerely hoped that, despite having gone their separate ways, they continued diligently taking the healing medicine. At that moment, a deeply thoughtful youth suddenly bumped into one of the passers-by. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice the obstacle. The unfortunate one immediately fell backward, awkwardly landing on the soft grass. However, a courteous passerby immediately approached the fallen boy, gallantly helping the young man to his feet and making sure he was not hurt. Dan Axon was quite surprised when he saw that he had met a respectable gentleman who stood up for the boy and sternly scolded the inattentive passers-by. They continued walking as if they had not noticed at all that they had just rudely knocked down a child. Because of their carelessness, the young man fell to the ground, and these heartless people only turned around in bewilderment, looking at the audacious city dweller who dared to say something to them. However, the noble defender indignantly reminded these people, who by their appearance clearly belonged to the famous alliance of martial arts masters, that they had not even apologized when, due to their outrageous inattentiveness, they dropped an innocent boy. Their captain hastily explained that they were currently on an important official mission, so he would simply ask this respectable gentleman and the child to continue on their way without disturbing them. However, the noble protector was deeply outraged that such renowned martial arts masters intimidated peaceful citizens without feeling a shred of shame. He had no idea how members of the legendary alliance of martial arts masters could be so unreasonable and rude. Therefore, proudly standing at full height, he demanded that they state their names and positions. He would personally appear at their alliance to officially report the outrageous incident. The captain was indeed quite puzzled that this determined man would not back down. Bowing respectfully, he introduced himself as the head of the 5th Squad for the destruction of evil, after which he politely asked the man himself to introduce himself. The man was called Pang Jin Sun from the noble Pang family. And at that very moment, the experienced martial arts master instantly realized that an influential man from the famous Jinsen clinic was standing before him. The latter calmly announced that he was in charge of this famous clinic. Indeed, just by his majestic behavior and refined speech, it became obvious that he was far from an ordinary person in these lands. However, the warrior did not suspect that before him stood the very head of the legendary Jinsen Clinic. Therefore, he decided to cautiously find out what had brought such an important person here, to Selanju, where their base used to be located. However, proud Pang Jin-son saw no reason whatsoever to report his movements to ordinary members of the alliance. The captain was genuinely enraged by how this audacious mortal dared to behave. But still, he had to humbly apologize for his unacceptable rudeness towards the peaceful townspeople and respectfully ask the esteemed man not to give way to righteous anger. But the latter majestically made it clear that there was no need to apologize to him at all, and meaningfully pointed to the boy who was silently standing next to him. Then the embarrassed man sincerely apologized to the young lord, begging him not to hold a grudge against him, and the boy only politely bowed, dignifiedly accepting the belated apologies. Immediately after that, the entire trio turned around and left, following the planned route. Pang Jin-son, however, thought with annoyance. He already had truly many troubles from this intrusive trio. Meanwhile, Dan Akson gratefully thanked the honorable gentleman for the unexpected help, but with slight displeasure reminded his uncle that he had asked him not to follow him anymore. And he only laughed good-naturedly, letting the boy understand that they had met completely by chance. After that, Pang Jin-son warmly greeted the young lord of the valley, as befits noble persons. Since fate brought them together, he warmly invited the youth to go and have lunch together at the best tavern in the city. But the perceptive Dan Akson did not believe in such a coincidence at all. He kept appearing all the time, even though Dan Akson had clearly told the wise man several times not to interfere in his personal affairs. Good-natured Pang Jin-son only smiled gently, suggesting to the curious boy to discuss all questions over a delicious meal in a cozy tavern. After all, they were not strangers. He could not believe that Dan Akson would refuse such a kind invitation, and indeed, despite his childish resentment, the well-mannered young man still did not dare to refuse the elder's offer. A little later, they were already seated at a luxurious table, generously laden with the most diverse, exquisite dishes. The boy immediately realized that such a lavish banquet was surely prepared in advance, which meant the cunning Pang Jin-son knew in advance that he would come here. When Dan Akson directly pointed out to Pang Jin-son that this hardly looked like a simple coincidence, he just cleverly joked, explaining that he had ordered this feast in advance for himself. After that, he warmly invited Dan Akson to join the lavish feast, as the food looked simply delightful. Dan Akson firmly reminded the wise man that although he would eat with him, it would definitely be their last meeting. And when he tried again to distract the young man, the youth coldly asked him not to change the subject. And then Pang Jin-son only sadly shrugged his mighty shoulders and smiled sadly, gently reminding the boy that he had no one else in this world besides the young man himself. And indeed, these heartfelt words awakened in the boy's soul a sharp sadness and long-ago memories. Once he was a very tiny baby and was just beginning to walk unsteadily. Loving parents helped him in this difficult task. They sat nearby and played gently with him. But suddenly the willful child decided to go in a completely different direction from his parents. Resolutely turning around, he immediately stomped with his tiny little feet in a completely different direction. Just in that direction sat the kind gentleman Pang Jin-son, towards whom the little one stomped. He tenderly embraced the young lord of the valley in warm arms, and the little one joyfully jumped on gentleman Pang Jin-son as if on his own father. And he was clearly proud of himself that the young lord had chosen him after all, and not his parents. Of course, it was just an innocent childish prank. However, at that bitter moment, the fragile hearts of the parents were simply shattered to pieces by such an unexpected betrayal of their beloved child. It turned out that Pang Jin-son had heard that Dan Akson had recently started visiting the village much more often and was buying significantly more healing herbs. And although the stubborn boy tried to explain to the gentleman that it was none of his business, it was thanks to this valuable information that he managed to meet the young man. So he was sincerely grateful to fate for learning about this. After which he warmly invited Dan Akson to taste exquisite dishes with him, since cold food would no longer be so appetizing. And as soon as the boy began to dine, he expressed his deep concerns that in these troubled times one cannot be too careless. Now there is a deceptive calm in the world of martial arts. He told about a formidable villain, the legendary Great Bloody Fist. The powerful alliance of martial arts masters recently decided to eliminate him once and for all. But it seems, in reality, everything was quite different, judging by how desperately they are still trying to find out about him. Dan Akson was genuinely surprised that all these people so greatly frightened ordinary, peaceful townsfolk, and even the alliance trembled before them. He was extremely curious. What would be the reaction of kind Pangjin's son if he admitted that he was treating exactly these sinister masters? The young man thought that Pangjin's son would gladly help him, even putting aside all his urgent matters. After all, he was such a kind-hearted person. At that moment the man, having finished his long instructive monologue, seriously asked the young man to be extremely careful when visiting the dangerous village. However, at that moment he noticed that the young lord was somehow too pensive and detached. When he called him by name, he awkwardly surfaced from the depths of his anxious thoughts, politely thanking for the delightful food. He himself, in his troubled soul, firmly decided that for now he categorically could not mention his mysterious masters and patients. Although he felt some guilt before the kind man, he tried to justify himself by the fact that he did not actually tell a direct lie. By this time, the fierce Bomkv had already reached the harsh snowy mountains to meet the legendary tatatavtovlvt, and it seems that somewhere in the middle of this lifeless snowy desert, a fierce duel has begun between them. The mighty warrior desperately tried to warn this mad woman that he came with peaceful intentions, to offer her treatment. He could not understand why she decided to fiercely attack him instead of showing gratitude. However, she did not even think of attacking. For her, it would have been the greatest humiliation to fight a man like him. After that, the formidable warrior summoned her icy powers, and immediately several deadly sharp ice shards gathered above her proud head. She immediately threw them at the uninvited guest Bomkv. The mighty man needed all his animalistic agility and cunning to dodge all these furious attacks. But despite all his skill, one of the treacherous shards still hit him right in the face, leaving a small bloody cut on his noble forehead. The giant was quite enraged. After all, the mad Hua was clearly overdoing it, continuing to mercilessly attack him just like that. He dignifiedly suggested to the furious woman to simply talk first, like mature civilized people. And only at that moment did the cautious girl notice something astonishing. It seemed Bomkv was no longer driven mad by the cursed blood flowing through his veins. Then he calmly explained that he had found the legendary divine and demonic healer, and if the arrogant Hua had money, she could just as well be healed from her severe ailment. Soon the now calm warrior led her unexpected guest to her secluded residence, the Ice Palace, since her modest little house was located in the middle of these lifeless snowy lands. She was just leading her guest there to discuss everything thoroughly. But right before the entrance to the dwelling, she decided to finally find out. Did Bomkv really tell the truth and truly find the famous divine and demonic healer? The prudent man himself understood that, to be precise, he had found their worthy son, who inherited their wonderful healing techniques, but he did not say so. Therefore, he calmly implied that they were currently undergoing life-saving treatment from this skillful young man with Choak Ryan. Recalling the legendary Great Bloody Fist, the insightful woman decided to find out what had happened to her sworn brother and learned that he was cruelly wounded by the powerful alliance of martial arts masters. Moreover, Bomkv was extremely surprised that the arrogant woman, despite being older than the formidable Choak Ryan, still respectfully called him brother. It turned out that she called all handsome and worthy men brothers. But Bomkv simply considered him a stupid bald brute, so he was not honored with such respect. And while the insulted man himself was raging at such impudence, she authoritatively demanded that he clearly explain everything that had happened from the very beginning. After all, she was extremely curious to find out all the details. Bomkv was finally convinced. This treacherous witch was truly completely insane. However, he decided to endure a little for the sake of a noble cause, because he had to bring this mad woman to help the poor boy with household chores. In the end, he hurried to thoroughly explain everything that had happened to him from the very beginning. How the dying Choak Ryan got to Denak's son, and how he himself later set out to cure his cursed ailment. Soon these two strange companions found themselves in Harbin, the noisy capital of the Black Dragon River province. They headed specifically to the famous Black Dragon trading house, and at first nothing foretold the coming troubles. However, soon the entire roof of the majestic building began to rapidly freeze right in the middle of the scorching summer, after which all the visitors panicked and ran out, not understanding why the suddenly luxurious building began to be covered with ominous ice. At that moment, an enraged lady was raging inside, while the mighty Bomkv watched her with calm curiosity. In the corner of the spacious room, the trading company administrator, terrified to death, tried with a trembling voice to explain to the formidable lady that, to his greatest regret, he could not accept the document she handed him. Moreover, they were not personally responsible for her money, so she needed to go to the former owner of the trading house. He, chattering his teeth from the cold, made it clear that when they took office legally, they personally paid off all the old debts. He even showed her the official contract for the transfer of the trading house. They had fully paid the impressive sum that the woman had once invested in this thriving enterprise. Having accepted this important document, BOMKV decided to find out where the mysterious former owner was hiding. It turned out the trickster had moved closer to the far border, although the current owner did not really know the details. Unfolding the yellowed letter, BOMKV immediately tried to find out what year this ancient paper was from. It turned out the contract was drawn up in the second year of the reign of Honye, which meant about 50 years ago. BOMKV could not believe that this crazy woman had seriously come here for the money invested half a century ago, and at the same time considered him a complete fool. However, the furious lady only authoritatively ordered BOMKV to shut up immediately. After that, she rummaged through her silk sleeves and pulled out an elegant hairpin made of precious jade. Showing it to the trembling gentleman of the trading company, he immediately recognized the rare Kunlun jade, and his eyes literally shone with such otherworldly beauty. And when he learned that the noblewoman wanted to sell it to him, his gaze filled with an even greater greedy gleam. Carefully examining the priceless relic, he indicated that he could buy it for an impressive 10,000 silver coins. Of course, in the capital they could sell it for 20,000, but they also needed to make a decent profit, which was quite difficult in these times. BOMKV could not believe that for some hairpin one could get a whole fortune of 10,000 silver. And the haughty lady was extremely furious that such a hopeless fool would never understand the true value of this treasure. In the end, taking the jingling money, they set off on a long journey. BOMKV warned the proud Han Sol-hu that her full recovery would take a lot of precious time. Therefore, she would need at least 50,000 silver coins, and he wanted to know where she would get the remaining impressive sum. However, she only maliciously ordered the persistent man to mind his own business. She would handle the money herself. At least, to begin with, she needed to carefully check whether BOMKV was telling her the truth or shamelessly lying. BOMKV was not at all surprised by such unbearable behavior, for he knew perfectly well that she was quite an ancient witch. However, looking at the departing haughty lady, even he wondered with curiosity, how old was this mysterious woman really? Somewhere at the same time, the head of the search group from the mighty Alliance of Masters was resting at home with annoyance, continuing to agonize over when these endless searches for the elusive Choak Ryan would finally end. Their exhausted people were already extremely worn out. They called it an honorable exile. And although formally it was not so, practically it was the same as a demotion. So he was eager to achieve a brilliant success as soon as possible, one that the entire alliance of martial arts masters would recognize. Only then would they be able to get out of this cursed backwater. And at that moment, the concerned man began carefully reading an urgent note brought by a swift-winged raven. However, for some reason, what he saw there infuriated him greatly. Immediately jumping up from his seat, he struck the massive table with a loud crack. All this was because of that cursed healer who so boldly defended Denok's son. He could not understand what was so special about that boy that the head of the alliance himself sent him a personal warning. All his other loyal subordinates also began to wonder confusedly what had so enraged their commander. He calmly made it clear to his subordinates. Mei Rip, from the sinister faction Jan Yan, had escaped. He was seriously wounded, and finding him would not be difficult for experienced warriors. However, the subordinates still stood frozen in place, not moving an inch. This greatly enraged their formidable leader, who was literally restraining himself from exploding and killing anyone in a fit of rage. Ordering his subordinates to immediately set out in search of the fugitive criminal, he immediately watched as all of them, frightened by his anger, hastily scattered around the district, carrying out their master's order. He himself, in anxious solitude, decided first of all to solve the most important problem. After all, he could not allow the powerful alliance to be completely disappointed in him. At that time, Dan Ok-san was hurriedly running through the narrow streets of the village. He had been searching for rare medicinal herbs all day and again did not notice that dusk had fallen. He desperately wanted to hurry, as he perfectly understood. Even if he went home right now, he would return deep into the night. After that, in order to get there faster, he decided to shorten the way through the shady courtyards of the village. However, unexpectedly, while he was running hurriedly, the young man heard some strange and ominous sound. Therefore, the cautious boy stopped, as if rooted to the spot, and began to look around warily, because he definitely heard something. It was definitely not an auditory illusion. And when he cautiously went around the corner, he saw a horrifying sight. A man who was barely breathing and was covered in bloody wounds. Due to heavy blood loss, he was on the verge of death. Obviously frightened, Dan Ok-san immediately rushed to help him, immediately beginning to examine the injured man to understand how he could help him. He saw that the bleeding of the unfortunate man was truly threatening, and the dying man himself weakly asked the boy simply to leave and leave him alone in this trouble. The boy immediately took out his precious needles, understanding that he had to help this poor man right now, otherwise he might breathe his last. However, at this fateful moment, someone grabbed Dan Aksun by the hand with an iron grip. It was the very same ruthless leader of the search squad. He was burning with rage when he saw the very boy because of whom he was so humiliatingly reprimanded. Dan Aksun himself had no idea who these sinister people were and why they so heartlessly interfered in other people's affairs. However, at that moment, the enraged man, intercepting the boy with his other hand, drew his sharp blade. With this merciless blade, he cruelly struck the dying man's shoulder, driving the blade deep into the torn body. The boy desperately screamed, not understanding what these bloodthirsty madmen were doing to a living person. However, the warrior, enraged to the limit, sternly demanded that Dan Aksun immediately confess what connected him to this criminal. And then the young healer realized with horror. He had met a cold-blooded killer who takes other people's lives without the slightest remorse. He needed to carefully watch every word, otherwise everything would end badly. Moreover, he definitely must not mention the masters he secretly helped. Therefore, he feverishly tried to come up with at least some excuse. At that moment, the cunning man understood. If he did everything right, he could even catch Pang Jin-sun on the hook. Even the masters of the Alliance of Martial Arts treated this influential man with the deepest respect. And if he skillfully takes advantage of the situation, he can significantly strengthen his shaken authority. Therefore, the captain authoritatively ordered the boy to answer what kind of relationship they had, and whether he knows what severe punishment awaits those who help sworn enemies. After which he smiled ominously, expecting the boy to confess everything at any moment. However, when the boy stubbornly continued to remain silent, the sadist simply continued to cut this unfortunate man, understanding that soon the victim would definitely give him everything. The scarlet blood of this ill-fated man splattered in all directions, even hitting the boy's pale face and frightened eyes. Just at this tragic moment, the mighty ManhwaCapped together with the formidable Han Sol-hwa finally arrived at the boy's paradise corner, and Cho Ak-ryang only angrily scolded ManhwaCapped, who was calling the youth so deafeningly loud that it seemed everyone in the vicinity would soon know where they were hiding. After which the mighty man, as if nothing had happened, politely greeted the legendary Ice Jade, and Han Sol-hwa gracefully apologized for being late from the road, and decided to ask her comrade where the young healer was. Cho Ak-ryang calmly explained that the boy had gone to the village for rare medicinal herbs. ManhwaCapped was extremely worried that he had let the boy go alone. After all, he could encounter fierce wild animals, and the repellent herbs he took with him might not help against real predators. Moreover, he reminded that the boy was still a child. He could even stumble and fall in the pitch darkness on the way. If the healer got injured, then Cho Ak-ryang must take full responsibility. The giant scolded his comrade. After all, while ManhwaCapped was not nearby, Cho Ak-ryang had to be responsible for the boy's safety. It seemed obvious to him. And indeed, Cho Ak-ryang felt acute guilt. He should have disguised himself and gone with the boy. At that moment, the haughty lady wandering around noticed with disgust that there was real chaos and neglect on the territory. ManhwaCapped calmly explained that she would have to get used to it. Now she would live here with them. However, the proud woman declared that she could not exist in such horrifying filth. After all, even a healthy person could catch some disgusting infection here. Therefore, she immediately went into the house to find cleaning supplies and clean thoroughly. Cho Ak-ryang was clearly pleased with himself, as he had expected roughly such a reaction from her. Even ManhwaCapped was amazed that Cho Ak-ryang knew so precisely about the fastidious cleanliness of Han Sol-hwa. After the young healer left, Cho Ak-ryang understood. The boy never stayed so long as to miss preparing dinner. This was extremely uncharacteristic for the diligent youth. They could only pray that the boy was completely safe. At that moment, the events shift to the sinister tavern Blue Flower. The ruthless man took the boy with him and listened to his desperate story that he was passing exactly through the alley where the bleeding wounded man was hiding. Hearing the death moan, he found him. The young man solemnly asserted that it was a pure accident. However, the experienced master from the formidable alliance could not believe it, and the boy was extremely angry, not understanding how many more times he would have to answer the same damned questions. But at that moment, the ruthless man grabbed him by the hair with an iron grip, roughly lifting his head. He explained to the boy in an icy tone that when adults ask questions, he simply must obediently answer them, and that's it. To which the brave Dan Aksun had the audacity to sarcastically remark that the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters was truly just and honest. These caustic words greatly enraged the cruel warrior. He immediately drew his deadly knife, pressing it to the youth's throat, and gave him one last stern warning. He better just obediently answer all the questions, after which he inflicted a warning bloody cut on the boy's neck. However, the boy stated with astonishing calm that he had already said everything he knew, And if the man asked him the same thing again, the answer would be exactly the same. The enraged captain immediately decided to slit the throat of this insolent brat, knowing that no one could help him in this cursed place. However, at that tense moment, the deputy captain cautiously knocked on the door. He reported that messengers from the famous Jinsen healing house had arrived. Moreover, he claimed that the influential Pang Jin's son himself had visited them personally. The captain was well aware. Since Pang Jin's son had come to them personally, he was surely extremely worried about this boy. At that moment, Den Ok-san desperately ordered them not to dare involve the nobleman in their bloody disputes. After all, he was completely uninvolved here. Looking at the boy's sincere concern for the protector, the captain only grinned predatory. Den Ok-san immediately felt something sinister lurking in that creepy smile. And at that moment he realized with horror. From the very beginning they had planned to lure the honorable Mr. Pang Jin's son here! But at that moment the treacherous man struck the boy hard on the neck, causing his mind to cloud. Finally, he only coldly warned that children should not interfere in such dangerous matters. Adults would handle it without his help. At that moment, somewhere in the dense forest, a desperate man was running, gasping for breath. He understood. He had only about 15 precious minutes left, and he desperately hoped to make it. Not long ago, he was peacefully drinking with his loyal men, realizing that they would hardly ever be able to relax so carelessly again. Therefore, he decided to treat them generously. This man was a respected faction leader, and everyone was amazed by the generosity of their elder brother. After that, they began to praise the man, for he was not only generous, but also masterfully skilled in martial arts, deserving sincere respect. They also, in their drunken state, began dreamily discussing whether to leave these dangerous affairs and go to the great summit. He really liked this tempting idea. But suddenly the formidable ManhwaCapped burst into these carefree drinkers. He immediately noticed how this bunch of notorious scoundrels was having fun. Of course, no one understood who this threatening man was, and they couldn't figure out how he dared to come here. However, in literally a moment, he moved behind the stunned leader. The latter didn't even notice how the giant appeared nearby. So everyone immediately realized ManhwaCapped was a true master of martial arts. Then the trembling man decided to find out who had sent ManhwaCapped after his head. However, he coldly made it clear that he acted on his own. Moreover, he had a special offer precisely for such desperate guys. He sincerely hoped they would not refuse him a favor. And he used the sacred fire hidden in his mighty body to properly scare this gang. They needed to find out everything that happened today in the village concerning a child named Den Ok-san. They had only 1 hour for everything. Otherwise, they would all die a painful death. At that moment, the out-of-breath man finally ran into the yard to report important news. They found the boy, and he is in the tavern Blue Flower. At that time, the captain was already calmly seated behind the massive table, thoughtfully pondering something. The captain's deputy respectfully reported that the influential Pang Jin's son had come to them here on horseback, and that meant he would arrive at the sinister tavern very soon. Therefore, the captain could only guess what was so special about this young lad, that even Pang Jin's son himself deigned to intervene for him. Soon muffled footsteps were heard, and the guards assumed that the long-awaited master had come to them. However, when the gates swung wide open, before their eyes stood a man in scarlet robes. Immediately, the air was filled with such a powerful murderous intent that the blood of those present froze in their veins. The captain's deputy promptly decided that this warrior had arrived accompanied by Pang Jin's son, so he ordered him not to delay and to bring in his lord, after which he dared to touch the stranger's shoulder with his palm. However, the latter calmly pushed his hand away with a single finger, but applied such force that it seemed all the bones were ready to break at once. The captain could not believe his own eyes that Pang Jin's son had sent such a powerful man to them. This warrior was too strong even for an ordinary mercenary. Suddenly, sinister suspicions pierced the commander's mind sharper than a dagger. Only then did he realize with horror that before him might stand the great bloody fist himself. The stranger only sneered predatory. The captain so passionately desired to catch the legendary villain that he instantly recognized who stood before him. At that very moment, the commander shouted thunderously to his men about the arrival of Choak Ryan, and ordered all squads to immediately unite. But at that very second, behind the bloody fist appeared another man, carrying in his mighty daggers the lifeless body of one of the fighters. The other warriors only plaintively called for the rescue of their leader. But in the next moment, ManhwaCapped crushed their heads with his bare hands, like ripe fruits. The captain finally realized with all his being that the mad lord of the mountain himself had come to them. The formidable warrior immediately cast a stern gaze over the situation and saw Den Ok-san resting on the bed. The enraged giant instantly understood that this was the work of the cursed captain. He dared to touch their healer. The commander trembled with horror like a leaf in the autumn wind, unable to comprehend why these two were so powerful. They were true monsters, and he did not know how to fight such creatures. But despite the heart-wrenching fear, the brave young man still rushed into battle, hoping to kill at least one enemy before his own demise. However, the bloody fist did not even bother to dirty his hands on him. He only raised a palm blazing with fire. And as a result, windows throughout the entire inn flew out from the monstrous power of the explosion created by the formidable master. Soon everyone was already crowding near the Blue Lagoon, watching as the inn was devoured by scarlet tongues of flame. Nearby, the very mercenary who had been intimidated by the Mad Lord was watching this spectacle. He clearly saw that only ordinary people were running out of the burning building, not a single warrior from the extermination squad. It was logical that they all perished in the flames of hell. Considering such a terrible tragedy, the poor fellow had no idea how the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters would act. He even intended from the very beginning to visit them and tell everything. Otherwise, he was simply doomed to death. However, that demon ordered him to wait. And when the frightened man turned around, he saw that Bom KV was already looming behind him like the shadow of death. The formidable giant clearly saw that the cowardly mercenary wanted to escape, but did not dare to prevent him. He fell prostrate, explaining in a trembling voice that he had fulfilled the promise given to him. Then the bloody fist himself appeared, amazed that the mercenary turned out to be such a brave fellow. But the poor guy instantly lost consciousness from unbearable horror. Quickly bringing the poor man to his senses, Cho Ak-riang strictly ordered him to forget everything that happened today. And the Mad Lord explained that those scoundrels died because they dared to harm their healer, Den Ak-sun. And if the young healer gets even one more scratch, this very trembling coward will be responsible. The formidable man also warned that from now on, the mercenary would become a loyal dog. If he desires, he will be fed. If he gets bored, he will be entertained. And if he gets tired, he will be given all kinds of help. If Den Ak-sun wishes to spend time with a woman and there is no one nearby, then he will even become a woman. After which, by Cho Ak-riang's command, the Mad Lord calmly departed, reminding the unfortunate mercenary that now his life depended solely on his mercy. And the poor fellow simply wept from unbearable horror, still not understanding whether he should forget everything that had happened or still protect this boy. Soon, by dawn itself, they reached the house and laid the boy down to rest. When the youth awoke, he completely failed to comprehend how he had ended up back in his chambers. First of all, he saw the worried Bom KV near him, and Cho Ak-riang had just entered the room. They decided to find out how the boy was feeling and whether he was in any pain. However, he could not understand how these two had managed to bring him home. The Alliance of Martial Arts Masters was searching for them. They would not have let villains go just like that. However, the bloody fist hastened to explain that they, as adults, had simply come to talk. Nothing terrible had happened. But Den Ak-sun, though a child, was neither naive nor foolish. Therefore, he did not heed their stories. But the lady Han Sol-hwa, who unexpectedly entered the chambers, made it clear that she was the one who had spoken with those warriors who threatened him. Unlike the formidable masters, she was not a cruel warrior. The youth immediately realized that this woman was surely the very new patient about whom Bom KV and Cho Ak-riang had told him. After that, he politely greeted the lady. However, the woman only asked that the boy henceforth call her aunt. The boy realized that the voices echoing in his head were a sound transmission technique. His parents had once told him about this art, which martial arts masters use for secret negotiations. Therefore, he quickly understood that the aunt possessed great wisdom. Bom KV saw nothing special in the sound transmission technique, and Cho Ak-riang thought that if he restored his inner energy, he could also use this art. Meanwhile, the youth apologized to his aunt for yesterday's troubles and asked permission to wash and prepare for the examination of her condition. As soon as he received permission, he immediately hurried out of the room to put himself in proper order. Everyone was amazed. The young man was strong in spirit. All the trials that befell him were an unbearable burden for a child's nature. Han Sol-hwa found it hard to believe that the boy truly inherited the healing techniques of the divine and demonic healers. But obviously, since Cho Ak-riang and Bom KV showed such submission, it meant that everything was by no means simple. After that, she addressed the two idle warriors, ordering them to build her new chambers. The Mad Lord did not understand why he suddenly had to obey her orders. He thought the old woman had already lost her mind in her advanced age. However, she threatened that if they did not listen to her, she would tell everyone about their deeds last night, and that the whole village was soaked with the smell of blood after their visit. In the end, both immediately left to carry out her command, and the lady was amazed that they did not even thank her for covering for them. After that, she used the frosty wind to cleanse the room of the accumulated dust. Then, when Den Ak-sun was ready, she secluded herself with him in the infirmary. The youth began to check her energy and meridians. When he laid his palms on her wrists, everything around shone with a golden light. However, the young man immediately made it clear that he could not even believe what he felt. It was not that the woman simply did not want to speak, she simply could not do so. He also warned that the treatment, if it could be called that, would take more than 1 day. However, he immediately made it clear that he could guarantee nothing. It was the first time he had encountered such symptoms. Han Sol-hwa only understood that if divine and demonic healers were here, they would have told her the same thing. She had not hoped much from the start. But unexpectedly, the youth indicated that he could partially restore her voice. Although it was not a complete healing, it was something he could accomplish right now. However, Han Sol-hwa obviously could not believe such bold claims from the young man that she would still regain the gift of speech. The youth explained with a gentle smile that he could not heal her instantly, but would gradually restore her health. Of course, this could not be called a full recovery. He needed to stop the sinister flow of cold energy that streamed from her meridians like an icy current, and then stimulate the throat and muscles to awaken them from their centuries-old sleep. After that, he took out his set of the finest acupuncture needles, which shone like silver threads of fate. The healer slowly inserted the needles into the main points on the lady's arms. With that, the acupuncture was completed. He asked the woman to try to pronounce at least one letter, imagining how she slowly inhales the life-giving air, and then exhales the stagnant darkness. When the woman parted her lips, the sound resembled more the scraping of metal on stone than a human voice. But Dan Akson still encouragingly praised her, asking her to continue in the same spirit, as if nurturing a tender sprout. In the end, while he continued to work magic on her body with silver needles, she persistently labored on restoring speech. And at the moment when all the needles were removed from her flesh, the lady finally managed to pronounce the letter A, after which she looked at the young master with disbelief, not believing that she had produced the sound with her own lips. Moreover, only later did she notice that this question also came from her throat. Truly a strange sensation for one who had not heard her own voice for an immeasurably long time. At that moment, Dan Akson asked the lady to lie down on the bed for a more detailed examination. He continued to palpate her throat with skillful fingers, ordering her not to open her mouth or move. And even if she felt something strange, she should not worry. For although Lords Choak Ryang and Bomkawi felt nothing, for some this procedure might seem ticklish. And indeed, when the youth began the examination, Han Sol-hwa felt light touches on her skin. However, soon from this examination, she felt as if she had ascended to the paradisiacal groves of bliss. At that moment, while the boy continued his examination, the lady suddenly spoke. She recognized the technique path to non-existence used by Den Akson, but had no idea how he learned it, considering he was not skilled in martial arts. The young healer had to explain to the wise lady, if you trace the winding history of the development of medical skills, you can notice their close connection with martial arts. For example, how the great Huatuo created the needles of the 5 sacred beasts. There are many methods of refining internal energy and countless training techniques, but the basic principles in the world of martial arts and healing are similar, like close brothers. In Taoism there were many branches, but the main philosophy that permeates them all is one: the pursuit of immortality and ascension. Most of the currently existing Taoist sects belong to the path of spiritual refinement. Their followers created miraculous elixirs through alchemy. Moreover, Den Akson felt that Han Sol-hwa had begun training the path to non-existence a very long time ago. The only problem was that her spirit remained unstable. It seemed she hastily moved on to the next stage without completing the previous one, and therefore lost the ability to express emotions and taste. Her muscles and nerves were as if frozen in time, like ancient statues. Immediately jumping up, the excited woman decided to find out if the young master could fix the sad situation. The boy thought that after deeper study, healing was still possible, although it would require considerable time. Besides, something else troubled him. Han Sol-hwa asked the boy to speak everything as it was, not hiding the bitter truth. It turned out that after treatment, aging would resume, for the flow of time would again touch her body with its relentless hand. However, she herself desired this. She wanted to grow old like all mortals around. Den Akson was amazed by such a confession, as he believed that women strive to preserve their beauty as long as possible. Even his mother aspired to this. Han Sol-hwa had to explain that her life was by no means easy, and if he could free her from this endless vicious circle, she would be grateful to him until the end of her days. However, Den Akson, wise beyond his years, understood. He was simply doing what a true healer must do. Moreover, since Han Sol-hwa agreed to help him with the household, he himself should be grateful. After this, the two of them with the lady went to the village to buy a few things. The youth was grateful that the wise woman agreed to accompany him, and she had no urgent matters. She was only glad to have the opportunity to help. Moreover, Den Akson noticed with surprise that recently Masters Bomkewi and Choak Ryang had become unusually diligent in serving him. He even thought that they were slightly afraid of him, but the young man considered that perhaps the problem lay only in his overactive imagination. At that moment, simple peasants, looking at the stranger, could not believe that a woman could be so beautiful, like a heavenly flower that had blossomed in their humble village. They immediately respectfully stepped aside, giving way to the beauty. Den Akson was struck. Despite the whole crowd of people, only thanks to the otherworldly beauty of the lady could they pass freely, just as sea waves part before a ship. However, suddenly a young man in green clothes ran up to them at full speed. He immediately fell to his knees, and those around were amazed at the young merchant's courage. Without saying a word, he presented the boy with a bundle of delicacies. He bowed and hurried to explain that he had begun his duties. After that, he asked the young master to accept this food and to visit them more often for treats. And without explaining anything, he simply ran away like the wind. Dan Akson shook his head in confusion. It was the first time he had seen someone just approach and give food. Han Solhua pretended not to understand what was going on. But in fact, she noticed out of the corner of her eye around the corner of the house the very mercenary whom Bomkavi had strictly ordered to protect the boy. Soon the boy was already walking with a full bag of all kinds of treats, meat, juicy fruits, fragrant kebabs. Therefore, he just laughed cheerfully, suggesting that perhaps many new establishments had opened in the village today. At that moment, another merchant approached him, offering the young master a treat. After all, he had just opened a new shop selling fried flatbreads on a stick. The boy immediately thanked the kind man and promised to definitely pay for everything next time, and also inquired about the location of his shop. However, without answering anything, the merchant just cheerfully ran away, wishing the young man a pleasant appetite, like a kind spirit. Consol Hua reasoned that the locals were apparently very friendly to Den Akson, judging by such a warm reception. However, the boy honestly admitted that he had not noticed such hospitality before. After that, he asked his aunt to hold his bag so he could quickly visit an important place. At that moment, the mercenary leader decided to check with his assistant that he had delivered everything to Den Akson as agreed. As it turned out, he ordered the people to give the boy only the best and finest. The man still trembled, recalling the stern words of the Mad Lord. He reminded him that everything concerning the healer in this village was now under his responsibility. And again he was ready to burst into tears, not understanding how he had fallen into such a trap of fate. Meanwhile, the young man entered the potion shop, where the owner was just waiting for his arrival. It turned out that the head of the infirmary, Pang Jin Son, had given him something important, and also asked that Den Akson not appear in the village until everything calmed down. Last night at the tavern Blue Lotus, where the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters had stayed, a terrible fire broke out. There was real chaos there, as if all the demons of hell had broken free. No one could believe such a monstrous news. The great squad for the destruction of evil from the powerful alliance of martial arts masters vanished without a trace in the devilish flames, as if dissolved in hellfire. The merchant, with a trembling voice, told that several overturned wine jugs were found in the ashes. It seemed the valiant warriors were so drunk on the intoxicating fumes that they could not escape the merciless fire that consumed their souls. However, to great fortune, only they were in the ill-fated tavern. Otherwise, the tragedy would have turned into a much larger disaster capable of shaking the foundations of the entire martial arts world. For this reason, even the venerable head of the infirmary, Pang Jin Seong, would not have been able to avoid mortal danger if he had not been late for the fateful meeting by the will of the heavens. As it became known, after the wise master Pang Jin Seong settled all matters, he conveyed the news that they would soon visit the valley personally. Currently, the situation in the village was by no means calm after yesterday's bloody events that shook the area like an earthquake. Therefore, it was better for the young healer to wait out this troubled time in the safe valley, away from curious eyes and malicious tongues. And Den Akseong bowed gratefully, sincerely thanking the good man for the valuable information. After all, he only remembered the events up to that fateful moment when consciousness left his mortal body. Now he began to understand the mystery. How he ended up in the sacred valley of divine and demonic healers. Only thanks to the revelations of this honest merchant did all the vague circumstances become clear in his mind. For when he asked about this from the formidable lords Bom Kewi and Choak Ryan, they only carelessly said that they found him by chance, and immediately hastily changed the subject, as if hiding some secret. The boy's pensiveness at that moment was noticed by the head of the medical shop himself. He decided to delight the young master with the wonderful news that the merchants had delivered that very 200-year-old ginseng. The youth immediately decided to take the precious remedy, finding out the condition of the root and how many silver coins it cost. Soon the boy was already returning home, carefully holding in his trembling hands the priceless treasury of nature, which he could not tire of admiring. Noticing his genuine happiness and eyes shining with delight, Han Solhua inquired about the reason for such enthusiasm. The young man eagerly began to explain to the wise ant that these miraculous herbs would incredibly help him in healing the patient. The woman herself thought that the youth was overly confident and reckless. She could not even imagine that he would spend all 10,000 silver coins on this one herb. Immediately, the young man was terrified to the core, for although he had spent all his accumulated wealth, he completely forgot how much more he still had to buy for the household. Now he scratched his head in bewilderment, not knowing what to do next. After all, he was so delighted with the precious acquisition that he completely forgot about everything else in the world, like a child before sweets. Han Solhua barely contained laughter ready to burst out, for she recalled a wise phrase. He who has known true wisdom sometimes seems the greatest fool. This saying perfectly described the simple-hearted boy. She at least tried to comfort the upset child by saying that considering the incredible amount of dishes presented to them today by kind people, they would be able to eat their fill. Truly, this was the real luck sent from the heavens. At this moment, the events moved to the sacred valley of the divine and demonic healer. There, under the roaring waterfall whose streams fell like heavenly tears, Choak Ryang tried to comprehend the fateful circumstances, how the healer got into a deadly predicament. The bloody fist felt a heavy guilt for dragging the innocent lad into a dangerous scrape with the formidable alliance of martial arts masters. In this cruel and merciless world, those left completely alone must be able to defend themselves from all misfortunes. Therefore, he decided at all costs to teach the boy the art of combat techniques so that he could stand up for himself. Soon, the healer himself found himself within his native walls and set the kettle to boil on a cheerful fire. He also patiently fanned the flame so that the temperature was even, like a true master of his craft. But suddenly he was called by the worried Han Solhua. Therefore, the boy immediately hurried to find out what had happened. After all, a wise ant would not trouble him for no reason. At this moment, in the courtyard, two men fiercely argued about who should better teach Denak-san the martial wisdom. Choak Ryang categorically believed that if this important task was entrusted to Bom Kwi, he would surely turn their precious healer eunuch into a crude brute with his rough methods. Han Solhua hastened to explain to the puzzled lad that these two could not decide who would instruct the boy in the art of combat. Even she felt sickened by their hopeless stubbornness, like watching two rams butting heads. At that very moment, the warriors decided to find out from the boy himself which martial art he longed to learn. Choak Ryan confidently believed that the youth would definitely choose him, for it was no coincidence that he was among the top 5 strongest martial arts masters in the entire world. Bom Kwi was firmly convinced that the boy would choose his mentorship. Then he could teach the youth his unique flying technique, and he would be able to soar through the skies like a free bird, slicing through the clouds. Of course, Dan Akson tactfully reminded these two hot disputants that natural talent is extremely important in martial arts. And the wise also say that one must learn the warrior's wisdom from the earliest childhood, while the bones are soft and the mind is pliable. For this reason, both husbands immediately rushed to him headlong to thoroughly check his physical condition and asked for permission to examine him more closely, like traders appraising a thoroughbred stallion. Choak Ryan began to feel the boy all over with skillful hands, after which he decided to direct his own true energy at him, which he had accumulated in his mighty body for many years. Dan Akson only watched, mesmerized, as the master's palms shone with golden light, and then decided to ask Choak Ryan what such a state of his nature meant. However, the formidable man only frowned somewhat sadly and warily, for it was indeed rather late for the boy to begin learning the martial arts. Even Bom Kwi did not understand what exactly went wrong in this inspection. Therefore, Choak Ryanu had to explain with a heavy heart that the boy would find it difficult to learn the highest level martial arts. It turned out that the young healer completely lacked an innate talent for martial wisdom, for the bloody fist simply did not perceive him when checking the boy's internal energy. However, he tried to console the saddened youth, for there was an ancient saying, "Even small ants can dig mountains with their persistence." Let Dan Akson was not a born martial arts master, but this could be achieved through his own tireless efforts, of course, provided that he studies diligently and devotedly day and night. Even Bloody Fist himself showed no special promise of a great future in his youth, so Dan Akson could confidently trust his experienced mentorship. Of course, Dan Akson was extremely astonished to learn that the formidable man also had no natural gift. That is precisely why Choak Ryang believed that the boy should be trained exclusively under his wise guidance. After all, being born without talent, he still became the greatest master under the heavens. Therefore, he knew how to reach such heights like no one else in this world. Han Solhai felt that his passionate tales sounded overly doubtful and unconvincing. It seemed the man talked too much and sounded desperate, like a merchant praising rotten goods. Therefore, she herself placed her experienced palms on the boy's body to personally check the state of his internal energy. However, at that moment, she felt something that could not be ignored. Therefore, she immediately and authoritatively declared to the astonished men that from now on, this child belonged exclusively to her and no one else. Cho Ak-ryang was seriously enraged, as the woman had previously categorically refused to participate in such nonsense, as she put it. However, now she simply could not give them such a rare talent in martial arts. Her conscience as a master of martial wisdom would not allow it. Bom Kivi was even more outraged than before, because just now the Bloody Fist claimed that the boy completely lacked talent, which meant he blatantly lied to cunningly get the youth as his disciple. In the end, Choak Ryang only coughed apologetically, feeling awkward about his mistake. Therefore, he decided to go back to the very beginning and allow Denak-san to personally decide which of the three he would choose as his mentor. Although the Mad Lord very much wanted to exclude Choak Ryang from this list for his blatant lie. He believed that the Bloody Fist should be kicked out of this teacher race because he had brazenly deceived them all. He also longed to disgracefully expel the witch. And when the woman coldly and curiously asked the reason for such a harsh judgment, he immediately reminded her that she initially did not want to teach the boy martial wisdom at all. However, the wise lady calmly made it clear that giving them a child with such phenomenal talent would be simply irresponsible on her part. The conscience of a true martial arts master would not tolerate such sacrilege. But Bom KV only became even more enraged. However, the woman only glanced contemptuously towards the Mad Lord, making it clear. If he so passionately desires to take Denak-san as a disciple, he must take him by force from her tenacious hands. No one could believe that the wise lady herself proposed to arrange a real fight. This way they could quickly find out who truly rules, and the winner would rightfully become the sole teacher of Denak-san by the power of the strong. The Bloody Fist delicately suggested to these hot-tempered comrades to simply compare their techniques peacefully without bloodshed. However, both masters only grumbled, reminding him that he was already out of the race, and in general, liars were not given the floor in principle. Denak-san could not believe that he actually had a talent for martial arts. Therefore, Choak Ryang had to reveal the truth. Such a rare physique as the youth's was incredibly rare in the Underheaven. Han Sol-hwa hastened to explain to the astonished men. His front median and rear median meridians, and even the mysterious path of life and death were already fully opened. The 8 extraordinary and 12 main meridians were also excellently developed, like those of an ancient master. The lady herself was extremely curious about how Denak-san could have reached such an incredible level completely on his own, without mentors. It turned out the young healer somewhat suspected the secret solution. His meridians were opened even before birth. His wise mother took various miraculous elixirs during pregnancy. Immediately after birth, he underwent a special purification ritual, and in childhood drank even more magical potions. His parents often applied skillful acupuncture to maintain his health in perfect condition. And in the end, everyone realized the astonishing truth. Divine and demonic healers literally nurtured the greatest talent of a martial arts master unknowingly. However, Denak-san was incredibly sad that he had to choose only one master out of 3 worthy ones as his mentor. Therefore, Choak Ryang had to patiently explain. All their techniques were unique and incompatible. The youth could not learn everything at once without harm to his development. In the end, embarrassed by such close attention, the youth briefly pondered deeply, weighing all the circumstances. And then he made an unexpected decision that shocked everyone to the core. He did not choose any of the 3 renowned masters. Of course, everyone was extremely surprised that such a phenomenal talent immediately refused 3 powerful mentors. But the youth calmly and wisely explained, if he became a disciple of only one of them, the other 2 would be hurt to tears. He did not want to cause pain to the kind people who cared for him. Therefore, he suggested living in peace and harmony, leaving everything as it was, so as not to disrupt the established friendship. Soon evening came, but the venerable masters did not leave their places. The events that had occurred tormented their souls with unceasing anxiety. They fully realized that at such a pace the young man would simply waste his precious talent. Choak Ryan painfully pondered whether they could persuade the young healer, while Han Sol-hwa felt burning curiosity. Was it really necessary for a gifted youth to become someone's specific disciple? After all, she was eager to teach him herself. Her question so amazed Choak Ryan that the noble warrior thought, the woman had completely lost her mind by deciding to pass on her sacred martial arts to the youth. Even if the boy was not her direct disciple, the noble lady saw nothing reprehensible in this, since it was up to her to decide to whom to entrust her secret techniques. Bom KV completely agreed with her. He believed that the healer did not have to choose a single mentor from all 3. Cho Ak Ryan was deeply shocked that even his comrade took such an outrageous side. Apparently, the man should have felt ashamed before his own master. However, even Bom KV's mentor wished for the disciple to master martial arts perfectly, so he would not be against him teaching the healer Den Akson all the wisdom. Moreover, Hansol Hua coldly reminded the boiling Cho Ak Ryan that he himself considered the youth his greatest benefactor, and therefore some martial arts could not compare to his feat. But stubborn Cho Ak Ryan still reminded that martial arts were literally his whole life. To which the imperturbable Han Sol Hua mercilessly reminded the proud man who exactly had saved that precious life for him. Immediately the formidable warrior stopped mid-sentence, for indeed, despite all his martial arts, if not for Dan Akson, he would have long since gone to his ancestors. But the stubborn master still shouted discontentedly, realizing that it was still wrong to act that way. Finally morning came, and waking at dawn, the young healer set the table for his patients. He also placed the healing herbs and asked them to chew them thoroughly so that the remedy would be absorbed in the best possible way. At that moment, everyone calmly ate food, long accustomed to the bitter taste of medicinal herbs. For some reason, Cho Ak Ryan felt a special enthusiasm, who previously did not like this food because of the bitterness of the medicinal plants. And at that very moment, the young healer was delicately feeling the warrior's body to understand if everything was all right. However, he immediately began scolding the man who was overexerting himself in his training, even though his internal energy had not yet fully recovered. He made it clear that now a warrior can only independently control his energy, but is not able to use it to its full power. However, at that moment, Cho Ak Ryang swiftly covered the boy's mouth, while the other two masters immediately jumped up, realizing that Cho Ak Ryang was using energy. As a result of the misunderstanding, the embarrassed man hurried to apologize to his comrades. It turned out that yesterday he had transferred his firstborn infinite energy to the healer Den Akson, and as they assumed, the young man received it in a special way, so now he just needed to continue mastering his martial arts. But at that moment, the nobleman encountered some misunderstanding in the expressions on the faces of these two, and immediately this prompted him to the most sinister thoughts. Therefore, instantly turning to the youth, he decided to find out. Had these two masters come to him last night? It turned out that first his aunt came to him, then Cho Ak Ryang visited, and only after that Bomkevi came to him, passing on his energy. And obviously, Cho Ak Ryang was furious, believing that these brainless fools had completely lost their minds and wanted to ruin the young man since they disturbed the balance of his energy. A fierce fight almost broke out between them, so Den Akson hastily asked them not to quarrel and made it clear that he still did not have enough internal energy, so nothing terrible would happen to him. And now, knowing the techniques of internal cultivation, he could better assess their physical condition, which would even help with healing. Cho Ak Ryang still asked him not to use these techniques simultaneously, otherwise his meridians would intertwine in a destructive way. However, the young healer reminded them that he was still a doctor and would not do anything harmful to his body. Moreover, what was much more important, he had an excellent idea: to study all the martial arts at once. As is known, the aunt had excessive yang energy, and the mad mountain owner had yin energy, and because of this, harmony was disturbed. At the same time, Cho Ak Ryang was different from them all because his energy was concentrated right in the center. If they studied martial arts together, it would not only help their healing, but also contribute to the development of martial arts. It turned out to be a truly brilliant idea. Of course, Cho Ak Ryang tried to remind them that each martial art was perfect. However, Den Akson made it clear that his parents did exactly the same, studying each other's techniques. They did not try to exchange healing skills. Their paths were too different. But one day, an incurable patient appeared, whom neither the divine nor the demonic healer could cure alone. Not only did the unfortunate man have an advanced chronic disease, but he was also poisoned. Struggling with all of their might to get rid of the deadly poison, their father's energies were disrupted, but they still saved him. Then the divine and demonic healers treated the patient together for the first time. They often quarreled, but also shared invaluable experience. During the treatment, that patient recovered and returned home. The whole trio immediately exchanged glances. They considered each other true madmen, but at the same time acknowledged that each one's martial arts were extraordinarily powerful. In the end, Bomkevi was the first to agree with the hero's position, understanding that if it was advice from their healer, then it was worth following. Hansol Hua agreed next, as she was ready to do anything that could help her, and Den Akson was glad that from that moment on they would study martial arts together. Cho Ak Ryang thought that the boy wanted to learn the best technique from their martial arts. But no. He simply wanted to master the technique they would create together. Cho Ak Ryang was deeply moved that the youth wished to create a new kind of martial arts. However, The young man reminded them that with the level of martial arts mastery of these renowned masters, it was quite feasible. Moreover, it would be very useful for his future treatment. Of course, everyone was worried that he would not succeed in combining these techniques. However, the boy firmly decided that if he failed, then he simply would not study martial arts. Immediately after that, he left the room, leaving the three masters frozen in bewilderment. Cho-Ak Ryan was silent for a long time, watching the boy with his gaze, and suddenly remembered a wise phrase: the primordial is infinite. This means that without established rules, a person has no limitations. It also means that without ups and downs, there is no true progress. This was precisely the great power. Right then, Baumkevi and Han Sol-hwa froze, because right before them, a noble warrior began reciting a sacred mantra to awaken inner energy. However, the man calmly explained that since they decided to help Den-Ok-sun, they had to do everything possible for this child. It was clear. He still continued to try with all his might for their sake, and they could not lose the young man's trust. And Baumkevi fully agreed. He wished to pass on the martial arts only to the healer Den-Ok-sun, and no one else. And Han Sol-hwa simply did not want to disappoint the boy. Therefore, the whole trio gathered nearby to discuss further plans. Somewhere around the same time, the gentleman healer was walking nearby. Despite the fact that it was quite tidy here, walking was still quite dangerous. He had not visited this paradise corner of the earth for a very long time. Many memories surfaced here, and the man had a depressing impression that he would soon hear the cries of his mentors. The suddenly appearing Mad Master of the Mountain as a barrier made Pang Jin-son recoil in fear, and Baumkevi sternly ordered the stranger to introduce himself, to tell how he discovered this place, and warned that if he did not immediately identify himself, he would simply be left without a head. Therefore, the frightened lord had to humbly ask to convey to the young ruler of the valley that Pang Jin-son requested to meet with him. The nobleman immediately understood that by the young lord of the valley, the stranger meant the healer Den-Ok-sun, the lord of the divine and demonic valley. After which the poor man had to fearfully justify himself, solemnly swearing that he was not a spy of the Martial Arts Alliance and had known about the valley for many years. But the suddenly appearing Cho-Ak Ryung behind Pang Jin-son ominously warned the stranger that if the young healer said he did not know him, he would not leave here alive. Therefore, the unfortunate Pang Jin-son could only fearfully pray to the heavens that the honorable gentleman would at least simply inform the lord of the valley of his presence. At this tense moment, the worried Den-Ok-sun ran up to the two, begging them to stop, for he knew this man. At that moment, the venerable elder decided to find out how the young lord was doing, although he understood that now he could rightfully call him simply lord, since he had long ceased to be a child. Han Sol-hwa, meanwhile, looked intently at this man, wanting to ask the boy whether he really knew this person. Den-Ok-sun hastened to explain that this venerable man was a student of his parents and a good person, so he asked them to stop piercing him with such frightening looks. After that, the young man somewhat awkwardly decided to ask Pang Jin-son what had brought him here out of the blue. His soul had not expected a guest without warning. After all, he now knew that all the masters were hiding here. At that moment, the frightened man admitted that although he knew that Den-Ok-sun had comrades, he certainly did not expect them to be so hostile. Soon they were already secluded in the cozy house of the Lord of the Valley. The young man perfectly understood that Pang Jin-son was surely surprised to meet his patients, and explained that during the treatment they lived with him, although he understood how unusual they were. Now finally Pang Jin-son understood why the young man had been so diligently avoiding him. He knew it was not without reason. Although the boy wished to become independent, it seemed he had gone too far in his endeavors. Den-Ok-sun hastened to apologize to Pang Jin-son. It was not that he was unpleasant to him. The situation was different. However, at that moment the venerable man perfectly guessed that Den-Ok-sun was treating the great bloody fist himself, as well as the mad lord of the mountain. This meant that all this time they had been hiding here. Den-Ok-sun tried to find out how Pang Jin-son had figured it out. It turned out that sinister rumors about the great bloody fist had spread throughout the district. Moreover, the young man had begun to purchase special medicinal herbs. Such rare remedies were used only for seriously ill patients. When he put all the facts together, the name Cho-Ak Ryan came to his mind, and the mad lord of the mountain surprised him no less. The young healer hurried to explain that both warriors were seriously wounded. They needed help, otherwise they would have died. However, Pang Jin-son did not say that saving people was bad. On the contrary, he was deeply impressed by the abilities of the Lord of the Valley. After that, he calmly explained to the young man that he would like to help him in this difficult task. Now he already knew the secret of Den-Ok-sun, and hoped that the boy would not drive him away. However, the latter tried to explain that he simply did not want to expose Pang Jin-son's precious life to danger because of himself. And the man perfectly understood what the boy was afraid of, so he took some precautions before coming in here. Surely the boy expected Pang Jin-son to meet with the Alliance because of that unfortunate incident with the evil extermination squad. However, at the meeting, he vouched for Den Ak-son, and they had to believe him. However, it remained a mystery to the boy how Mr. Pang managed to get in touch with the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters. As it turned out, the members of the Alliance were the most important clients of their clinic. For example, right now the youngest daughter of the head of the Alliance was being treated there. When he uttered these significant words, everyone waiting outside the doors became alert. Han Sol-hwa was convinced that these two really knew each other, while Bom Ka-vi was worried that this man was closely connected with the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters. Cho Ak-ryang himself understood that this gentleman's clinic had recently become extraordinarily famous. Apparently, Han Sol-hwa and Bom Ka-vi were not even aware of this. At that moment, Mr. Pang Jin-son was telling the boy that if he did not support the Alliance, his uncle might go against them, since they were not strangers and were in the same boat. However, Den Ak-son still did not understand why the man was taking such a risk, to which he calmly reminded him that he would not leave his family in trouble. So if Den Ak-son asked him to leave, he would drop everything and go to certain death for the ruler of the valley. Of course, the young man hurried to make it clear that he would never ask the man for such a thing. He had nothing to worry about. He also quickly apologized for everything, since surely Pang Jin-son had to endure a lot because of him. However, the man just laughed. The boy always brought trouble upon himself. Moreover, he asked the young man to now address him with all questions. He would provide him with any necessary healing herbs. And immediately, shining with joy, Dan Ak-son asked him to bring him the essence of the Azure Stone. It was the energy of the earth itself embodied in liquid form, and the price of this unique elixir was incredibly high. When Pang Jin-son heard about it, he thought the young man was simply mocking him, since he seriously asked for such a precious thing. However, from the admiring look, resembling the gaze of a begging dog, he understood it was not a joke at all. Cho Ak-ryang was already convinced at that moment that Pang Jin-son was not threatening the hero, which meant they could leave. Moreover, apparently, they would soon see that very essence, although they were very curious, for whom such a treasure was necessary. Han Sol-hwa only remarked restrainedly that spending it on Cho Ak-ryang or Bom Ka-vi would be pointless. It was the same as exchanging wild ginseng for bellflower roots. Late in the evening, the boy went to his clinic, where he finally completed the treatment of patient Bom Ka-vi, which brought him great relief. At the end, the young man only asked that the Mad Mountain Master not forget to drink the potion before sleep. And he just laughed, saying that Dan Ak-son sees him as a child and wished him good night. However, unexpectedly, as he was leaving at that moment, he crossed paths with Mr. Pang Jin-son. He apologized for not properly introducing himself, then gave his full name and explained that he was the head of a small clinic. However, for Bom Ka-vi, this did not matter at all. Although he understood that Pang Jin-son and Den Ak-son were close people, it meant nothing to him. The man absolutely did not understand what Bom Ka-vi was hinting at. However, he only angrily threatened that the old man should not even think of using this naive and innocent child for his selfish purposes. And of course he threatened that if he even had similar thoughts, he would die at his hands in an instant. After which the dissatisfied Mad Master of the Mountain went to his room, and the man, watching him leave, perfectly understood that it was very difficult to trust such a person. Patients are patients, and you cannot choose whom to treat based on their beliefs. Although it was immediately clear from this person that he was one of the top 10 great villains. At that moment, the man entered the young man's healing room, confessing that he could not fall asleep because he wanted to ask the boy a couple of important questions. As far as he understood, the boy used to restore the damaged meridians of martial arts masters, and he wanted to know, did he have any records regarding this? After that, he delicately asked him to let him read those precious records. However, the boy anxiously made it clear that this would not be easy at all, since there were no records on paper, because at that critical moment he was focused exclusively on healing, thinking of nothing else. But he perfectly understood that the gentleman needed to heal someone he could not handle. Because of this assumption, it became clear that it was about the youngest daughter of the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. After that, Pang Jin-son hurried to tell all the painful details of the illness of this unfortunate girl. At 15 years old, her meridians began to mercilessly collapse, as if an invisible disease was devouring her from within. If a child has 9 damaged energy meridians, many such infants die still in the mother's womb. Even if the birth goes well, children do not survive to 1 year. Their fragile bodies cannot withstand such a trial. Therefore, according to the young man, Such a patient most likely had only 5 or 7 meridians damaged. But Pang Jin-son bitterly made it clear that the problem was that he treated her from a distance. They barely sustained her fading life, feeding her all kinds of elixirs. However, Dan Akson insightfully made it clear that this treatment was clearly insufficient, since damaged meridians are not the cause of her illness, but only a consequence. Therefore, they were merely symptoms of another, deeper disease. He wisely made it clear that it was precisely for this reason that other healers could not restore the damaged meridians. The treatment had been fundamentally wrong from the very beginning. Pang Jin-sonu should have focused on the true source of the disease to find the right treatment. But those doctors only paid attention to the external symptoms, so nothing helped. The honorable gentleman honestly admitted that he encountered such a mysterious situation for the first time, so he blindly trusted ancient medical books. As a result, he relaxed and lost the necessary vigilance. However, Dan Akson gently asked the man not to torment himself with such trifles, since even his famous parents did not immediately come to such a revolutionary conclusion, after which he warmly reminded Pang Jin-son of the patient whom the parents could not heal and were already ready to give up in despair. And Pang Jin-son clearly remembered that unfortunate monk. Not only did he suffer from a chronic illness, but he was also poisoned, and then his internal energy was disrupted. The young doctor recalled that the old man's symptoms were strikingly similar to those of the patient Pang Jin-son. When the parents first joined forces to save the dying man, they understood how to restore the damaged meridians, and this discovery became a real impetus for their unprecedented improvement in healing skills. Pang Jin-son had many burning questions. For example, why hadn't the doctors taught him this secret technique? But it turned out that they hadn't specifically taught Dan Akson either. He simply observed this mysterious process and managed to remember it that way. And Pang Jin-sonu was very sorry that he was not nearby at that fateful moment, as he could have learned much from their wisdom. But the boy insightfully noted that nothing would have changed. Damaged meridians are extremely rare cases, and it would still have been very difficult for the man to understand what was what in such a complex matter. In the end, Pang Jin-son realized with awe that the technique for healing such mysterious cases was known only to the ruler of the valley. There was hardly another healer like him in the entire world. He was sincerely glad that he had decided to visit the young man after all. For all this time, he had clearly not noticed the obvious problems in treating his patient. Thus, immersed in deep reflections, the boy and the venerable gentleman spoke until the very early morning, when the first golden rays of the sun began to timidly peek out from behind the majestic mountain peaks. And the boy, with loud, enthusiastic cries, immediately ran down the corridor, waking the gentleman and the aunt. He finally realized that he had fallen into a cunning trap of causes and symptoms. Immediately, the frightened ones gathered, not understanding what kind of trap was being talked about, and thought that perhaps Pang Jin-son had threatened the boy. However, the one with burning eyes made it clear that he had fallen into the trap of the mantra itself. Everyone had their own unique physiology, as well as their own special meridian energy. The main meridians are similar for all, but the location of additional meridians slightly differs. Naturally, the style of controlling internal energy of each master would be radically different from the style of the very creator of this energy. But if true energy was directed according to the mantra, natural harmony was disturbed, which caused theoretical knowledge to differ drastically from the real situation. And the stronger the true energy was, the greater the disagreements. Ultimately, this could lead to serious side effects. Obviously, Bom KV became very interested in why the side effects manifested specifically in him, while everything was perfectly fine with his master. However, the young man explained that the reason lay in the fact that the master simply had not reached the current level of the student. And immediately Bom KV deeply pondered this, and realized that indeed at the moment he was significantly stronger than his mentor. Meanwhile, Den Akson explained that the aunt's additional meridians were concentrated in the hands, and Mr. Bom KV's in the back. As a result, the true energy, which was supposed to return unhindered to the Dantian through the main meridians, went off the right path, scattered, and ended up where it shouldn't. Hence all the painful side effects originated. At that moment, Pang Jin-son hurried out at the noise, and Den Akson hastily explained to the man that he had made the same fatal mistake they had discussed with the gentleman. The healer was supposed to find the true source of the illness before prescribing the correct treatment. Instead, he only paid attention to superficial symptoms. So he was absolutely sure the real cause lay in the mantra of spiritual perfection, which does not combine with additional meridians, and everyone realized that in this case, the explanation truly perfectly matched the harsh reality. The sources of these techniques for awakening internal energy are so ancient that one cannot even remember when they originated deep in the ages. Even if a father and son have the same blood type, their energy can differ radically. not to mention completely unrelated people. Those who were taught martial arts continue to change, but the mantra itself remains unchanged for centuries. Therefore, so many unforeseen problems arise. It turned out that Choak Ryan alone had no problems because the technique of awakening the inner energy of his master was close to the original. But his primordial infinite true energy was born only after studying countless awakening techniques. At the same moment, the brother noticed that Choak Ryan was too proud of himself, as if he himself were the great creator of these techniques. Meanwhile, Han Sol-hwa decided to find out. Is complete healing really possible if you learn the true cause of the problems? By that time, Denok-sun had discovered the source of the disease, and now understood how to treat the patients. But there was one more significant hitch. They would need an incredible amount of elixirs, much more than they currently use. Obviously, Bumkevi was extremely upset by such alarming news, so the boy hurried to explain that they needed to conduct true energy to the correct meridians, but they could not reach them because they had not been used for a long time. Moreover, the body had already thoroughly adapted to the current method of spiritual improvement. To free the blocked meridians, a truly large amount of precious elixirs would be needed. And then suddenly Pang Jinsun realized he might be useful, so he hurried to explain to the valley ruler that the Alliance of Martial Masters had plenty of elixirs. The head of the Alliance was gathering healing remedies for his dearly beloved youngest daughter throughout the vast central plain. By the way, Denok-san would also be able to get them if he took on the treatment of this patient. And of course, Denok-san was extremely interested in the condition of the patient, but he was worried about revealing the identities of his current patients. Pang Jinsun pleaded with Denok-san not to doubt. At this rate, the girl would simply die, because even those miraculous elixirs that somehow supported her fading life no longer helped. Bom KV was extremely worried that Dan-ok-sun was going to treat the daughter of the very leader of the Alliance of Martial Masters, and anxiously reminded how the evil extermination squad had recently treated the young man cruelly. And the boy had no idea how Bom KV found out about this, since he had never told the man anything like that. He immediately had to hastily lie that he had accidentally met a hunter from the village, who told him that some disorder and turmoil were happening there. In the end, Dan-ok-san pretended to believe these excuses, while Han Sol-hwa mentally scolded the careless man. Cho Ok-ryang perfectly understood that the daughter of the powerful leader of the Alliance would hardly go to such a remote place completely alone. She must be accompanied by a whole retinue of accompanying warriors. That means Dan-ok-san himself would have to go to the patient. But the boy could not leave the valley. He needed to continue treating his aunt and the others. And Pang Jinsun had a bold proposal about this. The whole trio could go with him on this small but important mission. Of course, the Mad Mountain Master was extremely furious at such a brazen proposal, and did not understand how he could even imagine himself to be able to tell them what to do. However, Pang Jinsun explained anxiously that if the healer did not help the daughter of the head of the Alliance, she would inevitably die. And if he saved her, it would also help the wounded warriors themselves strengthen their position. Of course, Cho Ok-ryang understood that the situation forced them, but he was not sure he could hold back when he saw the hated head of the Alliance. Bom KV even threatened to immediately take that man's head off. There was only hope that the noble warriors could restrain their rage and agree to this risky adventure for the sake of Dan-ok-san himself. But at that moment, both asked why Pang Jinsun suddenly needed this. Then he wisely explained that the head of the Alliance of Battle Masters was the only one who could grant pardon if something went wrong. Only together with the Masters would the ruler of the valley be truly safe. Obviously, both immediately understood that Pang Jinsun was delicately hinting at serious problems with the Alliance in their affairs. Bom KV perfectly understood that in such a case, even if something happened and they were exposed, Dan-ok-san would still be able to escape safely. Therefore, they made sure that they could not leave the boy alone. They would have to set out on the journey. Kan Sol-hwa, who was nearby the young man at that time, calmly made it clear that she agreed to this dangerous journey. Pang Jinsun was quite grateful for such a decision, and was going to prepare everything necessary for shipment. But Cho Ok-ryan asked him to stay. After all, since they were going on a trip anyway, they could combine business with pleasure. And he unexpectedly warmly suggested to the young man to go on a small hike. And the boy was incredibly happy, because he had never been on a real hike in his life. Moreover, if they all went together, he would be truly very glad. He could not believe that they would really be setting up tents together and spending the night under the open starry sky. He really wanted to experience it all firsthand. In the end, Dan-ok-san enthusiastically agreed to go on the hike, and all the others also decided not to refuse, for loyal patients always follow their healer. The next day, the events moved to a noisy village. The merchant calmly watched as his shop was filled with visitors. He was about to close the store when suddenly business took off. all thanks to those very wooden statues that Dan Akson had brought him earlier. Just at that moment, the boy cheerfully ran into the merchant's shop, and he was quite glad to see his precious benefactor. The young man was amazed at how well the man was doing, and he hurriedly asked the boy to bring him more statues. He would be immensely grateful for their sale, as there were many eager to buy them. And when the young man invited him to go outside, he was astonished to see how many statues the boy had brought with him. These items would last for some time, as the young man would not be able to visit him so often. He was setting off on a long journey. Of course, the old man became very curious to know where the boy was heading and when he would return, and he enthusiastically told that he was going to Hubei province. It was his very first expedition, so he did not even know how long it would take. Of course, the kind old man could do nothing but wish the boy good luck, and ask him to be sure to visit his humble shop when he returned from the journey. After that, they quickly unloaded the heavy boxes filled with skillful figurines, and the old man wished the young man a safe journey. Denaxon also warmly said goodbye to the man, while BomKV patiently pulled the cart behind him. He saw that the boy was extraordinarily happy, and the whole reason was that the merchant decided to raise the price of the figurines, and now they had much more money for the journey. From now on, they were true rich men. And of course, the man was also quite happy, because when their healer was happy, he could not be sad. Soon they returned home and finished the final preparations for the journey. The first thing they had to do was to disguise themselves thoroughly. Denaxon carefully examined BomKV, and in the end, he was satisfied with this disguise, so he passed the strict selection. And the Mad Master of the Mountain was quite happy, because the wig at least made him look 10 years younger. However, at that moment, BomKV noticed a woman who remained in her unchanged appearance. Obviously, he was surprised that she did not disguise herself at all. However, she calmly made it clear that she did not need a disguise. She had done nothing shameful, unlike some fighters. And so the last to be tested was Mr. Choak Ryan. However, he was so unlike himself that the young man at first did not even recognize the man. Therefore, he had to smile slyly and begin to peel off his skin. Only then did the young man realize that Choak Ryan was using a human mask worn on his face. The young healer immediately had many burning questions. How did he do it? And how did he learn such an incredible transformation? And even BomKV quickly recognized the mask made of human skin, and wanted to know when Choak Ryang managed to find a person and make this creepy mask. It turned out that this mask was by no means his handiwork. He took it from the Phantom Demon, the very villain known as the Genius of Disguise. No one had heard about him for a long time, because he died about 5 years ago. BomKV did not know this sad fact, and wanted to know where Choak Ryang got such information. But it turned out that Choak Ryang himself killed that man. It immediately became clear where he got that sinister mask. The Mad Mountain Master even began to envy Choak Ryang, who managed to get such a treasure. However, he maliciously reminded his buddy that he did not kill that disguised ghost for some human mask, and explained the situation. That scoundrel was walking around with his face, pretending to be the Great Bloody Fist. Putting the situation on himself, BomKV realized how furious the man was after that, and why he killed the scoundrel. Finally, all preparations were completed. Only the legend remained to be decided. From this moment on, they all had to be employees of the Pangjin Sun Sanatorium. It turned out that BomKV had already come up with a new name for himself, and believed that the name Jin Ga Hui suited him perfectly. But Han Sol Hua only sarcastically remarked that he could simply be called Villain Number 3, while Choak Ryang would be Villain Number 1. BomKV was quite angry that he became Villain Number 3. He longed to be first. After all, in real life he was definitely Villain Number 2, and considering how seriously Choak Ryang was injured, he could even take the first honorable place. Choak Ryang calmly reminded that only 4 out of the top 10 great villains made it, and among this chosen 4, BomKV was definitely not in first place. However, he absolutely did not care about this. He still insisted that he wanted to be the best villain. In the end, Dan Akson peacefully agreed to call BomKV Villain Number 1, while Choak Ryang decided to call himself Villain Gon. Because their names sounded very similar, the young man suggested pretending that these two were biological brothers, and both were completely not thrilled with this idea, but there was no choice. At that very moment, Pangjin Sun came to them, addressing the ruler of the valley with the news that he was ready to depart. Worried, Dan Akson explained that they had not even properly packed their things yet. However, Pangjin Sun did not rush them. He needed to inform the Martial Arts Alliance in advance about the young man's arrival. So he decided to set off first. After all, they were supposed to meet the best healer in the entire vast central plain. For them, this was truly a great and momentous event. The young hero, overwhelmed with embarrassment, timidly begged the Honorable Pangjin Sun to stop showering him with praise. The nobleman only laughed in response and continued on his way. At the end, the ruler respectfully bowed, bidding farewell to the great masters. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling overwhelmed Pang Jinson's soul. The wise warrior clearly understood. In the ordinary world, all these masters were considered true gods of death, capable of taking the lives of hundreds of enemies with a single wave of the hand. However, next to the hero, they did not emanate the slightest threat. The ruler could not even believe that before him truly stood those very 10 great villains whose names struck terror throughout the entire martial arts world. One way or another, all that remained for the noble warrior was to trust Dan Aksun's wise choice and follow his destiny. Soon the whole company set out on a long journey, slowly making their way through a picturesque forest, through which a clear mountain stream wound like a snake. The young healer kept stopping to gather medicinal herbs. Watching the boy scurry back and forth in search of precious plants, Bom KV's soul was tormented by doubts. Were they acting wisely? As is known, they could have reached their destination in just 1 day by the main road. But at such turtle-like pace, the journey would stretch to 5 days or more. However, the wise Choak Ryan understood. The most important thing was not the speed of arrival. Dan Aksun was an unprecedented delight. Moreover, the road was beautiful in its own way, and around them reigned amazing silence and tranquility. But the most astonishing thing was that even Bom KV was not bored in the slightest. At that moment, the boy, having run around for plants and found nothing else, suggested to his comrades to rest and refresh themselves. The young healer headed to a small stream to wash the freshly gathered herbs. Bom KV immediately noticed a serious problem. Since they had embarked on such a long journey, vegetables alone would not be enough. For a long journey, strength is needed and energy is given precisely by meat. However, the boy insisted that the herbs he had gathered would give strength and vigor. Having listened to the young healer, Bom KV still rushed off to hunt. Meanwhile, Choak Ryan began to light a fire and prepare a place to spend the night. Soon the noble warrior had already gathered all sorts of debris and branches to start a fire, after which he used a special tool in the form of a tube to finally ignite the first leaves. After long minutes of persistent attempts, he finally managed to kindle a small flame. However, suddenly a stream of icy air rushed towards the man. Choak Ryan asked his sister Han Sol Hua to be cautious. After all, the fire was almost blazing. When he tried to blow the flame again, the cold wind spoiled everything once more. This time, Choak Ryan's soul was seized by fierce anger. The noble warrior could not understand what the mysterious woman was doing. However, when he turned around, he saw an astonishing sight. It turned out Han Sol Hua was helping the boy with her icy power. The whole matter was that many annoying mosquitoes were swarming around, and Dan Aksun was seeing for the first time how they could be caught in such an amazing way. Choak Ryan was clearly angry that Han Sol Hua had not immediately warned him about the intention to hunt mosquitoes with Dan Aksun using ice power. At that moment, Bom KV returned, dragging behind him the carcass of a huge boar. The best meat for restoring strength is precisely pork. Dan Aksun sincerely admired such an impressive catch. Bom KV was indignant, not understanding why his brother had not bothered to light a fire all this time, and had no idea what he had been doing. The man tried to justify himself somehow, and Bom KV realized the sad truth. Choak Ryan could not really do anything without him. Therefore, he at least asked his comrade to roast a wild boar, since he did not have the strength for more. Soon late evening came. The sun disappeared below the horizon, and everyone settled down for dinner. By that moment, the boy was already full to bursting and thanked for the excellent meal. He simply could not eat anymore. Suddenly, the young healer noticed a bright light in the distance. He guessed that besides them, someone else intended to spend the night in this forest. Choak Ryan immediately suggested to the boy to take a walk. Since they were already full, a walk would speed up digestion and allow them to check the surroundings. The two of them immediately set off through the night forest. However, when they peeked out from behind the trees, they saw many people, as well as carts that accompanied them. Of course, Choak Ryan was quite surprised to see such a crowd. At that moment, the young man was examining the flags on the carriage. These banners belonged to the escorts, which Choak Ryan quickly explained to the boy. They were hired by special agencies for transporting valuables. Dan Aksun was delighted, as he had never met the escorts before. The noise from the conversation of these two was heard by the other guards. When they saw the silhouettes in the distance, they immediately became alert, not knowing what kind of people had appeared nearby. Choak Ryan immediately understood that the strangers were not very happy to see them, which was not surprising. During important missions, everyone was treated with special suspicion. After all, secrecy is directly related to the safety of both valuables and the guards themselves. Therefore, they usually regard those who discover them with caution. Moreover, it was nighttime. It was surprising that the guards did not show even greater suspicion. In the end, the worried boy immediately grabbed Choak Ryan by the hand, suggesting to return to their group. However, at that moment he caught a certain familiar scent. After that, the young healer immediately began sniffing, as if moving toward that smell. And then he realized it was the scent of the rarest elixir. The legendary healing herb of the 9 branches of immortality smelled approximately like that. Of course, Choak Ryan was amazed that the youth could distinguish scents at such an impressive distance. At that very moment, Den Ok-sun dreamed of asking all the people to sell him the herb for good money. But he was worried. Maybe it wouldn't work. After all, the escorts would surely set an exorbitant price. Besides, they were forbidden to sell anything without the client's permission. Choak Ryan's soul was saddened to see how this young man became downcast. This happened every time he encountered an elixir he could not obtain. But at that moment, Choak Ryan's gaze fell on 2 guys with painfully familiar faces. He definitely saw them somewhere, and possibly they were even his old acquaintances. Right then, a rather good plan came to the old warrior's mind. Soon they returned to the camp with the boy and waited out the night. And in the morning, Dan Ok-sun resumed gathering medicinal herbs. The masters hid to observe the procession moving along the road nearby. When Bomkevi looked at those 2 escorts, he recognized them as the twin demons. He was surprised that these freaks were still alive, but he didn't worry much. He believed he could deal with them in a second. Of course, Choak Ryan reminded that they had been involved in the criminal world for a long time. Although Bomkevi was strong, they were by no means weaklings. Most likely, if someone made a list of the 100 greatest martial arts masters in the world, these brothers would be on it. Bomkevi understood the main thing. Since these 2 demon brothers were here, it meant the 9 branches of immortality were kept in the boxes they were guarding, and these guys disguised themselves as guards to steal the healing herbs. They were quite capable of that. However, perhaps there were other valuables in the boxes as well. It was unlikely the senders placed only one item there. Of course, Bomkevi's soul was gripped by a burning desire to just rush in and pull those boxes off the carts. Han Sol-hui was tormented by anxious premonitions. She feared that such a plan might be extremely displeasing to Den Ok-sun. Therefore, at that very moment, Choak Ryan urgently asked his comrade to be silent, as the carts were about to pass by them, and the whole group had to be ready. Now they were moving in the same direction as the caravan with the precious cargo. The plan was simple: to quietly follow the wagons, wait for the right moment to act. However, Dan Ok-sun was better off not knowing the true intentions of his comrades. Soon, as the wise Choak Ryan had predicted, he, along with Bomkevi, moved at a respectful distance from the caravan, without losing sight of the wagons. At the same time, Dan Ok-sun walked with the mysterious Han Sol-hua parallel through the forest, continuing his tireless search for healing herbs. After 3 long days, Bomkevi began to express serious indignation. So much time had passed since they had been relentlessly following this procession. However, the right moment to act still had not presented itself, and this meant that their carefully thought-out plan was a complete failure, and they should simply attack the caravan to forcibly take the desired herb. Of course, Choak Ryan tried to reason with his hot-headed friend. They could in no way justify such behavior before the young healer Dan Ok-sun. However, at that moment, Dan Ok-sun himself joined them. The clever boy assumed that the comrades were a bit confused about the situation. Perhaps it was not the escorts who hired those 2, but rather the brothers who hired guards to protect their treasures. The young healer thought that these guys were the very clients who found the escorts, and now they were disguised among the guards to protect their priceless goods themselves. Bomkevi was amazed by the boy's incredible insight. Moreover, the demon was filled with genuine horror. He could not understand when the boy had learned about their secret plans. However, from the very moment Bomkevi began to openly protest, Dan Ok-sun listened carefully to their conversations. Besides, they had been traveling side by side for 3 days. It would be foolish if he had learned nothing about what was happening. Therefore, the boy could only suggest a reasonable plan. If these demon brothers still stole the precious goods, they could return them to the true owner, and then, perhaps, they would have a chance to ask to buy some of the priceless herb. Choak Ryan noticed that there was a possibility that they really were the very clients who hired the escorts. And in such a regrettable case, unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. The situation was in no way connected to them, so they would just have to accept defeat. However, looking at the sad gaze of the young man at that moment, the hearts of Bomkevi and Choak Ryan could not bear it. They realized that they could not just leave this matter as it was. The masters made it clear to Dan Ok-sun that, unfortunately, they were indeed connected with these people. Bomkevi was especially close with those guys. He considered himself their savior, so the demon could negotiate everything with them. In fact, the situation was such that the Mad Mountain Lord simply did not manage to kill them last time, and therefore considered that in this way he saved them from certain death. Very quickly the day came to an end, and deep night fell. The caravan guards immediately set up camp to rest. The two demon brothers also fell asleep under the cover of the starry sky. However, in the middle of the night, they suddenly woke up, feeling a blood-chilling murderous intent. The brothers immediately looked around in panic, thinking that someone dared to attack them, but noticed no one nearby. Therefore, they began feverishly searching with their eyes for the mysterious attacker. Suddenly, they heard someone mockingly call them a scrawny and shorty. A person using sound transmission authoritatively ordered them to forget about the murderous intent and immediately come to him. And at once both understood. Only one person in the whole world addressed them exactly like that. Surely it was the Mad Mountain Lord himself calling them. Therefore, the brothers immediately jumped up from their seats and rushed to where they were being called from. They could not believe that out of all the people in the world, they had somehow incredibly stumbled upon the very Mad Master of the mountain. And they were burning with the desire to find out what this crazy freak had forgotten here in the first place. The demon brothers decided to at least listen to what he had to say first, and then deal with everything else. At that moment, a man, completely unlike his former self, decided to ask the guys whether the legendary healing herb of the 9 branches of immortality was their merchandise. Of course, the brothers perked up, not even understanding how this man knew everything. However, he sternly ordered them to give him this herb as a gift. Then he would leave peacefully, leaving them unharmed. And despite the fact that the Mad Master of the Mountain's appearance had changed drastically, both men immediately caught his signature mad look. It was that very madman. If they made even the slightest mistake in dealing with him, they would immediately die a torturous death. Counting to 5, BombKV reasoned that perhaps the guys did not want to make a deal amicably, and decided to talk to them in a completely different way. However, the thin brother immediately shouted that they would gladly give the herb to him voluntarily. The fat man was amazed by the brother's unexpected decision. Even BombKV himself did not expect everything to be so easy, but he decided to immediately go for the coveted herb. In the end, the fat man had to sit down and offer his own head as collateral to guarantee that his brother would indeed return. And the Mad Lord of the Mountain had no idea why these two surrendered so quickly. It was far too suspicious. He felt that something was clearly wrong. The situation was far too extraordinary. At that moment, he heard a mental transmission from Han Sol-hwa. She believed that these guys surely had something far more valuable than the healing herb of the 9 branches of immortality. For this reason, the man demanded that these two give him something else. Something they were carrying besides the medicinal herb. They should fully understand what the formidable ruler was hinting at. The brothers, of course, tried to argue and began stammering out of fear. But immediately the man unleashed the scorching fire hidden in his mighty body. The demons instantly became frightened and trembled with indescribable horror. For during the time they had not seen the Mad Lord of the Mountain, he seemed to have become even stronger. They immediately swore to give absolutely everything. In the end, the brothers brought a box with the precious herb, as well as a shining jade orb. This amazing orb was called the Night Pearl. It was an incredibly valuable stone that emitted a soft light even in pitch darkness. At that moment, the two brothers decided to bow and quickly leave, but BombKV asked them to stay, explaining, "Where are you heading with all these treasures?" Exchanging glances among themselves, they explained that, like everyone else, they needed to survive somehow. Not long ago, the powerful alliance of martial masters solemnly declared that it intended to completely destroy 100 great villains. They announced a real hunt for a whole 100 criminals, chosen by their own strict methods. BombKV quickly realized, it seemed that 2 demon brothers were included in this sinister list, and they hastened to explain that even before being counted among the 100 great villains, they were already in the top 100 great martial arts masters. So among ordinary fighters, they were at the very top of the criminal world. Of course, BombKV found it hard to believe this, but still he wanted to find out. Where did these great masters plan to hide from the formidable alliance? And they only fearfully explained that they could not reveal this secret. BombKV already had absolutely all the trump cards in his hands. The man again unleashed his evil fire and looked displeasedly toward the trembling brothers. At that moment, not only did their bodies tremble with terror, but their knees buckled, causing them to almost fall to the ground. But what BombKV was truly surprised by, they continued to resist his overwhelming power, although they barely stood on their trembling legs. In the end, the man even smiled with satisfaction, convinced that these two had indeed changed drastically since recently. After that, the Mad Lord of the Mountain handed the shining pearl to the thin brother directly into his trembling hands. Of course, the demons were deeply shocked. Why was the Lord giving them back the Night Pearl? However, the wise Bomkevi wished for them to sell it and obtain funds to continue their thorny journey. After all, the brothers said they were trying to survive in this cruel world, and as their elder mentor, he could not let them go with completely empty hands. Both were incredibly grateful to Bomkevi for his generous act. Only later did they realize the astonishing truth. The mad lord of the mountains simply returned to them what he himself intended to take. And despite this strange circumstance, the feeling was that thanking the formidable master was still worth it from the bottom of the heart. In the end, after they solemnly parted with the precious box of healing herbs, the guards immediately raised the entire caravan and set off on a long journey. And Bomkevi stood with the coveted box, calmly watching the procession with a wise gaze. Choak Ryang still could not understand why the two demon brothers risked their precious lives so desperately. This mysterious question also greatly interested Bomkevi himself. After all, these guys used to reveal all information immediately without delay. Surely there is some secret place where all such skillful thieves gather, but that is their personal business, in no way related to the great masters. But still, when Choak Ryang learned that the powerful alliance of martial masters was going to mercilessly destroy a whole 100 great villains, not just a great 10, he realized. They were clearly crossing all reasonable boundaries. Bomkevi was already barely restraining himself from going right now and overturning their cursed administration to hell. However, the wise Choak Ryang perfectly understood. In this way they would turn the honorable Denok's son into an ordinary villain in the world of martial arts. And it became obvious to everyone. Unfortunately, they could not act that way, although they strongly wished to stand up for their people. Soon a clear morning came, and everyone finally rested well in the cozy tent. The young healer sought a small chest during awakening, which was presented to him by the venerable masters. The boy could not stop rejoicing and, grabbing this precious casket, began happily jumping here and there. Such boundless joy remained completely incomprehensible to everyone else. After all, he looked as if he had received absolutely all the elixirs of this world, although it was just ordinary grass. And suddenly Bomkevi became incredibly interested to see the youth's reaction, if they really brought him absolutely all existing elixirs. Of course, the idea was simply delightful. But Choak Ryan and the mysterious Hansol Hua had a logical question. How to make it happen? Unfortunately, the mighty demon had not thought about this in advance, so they still had to come up with a brilliant plan to achieve the desired goal. But since they all decided that they wanted to please the boy even more, they would definitely find a way to bring it to life. After some more time had passed, they reached the majestic capital of Shanxi province. The first thing the travelers did was enter an inn. However, even this simple action made the youth open his mouth in genuine surprise. This tavern was truly enormous. Here they were supposed to patiently wait for the arrival of Master Pangjin's son. Choak Ryan hurried to explain that this was one of the 3 largest taverns in the entire Shanxi province. This exactly explained why so many people had gathered here. However, the noble warrior only gave a forced smile, not revealing that he felt some sinister trick. Despite the crowded crowd, he did not hear any noise or ringing laughter of the visitors. And most importantly, the wise master clearly noticed how all those present were looking attentively and intently in their direction. But all these prolonged glances concealed a soul-chilling murderous intent. Everyone also thought that perhaps someone decided to set a clever trap, and idiots from the notorious alliance of martial arts masters had gathered here. Soon they all sat together at a spacious table to order exquisite dishes for themselves. Choak Ryang tried not to get nervous, understanding. If these people had some hidden motives, they would be able to find out and react in time to the threat. However, suddenly they noticed an amazing sight. All the people who had been watching them so attentively turned away in an instant. It seemed the reason was that they were not used to seeing strangers here. Hansol Hua was convinced that the visitors really looked more like people from the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters. But suddenly Bomkevi's gaze was drawn to a young man who entered the inn. He stopped right at the middle of the passage, carefully looking around the spacious room with a sharp gaze. Moreover, the Mad Master of the Mountain immediately recognized the familiar face of this person. It was Samu Sim himself. Of course, Den Akson was surprised that all the masters knew this mysterious man. Therefore, Choak Ryang hurried to explain. He was the infamous Ghost of Poverty. In these parts, literally everyone without exception knows him. He is so stingy and greedy that everyone who dealt with him shuddered at his mere appearance. It is no wonder he was nicknamed the Ghost of Poverty. Bomkevi believed that Samu Sim was simply obsessed with money to madness. His greed reached such monstrous proportions that even he and Choak Ryan and those around him did not compare in this regard. However, Choak Ryan hastened to justify himself. After all, he was simply thrifty and economical. but not nearly as pathologically stingy as Samu Sim was reputed to be. At that moment, the man who had just entered immediately turned sharply and hurriedly left. And at the same moment, many fighters sitting at the tables rose following him. After a brief order from the commander, they immediately rushed to chase the fugitive like hounds. Finally, Bomb KV realized whom the mighty alliance of martial masters was waiting for here. To Cho Ak Ryan, this seemed quite strange. Although Samu Sim follows the dark path, the alliance had no good reason to hunt him with such fury. At that moment, people at the neighboring table began quietly whispering about the ghost of poverty, trying to understand why the region had been so restless lately. They had heard that the evil eradication squad had concentrated in these parts to capture him. After all, not long ago the Alliance solemnly declared that it was launching a large-scale campaign to hunt down 100 great villains. Bomb KV was quite surprised by these rumors. Of course, Samu Sim could be harsh at times, and the techniques he used were quite powerful. But he still seemed like a pretty decent guy. Moreover, as the demon had heard, he saved about 1,000 helpless orphans. The bloody fist barely restrained himself upon hearing those damned talks about the 100 great villains again. Bomb KV was eager to find out what would be the best course of action, and whether they could leave everything as it was. But of course, Choak Ryan hastened to remind, if they simply interfered thoughtlessly, they would bring serious trouble upon themselves. But immediately after these wise words, the Mad Master of the Mountain trembled, and the boy saw that the man felt very ill. It turned out he had a severe headache. There was some nasty, disgusting smell in the air, making his head simply crack. At that moment, the long-awaited Pang Jin-seong appeared, who immediately apologized to the arrivals for the unfortunate delay. The young man jumped up from the table to joyfully greet the respected uncle. Only then did the boy notice the people standing behind his back. At the same moment, the ruler introduced the Lord of the Valley, a member of the Huashan sect, who would accompany them to the residence of the formidable alliance of martial arts masters. Only then did Bomb KV realize why he suddenly felt so unwell. A single nasty smell of a millennium-old legend was quite enough, and when the entire Huashan sect was here, everything became even worse and unbearable. Cho Ak Riang was simply outraged, not understanding how these people could so arrogantly claim they would accompany them. These guys seemed to think they were definitely not strong enough for such a responsible task. When everyone heard these sharp words, the Lord immediately tried to somehow justify himself before his future companions. However, the wise old man only chuckled good-naturedly. He understood that with such eloquent comrades, they would definitely not get bored on this long journey. After that, the elder asked his disciples to show due respect to the healers from the renowned infirmary. Immediately, one of the young men respectfully bowed, introduced himself as the third follower of the Huashan sect, and warmly greeted the luminaries of the infirmary. However, the name of this boy seemed painfully familiar to Cho Ak Riang. Only later did he remember the pride of the Huashan sect, the 24 masters of the blossoming plum sword. This very boy was their recognized leader and chief swordmaster. But Cho Ak Riang was amazed that he was so young for such a high title. At that moment, the young man solemnly declared that from now on, they would relentlessly accompany the travelers to the residence of the mighty alliance of martial arts masters. But Pang Jin-son was amazed. The renowned master of the plum blossom sword himself had come after them. In the end, the old man hurried to explain. Even if the region seemed outwardly calm, things had not been going very well lately. And if, God forbid, something happened to their dear guests during the journey, it could greatly worsen the situation for their sect. So he asked Pang Jin-son to understand. Such strict security measures were simply vital. After that, everyone joined together at the spacious table to have a heartfelt talk and also to refresh themselves after the long journey. The venerable elder decided to find out from the young guest what he had been doing in the renowned Pang Jin-son sanatorium. The wise Pang Jin-son hastened to solemnly introduce Dung Ok-son as the beloved son of his mentors, and the boy himself was sincerely glad to be able to assist Pang Jin-son in his noble medical work. Only then did the elder realize with amazement that before him stood the very son of the legendary divine healer, and the man himself hastened to modestly justify that although the hero was still very young, his amazing healing techniques were simply astonishing. Even he, an experienced master, could not compare to such skill. Of course, everyone present froze after these weighty words, realizing the stunning truth. If even the techniques of Pang Jin-son himself were better than those of the emperor's masters, and he says such a thing, then Den Ok-son was truly the most remarkable talent of his generation. After that, Pang Jin-son hurried to introduce his loyal staff from the clinic, who were responsible for reliable security, and the man laughed good-naturedly as he introduced those very eloquent gentlemen, thanks to whom they definitely would not get bored on the way. Pang Jin-son hurriedly tried to excuse himself in an apologetic tone. His assistants very rarely leave the secluded village due to constant in-depth study of new techniques, so they catastrophically lack social skills. In the end, the wise elder once again had to patiently explain that he was not at all angry at such manners, for the hermits living in the inaccessible valleys of the main mountains were not only extremely powerful, but also quite eccentric by nature. He had long been accustomed to this. Finally, it was time to introduce the last mysterious lady who silently sat at the edge of the table. But suddenly Pang Jin-son's speech was interrupted by loud cries outside. Moreover, a great crowd of curious passers-by had gathered there, surrounding the unfolding spectacle with a tight ring. Of course, Cho Ak-ryan was greatly alarmed by these disturbing sounds. He feared that it might somehow be connected to the fugitive who had fled from the tavern. However, Bom KV also had no definite guesses about this matter. At that moment, the interested elder was puzzled by the incident. His loyal warrior went to scout the situation and reported. Fighters of the powerful alliance of martial arts masters were pursuing Samu Sim, known as the sinister ghost of poverty, who had been spotted by the alliance's vigilant reconnaissance. Naturally, the man clearly got angry. All this unnecessary fuss was raised because of some ghost of poverty. Therefore, at that very moment, the young fighter also rose from the table with a determined look. However, the wise elder strongly asked him not to interfere in other people's affairs. After all, this was not their territory. He also reminded the hot-headed youth that this was currently the Alliance's job, and he represented their sect, accompanying important guests. Immediately, the young man obediently returned to the table, apologizing for jumping to conclusions. And the wise elder reminded the main rule. The most important thing was that no obvious enemies were near them. He asked the youth not to forget that at the moment they shared common interests with the formidable alliance. However, the young healer noticed that the venerable grandfather sounded as if he did not approve of the activities of the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters at all. He, of course, was surprised that the boy called him grandfather. However, looking at his young age and curious eyes, he forgave him such familiarity. Therefore, after a brief, meaningful silence, the elder calmly explained to the youth, "Not all righteous people pursue the same noble goals." Denak's-sun became incredibly interested in how they fundamentally differed. But before the venerable uncle could answer the inquisitive questions of the young man, his disciple hastened to explain. There were too many eavesdropping ears around, eager to overhear their conversation. But he reminded the young warrior that their sect rarely cared about others' opinions. Yet the disciple thought the elder should beware of those who might maliciously distort their words and use them for selfish purposes. However, the wise man perfectly understood. He was simply stating obvious facts. The current alliance of martial arts masters has long crossed all reasonable boundaries. They wanted to end all wars in the martial arts world. But now something completely different is happening. As the sages say, great deeds grow from small actions. But the people of the alliance do not realize that later they will have to pay for their karma. Bom KV was extremely surprised by the wise words of the man. After all, he believed they had secluded themselves in the mountains and knew absolutely nothing about the affairs of the turbulent martial arts world. But the judgments turned out to be quite sound and insightful. Cho Ak-ryang hastened to explain to his astonished friend, "The first follower of the sect must possess knowledge of such a high level." At that moment, the man himself decided to ask the clever boy what he thought about his philosophical words. However, Denak's-sun was too young and still did not know much in life, so he could not say anything specific. He only calmly explained that he had been taught a simple truth. The differences between political factions completely disappear at that sacred moment when a patient needs urgent treatment. Of course, the follower did not understand the deep meaning of these wise words, and the young warrior was surprised that the venerable fourth uncle kept asking the boy tricky questions. The elder himself felt his own intrusiveness and immediately apologized to the boy for asking him something that was difficult to explain at his age. However, Denak's-sun saw no problem answering this philosophical question, considering that he had initiated the interesting conversation. So he calmly explained, "This phrase means that the boundless sea is open to all rivers without exception." Immediately, the inquisitive old man had a new question. Had the boy ever wondered why the sea warmly welcomes and accepts absolutely all rivers? Denak's-sun without hesitation pointed out that the answer lies in a simple truth. The sea is the lowest point where all rivers naturally flow. The wise elder was amazed that such a young healer gave him such a deep, philosophical answer to what seemed like a simple question. It was incredibly wise of him. Even the experienced swordsman was amazed by the remarkable wisdom of this child. After all, his venerable fourth uncle very rarely acknowledges someone else's outstanding talent. Moreover, the boy gave such a childish, innocent answer that it was far from easy to grasp the true depth of this thought. But the most surprising thing is the calm reaction of his comrades, who seem to take his wisdom for granted. And that means they have long been used to the fact that Danakson is wise beyond his years. At that moment, all comrades sincerely rejoiced that the boy managed to demonstrate his knowledge so brilliantly. But when they heard the loud shouts from the street again, both Choak Ryung and Bomkv were furious to the limit. Both decided to step away from the table for a short while. Obviously, Danakson was puzzled. Where on earth did the gentleman decide to withdraw at such an inappropriate moment? In the end, Choak Ryan hurried to justify himself with a serious look. Bomkv had a severe constipation, and he decided to go with him to help his comrade. That way he could cleanse his intestines of accumulated problems faster. Somewhere at that very moment, the beaten and bloodied fugitive was barely standing on trembling legs, desperately fighting off powerful pursuers. But at that moment he heard the approach of people possessing unprecedented power. A member of the fearsome alliance, seeing unfamiliar passers-by, immediately ordered them maliciously not to dare interfere in other people's affairs. But by this moment, Bomkv had already killed the last guy who carelessly got in his way, simply breaking his neck with one bare hand like a fragile twig. After that, he was surprisingly amazed that this person in such a critical situation was interested in their identities. The demon was convinced. Before death, people ask truly very strange questions. As for Samu Sim himself, right after their appearance, he sighed with relief when he saw unexpected reinforcements. After all, just a couple of minutes ago, he had already accepted that he would die here. He was surrounded by a whole squad of evil exterminators, and he considered himself doomed to certain death. But suddenly, from nowhere, these monstrous monsters appeared. At the moment of his appearance, Choak Ryung fought the appearing enemies with bare hands. When he touched their heads, they instantly twisted and immediately tore off from their bodies. And Bomkv, just by touching, could crush any part of the human body into a bloody pulp and could even melt steel blades with his bare hands. Samu Sim immediately connected the formidable silhouettes of the elusive swordsman and the terrifying giant, and he realized an amazing truth. These were most likely the Mad Lord of the Mountain himself and the Great Bloody Fist. At that moment, only the last survivor remained, who with a trembling voice demanded that these monstrous people calmly leave and not interfere in the Alliance's affairs. The realization of inevitable death pierced the warrior with chilling horror. These ruthless killers would deal with him just like the others. In a last desperate surge, he turned to the cornered opponent, deciding to take at least one life before saying goodbye to his own. The deadly attack was already rushing toward the exhausted warrior, and he had not a drop of strength left to dodge the inevitable blow. But at the last moment, a shadow materialized before him. A mysterious savior appeared, as if from nowhere, and took upon himself the full power of the rushing energy. With a single movement of his bare palm, the stranger dispersed the deadly stream, thus causing the attacking swordsman to freeze in sacred terror. Is it possible to disperse the energy of a blade with bare hands? Bomkv loudly reprimanded his brother, reminding him of their mentor's strictest prohibition against using internal energy. The Mad Mountain Master behaved so casually standing behind the enemy that the latter saw in this carelessness a chance to sever the bold warrior's head from his shoulders. However, the eyes of the formidable ruler flared with an even fiercer battle delight. An iron grip closed on the opponent's blade, and the steel began to melt from the unbearable heat of his palms. When the blazing hands rushed toward the attacker's body, Samu Sim finally confirmed the correctness of his guesses. He unmistakably recognized these legendary techniques. Approaching his rescuers, the venerable master thanked the sinister martial arts masters. Both brothers were deeply shocked. How did the stranger recognize them so instantly? But Samu Sim simply matched the features of their physiques with the highest level martial arts. Moreover, these two always stuck together and addressed each other as brothers. It was hard not to guess their true nature. Bomkv hastily begged Samu Sim to forget about their presence here and pretend that he alone dealt with all these scoundrels without asking for anyone's help. Choak Ryung insightfully noted that the man was surely aware of the martial arts alliance's hunt for his head, and there must be a significant reason why he continues to roam the area so carelessly. Samu Sim hurried to clarify the true purpose of his stay in these parts. He needed to find something that now belonged to the Alliance. It was about a small wooden box that those scoundrels had stolen from his house. There were no jewels stored in the box, but the items inside were more precious to Samu Sim than any treasures in the world. He was ready to sacrifice his own life to get them back. Choak Ryang tried to reason with the stubborn man, persuading him to forget about this trinket, since nothing is more valuable than life. Bomkv, however, became interested in where the villains could be hiding the cherished box. Samu Sim only sadly bowed his head, unable to answer. The thought that the precious relic was lost forever tormented his soul. Choak Ryang decided to change the subject and inquired about the fate of the orphans the man cared for. The conversation about the children instantly transformed Samu Sim. His face lit up with warmth. With enthusiasm, he assured that the little ones were completely safe. Then, saying goodbye, Choak Ryang asked the man to cherish his own life as tenderly as he cared for his wards. Without him, the orphans would not survive. Thanking him for the wise advice, Samu Sim remained alone amid the pile of corpses, tormented by the question of what to do with all these bodies. On the way to the tavern, Bomkevi furiously scolded his brother for using internal energy, and he justified himself, saying he only used a small amount, concentrating it at his fingertips. The Mad Mountain Master was outraged. Choak Ryang always called him an idiot, but he himself began to forget their teacher's instructions. He swore to report this disobedience to Den Aksun, and the swordsman tried to defend himself, claiming he could not have dispersed the blade's energy with bare hands without using technique. Moreover, he reminded with a sly grin, if Bomkevi complained about him, he would have to tell about what they had just been doing here, and he accused his friend of utter foolishness for such threats. Finally, by nightfall, two reached the inn. Pang Jinson was pacing the room like a hunted beast, unable to find peace due to anxiety. At that moment, Bomkewi and Choak Ryang entered the room through the window, wondering why the man was sighing so loudly and tormenting himself. But only then did they notice that Pang Jinson's room was empty. When asked about the whereabouts of the witch, who had been constantly with the boy all this time, the man bitterly admitted he had let her go, as he could do nothing when she declared her departure. All that remained was to pray that the willful lady would not do anything foolish while she was alone. But Bomkewi saw in the witch's absence a golden opportunity. Their hour had struck. Even the perceptive Choak Ryang did not immediately catch his comrade's hint. The Mad Mountain Master planned to immediately set out in search of temptations for the youth. Choak Ryang was shocked. Could such thoughts have been tormenting his brother all this time? And Bomkewi hastened to justify himself, saying he had always thought solely about the boy's well-being and how to make his life better. When Choak Ryang finally connected all his friend's words and realized his cunning plan, he was promptly thrown out the window and rushed into the master's room. Pang Jinson was in complete bewilderment, not understanding what kind of search for temptations this madman was talking about, and Choak Ryang assured the man not to worry, promising to immediately return Bomkewi. At that moment, the smiling scoundrel was already sitting on the young man's windowsill, urging him to wake up. He suggested to the young man to go on an exciting journey, but the latter was puzzled. Where could one possibly go in the middle of the night? Without waiting for an answer, Bomkevi picked up the boy in his arms, carrying him to where he could finally become a real man. Meanwhile, Han Solhua was having a leisurely conversation with a young warrior from the Huashan sect. The icy beauty made it clear that she no longer needed their escort. Starting tomorrow, she asked the guards to return to their primary duties. Their sect had already shown exceptional hospitality. The young man tried to object, saying he was not entitled to make such decisions unilaterally. Even if their presence caused inconvenience, he was merely following the orders of his sect. The Ice Witch was genuinely struck by the stubbornness of this boy, who indignantly declared that he was no longer a child. He thought that Han Solhua had misjudged his age because of his youthful appearance. Only then did the warrior realize that he had not properly introduced himself from the very beginning of the conversation. With dignity, he pronounced his name, Min Jiang, the third disciple of the Huashan sect, who had turned 20 this year. After that, the young man dared to inquire about the mysterious lady's name and age. The woman preferred to remain silent, then slowly removed the blindfold from her face, indicating that noble ladies do not usually answer such questions. When Min Jiang's gaze fell upon the unveiled face of the incomparable beauty, his cheeks were tinged with a barely noticeable blush. The lady calmly noted that their escort had been unnecessary from the very beginning. It looked as if a rabbit was trying to protect a tigress. While she was expressing her thoughts, Min Jiang seemed to be completely ignoring her words, continuing to admire her otherworldly beauty. Only when the lady pointed out his inattentiveness did the warrior try to justify himself, saying that she was too harsh on them. The young man hastened to proudly declare that if anyone were asked to name the 100 greatest masters of the current world of martial arts, every swordsman of the blooming cherry would inevitably make that glorious list. But the lady was not impressed by such boasting at all. She recalled with a slight smile how one leader of the blooming cherry swordsmen had spoken about himself, after which she calmly recounted. Once such a leader confessed to her that if he could win her heart, he would without hesitation give up his meaningless position and all worldly claims. That leader constantly pursued her with his persistent courtship. solemnly promising to leave all sex and return to a peaceful life for her favor. And now, looking at the young man, the lady noted with surprise that Min Jiang's gaze was exactly the same as that of the love-obsessed leader from the past. However, the young warrior fiercely rebelled against what he had heard. Carefully comparing all the facts known to him, he came to an unshakable conclusion. The former leader of the Blooming Cherry Swordsmen was his venerable master. But his mentor was not like that. A noble man would never abandon the sect for any woman, even an incredibly beautiful one. Therefore, the young man indignantly ordered Han Sol-hwa to immediately stop defaming the honor of his venerable mentor with such vile slander. When the young warrior's rage reached its limit, he uttered a final stern warning, reminding that the glorious Hoshang sect never tolerated insults and never left them unpunished. Han Sol-hwa was sincerely amazed that the passionate Minjiang categorically refused to believe her words. After a brief reflection, she proposed to make a bet. If her story turned out to be pure truth, they would immediately stop this tiresome escort. Of course, the lady was ready to take full responsibility for her words, and in return, if it turned out she lied, she would unconditionally fulfill one wish of the young man. Min Jiang deeply pondered the proposal for a moment, and even slightly blushed at the possibilities revealed. Han Sol-hwa was practically sure that the passionate young man would definitely agree to this tempting deal. However, to her greatest surprise, the only wish Min Jiang made was to continue their escort further, no matter what. Fortunately for resolving the dispute, the young man's master was just at the sacred sanctuary of the Martial Arts Alliance on an important mission, and very soon the truth would inevitably be revealed. After which the young warrior loudly ordered the swordsmen standing guard at the doors to immediately go to the master and precisely recount everything they had just heard. The lady only smiled in surprise, admiring the unwavering determination of this passionate young man. After that, she calmly suggested to Min Jiang to quietly wait for the result over a cup of fragrant tea. Meanwhile, unsuspecting townspeople were peacefully strolling the streets near the inn, unaware of the drama unfolding behind its walls. At that very moment, Bomkevi brought the stunned boy into a luxurious brothel, where a line of beautiful courtesans stood in a row to provide worthy company to the esteemed gentleman. As soon as the beauties saw the young master, they immediately squealed together with delight. The boy was so cute and charming. The young man himself unexpectedly approached one of the women to check her health condition, which made Bomkevi hastily justify such behavior as a true sign of a real gentleman. Suddenly, the perceptive boy noticed an elderly old man who was awkwardly standing near the women. He recoiled in fear, reminding that he was the owner of the establishment, and looked with bewilderment at how Denak-san was reaching out to him. The master of the mountain was extremely surprised by the young man's unusual tastes, but it turned out that the boy only wanted to check the old man's health. The young healer kindly asked the old man if he was tormented by unbearable headaches before sleep, as if thousands of hot needles were piercing his temples. Moreover, he suggested that in the mornings the old man's hands and feet might slightly go numb. The elderly man was deeply shocked. All of this was pure truth, but he had never told anyone about his ailments, so he could not understand how the boy had found out. The young man himself anxiously realized that if they had come here even a little later, everything would have turned out much worse. He urgently asked to be given a separate room where he could immediately start treatment, and hurried to reassure the old man that at such an early stage he could easily cure him. It was good that they learned about the health problems right now, otherwise it would have been much harder to help later. Only now did everyone present realize that this young guest was a truly skilled healer, and the women immediately excitedly crowded around him. The boy continued carefully checking the pulse and condition of other beauties, while the owner of the establishment busily searched for a suitable free room, and Bomkevi was indignant with frustration, understanding that Denak-san clearly thought he had been brought to some kind of clinic filled with patients. At that very moment, the master of young Min Jiang entered the inn with majestic steps. The young man immediately bowed, greeting the master. Importantly, stepping over the threshold, he menacingly swept his gaze around the room, striving to find out who dared to so boldly insult his honor. Then Min Jiang, with apparent awkwardness, introduced to his mentor the guest from the clinic Pang Jin-sun, who had arrived together with the young healer himself. Suddenly, the man, looking intently at the woman, realized with amazement that he had seen her somewhere before. She, however, only looked cunningly at the master, mysteriously smiling with her eyes alone, radiating secret knowledge. And then, trembling with sacred horror, the man finally realized whom he was seeing before him. At that moment, the woman greeted the little snot with a slight mockery, after which she authoritatively asked him not to express his thoughts so openly in the future. After these words, he had not the slightest doubt about the identity of the guest. The master immediately bowed respectfully before the lady, introducing himself as a martial arts disciple. the second follower of Huashan, and solemnly greeted the immortal lady. Minjiang was in complete bewilderment, not understanding what was happening to his usually proud master. After all, it had never happened before that his mentor called himself a mere martial arts disciple before someone. The woman, having bestowed the bowing man with an attentive, assessing look, soon only smiled mysteriously, closing her eyes. However, then she noted with slight surprise that the master had changed so suddenly. He was no longer the timid little boy who once loved to rub his cheek against her silk dress. The man immediately blushed deeply with embarrassment, begging the lady at least not to mention these shameful details in front of his disciple. Therefore, Han Sol-hwa had to thoroughly explain the essence of the dispute concluded with the student, which greatly unsettled the master. She had to detail all the terms of the bet. The master was called here precisely to finally determine whether she lied or told the pure truth. Unfortunately for his dignity, the man had to bitterly admit that everything said by the immortal lady was absolute truth, without a single word of lie. The woman herself, with a triumphant smile, turned to the stunned Minjiang to officially confirm that she had won the dispute, after which she authoritatively asked the young man to make the final decision regarding further accompaniment. The young master bowed deeply, promised with a heavy heart to immediately recall all his fighters. After that, the lady gracefully rose from the table, intending to leave the room, but at the last moment casually remarked that the child who washed her palms with tears had already grown up and matured greatly. These words embarrassed the master to madness. All he could do was confusedly turn to watch the departing lady, but she neither stopped nor looked back. Therefore the man, as if losing all strength, heavily collapsed onto a nearby chair. Minjiang, tormented by curiosity and guilt, decided to ask his master who this mysterious woman actually was. It turned out that she was the legendary Ice Jade of Immortality, a true living legend in the world of martial arts. She did not look her true age at all, because she had achieved eternal youth through secret techniques. Minjiang could hardly believe that the lady had truly not lied, and that meant the man really wanted to leave Hoshang for the woman. However, the master hastened to clarify that it was actually not about him at all. It was not he who wanted to leave the sect for her. At first, Minjiang did not understand at all what his master was insisting on. The young man wondered, if it was not about himself, then who was it about? But suddenly an illumination came to him. Since this woman was immortal, it meant she belonged to the older generation of masters. And if so, then it was about the former leader of the blossoming Cherry sect. It was incredibly hard for the young man to believe this shocking truth. The master could only beg his student to forever forget everything he had heard today. It was necessary to preserve the honor and safety of them all. At that very moment, Choak Ryang was leisurely strolling through the quiet night streets of the city. He perfectly understood that, considering Bomkevi's unrestrained nature, he would surely have taken the young man to the most expensive and luxurious brothel in the city. However, quite unexpectedly, Bomkevi materialized right behind him, causing Choak Ryang to flinch instantly and furiously scold his friend for daring to scare him so suddenly. His anxiety increased when he saw Denakson peacefully sitting on Bomkevi's back. At that moment, the Mad Lord of the Mountain bitterly wept, realizing the bitter truth. He did not need to be beautiful or rich at all. Everything in this world was decided exclusively by healing talents. If only he could be reborn, he would without hesitation abandon martial arts and fully immerse himself in the study of medicine. After that, the Mad Lord of the Mountain wept like a small child and, sobbing, pointed with a trembling finger at the majestic doors of the brothel. There, a whole excited crowd had lined up in a living corridor, energetically waving handkerchiefs in farewell. Among those seeing off were the most beautiful flowers of the establishment, charming courtesans in silk garments, and at the head of the procession stood the very moved owner of the luxurious brothel, wiping tears of gratitude. The perceptive Choak Ryang instantly realized what was what. Most likely, the young Den-ak's son had healed all these suffering people with his divine gift. Bomkevi hastened to explain fervently that although they had not received a single copper coin for their efforts, the grateful healed were so thankful that they generously paid for all their services in the establishment. However, when the formidable Han Sol-hwa learned that these brainless fools had dragged the innocent Den-akson to the brothel, her beautiful face twisted with anger. She horrifiedly guessed that these idiots could very well have forced the unfortunate child to drink strong alcohol. Of course, Bomkevi hurried to justify himself, swearing by all the gods that nothing of the sort had happened. He himself had not drunk a single drop of alcohol. However, Han Sol-hwa could not understand why then the boy was lying unconscious on his back like a sack of rice. KV hurriedly tried to explain that the boy was simply using his powers too actively, squeezing his body to the absolute limit. Obviously, any normal person would have completely misinterpreted these words, so the lady finally lost her temper, and her aura froze with rage. Even the usually calm Choak Ryan was indignant, not understanding why KV simply could not express himself properly and always babbled some absurd nonsense, so he pleaded with his angry sister to calm down, promising that he would explain everything clearly himself. Very soon the icy beauty had already come to her senses, realizing that nothing terrible or shameful had happened. She sternly scolded the unlucky men for not bothering to properly explain the situation right away. The lady also said that she got rid of the annoying attention of the powerful Huashan sect, but did not reveal the details. After that, the entire company, quite exhausted by the day's adventures, went to rest and ultimately spent a fairly calm and serene night. With the first rays of dawn, Pang Jin's son woke up and leisurely went to the chambers of the young master of the valley to find out if the young man had already awakened from sleep. However, when there was no response to his delicate knock, he knocked again gently and, cautiously opening the door slightly, hurried to enter. What he saw made him freeze in amazement. The boy, already from early morning, dressed in his special medical clothes, selflessly treated martial arts masters. Sweat streamed like rivers over the young body, so deeply was he focused on his sacred task. Pang Jin-san only smiled warmly, watching such incredible concentration from the child, worthy of the greatest master healers. Finally, having placed the last silver needle at a specific point on Bomkewi's body, Den Akson slowly turned to Pang Jin-son, who had come to visit him. At that moment, the venerable man sincerely praised the boy for his diligent and meticulous work, then respectfully asked permission to carefully examine how skillfully he had arranged the acupuncture needles. However, when he approached and looked closely, what he saw truly stunned him. He realized with amazement that the boy had decided to use the legendary acupuncture techniques of both his renowned parents simultaneously. The young man only smiled modestly and explained that he had long studied this most complex combined technique and had recently finally begun to see impressive results. Indeed, the longer the experienced man gazed at the skillfully placed needles, the clearer it became that such a miracle was possible not only in theory, but also in practice, something he had never even dared to dream of before. At that moment, the young man also proudly boasted that besides the amazing healing effect of these procedures, none of his patients had shown any side effects at all. Pang Jin-son had no doubt that the young man had thoroughly weighed and calculated everything, for who else could dare to try such revolutionary techniques if not the young lord of the valley with his divine gift? That is why he said that such a thing was only possible in theory, because even Pang Jin's son himself, despite his colossal experience, would have been afraid to attempt such a thing. If even one needle went a millimeter deeper than it should, his patients could be paralyzed for life. Or, if the young man inserted them at the wrong angle, the unfortunate could lose their hearing forever. It was incredibly dangerous. After all, a person could also go blind from the slightest mistake. Even the master's hands would tremble with fear, and he would not dare to use such risky acupuncture. At that moment, the perceptive boy noticed how the patients tensed and clenched with anxiety upon hearing such terrible words, so he immediately strictly forbade them all from moving even a centimeter, after which he decided to find out from Pang Jin's son what had brought him at such an early hour. And then the man anxiously revealed that they needed to hurry immediately. He had just received an urgent letter from the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters itself. The condition of the mysterious patient was rapidly deteriorating with each hour. The events majestically shift to the grand city of the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters, where our entire brave company has already arrived. However, Bomkevi was still tormented by guesses about who currently holds the position of leader of the Alliance, suspecting it might be someone from the renowned Namgung family. Choak Ryan only bitterly concluded that the former proud azure heights of the Namgung clan had long turned into a foul snake's nest of vice, and the Alliance leader himself was that very poisonous snake in human form. Therefore, Bomkevi could only pray to all the gods that his hot-tempered friend would be able to keep himself together when he saw the leader of the Alliance. Both hardened men perfectly understood. They simply had to do it, but not for the sake of that pompous leader, and solely for the young Denak-san. Finally, when the thorough inspection was completed, the massive gates majestically swung open, and Pang Jin-son respectfully asked the escorts to enter. Soon the graceful maid was already leading them through the luxuriously furnished palace complex towards the majestic mansion immersed in blooming gardens. Choak Ryan still could not believe that it was they, the former outcasts, who dared to set foot on the sacred territory of the Almighty Alliance, and even more so that they were received with such incredible honors, as if they were the most important guests. Soon the procession stopped near the marble doors and stairs leading to a tall, richly decorated mansion shining in the sun with golden tiles. Suddenly, a sonorous voice of the youngest offspring of the Namgung family sounded, who ceremoniously saluted the great immortal lady. The young man politely suggested that the high guests might be quite tired after a long and exhausting journey, and with a bow invited them to enter his luxurious residence. Of course, everyone was extremely surprised and impressed that absolutely everyone treated Lady Ice Jade with such reverent respect. Even the cynical Cho Ak Ryang was at a loss to guess how many people from the current martial arts world the leader would have greeted with such incredible honors. But the simple-hearted Bom KV could only wonder how old this mysterious woman was, since she was so famous and revered. At that moment, the lady, as if hearing the audacious thoughts of these two rascals, turned around angrily and scorched them with a chilling gaze, which sent shivers of horror down both their spines. In the next moment, the Alliance leader himself once again ceremoniously greeted the great immortal, bowing deeply. He also sincerely thanked the respected Mr. Pang Jin-son for deigning to come here at his humble request. Of course, he fully understood that although he was the almighty leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, besides that he was also a desperate father, and Pang Jin-son's help was simply invaluable at this difficult hour. However, the modest man reminded that he was a healer, and his sacred duty was to help suffering people. After that, he intended to officially introduce the young Denak son, but the Alliance leader was already well informed that this was the very legendary child who inherited the divine gift of the heavenly healer. Of course, the influential man would not refuse to talk with the guests longer, but he imploringly asked them first to look at his dying daughter, after which the entire procession followed the worried head of the family. Cho Ak Ryang and Bom KV walked a little apart, whispering and understanding that from such pompous peacocks as the Alliance leader, there were always only problems and headaches. He was strikingly similar to that disgusting head of the demon clan who disappeared in the Haryun Mountains, behaving exactly the same, as if he were the very center of the universe around which everyone else must revolve. Even the usually restrained Bom KV was indignant because no matter how hard he tried, he never managed to find common ground with such narcissistic handsome men. However, Cho Ak Ryan calmly and sarcastically noted that it is incredibly difficult for the comrade to find common ground with anyone in principle. But immediately Bom KV objected that they had communicated quite well and sincerely with Cho Ak Ryan himself. Of course, the man was instantly mortally offended, because Bom KV had literally just indirectly called him a freak. He instantly boiled with rage and decided to kick this impudent fellow's ass right here and now. Moving to a sufficiently safe distance from the others, the enraged Cho Ak Ryan was already preparing his deadly magic. At that moment, the exhausted boy pleaded with these two grown children to behave more quietly and stop embarrassing themselves. And in the end, no matter how angry the two bosom friends were, they still had to reluctantly stop. At this dramatic moment, a real commotion and panic reigned near the chambers of the young lady. The servants whispered fearfully, some screamed in terror, not knowing what to do in this catastrophic situation. When the leader of the Alliance, scared half to death, saw this heartbreaking scene, he asked in a breaking voice to immediately explain what had happened to his precious daughter. It turned out that the condition of the unfortunate girl was rapidly and catastrophically worsening. In the last half hour, the desperate doctors had tried absolutely everything they could think of, but saw no slightest improvement. On the contrary, with each minute it only got worse and worse, as if death itself was already standing at the bedside. Of course, the father, maddened by grief, immediately rushed inside the chambers to be beside his dying daughter. His heart was breaking when he saw that the poor girl by that time was covered with a whole dozen warm blankets, but still trembled from the unbearable cold that gripped her from within. Despite the piles of warm blankets, wave after wave of chilling shivers ran through the unfortunate girl, and she trembled from unbearable cold, chattering her teeth so loudly that the sound echoed throughout the room. Looking at this heartbreaking scene, the Alliance leader, scared half to death, trembled all over, not knowing how to help his only daughter, slowly fading before his eyes. In an instant, the boy swiftly donned his special medical uniform and authoritatively asked the man, crazed with grief, to step back immediately and not interfere with the sacred healing process. Immediately after that, with a decisive movement, he threw off all the blankets that the dying lady was wrapped in. The Alliance leader instantly went berserk like a wounded tiger, not understanding what this audacious boy was doing to his precious daughter. However, the young healer calmly but authoritatively ordered the worried father not to intervene under any circumstances. After all, if he did not take decisive action now, the patient would inevitably die in terrible agony. The man desperately tried to object and intervene, but Pang Jin-son hurriedly explained with passion that Dan Ak-son understood the finest aspects of medicine much better than even himself. Of course, the influential man perfectly understood that the boy had inherited the legendary gift of the divine healer, but deep down he believed that the child simply could not cope in such a catastrophic situation. Pang Jin-son hastened to clarify. If even Dan Ok-son could not handle it, then no one had even the slightest chance. At this dramatic moment, the youth drew from his arsenal a sinister demonic needle. Staring intently at the trembling patient, he seriously warned that the acupuncture would be incredibly painful. Immediately after that, he swiftly plunged the needle in, and the girl screamed so piercingly that the walls of the room shook from her inhuman cry. Of course, the Alliance leader also furiously raged. His daughter was barely holding on to life, and now she was screaming from unbearable agony. This definitely did not fit the definition of a little pain. Pang Jin-son desperately tried to reason with the grief-stricken father, explaining that if he intervened now, his daughter's condition would catastrophically worsen, and she would die. At that moment, Dan Ok-son urgently asked the honorable aunt for help. He physically could not lift the weakened patient himself, but it was vital for her to assume a sitting position. Immediately after that, the young man loudly ordered that from that moment on, no one, no matter what, was to touch either him or the patient. It was also strictly forbidden to let anyone into the room. After that, the formidable Choak Ryang and Bom KV stood like an impenetrable wall, blocking the passage to Dan Ok-son. The unfortunate father was forced to stand and watch as his only daughter writhed and suffered from unbearable pain. At one moment, the tormented man even jerked forward, no longer able to endure her heart-wrenching screams. However, the heavy, mountain-like hand of Bom KV, authoritatively resting on his shoulder, immediately made him come to his senses. The mad master of the mountain himself sternly reminded the man that he was categorically forbidden to go there. The Alliance leader was insanely outraged that some impudent fellow dared to order him around, as if he wanted to die. The bloody fist calmly but firmly reminded the Alliance leader of a bitter truth. If he did not trust the boy, he would never have let him near his precious daughter in the first place. The young man would never have taken on the task if he had known he could not help. So the father had better just trust and wait patiently, or else accept that otherwise he would kill his daughter with his own hands. And although it sounded unbearably cruel, the man, gritting his teeth, decided to wait nonetheless. Moreover, without realizing it himself in a fit of rage, he released his murderous intent. But these unshakable warriors were able to withstand it without even blinking. At this tense moment, Dan Ok-son stood over the girl, pierced by numerous needles of the divine healer, and joyfully exhaled with relief. They had at least barely survived the critical exacerbation of the illness. He felt immense relief, for if they had arrived 15 minutes later, he would no longer have been able to help the unfortunate girl. Of course, the man immediately lifted his spirits, believing that his daughter would now definitely survive. But Dan Ok-son harshly brought him back to harsh reality. If they do not find the true cause of the illness and eliminate it completely, the girl's condition will worsen again. The man immediately caught a glimmer of hope. If they do find the cause, she will survive. He solemnly swore that he would do absolutely everything required. However, the boy perfectly understood that perhaps everything here depended not so much on his healing powers. Suddenly turning to the head of the Alliance, he piercingly asked whether his words were sincere about being ready to do anything to save his daughter. And as soon as the young man was convinced of the sincerity of the oath, a cunning smile blossomed on his face, and he authoritatively asked the man to leave the room immediately. At that moment, the leader indignantly stormed, not believing the young man's bold words. But approaching closer, Bom KV sarcastically reminded him that the man himself had just solemnly declared that he would do everything required. Even the icy beauty Han Sol-hwa insisted that the girl was now alive exclusively thanks to the divine help of the healer Dan Ok-son. The young man himself patiently tried to explain to the agitated man that his emotions could catastrophically worsen the situation. The stable condition of the patient was now an absolute priority, so he begged the leader of the Alliance to visit his daughter no more than once a day. They would stay in the next room to immediately continue treatment if necessary. However, he categorically asked that absolutely no one approach them during this critical time. As soon as the grief-stricken man reluctantly left, Dan Ok-son remained in the room with his faithful friends. Pang Jin-son curiously wanted to know why the boy had so decisively driven away the unfortunate father. However, he mysteriously reminded that he was not just treating his daughter. At the same time, he had driven him away for the sake of the aunt and 2 other valiant masters. Moreover, he vitally needed that special power possessed by this mighty trio. It seemed to him that standard techniques simply could not help the patient. Soon deep night fell, and the room was lit only by a solitary flickering candle casting whimsical shadows on the walls. The girl gradually began to come to herself, as if surfacing from deep darkness. She could hardly believe she was still alive. Just yesterday she writhed in unbearable tearing pain, and now she felt a little better, and her clouded mind began to clear. She no longer remembered the last time she felt so well. The girl timidly dreamed of living without this agonizing pain for at least a month, not to mention a year. However, Denak-son, who appeared by the bed with a warm smile, promised that she would live much longer than a month or a year, a whole long and happy life. At this touching moment, the girl noticed Pang Jin's son standing nearby and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for helping her survive. The venerable man was incredibly glad that they had arrived in time, after which he proudly introduced the little boy who had literally snatched her from the clutches of death. Right then, Denak-son asked the lady to try her best together with him to finally defeat the illness. Of course, it was incredibly hard for the girl to believe that this child, just a boy with chubby cheeks, had truly saved her life. But she respectfully asked that healer Denak-son continue to take care of her. After that, the boy earnestly told that he desperately needed the help of the girl herself, for her unyielding desire to live was more important than anything else. Moreover, he had to warn her that terrible pain she was experiencing would soon return with renewed strength. Immediately, the little girl was gripped by a powerful primal fear. She desperately did not want to believe those terrible words. The young man gently explained that while the pain had not returned, he needed to ask several very important questions. She needed to think carefully and answer them as honestly as possible. Of course, she bravely allowed the healer to ask absolutely anything he wanted. The very first question was, when exactly did these agonizing symptoms begin? It turned out everything started exactly 3 years ago. She solemnly assured that she had not taken any mysterious elixirs nor undergone any purification rituals. Therefore, the young man decided to find out if she had touched any unusual exotic plants or poisonous animals. But she could not recall anything like that no matter how hard she tried. So the young man thoughtfully explained that her symptoms clearly indicated serious damage to the meridians. But he saw not a single logical reason for such a catastrophic condition. If he was right, then some external mysterious factor must have triggered her illness. He could not find this cause, although it definitely had to exist, given such a special and extremely rare case. At that moment, the girl deeply pondered everything the healer had just said. And suddenly, like a lightning bolt of insight, she remembered something, guessing that it might be related to the mysterious gift she received exactly 3 years ago, a snow-white bed. The giver mysteriously said that such a treasure could not be found anywhere else. It was skillfully carved from the purest celestial jade. She had peacefully slept on it for a whole year until she returned to the usual wooden one. Obviously intrigued, the young man urgently wanted to know why she stopped sleeping on it. It turned out that one morning she felt in horror how her whole body was covered with sticky cold sweat. At first glance, it seemed that the magical jade was developing her inner strength, but the sensations were not pleasant, rather frightening and disturbing. Denak-son literally jumped up at these words as if struck by lightning. This was exactly what he needed to find out. Soon the excited head of the alliance was leading the heroes to that very mysterious bed, which was first given to him, and then he lovingly passed it on to his precious daughter. It was no longer used, and it was just gathering dust in the far storeroom, forgotten by everyone. Of course, the man was extremely surprised and skeptical that the boy thought some bed was to blame for everything. But the young healer decided to carefully check his suspicion first. He cautiously lay down on the mysterious bed, then began to carefully feel it from all sides, as if searching for something invisible to the eye. The insightful Choak Ryan was sincerely surprised and disappointed by what he saw. He naively believed that the storeroom of the almighty leader of the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters would be something special, a treasure trove of unprecedented riches. But before him was just a pathetic pile of dusty trash and forgotten things. Moreover, the boxes in the far corner had no dust at all, which led him to think, apparently, they had been brought here quite recently. At this tense moment, the young man was cautiously lying on the mysterious jade bed, keenly listening to the slightest changes in his sensations. And finally, he felt it. A certain unusual, disturbing energy pulsating deep within the stone. After this revelation, he instantly jumped up from the cursed bed and began to examine it with even greater diligence and thoroughness. Bom KV immediately noticed the strange behavior of the young man, so the boy hurriedly explained with excitement. There was not a single speck of dust on the bed, which was extremely suspicious. Therefore, he categorically requested to immediately cut this ominous bed into pieces. To the surprise of everyone present, despite the fabulous cost of the ancient relic, the Alliance leader himself unhesitatingly drew his legendary blade. The weapon shone with dazzling energy as he authoritatively asked the servants and the healer to step back and allow him to help. Bomb KV instantly felt that the man was using the true energy of the sword, and Choak Ryan confirmed his suspicion with an affirmative nod. Until that moment, Choak Ryan had contemptuously considered the man nothing more than a pompous fool. Despite seeming like a millennia-old wise serpent, he turned out to be just a pathetic yellow-bellied rat snake. He believed that the insight and determination of the leader were worthy of envy. That is exactly how a true alliance leader should be. But it turned out that behind his back this cunning man had been hiding another deadly blade all along. At that moment, with a light, almost careless movement of his hand, the man cut the massive bed into two perfectly even halves. They were stunned by what they saw. This legendary technique was called blade swing, and the hill disappears, or as it was also known, the river tears its bank. He had always thought that all the stories about this mythical technique were just tales for naive simpletons, but now, seeing it firsthand, he realized the technique was clearly underestimated. In the next moment, the young man urgently told the head of the Alliance what he had felt while lying on the cursed bed. Inside the jade there was a full measure of sinister death energy. From the very beginning, nothing added up. The symptoms indicated meridian damage, but the energy flows were absolutely fine. Therefore, he was not at all surprised that the other healers did not know what to do with this mystery. The matter was not at all about the meridians. After all, everything was excellent in the energy flows. The real problem was that her bed was thoroughly poisoned by an ancient corruption. Because of this curse, the true energy had catastrophically weakened, and now could not pass through the meridians, for the corruption had poisoned the very soul of the unfortunate daughter. Of course, the man instantly felt overwhelming guilt for not checking that cursed bed beforehand. He hoped to ask the hero whether this terrible disease was curable, and the youth promised to do everything in his power. However, the man furiously raged. The boy's words were insufficient for him. He had heard these empty promises more than once. He categorically demanded that the youth save his daughter at any cost. The boy was deeply disappointed and insulted that the man dared to threaten him. No threats or intimidation would certainly help cure his daughter. On the contrary, such disgusting behavior would only catastrophically hinder her treatment. However, for the arrogant head of the Alliance, such audacious behavior from the youth was genuine black ingratitude. But at that fateful moment, he suddenly froze, unable to utter a single word, and he felt some primal horror binding his body with icy chains. When he slowly turned around, he saw the piercing, scorching gaze of two formidable men who accompanied the hero everywhere. From their appearance alone, it was crystal clear. Just one more careless word, and these two would pulverize him into fine powder without the slightest hesitation. Therefore, the man instinctively switched his blade to his hand and already pointed its tip towards these two deadly warriors. However, Den-Ak-san indignantly demanded that the man stop immediately. He did not understand how he dared to treat those who came to help him in his hour of despair so disgustingly. In the end, the young man bitterly realized the man only wanted one thing: for everyone to obey his orders unconditionally, like mindless puppets. Resolutely grabbing Bomkevi and Choak Ryan by the hands, he proudly asked them to leave, for he categorically did not want to obey this unbearable man. In the end, the shocked leader had no choice but to humbly beg the hero to stay, offering his sincere apologies. He humbly made it clear that he was insanely worried about his only daughter, which is why he lost control in a fit of despair. And he reminded that the boy was treating the girl, not himself. He asked for help for his little daughter. Bom KV once again was convinced of a great truth. Not brute force, but divine medicine works real miracles, making even such arrogant little men humbly kneel. In the end, Den-Ak-san graciously agreed to help, but strictly ordered to treat his masters with the utmost respect. He also categorically reminded, until he finished the sacred healing process, absolutely no one was allowed to approach the girl's room, not even the almighty leader himself. But that was far from all. The main condition was that while they were here and engaged in treatment, the man should not even think about interfering with them in any way. Finally, after this tense conversation, the exhausted young man went to his room to rest a little and regain his strength. Only then did the curious Choak Ryang decide to find out. Did the boy really want to leave if the alliance leader had not apologized? But in reality, the noble youth did not even think of abandoning his patient to fate. Den-Ak-san did not even get truly angry, because when a patient's condition catastrophically worsens, their loved ones always become more aggressive than usual, and he had long been used to this. The friends were touched by the kind, merciful heart of the young healer. For the great leader of the martial arts alliance did not even hide his deadly intentions, and the youth took and magnanimously calmed him down. However, the wise boy perfectly understood. If they left him there in such an agitated state, everything would turn out even more catastrophically. And although everyone understood this well, Choak Ryung barely restrained himself from killing the impudent one right there. And Bomkavi did not understand at all how he dared to unleash deadly intent on their precious young healer. He was eager to smash his head into tiny splinters. They did not suspect that this secret conversation was secretly overheard by Han Sol-hwa, who was standing around the corner. Soon the agitated leader of the alliance sat in his luxurious room, desperately trying to compose himself. He repeated again and again, like a mantra, that under no circumstances was he allowed to interfere in the sacred process of healing. After which he reported this very strict order to all his close servants so that they would immediately pass it on to the others. However, suddenly an extremely worried servant burst into the room, fearfully calling the leader. She wanted to urgently report the arrival of the formidable Ice Jade, who was also in a very bad mood. But the devastating power of the enraged woman literally knocked the unfortunate man off the path with soul-chilling cold. The faster she approached with her majestic stride, the more the entire room was covered with frost and froze, and even the people standing in it were covered with an icy crust. She herself scorched the alliance leader with a look that clearly indicated what would happen to him if he dared to unleash murderous intentions on her precious child again. She warned menacingly. If he repeated such a thing, she would immediately enter the legendary top 10 great villains and mercilessly kill him and all his henchmen. After that, the hurricane wind beneath her feet became even fiercer, sweeping everyone around like grains of sand. However, in an instant, everything suddenly stopped as if nothing had happened. Only deep footprints of her feet remained scorched on the floor. And then the shocked man realized with horror. This was far from a great immortal, but a true tiger demoness. A famous ghost woman who mercilessly destroys everything in her path. In his secluded room, the young man calmly discussed everything that had happened with Pang Jin-sun. He also proposed a revolutionary healing technique to influence the changes of yin and yang energies. However, the concerned Pang Jin-sun skeptically reminded the young man that none of the known elixirs were capable of such a miracle. The young man knew perfectly well that elixirs would be absolutely useless here. However, living people with their unique abilities could help. He excitedly explained to Han Sol-hwa and Bom Ko-wi, if they joined forces and helped him, then they would definitely be able to heal this unfortunate girl. Auntie would carefully protect the internal organs and meridians using cold yin energy, while Bom K-wee would destroy all the filth with blazing yang energy. Of course, it was incredibly hard for both legendary masters to believe that they, complete opposites, should work together as a single whole. It was especially shocking to realize that it was their joint synchronous work that could help save a human life. Shortly after these reflections, Dan Ak-son summoned absolutely all participants to discuss his guesses. Choak Ryan was deeply shocked. The noble warrior could not even imagine that they would have to unite forces to save the daughter of the alliance leader, and then continue to improve in this art of healing. However, the young healer hastened to explain that Choak Ryan's role would be the most important, since his condition was closest to the patient's ailment. But the experienced fighter had not the slightest desire to allow this pair to experiment on his body. He seriously doubted whether such methods could be trusted. Nevertheless, the boy asked the mentor not to worry about anything. If something went wrong, he could always come to help. And indeed, Choak Ryan trusted the skilled doctor 100%. The problem lay only with the two other masters, but unfortunately, they simply had no way out. They would have to rely on each other, and Choak Ryan was well aware. Everyone except him had already agreed. He had no choice left. At that very moment, Pang Jin-sun decided to leave in order to pay a visit to the alliance leader. At the same time, the ruler received the sad news that the wanted person had still not been found. Although a whole squad was sent to search, they still needed additional time. The head of the Alliance Intelligence Corps, under the formidable name Thousand Wings, indicated that the former leader of the trading company Black Dragon had disappeared many years ago. Obviously, the Alliance leader was extremely disappointed that even the elite Thousand Wings squad had not completed the assigned task. The woman submissively bowed her head, fully understanding that such reconnaissance activity was not part of her direct duties. Moreover, it was a personal request from the leader, unrelated to the affairs of the Alliance. Nevertheless, she solemnly promised that she would find the right person at all costs. As soon as she was ordered to leave, she immediately left the chambers, silently closing the door behind her. The leader of the Alliance pondered for a long time about the head of the trading company who once gave him that very bed and then disappeared without a trace. But at that moment, a servant approached him, reporting that the head of the clinic, Pang Jin-sun, requested an audience. The man immediately bowed respectfully, greeting the great leader of the Alliance with reverence. He promptly decided to inquire about the condition of his daughter. It was for this reason that Pang Jin-sun paid him a visit. because they had discovered a way to heal the girl. Hearing this joyful news, the man almost choked with happiness, but Pang Jin-son hastened to calm him. Nothing could be guaranteed. However, having studied the proposed method, he could confidently say that it was capable of helping to save the daughter. Of course, the father had boundless trust in the honorable Mr. Pang Jin-son and begged him to do everything possible to save his little daughter. The man promised to convey his words to Den-ak-sun, after which he patiently explained to the gentleman that he was not responsible for the girl's treatment at all. Both he and the doctors of their infirmary only provide assistance. The healing itself is conducted by the Lord of the Valley. Usually he explains everything himself, but now he is completely absorbed in working on the healing method. So Pang Jin-son came to report everything. The leader of the alliance was completely indifferent to who exactly conducted the treatment. He solemnly promised that he would never forget the kindness of the person who could help his daughter. Of course, Pang Jin-son only smiled, indicating that this was just part of their work, for which thanks were not necessary. However, they had something they wanted to ask the leader for in return. After that, Pang Jin-son handed him a scroll, which the man examined carefully. The list included Heavenly Fruit of the Snow Lotus and the Millennial Many-Flowered Knotweed, truly great restorative herbs of Shaolin. Moreover, there was the Purple Healing Pill, known as the Divine Plum Blossom Pill, and even the Divine High Frequency Pill. All these elixirs and pills were capable of stirring the entire martial arts world. But the most shocking item on the list was the Azure Stone Essence. Nevertheless, Pang Jin-son hastened to explain that with such medicines, the probability of healing the daughter would increase by a full 10%. But at that moment, the concerned leader of the Blue Flower Squad, responsible for the Alliance's finances, spoke up. He quickly explained to the leader that the requested elixirs were strategic resources of their organization. They could only be obtained in extreme special cases. However, the man decided to use these priceless pills for personal purposes, and later return everything from his family's reserves. At the moment, the probability of healing the girl was 50%. The chances were small, but by no means hopeless. Nevertheless, Pang Jin-son reminded the leader that even this was an unthinkable achievement. Besides their healer, no one else would have saved the girl. The man was fully aware of this, so he agreed to provide all the necessary resources. Moreover, considering that his daughter's life hung by a thread, even 10% represented a huge breakthrough. He was ready to do anything to save his child. At the same time, the young healer was still in his quarters, working on the method to cure the lady. At that moment, he inserted the last acupuncture needle into Choak Ryan's body and decided to rest a little. Bom Kwi and Han Sol-hwa took his hands in their palms and slowly transmitted life energy into him. However, the woman was extremely surprised. The procedure turned out to be far from simple, and Bom Kwi was already quite tired of the fact that his physical abilities were completely unnecessary in this process. For the most part, he was frankly bored. The young man only reminded the two that saving lives is never an easy task. Yet he felt that they were managing much better compared to previous attempts. In the next moment, Han Sol-hwa noticed that before starting to treat the girl, Den-ak-sun needed to take care of his own health. But he perfectly understood how little time they had left. They needed to perfect the treatment method as soon as possible, because the patient simply would not endure any longer. Obviously, everyone immediately began to pity the young man, hoping that he would turn to them for help if it became too difficult for him. At that moment, coming out of meditation, Choak Ryang loudly exclaimed in amazement. His body felt completely new. It seemed he was in such a state that he could destroy everything around him and still have energy left. Bom Kv was only indignant. While they were working so hard here, someone was fully enjoying life and just meditating. However, the test subject only laughed at his comrades. They were to blame themselves for having their health in order. And if they wanted to rest, they could get sick, just like him. At that moment, Mr. Pang Jin-son entered the room, having prepared a decoction from the immortal leaf of 9 branches, as the young man had requested. The boy immediately flew to the tray, thanking Uncle for his efforts, and dipped his finger into the decoction to try its taste. As he had expected, Uncle's medical skills were simply amazing. Such a compliment even made the old healer involuntarily smile. At that moment, Den-ak-sun asked Choak Ryang to drink the healing decoction, and then distribute the internal energy. Only it was necessary to direct it not to the dantian, but to transfer it through the whole body. It must touch even the small meridians. Of course, the man was deeply touched that he was given the opportunity to drink such a valuable decoction alone. But all this was just feigned modesty. He was sincerely happy, feeling the disapproving glances of Bom Kv and Han Sol-hwa on him. After that, with full confidence, he drained the full cup of the healing remedy. Immediately after that, he immersed himself in meditation, redirecting the energy. Bom Kv decided to ask the young healer Den-ak-sun some questions. But at that moment the boy staggered and began to lose consciousness. It was good that Han Sol-hwa was nearby. She managed to catch the young man at the last moment. Pang Jin-son immediately ran up and began to feel the child to understand what had happened. He quickly determined that Denak-son was in a state of complete exhaustion because he had overexerted himself. Choak-ryang even felt ashamed. He wished that the decoction he drank had gone to the boy. Han Sol-hwa was only wiping the young man's face with a cold cotton cloth, hoping that they would manage to save the lady for whom the boy had worked so selflessly for many years. She was confident that their young healer would definitely cope with all the trials. And although the young man was unconscious, he seemed to hear their thoughts and smiled, being in a deep sleep. Soon the patients carried the young healer to his quarters, so that the boy could rest to his heart's content. Finally, Bom KV only looked worriedly at the sleeping one, hoping that he would really feel better after sleep. Moreover, seeing the peaceful expression on the young man's face, he went out to his comrades, sharing the joyful news. The boy is dreaming a beautiful dream, surely about the boundless sea of healing elixirs. Choak-ryang was sincerely happy. After all, soon the young healer would really manage to get mountains of precious remedies from the martial arts masters. Truly a prophetic dream. Moreover, despite the fact that many elixirs would be used to treat the leader's daughter, there would still be just as many valuable preparations left. However, Pang Jin-son, hearing these conversations, reasonably noted that most likely the remaining remedies would last at most 2 months. And all because the martial arts masters would not hesitate to use them for their own healing. Choak-ryang knew the character of their young healer perfectly, and was sure he would not spare anything to help those in need. Moreover, a curious question arose in his mind. Were the boy's parents equally generous? The man only warmly recalled that his mentors seemed even more magnanimous than their son. But then a natural question arose. How did Pang Jin-son have enough means to continue studying with such extravagant teachers? Exactly for this reason he became the secretary of this couple, because they constantly quarreled over medical herbs. One day, the spouses entrusted him with the authority to manage the entire valley. After that, they no longer quarreled over trifles. And yet Pang Jin-son did not take anyone's side, and paid for it, because both parents pressured him considerably. He remembered how the demonic mentor fiercely scolded her husband for buying a warming jade mushroom, although they barely made ends meet. In the end, they started arguing, because neither of them, in their opinion, had made such an order. Immediately both turned to Pang Jin-son for help, so that he would say who was lying. In the end, the frightened man had to justify himself, saying that it was he who bought some mushrooms for the young master of the valley. After that, he also reported that he paid for this remedy out of his own pocket, and they had nothing to worry about regarding the expenses. As soon as the parents found out that it was for their little son, they calmed down instantly. Moreover, they made it clear that they would have no hesitation in allocating funds from the family budget for such expenses. Hearing this fascinating story, Choak-ryang realized how difficult it had been for Pang Jin-son during his studies. These memories brought only a joyful smile to the honorable doctor. After all, he sincerely missed those days. At that moment, Bom Kwi had a brilliant idea. They also needed to get a secretary. Then they could hand over all organizational matters to him and stop arguing with each other. Even if some disagreements arose, a competent secretary would be able to resolve them. Immediately, Han Sol-hwa decided to ask her comrades if they had any suggestions regarding the identity of this very secretary. Instantly, both Bom Kwi and Choak-ryang turned to Pang Jin-son. Catching their eloquent looks, the man understandingly indicated, if the Lord of the Valley allowed, he would take these responsibilities upon himself. But most likely, the young man would be against such a decision. Therefore, the man decided to find at least one person who was excellent at mathematics, catch him, and bring him to them. Such a person was on Choak-ryang's radar. It turned out to be the ghost of poverty. And indeed, judging by everything they knew about this mysterious man, he would be perfect for them. But Bom Kwi still had no idea how to find this person. After all, Choak-ryang himself had ordered him to lay low as soon as possible. Nevertheless, Choak-ryang was confident. He would appear after some time anyway. In any case, they could deal with this matter later. After that, Choak-ryang decided to rest a little and take a walk to put his thoughts in order, something his comrades could not understand at all. Bom Kv even got slightly irritated that Choak-ryang constantly went somewhere. He behaved like a person who had no problems at all. As soon as he disappeared, Han Sol-hwa looked at Bom Kv in bewilderment. Could the man really be convinced that Choak-ryang just went out to get some fresh air? If so, it seemed he had completely forgotten where they were. At that moment, putting everything together, Bom Kv for some reason thought that Choak-ryang wanted to scout the situation before a possible attack, and decided to follow him. However, Han Sol-hwa sharply stopped him, reminding him that amateurs better not go anywhere. Besides, it was much more important to train together with her than to conduct reconnaissance with Choak Ryan. Therefore, she extended her hand to the man. Obviously, he did not understand what Han Sol-hwa was hinting at, so she had to directly ask him to take her hand. But the man made it clear that if Han Sol-hwa wanted to confess her feelings to him in this way, he would politely refuse. After all, even a modest person like him was not interested in a relationship with a woman older than himself. However, at the very moment he uttered these words, his whole body began to be covered with frost. After that, the girl completely shut his mouth so that he would no longer talk such nonsense. Of course, Bomkavi could not understand why Han Sol-hwa was so upset. After all, anyone can be rejected in life. However, she angrily reminded the guy that she had not confessed her feelings to him at all. They needed to practice the methods taught to them by the young healer, otherwise he would continue to lose consciousness from fatigue. Only at that moment did the man understand what Han Sol-hwa was hinting at, and reproached her for not explaining everything directly from the start. After that, the two carefully took each other's hands, beginning to concentrate their life energy. Pang Jin-son watched them closely. Only now did he begin to realize how lucky he was that such wonderful people were near the young lord of the valley. Meanwhile, Choak Ryang had already finished inspecting the territory. He finally understood how everything was arranged here. Moreover, he realized that the security was not as strict as expected. However, suddenly he noticed warriors rushing somewhere, although he could not understand the reason for their haste. At that moment, one of them excitedly noticed a stranger walking towards them and headed to him. Choak Ryang hurried to explain that he had gone out for an evening walk, and the warrior tactfully advised the man to return to his quarters. Recently, near the borders of the Alliance, a man was spotted who killed the Iron Blade Dao. It was Master Peng Wu Wei from Hebei Province, but as far as they knew from intelligence data, he was defeated by a certain mysterious ghost of poverty. Of course, Choak Ryang was shocked to hear this information. Only recently they saved Samu Sim, and he had already started doing such things, attracting excessive attention to himself. The warrior hastened to clarify that there was no reason to worry. The evil elimination squad had already taken countermeasures, so the situation would soon settle down. There was nothing left but to promise that he would be especially careful and to assure an immediate return to his quarters. The warrior also sincerely hoped that the guest would remain safe and sound. After that, he went to his comrades. At that moment, Choak Ryang remembered that the leader of the squad for the destruction of evil was supposed to be No Dan Yan, a traitor from the top 10 greatest villains, who had settled quite well under the wing of the Martial Arts Alliance. As promised, Choak Ryang immediately disappeared from the square, pretending to head towards the dwelling where they had stopped. However, at that moment he saw a human shadow cautiously moving in the shadows of the buildings. It was that very loser Samu Sim, who immediately after his rescue took on the role of a troublemaker. He immediately rushed towards the young man to drag him into the darkness of the building. However, not recognizing Choak Ryang's appearance, he immediately attacked him using his blade. But the great bloody fist easily dodged this attack, grabbed the unlucky fighter by the hand, and reminded him of their recent meeting, as well as what he was supposed to do. After that, he pinned him down flat on the hard ground, which even took the poor guy's breath away. And Choak Ryang glared at the loser angrily, reminding him that he was supposed to lie low and wait it out. But apparently, he took the words of the Great Fist as some kind of joke. At that moment, the man realized who he was dealing with and fearfully decided to ask the gentleman what he had forgotten within the walls of the Alliance itself. However, it seemed to him that such a question was appropriate to ask someone like the Ghost of Poverty, as if he had rushed into hell and climbed into a tiger's cage. He reported that right now the Alliance warriors were prowling everywhere in search of him. If not for the stop, he would have been caught long ago, or maybe even killed. But for Choak Ryang, it still remained a mystery why the man continued to take such reckless risks. However, when Samu Sim fell silent, the man ordered him to tell the whole truth. After all, he wanted to know the real reason why he constantly got into adventures. It turned out that the whole matter was that he desperately wanted to return the wooden box where the handprints of his children were kept, and only then did Choak Ryang understand why the man continued to risk his life for this box. He made the poverty ghost understand that he recognized the importance of this relic to him. It turned out that even a reasonable person can act too recklessly under the influence of despair, and it became clear. The matter was that Samu Sim had very little time left. Already now his internal energy had begun to deviate, and he would soon die in any case. Before death, he only wished to find his precious box. And suddenly the man remembered that when he entered the warehouse, he saw a certain box of suitable size. So he described it to Samu Sim, a box made of walnut wood. Obviously, he was amazed, not understanding how the great bloody fist knew that he was the one looking for it. And when Choak Ryang told him that he had found it in the Alliance warehouse, the ghost immediately explained that this was exactly the thing he was searching for. In the end, the gentleman instantly realized that he had helped Samu Sim twice during their brief meeting. The first time saving his life from the Alliance soldiers, and now also helping to find the cherished box. And of course, he immediately swore that he would never forget such kindness. He sincerely wished to thank the nobleman, but, to great misfortune, due to persecution by the Alliance, he had absolutely nothing left. Moreover, all the wealth he still had was spent on the children he had adopted. In the end, Choak Ryang graciously agreed to accept the young man's loyalty as payment. In exchange for bringing him the coveted box, the young man would serve him until death. Moreover, a person who excelled in the art of calculation was exactly what was needed. Of course, the unfortunate man immediately agreed. After all, he had at most 6 months left to live, and he could not refuse the box for such a foolish reason. Therefore, Choak Ryang immediately helped the man to his feet and ordered him to run to Henan province and hide near the Pangjin Son clinic. Choak Ryang would find him there. Naturally, the young man doubted, so the great bloody fist had to remind him that he was making a promise, and he never breaks his promises, so he would definitely return the precious box. Bowing with special gratitude, Samu Sim decided to trust the great bloody fist. A moment later, he disappeared from the Alliance territory, thus saving his own life. And Choak Ryang was extremely proud of himself, realizing that he had so unexpectedly solved the problem of lacking a loyal assistant. After that, he headed to his chambers. However, he unexpectedly ran into one of the Alliance warriors. Obviously, as soon as Choak Ryang looked at his face, the mask of composure almost fell off his face from shock. This man, who now noticed that Choak Ryang looked too suspicious wandering at night, was the very traitor Mu Dan-yan. The scoundrel calmly continued that it was the first time he met Choak Ryang here, and asked him to answer the question. What was he doing here? However, he only laughed good-naturedly, indicating that his presence here was quite difficult to explain. Obviously, Mu Dan-yan flew into a rage. He thought Choak Ryang absolutely did not understand what was happening, and if he did not answer honestly, then he would face severe punishment. In the end, the man hurried to justify himself, saying he was just taking a walk before sleep, and he urgently needed to relieve himself, so he had to do his business in a secluded place. He even offered Mu Dan-yan to look if he did not believe him. However, the enraged scoundrel immediately grabbed his blade, thinking that this impudent fellow was mocking him and had no idea who he was. Choak Ryang calmly asked him to calm down a little and apologized if he had been too rude. After that, he introduced himself as a healer from the Pangjin Son clinic, who had arrived to help the daughter of the Alliance leader. Of course, Mu Dan-yan was quite amazed that a person with such behavior was actually a highly respected healer. After that, he also spoke with his evil eradication squad and confirmed that this man was indeed invited by the Alliance leader himself. Choak Ryang, having introduced himself, now asked the person who dared to threaten him to state his name. In the end, he proudly named himself Mu Dan-yan, leader of the evil eradication squad from the Martial Arts Masters Alliance. And Choak Ryang, with feigned admiration, realized that it seemed he was standing before that very villain from the top 10 greatest scoundrels. He also explained that he was familiar with the stories about the Lord of the 7 greatest demons, who was famous not only for martial arts but also for his unwavering determination and iron will. Moreover, he did not harm people without reason. Even in cases of enmity, he first clarified who was right and who was wrong, and only after understanding the situation did he punish or release. And of course, the widely known story about the courage and righteousness of this man, who fought against the demonic cult on the front lines, uniting the orthodox and unorthodox sects. Obviously, the man was extremely pleased to hear all these praises. But Choak Ryang pondered. Although he was a healer, he still knew about Mu Dan-yan as a follower of the Dark Path. Therefore, purely out of curiosity, he was interested in what the man was doing in the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters. Immediately, the scoundrel stumbled, trying to find a reason to justify himself. And Choak Ryang, with the most innocent face, suggested that perhaps the great Mu Dan-yan betrayed the unorthodox sect? Obviously, the man was extremely enraged by these words, and his subordinates hurried to calm the leader. After all, he could not cause harm just because of careless words. At that moment, Choak Ryang laughed. He roughly expected that Mu Dan-yan would not be able to do anything to him even after such words. And the man was terribly furious, watching how this impudence literally mocked him. But still, turning around, he resolutely made it clear that no matter how vast their world seemed, one day they would meet again. And then the man would realize how lucky he was today. Choak Ryang only laughed at his words, understanding that the lucky one here was far from him, but Mu Danyan himself. But he was sure the man would definitely understand everything when the time came. Of course, hearing these words, he was barely restraining his rage so as not to attack this impudent fellow. But Cho Akryang calmly turned around and serenely headed towards his dwelling. After that, he thought about the young man he saved, Samu Sim. One day, the young man noticed bandits attacking parents who were gathering herbs with their children, leaving the little ones orphaned. This was already a common occurrence. Peaceful citizens constantly died in conflicts between the Alliance and masters around the world. Then he could not leave these children alone. Approaching the boy, he asked him to be as quiet as possible, after which he joined the fight. He subdued those two scoundrels, for he could not forgive that many children lost their parents because of them. Grabbing the first man, he struck him with his blade straight in the ear, piercing his head through. He then attacked the second and struck him with his weapon straight in the stomach, instantly slashing him open. After that, he decided to help the unfortunate children. And then he took care of thousands of orphans. He supported the children until they became independent. Such was the true nature of the ghost of poverty. Soon, Cho Akryang told this whole story to the young healer so that he could decide what to do with this man. And he was extremely glad that Samu Sim would work with them, not some hypocrite pretending to be someone else. But Cho Akryang was worried that the man suffered from a chi disorder. In such a state, he would not live more than 3 months. However, the boy was confident that as long as the man was still able to move, he could heal him. Therefore, he decided to ask the Honorable Mr. Pang Jin-son to help them deliver the box, Precious, to Samu Sim. After that, he cheerfully suggested focusing on the treatment in order to finish all his tasks as soon as possible. Once he dealt with the patient, everything would resolve itself. At that moment, Mu Danyan appeared before the head of the Masters' Alliance. Of course, the man was quite surprised that he came to him at such a late hour. However, the scoundrel came to ask the Alliance leader to provide him with the conditions they had originally agreed upon. The man was quite shocked at how shameless Mu Danyan was, who hadn't even completed the task but was already demanding something. Then he hurried to explain that he would still complete the task exactly as the Alliance leader expected from him. But he still did not want to serve as a hunting dog after the rabbit hunt was over. The Alliance leader immediately realized that the man did not trust him at all, but in principle, he could understand that. After that, he took a small book from his sleeve and immediately threw it at Mu Danyan's feet. This book had a red cover and contained the secret scripture about the blood silk. However, when the man grabbed this bound book, he immediately felt that it somehow had too few pages. The leader of the Alliance expected such a reaction and explained that this was only half of the book so far, and if Mu Danyan wishes to obtain the rest, he must bring him the heads of the remaining villains. And he agreed to everything, now that half of such valuable mastery was in his hands. Finally finishing all his affairs, the leader of the Alliance was strolling through the mansion together with his faithful assistant. He anxiously tried to explain to his master that over time he had become too old and weak to perform the work of their family, and even considered himself a burden. Obviously, the leader of the Alliance was concerned. Perhaps the man had made a mistake regarding the essence of the azure flame. However, he confirmed the quality of the potion. The problem was different. He had mortgaged and spent his own savings, but even that was not enough. And now the Namjoon family was deeply in debt. Of course, the leader of the Alliance, coming from a wealthy family, did not expect such a thing at all. It seems this had happened for the first time in 500 whole years. But still, this precious essence ended up in the hands of the boy, and he was already shining with joy looking at it. The leader of the Alliance hoped that with this essence the young man would be able to heal his daughter. After all, he had already done everything he could, and simply had no more resources left. Moreover, he was extremely curious to know how the young man planned to conduct the treatment. The boy with the kindest smile hurried to explain that he intended to use the energy of harmony and acupuncture. Seeing the misunderstanding, the boy immediately wanted to clarify everything. However, Pang Jin-son interrupted him, reminding that it was a secret technique of the Lord of the Valley, which they could not reveal. But still, Pang Jin-son could vouch that this was the best method that exists. And Denak-son was grateful for Pang Jin-son's intercession. After all, he almost blurted out all his secrets. After that, the young man kindly suggested to the man to visit his daughter. She was about to wake up any moment. However, he warned the man that as soon as they resumed treatment, his entry would be strictly forbidden, no matter what. However, he was so happy to have the chance to see his daughter that this did not bother him at all. He simply ran towards the chambers with his little daughter to see her as soon as possible. Seeing that now, despite all his power and arrogance, he behaved like the most ordinary father, everyone understood. Even the emperor or the leader of the sacred mountain become the same in the face of danger. They are all equal in parental love. It was precisely for this reason that Bomkewi continued to fervently argue that a healer is the best of all possible specializations. After all, everyone without exception in the world of martial arts approved and respected healers. Only at that moment, distracted from his thoughts, Pang Jin-son decided to ask why Denak-son called his technique energy of harmony. And the whole matter was that the young man, after long experiments and countless attempts, found a way to combine the unique abilities of Bomkewi and Han Sol-hwa. Moreover, even the treatment itself was possible only thanks to the sincere help of these two devoted comrades. He was immensely grateful that these two had worked so selflessly for him, and asked them to put in maximum effort so that he could save the young lady. Soon the boy, along with all his loyal assistants, gathered near the patient, noticing that the girl was indeed doing excellently and was on the mend. And she faintly smiled, wishing to ask the skilled healer whether she really had a chance for a full recovery. Denak-son was able to promise her an absolute guarantee that she would definitely return to a normal life. However, he asked the girl to give him a solemn promise in return. She must not tell anyone about the method they were about to use. No matter what happens during the treatment, she must neither be surprised nor frightened. The entire success of the healing depended on the patient's unconditional trust, and the boy was by no means exaggerating when he said this. The girl had no other choice but to hope. If she kept her promise, the likelihood of her recovery would increase significantly. And even if not, she sincerely trusted the young healer. Therefore, she faintly smiled, allowing everything necessary to be done to her. Denak-son was deeply grateful to his young patient for the patience that even many adults lacked. After that, he gave the command to Mr. Bomkewi and Aunt Han Sol-hwa to prepare for the start of using the sacred method. Immediately both moved to the lady's bed, after which they gently took her fragile hands. At this solemn moment, Denak-son took out his acupuncture needles and asked Choak Ryan to ensure that no one entered the room. After that, he glanced at the girl one last time, explaining that from this moment they were beginning her life-saving treatment. Somewhere around this time, deep night had already fallen, and the leader of the alliance was still awake, standing on the balcony of his chambers. Today was an extremely important day, and he wanted to make sure that all the guards were in their places, as agreed. The commander of the Azure Sky Guard Squad immediately reported that they had doubled their numbers and, of course, arranged the fighters in such a way that they would not disturb the skilled healers. The man himself was an extremely nervous person. 45 agonizing minutes of the procedure had passed. He did not know how things were going, which made him even more anxious. However, at that moment he noticed some strange mystical glow. At that instant, the entire building where his daughter was located was flooded with bright yellow-purple light, as if divine flame had engulfed the structure. Moreover, the man felt simultaneously aggressive and dangerous energy along with a soft, yet still frightening power. Everyone was amazed at how powerful this boy healer could be. Even now, true, infinite, warm, and incomparably pure energy was oozing from the building. So the man perfectly understood why he was told that this technique was absolutely secret. Even now, looking from afar at this amazing technique, the energy still calmed their minds and souls. At that moment, the guard was so deeply absorbed in the unfolding magic that he almost forgot himself and nearly fell over the balcony railing. He was saved only because the leader of the alliance brought him to his senses in time. He immediately apologized guiltily for his inappropriate behavior, but the leader asked the man to go to the fighters and return the guards to their positions, after which he was convinced. The energy flowing from the building was capable of attracting everyone around. The higher the level of mastery in martial arts, the stronger the temptation to feel. But one thing the man was sure of. It was a divine and demonic technique at the same time. It was pure energy that was simply impossible to resist. Of course, the leader was extremely interested in how the boy could have studied such a powerful inner strength, and what magical method he used. At that moment, the boy had already placed the demonic and divine acupuncture needles and praised the lady. She was doing an excellent job. She was still trying to breathe evenly, conducting healing energy through her fragile body, and was already more confident that she would definitely cope with this trial. At that moment, even skilled martial arts masters began to falter, for they were extremely tired from the endless circulation of life energy. At that moment, the boy warned the patient that he would remove the needles one by one and direct her energy very slowly, step by step. From that moment on, she was not allowed to open her mouth. She had to concentrate exclusively on breathing. Moreover, he warned that she might experience excruciating pain, but under no circumstances should she be afraid. After that, as promised, he began slowly removing the needles from her body. The girl really felt unbearable pain, but she only clenched her teeth harder so as not to make a sound. At that moment, her wounds began to bleed a little, but this was a normal phenomenon. This usually happened, and it meant that her sensitivity was returning. Finally, the last demonic needle remained, which would put an end to this agonizing procedure. However, this one was the most painful to pull out of all the others, causing the lady to hiss softly in pain. After that, she began to gradually lose control of herself and moaned quietly. The young man immediately realized that everything had gone completely off plan. At this critical moment, the lady screamed loudly. Energy began to pour out of her in all directions. Of course, the boy understood that the girl needed to pull herself together immediately, but she simply could not calm down. And the energy emanating from Bomkevi's body began to burn the clothes she was wearing. Dan Akson was fully aware. If this energy spread from the main meridians to the secondary ones and dissipated, it would mean that the girl was about to lose control. Therefore, he looked fearfully at the Honorable Mr. Bomkevi and Aunt Han Sol Hu. He believed that they could complete this sacred ritual, as they only needed to make a little more effort. At that moment, energy was flowing out of the lady's body in such a powerful stream that bright rays of bluish energy were already pouring from her eyes and mouth. After waiting another moment, the young man waited for the right moment to make the final prick with the divine healer's acupuncture needle. There he drove it into the spot located just above the navel. The energy became so powerful that even the mighty Bomkevi was knocked off his feet. He barely held on to the girl's hand, and Cho Ak-ryang, who ran over at the loud cries, absolutely did not understand what had happened during that time. But some more time passed, and all the sounds finally subsided. Complete, almost deathly silence came. The healer first opened the massive doors to go outside and take a breath of fresh air. Following him appeared Mr. Bomkevi together with Mrs. Hansol Hui, and they were already falling from deadly exhaustion. The frightened alliance leader immediately approached the boy to find out how everything had gone. However, they were all so exhausted that they could not even say a word. The man became even more frightened, not understanding what had happened to them and how his daughter was feeling. But when no answer followed, he decided to figure everything out himself, and immediately ran inside the room. Den Akson was lucky that only at the last moment he managed to grab the man by the sleeve, after which he shook his head, indicating that it was not yet time for him to enter inside. Of course, the man was beside himself with rage. After all, if something happened to the girl, he had to help. At that moment, looking at the fury of the alliance leader, Pang Jin-sun appeared worried, not understanding why the man was so angry. At that moment, the boy explained with his last strength that the procedure was successful. He wanted to say the most important thing. She needed to maintain a stable condition, and the father was too eager to visit her. After that, he hurried to explain to the man that his daughter, except in special cases, would be able to live a full life. By special cases, the young man meant that the girl might lose control a little if some impatient guards bothered her unnecessarily. Just at that moment, Cho Ak-ryang appeared, delighting everyone with the news that the girl had finally come to her senses, and immediately Pang Jin-sun rushed into the room to visit her. At that moment, the Great Bloody Fist thanked everyone for their excellent work on the recovery of the young lady. However, Den Akson did not forget to thank Cho Ak-ryang himself. Of course, he had no idea what he had helped with. It seemed to him that Den Akson had done the most. However, the young man believed that everything succeeded only because they worked together. Therefore, without Cho Ak-ryang, nothing would have worked out. At that moment, cautious footsteps were heard. Pang Jin-sun, carefully supporting the lady, was leading her outside. And the father immediately started running as soon as he saw that his daughter could walk on her own. The girl apologized to the worried parent for the fact that he had suffered during the time she was ill. And after these words, the man's eyes filled with tears, which he barely tried to hold back, but still could not. In him manifested the nature of a truly soft-hearted father. He burst into tears, trembling as he took his daughter's hand, realizing that now everything would definitely be fine with the little one. Soon, the usual healers came to check on the lady's condition. But they were convinced that a real miracle had happened, because the girl was completely healthy. Of course, the lady was surprised that the father did not stop arranging checkups. Even though Dan Akson had already healed her, he had invited the third doctor in a row to check her condition, and the man perfectly understood that he might be worrying excessively. However, he was pleased to hear from several other people that his daughter was definitely healthy. At that moment, the girl's gaze for some reason sadly darkened when she looked out the window. She wished that Dan Akson could at least stay a little longer. The father calmly explained that he had asked them many times about this. However, Dan Akson persistently repeated that he had other patients whose treatment he could not postpone. Moreover, they could not even properly pay him for the treatment, although the alliance leader offered him any gifts and treasures. But the young man took only an old wooden box stored in the warehouse as the sole payment. Even when the man offered to cover travel expenses, he categorically refused. However, the father solemnly promised his daughter that she should not worry about anything. He would make sure they met again. After these words, the girl gave her father a very grateful, though slightly embarrassed, look. Only then did the man begin to realize that his daughter wanted to see the hero not as her skilled healer, but as a boy who sincerely liked her. Soon the friendly company reached a noisy town called Lanzhou. Den Axon, as usual, was peacefully strolling with Han Solhua behind, curiously looking at the stalls and people, while Choak Riang and Bom KV kept arguing all the way. Bom KV was furiously angry that Choak Riang sent the ghost of poverty to Lanzhou, not Shanghai, although when they planned the route, they intended to go through Shanghai, and Choak Riang categorically refused to admit he made a mistake, reminding that the Pangjinsan clinic was located precisely in Lanzhou. However, Bom KV continued to gloat mockingly over his buddy, who apparently had grown quite old since he had already started making such ridiculous mistakes. He asked his friend to finally back down and just repent. Then everyone would understand him, considering his advanced age. Den Axon asked the two to calm down. It was not a problem for him that they would not stop in Shanghai, because he was having a great time even now. Learning that the young healer felt excellent, Bom KV immediately offered the boy to travel together for the rest of their lives. Although the boy would have been sincerely glad of such an offer, he reminded them that he still had some important matters to attend to. Bom KV was unaware of them, so he hurried to explain that they were ready to do anything for the young man. Therefore, he hastened to say that he wished to combine the healing arts of his mother and father into one unique mastery. Den Axon could not leave the valley until he fulfilled his plan, because now they had so many precious materials that he would hardly be able to organize them all. Only then did Khan Solhua realize that the boy's desire was to revive the art of the divine and demonic healer as something completely new and unified. And Den Axon hurried to explain that it was something like a homework assignment left to him by his parents. But now the most important thing was to find Samusim as soon as possible. Choak Riang suggested to start by finding a crowded place. Most likely they would meet him there. However, suddenly looking back, he saw a man who had gathered a huge crowd of people around him. Samusim, having changed his name, decided to arrange some charlatan games to earn some money. He hid a small yellow ball under opaque cups, making people guess where it would be next. Immediately the whole crowd began to shout loudly, making all kinds of bets and attracting even more attention. And Choak Riang was indignant. After all, yesterday he had asked the ghost of poverty to lay low. At least it was pleasing that he concealed his identity, even if only with the most ordinary mustache. Now he was playing thimble rig, placing a bead under one of the glasses and mixing them. People placed bets on which glass the ball would be under. If they guessed correctly, the money was returned doubled, and if not, the money was taken by the one who shuffled the glasses. Of course, Den Axon understood that this was not a very profitable game for the one mixing the glasses, and did not understand why people arranged such unprofitable lotteries. However, the thing was that most participants were confident they would win. But at that moment, those who lost had already begun accusing the ghost of poverty of fraud, demanding their money back. Of course, the man was surprised by the behavior of the townspeople, because when he won, they did not shout like that, and everything suited him. However, such reasonable arguments did not at all convince the enraged townspeople, so the losers immediately rushed at him to punish the swindler. At this critical moment, he gathered absolutely all the coins that had accumulated in the bets in order to disappear with them. At that moment, the whole crowd had already pounced on him. His table and dust flew in all directions. However, Dan Axon noticed that in this chaotic moment, the man successfully escaped with the money. Of course, the boy immediately asked the honorable gentleman Bom KV to follow this elusive man. The latter suggested the youth climb onto his back. Soon the ghost of poverty approached one of the city women and was buying something from her. Dan Axon carefully observed the man, studying every step he took. He had to understand what kind of person they would live with, so he wanted to study him better. In the next moment, having stocked up, the man went somewhere into the courtyards, which resembled slums more. There he saw 3 little children playing with a homemade ball. The man immediately opened his large bag and gave the children fried potatoes, which they eagerly took to share with their families. They were insanely grateful to the gentleman for his generous help. However, he asked the children to come to him if they needed anything else. After that, he watched with a sincere smile as these children rejoiced over the most ordinary food. But at that moment, Choak Riang, the ghost of poverty who appeared behind the phantom, scared him almost to the point of losing consciousness. He immediately decided to find out what the gentleman needed. However, he was simply curious to find out whether Samusim was a good person or not. Of course, he excused himself, saying that he played gambling games just for entertainment. After all, waiting was too boring. But Bom KV quickly interrupted the man making excuses, pointing to the young master whom he was supposed to greet. After all, this talented healer could cure him. Of course, it was extremely hard for the man to believe that this young lad was capable of curing even his chi disorder. However, at that moment, he felt some mystical horror as soon as he began to doubt the truthfulness of the words. The loyal comrades surrounding Denak's-san immediately threatened sternly that the man should immediately take back his words. Therefore, apologizing, he immediately bowed and introduced himself before the young master of the valley. Den-Ak-san kindly responded to this greeting, after which he asked the man to stand up and come to him. As soon as he approached, Den-Ak-san took out a bright red box made of walnut wood from his bag and handed it to him. The man took it in his hands with trepidation. The trembling in his hands betrayed his nervousness. He was extremely happy that this small chest was safe and was immensely grateful to the gentleman, and he swore to the bloody fist that he would never forget his kindness. However, Cho-Ak Ryan reminded him that he should thank the doctor, without whom nothing like this would have happened. After that, all of them moved as a large group to the Pangjin-Sun clinic. There, Den-Ak-san immediately began his duties. He cut Samu-Sim in half at the waist and laid him on the bed. Before starting the procedure, he decided to ask the man what he would like to do if he could live longer. Without much thought, the man replied that he had no desires. This was typical of a person who had only a couple of months left to live at most. However, the young man understood that living that amount of time would be extremely difficult for him. Obviously, the poverty ghost thought that the doctor was hinting that he would live much less. Cho-Ak Ryan hurried to explain. These words of the young doctor mean that the man will live, because earlier it would have been harder to cure him. But now they have precious elixirs and energy harmonization techniques. Of course, the man still found it hard to believe that Denak's-san would even treat his chi disorder. However, he saw the very confident Mad Master of the mountain and the great bloody fist behind the young man. After that, the boy decided to ask the man, had he practiced any martial arts? And the man quickly told the truth, but did not understand where the catch was. As it turned out, the boy could save the man's life, but his dantian was too damaged, so he might no longer be able to practice martial arts. But for him it was not a problem. If he could survive, he would ask for nothing more. Life itself was already enough for him, and Dan-Ak-san agreed with him like never before. After all, there was nothing more valuable than life itself. But still, for the boy, the patient's life after treatment was more important than the healing process itself. Therefore, he explained that he would think about how to restore his dantian. After all, although it is a rather complex procedure, it is by no means impossible. Of course, the man immediately promised that if Dan-Ak-san could do it, he would fulfill any of his requests. Behind the boy, the villains laughed wickedly, understanding that as soon as he recovered, he would work until he lost his pulse right up to the moment he died. At that very moment, having taken out the acupuncture needles, the boy explained that the treatment needed to start immediately. The longer the man remained in that state, the more his body would deteriorate. Today he decided to begin harmonization methods, so he should sleep a little and regain strength. Of course, the man made it clear that he did not want to sleep at all. However, as soon as he saw the acupuncture needle in the boy's hands, he began to have some doubts. And the young man himself smiled slyly when he explained to the man that he would definitely want to sleep, and quite soon. About 2 hours passed, and Peng Jin-san burst into the Lord of the Valley's room, having learned what remedy he intended to use to treat the ghost of poverty. And indeed, everyone froze in amazement when he began pouring the essence of azure flame. In the end, having scooped a full spoonful, he poured this priceless essence directly into the man's mouth. And at that time, while Pang Jin-san was practically losing consciousness from the shock of wasting such a precious potion, the others were just biting their lips out of envy, because they very much wanted to be in Samu-Sim's place. At that moment, lying on the couch, he began to recall how he had lived his life. Once he pondered, a woman who lost her husband was called a widow. And when a husband lost his wife, he was called a widower. If children suddenly lost their parents, they were called orphans. However, to great regret, there was not a single word to describe a person who lost their precious children. And the man, digging a grave with his trembling hands, raged at the fact that such a word simply did not exist. Simply because parents should not outlive their children. This contradicts the very order of things. After that, the man bitterly wept, apologizing to his son. He hoped that the little one would forgive his unfortunate father. They had no money. He could not help him at the critical moment. In the end, the man continued digging with only one painful thought, that his son in the next life would definitely be born into a wealthy family and live forever with dignity, never knowing want or suffering. By that time, Samu-Sim had spent absolutely all his savings, but still could not save either his wife or son. But he sincerely believed, if he had had more money, then he could have saved both. He thought again and again about the day he decided to bury his son. Since that very time, the man returned to the cruel world of martial arts. He did everything that brought him money. He was literally ready for anything, as long as that vile job paid well, but only for anything that did not involve harming children. People endlessly pointed fingers at Samu Sim, calling him a heartless monster and a bloodthirsty demon. It was then that he acquired this despicable name, the Ghost of Poverty. But his true ability, which even he did not know about, brought him money in the most unexpected way. Once the Ghost of Poverty came to the man to punish him. He was on his knees and did not understand why Samu Sim treated them that way. After all, he had done nothing wrong. The ghost, by that time having already killed many people lying behind his back, was surprised at how low the sinner had fallen, who forgot that everyone had to pay their debts. That is how Samu Sim became the man because of whom 5 entire trading houses went bankrupt. And that is not even mentioning gambling establishments, brothels, and even weapons stores. However, he still could not get enough. His thirst for money only grew, as if he could not drink enough seawater. One day he met a little boy who blocked his way. The boy, trembling with fear and cold, begged imploringly for the man to give him at least 1 coin for food. And for some reason, in this fragile boy, the man saw something that reminded him of his late son. He very much wanted his child to live in safety and prosperity. At that moment, he looked at the young man so attentively and intently that he scared him to death. In the end, the young man simply burst into tears from fear, and the man decided to inquire how the boy's stomach was feeling. He himself did not even understand how strange his words sounded. He had not communicated normally with people for so long, so he immediately apologized and decided to feed the boy properly. Thus began his amazing friendship with this child. And for some inexplicable reason, it was like a feeling of atonement before his own child who had left life too early. In the end, the man began to spend his own hard-earned money on homeless, unfortunate children. In that blissful moment, he could for a moment forget about that tormenting emptiness that had long plagued and eaten him from within. However, as soon as the first alarming signs of chi deviation appeared, he immediately understood what was what. The chasm between heart and mind kept growing. His strength, which once supported him, always hovered somewhere in the past. Because of the tragic death of his wife and child, his life stopped on that very cursed day. However, the man understood and hoped that he had done enough, at least to justify this life of his. It was precisely on this painful memory that the tormented ghost of poverty began to gradually come to himself. At that moment he was pricked with divine and demonic acupuncture needles. Choak Ryan stood over the man, making sure that he was already fully conscious. Denak-san was extremely surprised that the man had come to his senses so early. And then Choak Ryan hurried to help. He hit him in the face, causing him to immediately lose consciousness again. Denak-san was sincerely grateful for such timely help. However, this was the minimum that Choak Ryan could do to assist in this difficult healing matter. Very soon, after the complex procedure was completely finished, Samu Sim regained consciousness. Coming to, of course, he was extremely surprised that the treatment ended so quickly and painlessly. Moreover, there was absolutely no one around him. And then suddenly a little boy burst into the room, joyfully calling for his father. He immediately rushed into Samu Sim's arms, and he could not believe that this was really his beloved son. At this touching moment, the man turned fearfully toward the door, for he heard some quiet but painfully familiar footsteps. It was his wife in her favorite pink clothes. The man thought that he might have died during the dangerous treatment. However, this did not upset him at all. Therefore, rising to his beloved wife, he excitedly told her how much money he had saved for them over all these years. Still, he regretted, because he had not managed to do this while his family was still alive. After that, he burst into bitter tears, apologizing to his relatives for not even being able to bury them in some beautiful place. He also apologized for helping other children, but not being able to help his dearest ones. However, the wife was proud of her husband's noble deeds, and even the son believed that he was a great fellow and had done a lot for those in need. At that moment, the man heard someone calling him, the ghost of poverty. Someone on the other side of the door, where a bright divine light shone, was persistently asking him to come closer. And the man really rushed to run upon hearing that familiar voice. There, at the end of the long corridor, he saw Denak-san and his entire company, who were patiently waiting for him. Only then did the ghost of poverty realize that he was alive. And his son gently asked that Dad go to the healer who was waiting for him in this world. However, the man simply could not leave his family again. Therefore, the wife had to kindly promise that she would stay here and wait for him patiently, while he had to finish his worldly affairs. And then, unable to hold back any longer, the man burst into tears and told his beloved wife that he had been lucky in this life to meet truly good people. He was glad that he could move forward, but felt guilty about it and wanted to know, would his family blame him for it? They embraced the man in warm, comforting hugs, After all, he had suffered so much since the time he buried them. They hoped that at least now he could find his deserved happiness. And with these bright thoughts and tears of relief in his eyes, the man finally came to himself. Immediately rising in bed, he began to feel his body, trying to understand what changes had occurred. But in the end, he realized only one thing. The people he met had given him the greatest true honor by allowing him to heal them. After that, the man went outside to think over everything that had happened to him. He lit a small fire and solemnly burned the contents of the chest, the last thing that connected him to the past children. He understood that he had to say goodbye to them in order to start moving forward in life. Of course, everyone waited until he finished this painful ritual and was ready to move on. However, despite all the previous care from BombKV and Choak Ryan, now their looks were somehow too cunning. So for a moment, the ghost of poverty even doubted. Did these people really wish him well? At that moment, Pang Jin-san asked if Denak-san would stay with him a little longer. However, he wanted to focus on treating patients, so they agreed that Pang Jin-san would visit him more often. All that was left for Pang Jin-san at the end was just to ask the young man to promise that he would arrive safe and sound. However, suddenly turning around, he shouted in amazement. So Denak-san, following his example, also looked into the distance. When he looked back, he saw that the man was carrying many heavy boxes, barely bearing such a monstrous load. Denak-san was genuinely worried that the patient was carrying such a weight. However, BombKV reminded him that Samu Simu had the great honor of receiving the priceless essence of the Azure Flame. So for him, this weight was a real trifle. And Choak Ryan sarcastically reminded that if he suddenly started complaining about fatigue, it would mean they had just wasted part of their precious essence on this poor guy. Even the usually cold-blooded Han Sol-hwa supported the opinion of his comrades, believing that Samu Sim needed to honestly work off the received essence of the Azure Flame. In the end, this is how the second life for this man began. It seems in the status of a slave. After some time had passed, they returned home, and a whole month quickly went by since they returned to the Valley of the Divine and Demonic Healers. The young man was calmly gathering medicinal herbs when suddenly his patients joined him, watching him attentively from afar. Choak Ryang came to complain that BombKV declared he would no longer treat him. Even Denak-san was surprised that the man's opinion had changed so sharply. However, the man calmly noted that Choak Ryang's brother categorically refuses to admit that he was the leader of the 10 greatest villains. And indeed, the man insisted that he was only in third place and definitely could not compare to him. BombKV saw no point in treating a person who behaved so contemptuously, especially considering that even when Choak Ryang was healthy, BombKV was in second place and now he belittles him, saying he has fallen to third. Of course, Denak-san pleaded for Choak Ryang to admit that BombKV was the leader, and finally they closed this painful topic. And the man sincerely understood why this formality was so important to BombKV. After all the others from the 10 had died. The Lord of the 7 greatest demons was killed. Only the 3 of them remained. However, BombKV immediately shouted loudly that for him the position of leader was the most important thing in the world. In the end, Choak Ryang had no choice but to admit that BombKV was indeed the leader of the 10 greatest villains. And he could not contain his joy at being first, to which Denak-san joined his victorious dance. And Choak Ryang simply gave up, realizing that there was clearly no sense in this house. However, he unexpectedly encountered a puzzled look from Han Sol-hwa. She also treated Choak Ryan, but she did not receive the same honors as BombKV at all. In the end, although the man was somewhat indignant, he asked the woman to say what she wanted to get from him. However, when she said nothing, he even began to suspect. Perhaps she had not even thought about what she wanted to ask for. But as it turned out, Han Sol-hwa had already thought everything out. She simply wished for Choak Ryan to fulfill a certain request of hers. She asked him to carve a figure out of wood especially for her, as he could. The thing was, she wanted to preserve her appearance. In the end, Choak Ryan realized that time continued to relentlessly pass, and considering that Denak-san had healed Han Sol-hwa, she would age like all other mortals. Probably she wished to preserve the memory of her most beautiful appearance. The noble warrior solemnly promised that he would erect a stone statue in her honor so that her divine appearance would be preserved for many centuries in the memory of descendants. At that very moment, Lord Samu Sim, having left the seclusion of his chambers, went outside and was stunned by the sight he saw. Everywhere there was general merriment. People danced and celebrated with unprecedented enthusiasm. The ghost of poverty felt his soul overwhelmed with amazement, for he had never before imagined that the most notorious villains in the world would turn to a hermit life. Moreover, even the sinister ghost now dwelled among them and felt that he had finally found his true place. After the tragic death of his family, he seemed to have strayed from the righteous path, wandering in the darkness of despair. and now he had finally found himself. However, the noble warrior was tormented by agonizing doubts, how to thank these kind people for their mercy. Therefore, he decided for now to devote himself entirely to work, laboring to the limit of his abilities. Entering the storeroom, the ghost of poverty reverently examined the wooden figurines crafted by Master Cho-Ak Ryan, famed throughout the region. He intended to carefully monitor their quantity, so that these precious items would be valued as highly as possible. Then his gaze turned to the adjacent shelves, where special pills belonging to the Lord of the Valley were kept. Although they were quite inexpensive and made from ordinary herbs, their healing power far exceeded the remedies of other healing houses, and moreover, they had no harmful side effects. The wise warrior fully understood. If martial arts masters learned about these miraculous pills, they would simply go mad with desire to obtain them. After all, these magical remedies heal both internal injuries and external wounds. Even the famous cream of the renowned swordsman of the blooming cherry was many times weaker than these pills. At that very moment, the man had a bold idea about how he could use such valuable information, and he decided to put maximum effort into this matter. With the onset of evening, the young healer again sat late into the night in his quarters, meticulously recording everything related to the treatment he had conducted today. But suddenly there was a knock at the door. It was Sa-Mu-Sim himself, wishing to visit the Lord of the Valley for an important conversation. The youth immediately respectfully inquired what had brought the worthy man at such a late hour. He revealed that he was eager to engage in the sale of wooden figurines and healing pills. Of course, Denaxon was immensely happy to hear such a proposal. Moreover, the respected master had already repeatedly inquired when the items would be delivered to him. The man promised to personally take care of this matter, as he felt it was high time they worked on pricing policy. The boy, thank heavens, fully trusted the ghost of poverty in this matter, and allowed him to do whatever he deemed necessary. However, the loyal assistant had one more request. He had an acquaintance who desperately needed treatment, the head of the largest trading house in the city. His holdings extended even to Wei. He was known not only as an expert in his field, but also enjoyed great respect for his wisdom and impeccable reputation. Therefore, this man was an extremely influential person. But alas, he had been bedridden for a long time due to a severe illness. If Denaxon agreed to heal him, it would incredibly help their valley. Moreover, they would gain a reliable ally for the future. The young healer agreed to fulfill Sa-Mu-Sim's request and asked to bring this patient to him. At that very moment, the head of the trading house lay in his home. The man sighed heavily and felt that his days were numbered. It seemed death was about to take his tormented soul. However, the devoted son reminded his parent that he had never given up before, especially not because of some illness, and convinced his father that he would surely recover. But, to the greatest regret, the dying man felt that his life was already approaching its fatal end. His life energy was dwindling more and more each day. He was fully aware that the rising path was still far away. The day was nearing its end. But his earthly journey was not yet over. He had to go through much before the night took its rights. After that, he asked his son to leave, wishing to be alone. However, at that fateful moment, a voice was heard outside the window. The visitor apologized for coming without warning, and at such a late hour, then addressed the great lord of the world of trade by name. Of course, the man was deeply shocked that the uninvited guest knew his title. However, he had barely recovered when Sa-Mu-Sim already flung open the window, apologizing again for such a sudden intrusion, and introducing himself as an ordinary townsman. He apologized in advance for his audacity, but explained that everything he did was for the benefit of the master himself. Without giving the unfortunate man a word to say, the uninvited guest struck him on the back of the head, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. Lifting the powerless body into his arms, the Phantom of Poverty immediately carried him toward the Valley of the Divine and Demonic. Soon, on the estate grounds, the servants were peacefully going about their usual tasks, unaware of what had happened to their master. However, very soon they heard a noise and became alert. How amazed they were when the master himself entered the house. No one had any idea how he could even move at all. At that very moment, the resurrected man ordered to call the doctor and his son, and also to set the table. For the first time in a long while, he had managed to cover a great distance, and was terribly hungry. Soon at the set table, the man devoured all the dishes offered to him with an unprecedented appetite. Having eaten to fullness, he contentedly rubbed his stuffed belly. The son could not believe that his father was fully healed, and even the doctor considered what had happened a true miracle. In the next moment, the father warmly thanked his son for all the time he had tirelessly worked, realizing that he had surely been a heavy burden to him. However, the son pleaded that his father not say such foolish things. For him, his father's health was above all. Moreover, after the father overcame such a great trial, He must live as long as possible and simply enjoy the life granted to him. After all, as is known, the more trials a person faces, the stronger Cho Hua-shim becomes, hardening like iron in a forge. Listening to all these wise words, the man was simply silent, not knowing what to answer. Last night, in the Valley of the Divine and Demonic, the young healer told the patient a terrible truth. He is suffering from an ailment called Parkinson's disease in distant lands. Obviously, the elder was shocked to hear such an incomprehensible diagnosis, as other doctors simply insisted that his condition was poor for his advanced age. But Den Akson hurried to explain that the man has a degenerative disease causing tremors and stiffness in the limbs throughout the body. In the early stages, the symptoms are not so obvious and are difficult to distinguish from normal aging. Of course, Cho Hua-shim was eager to know if this disease is curable. The young man decided to be completely honest with him. The reason for the similarity of the symptoms of this ailment to normal aging is that these two problems have the same nature. The only difference lies in how quickly Parkinson's disease will progress. However, in any case, Cho Hua-shim faces the same sad end. The man basically suspected his fate, so he was not particularly upset. However, the young man promised that he could alleviate his suffering, and then the symptoms would not interfere with his normal life. But, as he honestly admitted, he could only prolong his existence, not cure him completely, because, as is known, no mortal can deceive death itself forever. Remembering these wise words, the man asked his son to bring the accounting journals and all documents related to their trading affairs. After that, he worked for several hours before it was time to meet with Samu-shim. Hurrying there as fast as his healed body allowed, Cho Hua-shim grabbed the man's hand, apologizing for his behavior. That day, he was so busy that he couldn't even properly thank him. Moreover, now he felt immeasurably better and valued every day given to him, although he hadn't before. And all this thanks to Mr. Samu-sim, who took him to such a wonderful healer. But the man only smiled calmly, understanding that he clearly did not deserve such high praise from the honorable gentleman. After that, he showed him a casket with pills personally made by the Lord of the Valley. If the man took one every 3 days, he would definitely get better. Only then did Cho Hua-shim realize that the Lord of the Valley was that very young healer, and Samu-sim hurried to explain that he was merely his faithful manager, trying to support the youth with all his might. Of course, the man was amazed that a person much older than the youth turned out to be just a manager. After that, he decided to ask the Ghost of Poverty what they needed from such a decrepit old man like him for such magical healing. To these words, the manager only smiled mysteriously, pondering how to properly phrase his request. The events move a little forward in time, where Samu-sim was rushing swiftly across the endless fields. By this moment, 3 days had already passed since the conversation with the elder. Therefore, understanding that he needed to hurry, he started running forward as if possessed. It turns out that on that day, the man confessed that he had long been thinking about Western trade, so he wished to use the power of his trading company for these purposes. The old man hurried to explain that maritime trade is now completely controlled by companies closely connected to the government. Although they are not small players, others have long established strong connections that are difficult to break through. Immediately, Samu-sim realized that his interlocutor had misunderstood him. He was not talking about maritime trade. He intended to deliver goods by land routes. Obviously, the elder immediately understood that it was about the Great Silk Road, but he thought that the government would definitely not give permission on the first try. But as it turned out, the man already had permission in hand. Moreover, they did not need to cross the Great Wall. They could make a wide detour through the pass. But even in that case, the elder thought that it would create many other problems. After all, then they would be right in the territory of the fierce warriors of the Flame Valley. But it turned out that the manager had already taken this circumstance into account. After all, if the trade is successful, it will become a huge support for the Cho Hua-shim Trading Company. After that, he revealed that they planned to transport precious plants called Manhwa, fully produced, grown, and dried in the Persian Empire. It turned out that by that time, Samu-sim had already made inquiries about reliable Western trading companies. So from Cho Hua-shim, he only asked to organize the supply of quality silk and porcelain, and they would take care of the sales themselves after safely delivering the saffron to the destination. Immediately, hearing such a thoroughly worked-out plan, the man promised to engage in careful selection and supply of the best goods from the Central Plains. That is exactly why the loyal manager was now rushing with such unprecedented haste. The Ghost of Poverty arrived just in time and realized this when he saw the formidable cavalry rushing straight at him. After that, he pulled out the flag that was hidden behind his back. Although he did not think he would actually have to use it, he still unfurled the banner. It bore the majestic silhouette of an eagle. Immediately, he began to wave this flag energetically. To his greatest astonishment, the cavalry galloping towards him barely slowed down. Therefore, it remained a mystery to him why these people continued to attack so fiercely. He felt a murderous intent that literally flowed from their bodies, and the scarlet collars on their garments identified the group as the Bloody Sands. They were also called the Sand of Death that brings blood. Of course, the noble warrior was quite struck by his ill-fated destiny. After all, he encountered the infamous gang right after entering the steppe. These battle demons were true spawn of hell, each rivaling the strength of Imperial Guard generals. However, there were only about 10 of them, so they represented merely a reconnaissance group. At that fateful moment, their leader broke forward to attack the Ghost of Poverty with his spear. However, the man dodged this attack with astonishing ease and swiftly retreated. At that very moment, all his subordinates began to snicker maliciously, believing they had managed to scare this kid, and their captain made his horse rear up and stop. And at that moment Samusim realized, this is when the real brawl would begin. In the end, turning on his horse, the leader charged at what he considered the unfortunate opponent, who rushed to meet him at the full speed his legs allowed. In the end, the rider attacked first, but his spear did not scare the enemy at all. It was as if he wanted to test his true strength on this weapon and find out how powerful he was. As soon as the two collided with their might, a grand explosion occurred right at the spot where they met, causing clods of earth and grass to fly in all directions. In the end, after the collision, the Ghost of Poverty remained completely unharmed, but the leader was buried under his horse, which, unable to withstand the explosion, died. Looking at the unfortunate man at his feet, Samusim barely held back laughter, realizing that the essence of the Azure Stone had manifested itself in the best way. Immediately after that, he struck the leader in the face, causing him to lose consciousness completely. At that moment, all his subordinates began to whisper anxiously in their language, not understanding what to do. The Ghost of Poverty was quite surprised that the warriors, who usually rush into attack without hesitation, suddenly began to hesitate. Therefore, he looked at the defeated enemy, thinking that perhaps the problem lay with him, and that meant the prisoner was valuable enough as a hostage, so they were afraid he would be harmed. At that moment, one of the horsemen shouted something desperately, pointing to his comrades into the distance. In that direction, a real cavalry of many armed men was rushing. The Bloody Sands turned their horses to join the main group and galloped away. At that moment, horsemen in blue clothes rode up, and now the Ghost of Poverty was waving his flag to let them know he was not a threat. Only upon seeing this banner did the leader immediately realize that it was the benefactor's flag. Obviously, they were extremely amazed that so many years had passed, and there had been no news from him all this time. The warrior looked at the man who gave him such an admiring look with deep satisfaction. It was the very boy he had saved at their first meeting. The young man had grown up a lot during this time, and seeing him with his own eyes still alive was truly a blessing for him. In the next moment, the ward noticed a man lying under a horse, wanting to know who he was. In the end, Samusim had to introduce him, after which he asked to speak with his ward alone. At this pace, a whole week passed, and finally the faithful steward returned home. While everyone was still resting, he decided to feed the pigeons a little, as he came to them every time he was on the territory of the Divine and Demonic Valley. Right away, the boy, noticing his silhouette, ran over to find out when the manager had returned. It turned out he had arrived that night. The young man immediately grabbed his hands and began checking his meridians and health just in case. Although the Ghost of Poverty explained that he was perfectly fine and there was nothing to worry about. At that moment, the young man admitted that he had gone too far because of his greed and promised to pull himself together. Because he had been buying medicines recklessly, the manager must have had a very hard time, as he was constantly forced to think about where to get money. However, the man, on the contrary, was glad that he could be at least somewhat useful to the Lord of the Valley, so he asked the young man not to worry about anything and just trust him. However, unexpectedly, the Ghost of Poverty felt some overly hostile glances directed at him. Turning around, he saw the angry Choak Ryan and Bomkv. Approaching them with a bow, the man decided to find out how they were doing. However, it turned out that things were not easy for them. After the manager disappeared, everything, from cleaning and laundry to feeding the pigeons, fell on Bomkv's shoulders. Although Choak Ryan understood that the man should not complain, as he was simply unlucky to draw the wrong lot. After that, Choak Ryan decided to ask his comrade how his trip had gone, and was sincerely impressed that everything had gone without incident. After all, although he suspected that the Ghost of Poverty had extensive connections, he never guessed that he was on good terms with tribes beyond the border. Samusim explained that long ago he had saved a child who was sold into slavery from the north, and now that child had grown into a worthy man who led his own tribe. They say he was very close to the successor of the Khan, the former lord of northern Yuan, and just recently they became Anda, blood brothers. Of course, BombKV immediately noticed that to achieve the Phantom of Poverty's goal, he needed reliable people. However, he already had some candidates for creating a trading company, and was just about to discuss this with his elder brothers. As soon as he told the men the whole story, they were all uplifted. The master of the mountain could not believe that the comrade was acquainted with those guys. He allowed the man to use their services as he saw fit, and if any problems arose, to report them to him immediately, for he would quickly resolve them. After this, the characters moved to the main residence of the Hall of Unity. There sat the very same bandit whom BombKV had somehow enslaved, and for some reason a chill ran through his entire body. At that moment, when the leader was sipping wine, his subordinate suddenly ran in with desperate cries, searching for his older brother. It turned out that they were suddenly attacked by people from the Black Dragon Society. He hurried to explain what was happening. Obviously, the man could not believe that someone dared to kidnap Van's daughter from the fabric shop. However, the subordinate explained that people from the Black Dragon Society barbarically broke into Van's fabric shop and completely wrecked it. They took his daughter, who was helping there. That little girl. They say she was taken away because of debts, since her father couldn't pay them, and if he doesn't pay, they will simply kill her. Obviously, the chief realized that these were just crazy freaks. Everyone knew what they did with those kidnapped for debts, usually sold women into brothels. Therefore, the man was extremely angry that his people were just standing and watching all this. But it turns out they tried to stop them, but they were simply crushed. In the end, Manseki was near death, and 3 others were seriously wounded. Then the leader realized that they had underestimated the enemy, counting on Small Fry. But now they had grown to the point of becoming truly formidable. There was no choice left, so he ordered the man to gather all the others. Of course, the subordinates asked the leader not to act rashly. After all, the leader of the Black Dragon Society possessed colossal inner strength. Moreover, there was the terrifying monk of the Tree of Terror, ruling the Black Forest region. They say the leader of the Black Dragon Society was his only disciple. However, the man only angrily demanded that the comrades remind him of the meaning of the Hall of Unity. A brief silence ensued, and he sternly demanded to be quoted what was written on the banner of their hall. Everyone immediately shouted that they must be loyal brothers and faithful protectors of merchants. That was exactly their motto. Therefore, the leader reminded that the merchants pay them for protection because they had no other choice, and they should all not forget this. Even if someone in need of help was a nobody, they still had a duty to protect them. And more importantly, if they continue to remain silent, they simply won't be able to look BombKV in the eye if he suddenly shows up. So the choice was obvious. They would die either way, so it was better to die as heroes. Suddenly, a stranger entered the hall, asking how old Van's daughter was. Obviously, everyone immediately boiled over, as they could not recognize this unknown man. However, he asked the people not to worry about anything, as he was sent by that very man. At once, the leader realized it was surely about the Mad Lord of the Mountain. Therefore, he began to apologize for not recognizing him immediately. However, he asked to drop the formalities and again asked how old the girl was. From memory, she was about 13. The man was quite enraged. He literally ignited with righteous fury, understanding that these scoundrels dared to steal such a small child. Therefore, he demanded to be immediately shown the lair of these brats. Very soon, closer to dawn, they found themselves at the doors of this den. However, the leader was very worried. Would an ordinary man be able to handle these people alone? However, the stranger was so boiling with anger that he did not even knock on the door, but simply kicked it down with one foot. Everything immediately shook from the crash. Soon the sound of footsteps was heard. Hearing about the attack, the enemies immediately realized that people from the Hall of Unity had arrived, and the leader of the Black Dragons, standing among his people, only chuckled maliciously as he expected their visit. They were exactly the ones he was looking for. The leader of the sinister Black Dragons, with a mocking smile, thanked the uninvited guests for making his task easier by coming to him themselves. After all, he had long ago yearned to meet face to face with the head of the Hall of Unity. Of course, the noble warrior immediately shouted fiercely at the impudent one, demanding explanations. How dare he touch any of his wards? He ordered the merchant's daughter to be released immediately. However, this madman only sneered contemptuously to himself, explaining with cold indifference that they only wanted to scare the merchants a little. But he was extremely curious when the head of the hall managed to secure the support of such a skillful master. At this fateful moment, the stranger with an icy expression decided to tell this scoundrel what he hated most. Of course, he did not understand why he should even know the preferences of some simpleton who dared to invade his territory. However, the sinister ghost of poverty explained with deadly calm that what he hated most in the world was when scoundrels touched innocent children who were guilty of nothing. Immediately, the Black Dragon drew his blade to repel the attack of the skillful master rushing at him. In the end, they rapidly clashed in combat, exchanging lightning-fast blows, parrying each other's attacks, then stepping back several paces. Looking at his opponent with intense attention, the loyal manager could confidently say one thing. The leader of the Black Dragon had achieved much for his age. With such outstanding abilities, he could easily enter even the top 100 great masters of the Empire. At that moment, seeing the weapon in Samu Sim's hands, the leader of the sinister organization immediately recognized the legendary Ghost of Poverty in the newcomer. He was extremely angry that he had almost exerted his full power for some pathetic weakling. While the enemy was babbling, he did not notice that he had completely opened himself up to attack. Therefore, the sinister warrior immediately rushed forward lightning fast to deliver a crushing blow. In the end, he approached almost face to face with the enemy, and coldly said that he was too talkative for a man who was still in a deadly fight. In the next moment, the strike of his formidable blade struck the Black Dragon's hand, and he didn't even have time to blink. Literally across the entire area, heart-wrenching screams of unbearable pain spread as the unfortunate man pressed his mutilated hand to his chest. With one lightning-fast swing, the sinister Ghost of Poverty managed to cut off 4 whole fingers of the enemy, after which, as if nothing had happened, he calmly inquired about the location of the merchant's daughter. He also warned with threatening tones in his voice that the scoundrel had better immediately say where she was, and if he had already sold her, then tell exactly to whom the innocent girl was sold. However, the villain was even more enraged that this someone, who had come to him with such audacity, dared to speak to him in such a contemptuous tone. Obviously, this was not the answer the loyal steward had been eager to hear. Therefore, in one fateful moment, he mercilessly cut off the hand of the Black Dragon's leader, with which he had dared to try to strike him. All that was left for the unfortunate man was to scream from unbearable pain, promising to give the steward any money and everything he wished for. After all, everyone knew how obsessed this scoundrel was with gold. It was obvious from all his behavior. From these words, it became clear that this scoundrel had by this moment finally parted with the girl. So the sinister warrior, without a shadow of doubt, immediately directed the tip of his blade straight to the enemy's throat. All that was left for the leader was to desperately scream, not understanding how the stranger dared to treat him in such a humiliating way. However, in an instant, his head was mercilessly pierced through. He confirmed his status as a ruthless avenger, and also proved that the martial arts of the legendary Ghost of Poverty were indeed terrifyingly powerful. Finally, when the lifeless body collapsed dead, the loyal manager decided to find out where all those belonging to the Hall of Unity had scattered. Immediately, the approaching leader explained with a trembling voice that they all ran away like frightened hares as soon as the manager cut off the fingers of that scoundrel. All that remained for the stranger was to make his proposal. He emphasized that it was not an order, so the head of the hall could safely refuse, and then he would simply look for someone else for this important task. However, he was ready with the greatest zeal to fulfill any request of the sinister Ghost of Poverty, for he was immensely impressed by his devastating power and ruthless skill. In the end, the loyal manager thoroughly summarized. He found out that these people were eager to create a trading company for Western trade and decided to offer them cooperation. Moreover, the head of the hall seemed to him a person to whom one could unconditionally entrust their plans. However, he, of course, gave the man time to think, since such an agreement would surely turn his whole life upside down. Somewhere at the same time in the valley of the divine and demonic, the most ordinary peaceful tranquility reigned. Choak Ryan, gradually restoring his mighty strength, continued to train diligently, focusing his inner energy into a single whole. In the end, he managed to concentrate it on the fingertips and create a devastating attack that in an instant thunderously destroyed even the waterfall itself. The faithful steward watching this thrilling spectacle from the side could not believe that the mighty Choak Ryang was still using only 30% of his true inner strength. But the healer Denok's son patiently explained that thanks to all the treatment undergone, the warrior had restored exactly that percentage. In the end, Samu Sim froze with the most shocked expression on his face, for every movement of the renowned master was like a manifestation of divine martial art. But if you look closer, he used the most ordinary basic technique of the Golden Swordsman. However, even her great bloody fist managed to transform it into something truly grandiose and impressive. At this fateful moment, Choak Ryang himself felt how his inner energy had radically changed. Although only 30% was restored, it had fully returned to him. Most importantly, it had become immeasurably purer than before. Of course, for all this, the noble warrior was immensely grateful to the skilled healer Denok's son, after which he respectfully bowed and explained that he needed to leave briefly, for there was one person he urgently needed to meet. It was precisely for this fateful meeting that he set off for the bustling city. There his gaze fell on a small ragged boy who was sitting near a worn-out bowl, pleading for alms from passers-by. Suddenly a silver ingot flew into this miserable bowl with a melodious chime. The boy immediately jumped up as if stung, not believing his eyes. And the mighty Choak Ryan sincerely hoped that the young beggar remembered him. And indeed, he clearly remembered the nobleman who generously gave him a silver ingot just for delivering a letter. Now another precious ingot awaited him if he completed a new simple task. The boy instantly understood that it was necessary to convey an important message again. The celebrated warrior this time asked to convey a request for a meeting at the same place and at the same time as last time. The young man was ready to carry out this important mission excellently, confidently believing that no one in this huge city could find people better than him. Therefore, he sincerely thanked the mighty Choak Ryan for the trust placed in him. However, when he turned to the nobleman the next moment, he had already vanished without a trace, as if dissolved like a real ghost. At the same time, the head of the information organization was tightly tied to the torture device and mercilessly beaten. While unsuccessfully searching for the location of the formidable Choak Ryan, the fat deputy fiercely tried to extract from the chief any vital information he needed. At the very least, he was eager to know who gave the order to investigate the dark past of the Combat Alliance. Of course, the leader immediately explained to the deputy with pain that it was he himself who gave that fateful order. However, the deputy was extremely enraged by this response and accused the leader of trying to systematically destroy their information network. Therefore, he sternly demanded to confess who was truly behind all these subversive acts. However, the leader only laughed bitterly, with grim irony, understanding that the one who had been methodically destroying their powerful organization all this time was precisely his deputy. But suddenly, at this tense moment, a mysterious man entered the gloomy room and authoritatively ordered the deputy to immediately stop the torture. He also decided to reveal the truth about why they paid so much close attention to such a seemingly small organization like this one. The whole matter lay in their astonishing abilities and hidden potential. After all, these people knew too much for such a small structure. And right after the current leader, the deputy who would replace him was supposed to take the helm of the organization. However, if the current leader stubbornly continues to remain silent about whom he serves, then instead of the position, the beaten and humiliated one will be his loyal deputy. Of course, he quickly realized the sinister hint, so he hastily promised to find the true external reason for this request, and was ready to do anything to achieve this goal. The mysterious stranger smiled ominously and gave the deputy one more day to obtain the desired results, sincerely hoping that he would bring the long-awaited fruits. After that, he handed him terrible pincers, which he could use as he wished, either to pull out the nails or the teeth of the unfortunate victim. Soon after the torturous interrogations, the deputy was returning home, sorrowfully reflecting on the fact that he had spent a long 20 years of his life together with the leader. They together, brick by brick, built this powerful organization. And now, when everything is about to vanish without a trace, the leader stubbornly remains silent. Therefore, the deputy was extremely curious about the true reason behind all this chaos, and which powerful person was hiding in the shadows. It was especially vital for him to find this out because this crisis represented a unique chance for him to finally uncover all the secrets and take the coveted position of the leader. However, suddenly the deputy turned around, noticing a suspicious silhouette of a boy around the corner. He had seen this young ragamuffin an hour ago and 2 hours ago. Dismissing this as a mere coincidence was already extremely foolish. Therefore, the cunning man decided to turn the corner before the boy, luring the inexperienced tracker into a clever trap. By this time, the boy himself had already checked all the dens in the area, but found no sign of the person he needed. However, the fat man, whom he had been patiently following, often went to such establishments with his master, so the youth planned to follow him unnoticed. So at that moment, he swiftly slipped around the corner. However, to the great surprise of the fat man, he was no longer there. It turned out that he had cunningly hidden and was already right behind the careless boy. The deputy immediately realized that this boy belonged to the beggar's clan and sternly demanded to state his rank among the disciples. Of course, the boy hastily explained with a trembling voice that he was not engaged in martial arts and was simply searching for a man named Nyan Somil. Then the deputy understood the true reasons for the surveillance, for they were already close to the solution. But he still could not understand why suddenly some pathetic poor boy needed the head of their information organization. However, when the boy made it clear that he could not tell anything, the man squeezed his fragile shoulder with inhuman strength, causing him to experience excruciating pain. After that, he threateningly explained that it was the famous eagle claw technique, which can easily pierce even the strongest stones. And there was no need to imagine what would happen if this terrible technique were applied to a fragile human body. In the end, the boy burst into bitter tears, begging to be released, and tearfully confessed that the mysterious man had asked to deliver a message about a meeting at the same place and at the same time. The deputy was eager to know who this mysterious stranger was, who so skillfully weaves intrigues from the shadows. However, the boy, overwhelmed with horror, burst into bitter tears, proving with tears in his eyes that he did not even know the name of the mysterious stranger. In any case, the deputy rejoiced with happiness that he had finally found at least one precious clue to the powerful patron of the head of the organization. If he reported this to the formidable evil suppression squad, he would definitely become the new leader. Therefore, the cunning man took the frightened boy with him so that he would tell absolutely everything he knew about that mysterious man. On the way, he decided to find out whether the young beggar had previously delivered similar secret messages. However, the boy calmly reported that the last time he carried out such a task was quite a long time ago. The deputy immediately realized. It was surely on that fateful day when the head left early in the morning and returned pale as a sheet. Unfortunately, the message did not specify a particular place, which meant it had been prearranged between the conspirators. This meant that he simply had to find any secret place nearby, and then all the head's most intimate secrets would be in his hands. After that, the cunning man remembered that he had not thanked the young man for the service rendered. While he naively hoped to be set free, the deputy suddenly dealt him a crushing blow to the neck. After the fragile body went numb, he mercilessly pushed the defenseless child into the turbulent river waters, cynically thanking him for a job well done. In the end, the boy with loud splashes fell into the very abyss, and the deputy cold-bloodedly understood. After he pressed the vital point, the boy would inevitably drown. Even if he managed to swim out, the current would carry him far down the river, especially after yesterday's heavy downpour. And even if by some miracle he survived, no one would care about one missing poor child. On the contrary, the boy should have been grateful to him for ending his miserable existence. Now it remained only to negotiate with the combat alliance, and the deputy's life would shine with completely new colors. At this fateful moment, the mighty Great Bloody Fist was patiently waiting at the agreed meeting place. However, although the servant should have appeared long ago, he still did not show up. Choak Ryan began to seriously worry about this ominous matter. Moreover, sharp feelings told him that about 20 armed men surrounded the building. This meant that the man had betrayed him in the most vile way. However, the noble warrior did not expect that he would turn out to be such a treacherous traitor. In the end, he had no choice left. He decided to face the unequal fight with dignity. Just at this fateful moment, members of the sinister combat alliance burst into the building. However, although the mighty Choak Ryang possessed only 30% of his true power, he had already prepared a crushing blow for his adversaries. In the end, with a lightning-fast movement, he tore the bodies of the enemies standing before him into the smallest pieces, and they flew back with a crash. Of course, their leader had no idea what incredible power he had just witnessed. He could not even imagine who could possess such a terrifying inner strength. At that moment, a wounded subordinate, seeing the face of this formidable man, implored the commander to report everything to the corps leader. He wanted to say that he had met the legendary Great Bloody Fist himself, but he did not manage to, for Choak Ryang landed lightning fast right on his chest, causing him to instantly die. After that, the noble warrior looked intently at the face of the man who had come here to capture him, although he immediately mockingly noted how foolish it was on their part, for they should have brought many more people for such a dangerous mission. Only then did the commander realize with horror that before him was the legendary Bloody Master himself, and only then did he understand with whom the head of the intelligence organization had been secretly connected all this time. They had no idea what to do now with such a formidable opponent. They definitely could not cope with this powerful master, which meant they had to flee as soon as possible while they were still alive. In the end, seeing their hesitation and fear, Choak Ryang mercifully gave them one single chance to get lost before he changed his mind. The enemies themselves were struck that the Great Bloody Master showed mercy without an apparent reason and decided to let them go. After that, they remembered the grim words of their captain No Dayan. He claimed that the mighty Bloody Fist had received a mortal wound. So he ordered the soldiers not to be afraid and to immediately destroy the legendary warrior if found. In the end, they realized this unexpected kindness of Choak Ryan was merely a skillful bluff. They recognized that very formidable master, for he had never before been so magnanimous to enemies. Of course, Choak Ryan patiently tried to explain that their excessive suspicion would lead to nothing good. They should have seen with their own eyes how he utterly destroyed their subordinates. However, they still did not believe in his terrifying power. Moreover, the commander clearly understood. If this were the real Choak Ryang, he would have simply cold-bloodedly killed them all without wasting precious time on empty chatter. Besides, if you looked closely, you could see his fingers trembling slightly. clear signs of anxiety. This meant that he definitely had not yet recovered from his severe wounds. Therefore, the enemies decided to boldly attack all at once. In the end, on the captain's command, everyone surrounded the enemy, menacingly armed with their sharp blades. However, a sinister smile lit up the face of the great bloody fist. The captain belatedly realized that, it seemed, all this time Cho Akryang had been cunningly luring them into a clever trap, playing with them like helpless toys. At that very moment, the mighty warrior flew lightning fast towards him, and crashing into the massive tree, split it in half. And Cho Akryang calmly explained that if he had scared them too much, they would have just run off in all directions. So he gave them a tempting bait that they immediately bit. After that, the mighty Cho Akryang finally understood the terrible truth. Since these little people came here instead of Mr. Nyan So Milia, it means something happened to him, and possibly, it was precisely these scoundrels who captured him. At that moment, the panicked captain obviously tried to escape by fleeing. However fast he rushed, the formidable Cho Akryang appeared like a ghost right in his path every time. After that, he attacked the captain, demanding to be told where the head of the information organization was located. However, before the latter could say anything, the legendary warrior attacked the man, and in one fatal moment his head flew off his shoulders. Cho Akryang was even frightened by his own crushing strength. After all, he only wanted to scare him a little, but ended up killing him outright. After that, he still had to walk among the bloodied corpses, searching for someone alive to interrogate. At the same time, the head of the information organization was being brutally interrogated by a sinister warrior from the Alliance, who was eager to find out why he was secretly gathering classified information about the core of evil destroyers. Of course, the beaten and exhausted man repeated again that he had done nothing of the sort. The executioner almost laughed, not understanding why such a smart man had made the worst choice for himself. He sincerely felt sorry for this stubborn man. After that, he sadistically decided to find out if he had ever heard of torture involving bone fractures and muscle twisting. From just this sinister phrase, the unfortunate man almost vomited from horror. However, he continued to endure bravely. At that moment, the cruel warrior reached out to the man's ribs to break them first. After that, with a sadistic smile, he began mercilessly pressing on the bones, breaking them one by one. While the victim desperately screamed from unbearable pain, the torturer continued to break them cold-bloodedly. Then every breath would cause the unfortunate man excruciating pain, as the broken ribs would pierce the lungs. He also told the man with a mocking smile that some ragged boy was looking for him, who said he had to deliver an important message to him. However, he sent his people to the meeting place. This means that the head of the information organization is simply no longer needed. They find out everything without his involvement. Immediately after that, the tormentor began breaking ribs on the other side, while the unfortunate man barely held back from unbearable pain. Of course, the cruel warrior decided to give him one last merciful chance. If he now names his secret patron, then at least he would be allowed to die without suffering. However, for a noble man, there was no death worse than dying a traitor. Moreover, at the hands of such a vile degenerate. Moreover, he contemptuously explained to the scoundrel that his corps of evil destroyers was a complete failure, and this degenerate, whose name he could not pronounce, was no better than his subordinates. The man clearly understood that life had played such a cruel joke on him. No matter how hard he tried to survive, he was very angry at that scoundrel whom he helped so devotedly. That one never gave him anything, only forced him to carry out dangerous assignments. And now, because of him, he would have to die in agony. But it doesn't matter. Even after death, he will curse this degenerate forever, and will pray that he is born a eunuch in the next life. While the man was angrily cursing, a voice that was too calm demanded that he name the person he hated so much. The unfortunate man immediately noticed that the voice of the speaker was completely different. When he looked up, he saw. It was no longer the cruel warrior who made him endure 1,000 circles of hell, but the legendary Great Bloody Fist Cho Akryang himself. In the end, despite the unbearable pain, the man even held his breath from the shock he experienced at that moment. Despite all the torment he endured, the mockery finally ended. So it seems now he will be killed by the Great Bloody Fist himself. But the surprising thing was that he freed him from the chains, after which he led him to the legendary Valley of the Divine and Demonic to the skilled healers. Of course, the leader was eager to know from what moment the mighty Cho Akryang had come to his aid. However, he ordered from that moment to call him the worst degenerate. In the end, the man was convinced. Cho Akryang had heard his entire passionate monologue from the very beginning, and now he was in for it. But still, despite the paralyzing fear, the man sincerely laughed as much as his crippled body allowed. He still imagined that scoundrel who had tortured him, and wanted to see his distorted face when he saw the Great Bloody Fist who had come for his soul. He imagined, Surely those bastards were just struck by lightning out of nowhere. And as soon as he thought about it, all his anger instantly vanished. Cho Akryang found such inappropriate joy incomprehensible. It seemed to him that the man had completely lost his mind from the pain he had endured. However, he was eager to know why the head of the information company did not name his name to the enemies. After all, their relationship was purely based on fear and submission. But he still did not confess even under the threat of a torturous death. It turned out the man simply had some unshakable principles. After all, Cho Akryang was exactly the same towards him. He always kept his word if he gave it at all. This was the only reason why the leader decided to repay the mighty Cho Akryang in kind. However, the mighty warrior was sincerely surprised that the legendary master himself did not believe in this. After all, he himself strictly adhered to such unshakable principles. Cho Akryang never dared to admit that even the most powerful sometimes find it extremely difficult to remain true to their ideals. At this fateful moment, the leader bitterly confessed that he also endured all these sophisticated humiliations because of the cursed deputy. When he ordered him to focus on investigating the secrets of the martial arts union and the sinister core of evil destroyers, the treacherous traitor got scared and slyly reported him to the union itself. The deputy always longed for their intelligence organization to join the powerful union. However, the leader categorically did not want this. He did not understand how one could trust people who now pretend to be ready to give everything just because they need their services. At their core, these scoundrels belonged to an orthodox sect, especially considering that they gave such an important post as the head of the core of evil destroyers to a real demon like the sinister Lord of the Absolute's family. So he simply could not believe that these hypocrites really planned to remain loyal until the very end. They would just mercilessly use them while it was profitable, and then without the slightest regret throw them away like used-up material. Cho Akryang was amazed that the leader had such good insight for a person managing an intelligence organization. Therefore, the noble warrior decided to find out what revenge plans he had. It turned out the man planned to catch and kill that bastard who so treacherously betrayed him. He longed to break every bone in his body from head to toe, grind them into the finest dust, and make him regret the day he was born. Cho Akryang sincerely liked such fierce motivation, so he asked the man to follow him. They would discuss all other matters later. After all, he was a man who remembers both debts and grievances, and always keeps his sacred word. Therefore, he would definitely help him carry out the plans of retribution. Soon they reached a secluded grove where the deputy of the leader was tightly tied to one of the massive trees. Not long ago, the head of the intelligence agency with blazing eyes said he wanted to kill the traitor, and then think about what to do next. Therefore now he could unleash all his accumulated rage on this scoundrel. Although the noble man was brutally beaten and tortured, he did not renounce his fierce words and was ready to beat this scoundrel until he died in agony. Soon he emerged from the thick bushes, and immediately the deputy, seized by horror, pleaded with the chief for mercy. He desperately tried to somehow justify himself before the enraged boss. However, the man with icy calm warned that the traitor better keep silent, otherwise he would kill him right here. After that, he untied the freak, but he immediately rewarded him with a crushing blow right to his battered face. After that, they fell to the ground and began furiously beating each other. However, unlike their wounded leader, the fat deputy was intact and unharmed, which gave him a significant advantage in this fight. However, Cho Akryang, watching these pathetic amateurs fight, felt genuine pleasure. It was like an ant battle, and such a spectacle amused the legendary master. At this tense moment, the deputy painfully admitted that he could not allow the chief to destroy the organization he had built for a full 20 years, just because of his stubbornness and principles. But the man was already deadly tired of hearing such pathetic excuses, so he only furiously slammed his former subordinate's head against the hard ground. Despite the blood flowing abundantly from his forehead, he managed to knock out a good couple of teeth from that nasty little bastard. Finally, he unleashed all his accumulated anger and thirst for revenge. Therefore, Cho Akryang decided to find out if there was anyone else who needed to be punished for betrayal. Unfortunately, there were enough other enemies, but the leader simply did not have the strength to fight the powerful opponents. These people were clearly beyond his ability in his current state. Then the mighty Cho Akryang proposed to continue their important conversation, and was eager to find out from the man what he planned to do now and where he would direct his steps. The unfortunate man had no better solution than to hide in the remote mountains and simply continue living a hermit's life. Of course, Cho Akryang patiently tried to explain that if the formidable Thousand Wings Corps took him seriously, he would not hide anywhere on this earth. He simply had no choice. Then he would just die a painful death. But he swore to the bloody fist that even on the brink of death he would not utter his name. But the villain still doubted. Wouldn't it be easier to kill him here and now? and at first the leader thought that the formidable master would do just that. However, at that fateful moment, the noble warrior decided to arrange a safe place for his loyal comrade, where he could calmly stop and heal his wounds. Thus, 2 whole weeks of peaceful life passed since that fateful conversation. At that moment, the leader himself was reflecting on the events that had occurred, and thought that he had clearly acted somewhat incorrectly. He should not have followed the great bloody fist into this venture. It was already unfair to get involved in the dangerous affairs of the bloody overlord, and now he had also gotten involved with the mad lord of the mountain and even the legendary Ice Jade. What powerful and terrifying personalities surrounded him. However, the man saw, all the inhabitants of the valley were genuinely happy. It turned out that life away from the corrupt martial arts union was much more comfortable and peaceful than the previous existence in constant fear. After that, he looked back in amazement at the boy, who was the son of a divine doctor and a demonic healer at the same time. Incredible rumors circulated that the young Denok's son was researching the secret heritage of the holy hand of the divine doctor, and even healed the daughter of the very head of the union, fully restoring her severed meridians. But he could not imagine that such a skilled healer was so young and inexperienced in appearance. At that moment, the wise Denok's son saw how much the head of the information organization was tormented by torture and deprivation. He sincerely felt sorry for the man who remained loyal to the mighty Choak Ryang and bravely endured cruel torment. Fortunately, the young man was glad that the man had handled the emergency medical aid he received well. He had no idea what the boy was talking about. After all, he hadn't done anything special for his healing. However, at this fateful moment, he encountered some kind of evil and piercing gaze from the entire greatest trinity of legendary villains. In the next second, the wise Denok's son admired and praised the mighty Choak Ryan for skillfully contracting the patient's muscles to stabilize his broken ribs during transportation. At that moment, the young healer made it clear that if the man had not met the mighty Choak Ryan in time, things would have been much worse. He could have simply died from internal injuries. However, the unfortunate man could not understand how it could be considered lucky that he was now surrounded by the very real legendary monsters and lived side by side with the greatest villains of all time. After that, the wise young man hurried to thoroughly explain that the man now desperately needed full rest. The broken ribs would inevitably heal over time. He just had to carefully treat the burned areas and external wounds to prevent dangerous infection. Until his condition significantly improved, it was better for him to move less and rest more in peace. Moreover, the skilled Denok's son sincerely hoped that the other valley inhabitants would not mind the man staying here with them. He wholeheartedly hoped that he himself liked this blessed idea. Everyone else thought that since the Lord of the Valley did not object to his company, the new resident would also not disturb them with his presence. But the mighty Choak Ryan and his loyal manager, on the contrary, were sincerely glad about the new tenant in their secluded refuge. And so, regardless of his own wishes, the residence of Nin So Min in this legendary valley was unanimously decided by all its inhabitants. That very night, all 3 great masters met in their dwelling to thoroughly discuss everything and make important decisions. Bom KV was very worried that lately the sinister No Dayan was behaving as if he owned the entire world of martial arts, and even the mighty Choak Ryang could not come to terms with the fact that this arrogant bastard felt absolutely unpunished because the entire authority and power of the martial arts union stood behind him. It remained a mystery what he lacked, since he began to pursue them both in sleep and in reality. Choak Ryang drew a grim conclusion from Nin So Min's words that the scoundrel had made some secret agreement with the very head of the martial arts union. However, to his greatest regret, he was unable to find out any exact details. Bom KV was troubled by the fact that if the martial arts union continued to grow at such a rapid pace, it would soon engulf the entire martial arts world without exception. After that, the trio decided to turn to the sinister witch for her wise advice. However, she was not at all interested in their feud with the powerful union. Immediately, a cunning question crept into Bom KV's mind. Why had she come here at all to discuss this pressing issue? Moreover, she always pretended to drink fragrant tea, while her elegant cup was definitely empty. Of course, the lady mourned the behavior of these 2 incorrigible jokers. However, they clearly saw that the formidable lady must be having quite a good time with them. But at that fateful moment, the enraged woman was already thinking about simply wiping these 2 insolent fellows off the face of the earth once and for all. Therefore, the wise Choak Ryang suggested she calm down and talk about the young healer Denok's son. Of course, Han Solhua immediately calmed down, and the mad lord of the mountain could not understand what problems they could have related to their skillful healer. Choak Ryang was seriously concerned about the cultivation of the boy's internal energy, because since the boy had decided to study seriously, it was impossible to delay any longer. not even for a day. Han Sol-hwa perfectly understood that even now, starting his training was already quite late, and no one wanted to miss such a rare gift simply because of their sluggishness. Therefore, the mighty Choak Ryang decided to consult with his comrades about the best time to start the preparation. He perfectly understood that the young man possessed theoretical knowledge flawlessly, but theory and practice are absolutely two different things. To be frank, he himself understood very well that this complex matter was full of unpredictable variables. One cannot simply force Den Akson to study the internal energy method while it is not yet fully completed and refined. Here Bom KV had a truly brilliant idea: to take someone else and try this revolutionary method on him. Of course, he did not expect anyone to approve this crazy idea. However, Choak Ryang liked it very much. Han Sol-hwa also pointed out significantly that a suitable person had recently joined them and lived under their roof. However, the Mad Master of the Mountain was worried that there might be an energy deviation or other unforeseen consequences. But all three understood that they could easily fix any situation by turning to a skilled healer for help. As long as the unfortunate test subject did not die, everything was under their control. In the end, as soon as Nin So Minu felt better, they took him into the dense forest under the plausible pretext of talking in private. After that, the three great masters surrounded the unfortunate one from all sides, like predators their prey. Of course, he was extremely worried when they declared that he needed to give up all martial arts. They had no way to explain to him that it was simply vital for him to study a completely new internal energy method. But for that, it was necessary to completely dissipate the power accumulated over many years. Therefore, the trio decided to explain the situation from another perspective. After all, if you look at the man now, he was in such shock as if he was about to lose consciousness. He would not be able to voluntarily study martial arts in such a deplorable state. In the end, Bom KV decided to cautiously ask the man how he liked the idea of learning martial arts from them. But he was trembling with fear so much that he couldn't say anything coherent. At that moment, the mighty Choak Ryang approached him, indicating that Nin So Min had done a great deal for him, and he felt he owed him a proper reward for his loyalty. For this reason, the great master was ready to personally impart to him the secrets of martial arts. Of course, the man immediately began to desperately refuse, for he was doing it without expecting any reward. But Han Sol-hwa and all the others persistently begged him not to refuse. He simply could not ignore their goodwill and sincere desire. Moreover, for him, this would only be a huge plus, since the world of martial arts is a place where the weak face only suffering and humiliation. The man clearly understood that since they wanted him to study their art, it meant he had to become their usual obedient disciple. However, Choak Ryan calmly explained that they were not going to share their exclusive and secret techniques with him. They were eager to teach him the method that all three had developed together. However, Mr. Nin So Min did not see any particular difference in this, so he simply tried to understand what these three were trying to convey to him. And in the end, he realized with horror, they were simply looking for some suitable test subject on whom they could test the new method of internal energy. In the end, he tried to explain that he had no particular desire to study martial arts. Moreover, at his advanced age, there was no point in mastering a new method of internal energy from the very beginning. Choak Ryan asked the man to think carefully about this unique opportunity. He will become the first to learn the greatest method of internal energy. Such a chance does not come often in life. The man clearly understood that if these were martial arts created by three legendary masters, it would undoubtedly be a great honor. But still, he already had 20 years of accumulated internal energy. However, Bom KV immediately asked him to forget about that pathetic energy, as it was pure junk that they would completely extract from him. Even the mighty Choak Ryang believed that 20 years of energy accumulation was not such an impressive amount, since quality was more important than quantity when it came to inner strength. Even Han Sol-hwa did not understand why he was proud of only 20 years, as she had reached that level after 2 years of martial arts training. The Bloody Fist was proud of himself, as it took him only a year to achieve such a result. But then their conversation was interrupted by the Mad Mountain Master, who explained that he managed to accomplish this task in just 6 months. After which the three of them began fiercely arguing about their achievements. Nin So Min fearfully tried to explain that he was quite satisfied with his current state and level of skill. Then Choak Ryang asked the man to recall how cruelly he was beaten by the evil Destroyer's Corps. If he had their method back then, the enemies would not have withstood even one of his strikes. Moreover, the masters guaranteed that it was the greatest inner energy method in the entire history of martial arts. However, Nin So Min tried to explain that for this very reason, such a talentless person as he should not study it. It would be a waste of precious martial arts. In the end, this trio got so tired of trying to convince him kindly that they simply flashed their eyes in anger. Eventually, the man realized he never really had a choice from the very beginning, and he was afraid they would kill him if he refused. However, there were no plans to deal with him, but from their sinister gaze alone it was clear he would face something far more terrifying than a swift death. In the end, the unfortunate man agreed, but wanted to clarify at least one thing before beginning the torturous training. Did the masters want to test the safety of the internal energy method they created on him, or was it just his imagination? However, the Mad Lord of the Mountain made it clear that knowing this would not change the fate of Nin So Min in any way. Still, it was important for the man to know why he would suffer, so that at least he would not feel so hurt. But the Mad Lord of the Mountain thought the opposite. After all, to suffer while understanding the reason was true foolishness. Nin So Min used to think the same way, but with age he reconsidered many things. After being betrayed for no apparent reason, his philosophy of life changed radically. In the end, the Mad Lord of the Mountain had no choice but to agree with Nin So Min's position. However, he explained that the unfortunate man was unlikely to suffer, since this was the greatest internal energy method in the entire history of martial arts. The Bloody Fist calmly explained that if he were 20 years younger, he would gladly part with his current energy for this method. And Han Sol-hwa made it clear that this was the very method that Denak-san would be trained in. They had not developed it frivolously. Of course, Nin So Min was still worried that some problems might arise. For example, energy deviations or dangerous side effects. However, the masters literally guaranteed that he had nothing to worry about. In case of unforeseen circumstances, they would patch him up and set him right. In the end, the man realized, no matter how well he ran and hid, he could not escape these three legendary monsters. So he agreed to the experiment with a forced smile. In fact, 20 years ago, Nin So Min was a former member of a powerful sect. He always understood that as an orphan without support or patrons, he would only be used and discarded like spent material. Therefore, he stole the secret method of the Elder's internal energy and fled under the cover of night. Since then, he has not missed a single day in cultivating his energy. It was his pride and the meaning of his life. But the internal energy accumulated over a long 20 years disappeared in an instant, thanks to the diligent efforts of Bomkavi. After that, all three gathered around the man, transferring their energy into his depleted body. Since the existing energy of Nin So Min was completely destroyed, he, like the young Denak-san, needed to open the vital vessels Renmai and Dumai. It was indeed an extremely unpleasant and painful procedure. However, gritting his teeth from unbearable pain, the unfortunate man continued to endure it bravely, hoping for the best. Soon the warrior's whole body shone under the onslaught of powerful energy, filling every corner of his being. Day by day, the noble mentors continued the sacred procedure until a whole month of intense training had passed. Soon the man was already meditating independently, accumulating precious energy. After opening the energy vessels, his internal power reached a completely different level. The time required for a full cycle of true energy was reduced by more than a third, and the volume of spiritual power accumulated in a day increased significantly. Finally, the warrior realized the venerable masters had truly given him a great opportunity. He reached his previous level of internal energy in just 1 month of persistent practice. However, one day when Nin So Min went out to train, he was met with a sad sight. Samu Sim was busily preparing to set off on a journey. The man begged his elder brother to stay here with him, but, to great regret, the first trading expedition was already supposed to begin. Since the poverty ghost was negotiating regarding the hostage, a debt of honor obliged him to participate in the negotiations. For the warrior, it remained a mystery why his friend had to deal with such diplomatic matters. However, the wise man calmly explained, the scoundrel he had captured turned out to be the heir of the very leader of the Bloody Sand. For the future prosperity of trade relations, he was obliged to take part in delicate negotiations. The warrior had no choice but to wish good luck on the dangerous journey, and the noble poverty ghost seriously asked to take care of the valley ruler and their brothers in his absence, and also, if possible, to visit the Hall of Unity. Nin So Min made it clear that the elder brother need not worry. He would take care of everything, including those feathered inhabitants whom the poverty ghost always cared for. The master was sincerely grateful for such attentiveness from the man, promising that upon return he would reward him properly. But for Nin So Min himself, sufficient gratitude would be the honorable mentor returning home alive and unharmed as soon as possible. After that, sadly seeing him off with his gaze, the young warrior returned to the abode, having no idea who would now keep him company. Suddenly he remembered. Today was that very momentous day. It was the first martial arts training for Denak-san, so all the masters gathered around the young healer. At that moment, the heir of the divine healer was trying to meditate according to ancient canons. Now So Min was genuinely shocked. After all, Bomkevi claimed that the young man had absolutely no ability to cultivate internal energy. Moreover, no one explained how to properly direct true energy, and the spell to awaken inner strength was unknown to him. Bomkevi hastened to clarify the situation. This divine art of harmonization was created by the healer of autumn leaves himself, applying all his wisdom to the creation. Dan Axon understood such matters better than anyone else because he knew perfectly the location of blood vessels and energy meridians, so the mentor's advice would only interfere with him in the sacred process. In the end, Nin So-minu had no choice but to watch the young man, deeply immersed in meditation, in a trance. But at that moment he was distracted, suddenly remembering what he had almost forgotten. Starting to rummage through his pockets, the boy pulled out what his father had prepared for him long ago. The divine healer knew that one day his son would inevitably want to master martial arts, and beforehand prepared a special health-restoring pill for him. Thanks to the fact that the remedy was created by the divine healer himself, it became even more precious. For the boy himself, the pill also had a special meaning, so the young man immediately swallowed it. After that, he again immersed himself in meditation in order to try to concentrate his energy. The heir of the doctor remembered his father's words. He asked that his son definitely take this pill before beginning the training in cultivating internal energy. At that time, the boy had no idea what it meant. All he wanted was to become a healer like his parents. However, the mother saw no point in her son becoming a healer. After all, it was hard and troublesome work. And the father believed that studying martial arts would be more beneficial. Besides, physical strength would still be needed for healing. The woman was, of course, angry at her husband. They had already suffered enough, and now their own child was inciting dangerous activities. She was categorically against it, wanting at least their child to live the life of an ordinary person. But the father saw no reason to prevent the son from doing what he wanted. After all, their child could act according to his own judgment in everything except marriage. The woman was insanely angry that her husband spoke such words right in front of their son, so the man hurried to explain. Meeting such a wonderful life partner as his beloved is extremely difficult, so the boy might not even try to get married. Still, Dan Akson's father spent all his luck when he managed to win his mother's heart. Only after the man justified his words, and his wife, slightly embarrassed, calmed down. And the father honestly confessed to his son. Now, after he met his other half, most likely, for the rest of his life, he will be pursued by failures for a quite obvious reason. These warm memories caused a pleasant warmth and a smile in the young man's body. Even Han Sol-hwa noticed that the boy seemed to be smirking during meditation. Now So-min did not suspect that such a thing was possible during energy cultivation. After all, masters always taught to throw out all unnecessary thoughts. Otherwise, extraneous ideas would interfere with the flow of universal energy. Of course, it was the truth, but now it turned out to be the only way for the young man to at least try something in the sacred art. At that moment, the healer's heir began slowly opening his eyes, finishing the meditation. After which he smiled radiantly, finally understanding what martial arts masters experience. Everyone immediately gathered around him to find out how the young student felt, whether there were any difficulties or other obstacles. However, the boy felt simply excellent, as if reborn. His body became lighter, and the sensation was as if he had slept very well after long exhaustion. This was an excellent sign. Now the next step was to try training using the harmonization technique. After that, everyone sat outside, and Han Sol-hwa with Bomkevi began helping the young student. As soon as he immersed himself in meditation, the mentors immediately straightened their hands, channeling energy into his body. This technique was originally created exclusively for Den Akson, so the two masters understood. They could not allow the slightest mistake. At that moment, Nin So-min was genuinely horrified when he saw the raging energy literally bursting out of the youth's body. He had no idea what it was, and considered what was happening some kind of demonic art. However, Choak Ryang hurried to calm the shocked Nin So-min. He was deeply mistaken. This was the most genuine divine technique. The subject already thought that perhaps the same radiance came from himself when he studied the divine art. However, such a dazzling radiance was possible only thanks to Den Akson. It was due to his unique physical condition. Moreover, this technique became available only through unconditional trust in each other. Only at that moment did the man feel that the energy emanating from the young man was incredibly warm and soothing. Even its echoes calmed the mind, literally drawing it in, although Nin So-min himself did not notice it. However, Choak Ryan understood that the man was far from the only one who felt such an influence. At that moment, a great multitude of forest dwellers ran to them, attracted by divine energy, to understand where it came from. Therefore, Choak Ryan mentally sympathized with Nin So-min. While he himself would guard Denaksan in case of unforeseen situations, it would be the young warrior who would have to keep these animals at a respectful distance. Nin So-min tried to object, but understood. Arguing with Choak Ryan was completely useless. Therefore, he simply ran towards the crowd of beasts, trying in any way to disperse them. Meanwhile, the energy in Dan Akson's body had already begun to slowly get out of control, reaching its peak. The animals literally went mad from the influence of divine power, and Nin So-min was desperately trying to push them away, not letting them get closer to the sacred ritual. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy occurred, after which the young man came to his senses. The lessons continued until late evening, and everyone watching the young heir could understand how incredible a talent he possessed. The boy had an astonishingly pure and literally magical true energy. Only after one training session, even compared to masters who had studied this art for years, his strength was in no way inferior to their achievements. Looking more closely, Choak Ryang could understand the purity and power of this child. His inner strength were simply incomparable to anything seen before. Bom KV only joyfully ruffled the boy's head, saying that now he understood why all masters strive so much to find worthy students, and praised him for the excellent work. However, Han Sol-hwa understood. They would now have a lot of work. After all, internal energy alone was not enough for a full study of martial arts. The mountain owner immediately understood. This means they would have to develop the boy's external energy. Therefore, she suggested finding someone who could teach the young student the appropriate techniques. All three masters immediately cast understanding glances at the boy so that he would make a decision. However, he decisively said goodbye to the mentors, making it clear that he needed to write everything about today's training in his diary. After which he thanked the masters for their excellent work, and asked to rest well before the next day. After a short conversation, the masters concluded it would be best if Choak Ryang taught him everything he himself knew. Even if they invented new techniques with external energy, their power would hardly surpass existing martial arts. Each of the techniques of the Valley Ruler is worthy of being called a divine art. Han Sol-hwa understood. Choak Ryang wanted to pass to Den Ok-san the technique they were most confident in. Everyone became curious about what exactly Choak Ryang would pass on. It turned out that it was the Golden Grasp technique, while Bom KV planned to teach the boy how to handle weapons. Only one last question remained: what their formidable sister would teach the young student. At that moment, she created an icy spear, hanging directly above her palm. Everyone immediately remembered how terrifying this woman was in battle. After all, she used martial arts capable of applying energy at a distance. Finally, it was time for Den Ok-san's lesson. This lesson was dedicated specifically to the art of weapon mastery. Choak Ryan explained what their training would consist of, and the boy was full of enthusiasm. Then the wise man decided to find out what, in the young student's opinion, was most important when handling a weapon. The youth was right. To understand the characteristics of this noble weapon, it was necessary first to carefully examine it, as well as hold it in one's hands. But the most important thing in this sacred matter was precisely to feel the soul of the blade, to merge with it as one. All those watching the boy were sincerely amazed. The youth, who had never held a weapon before, was already moving in his own manner, surprisingly similar to the movements of an experienced warrior. At that moment, Bom KV had already begun teaching the healer's heir how to make these lunges, firmly grip the weapon, and regrip it. After that, both masters performed the turn as synchronously as possible. However, Den Ok-san perfectly understood. To become a true master of the weapon, first and foremost, one must learn to hold it correctly. Bom KV was extremely surprised that the youth literally voiced his own thoughts, and he only smiled awkwardly, rejoicing that he had managed to impress the venerable teacher. Choak Ryang and Han Sol-hwa could not resist teasing their comrade. It felt as if Den Ok-san was teaching him, not the other way around. Moreover, the weapons master sometimes spoke complete nonsense, but the boy listened attentively, showing due respect to his elders. At that moment, Nin So-min, instead of watching the training with everyone else, was cleaning away from the others. However, suddenly one of the carrier pigeons brought him a letter. This urgent message was from the Pangjin Sun Clinic, and the young warrior hurried to deliver it to Choak Ryang. The message said that rumors had spread across the land about the son of the divine healer. Everyone was talking about how the healer's heir had begun to master martial arts. It also stated that troops would have to be summoned if the situation became truly dangerous. Bom KV quickly understood. Everyone had already found out that this very boy had healed the daughter of the alliance leader. Den Ok-san had expected something like this when they went to the powerful rulers. However, now he would have to sit quietly in the village, not leaving its boundaries. Fortunately, few knew about his secret refuge. However, Choak Ryang understood. Since the existence of the young healer had become known in principle, that was enough for people to start actively searching for him. and that means that this sacred place would sooner or later become known as well. Bomkewi was worried. Perhaps the boy did not want the sick to flock here in search of miraculous healing. However, the young man perfectly understood what these unfortunate people needed. It was precisely for this reason that his father isolated him from the world and hid him in this remote valley. Everyone understood what the air of the healer was hinting at, but the somewhat slow-witted Bomkewi did not understand the hint. Therefore, Nin So-min told about how something similar once happened. It was because of this that the unprecedented fame of the divine healer grew. However, Bomkewi still did not understand what the wise Nin So-min was hinting at, so the clever boy hurried to explain himself. It was all about the miraculous pills of the divine healer. Everyone immediately gaped in amazement, for they were well informed about these legendary remedies. Nin So-min explained. Persistent rumors circulated that these pills even surpassed the famous remedies of the great Shaolin Temple. Thousands of martial arts masters longed to obtain these magical pills from the divine healer. Moreover, there were greedy scoundrels who wanted to seize them by force. Denak-san had heard of thousands of threats and even daring kidnapping attempts. Choak Ryanu thought that the wise healer had done well in protecting the precious pills. But it turned out, the kidnapping was successful after all. His future wife was also chasing after these remedies. The mother managed to seduce the father in order to steal this priceless pill. But in the end, she also stole his passionate heart. Of course, this touching love story could not leave anyone indifferent. But still, the masters decided to tactfully not comment on it. For example, Choak Ryanu was worried that now, when everyone knows about the heir's existence, ruthless hunters for the divine pills might interfere with them. And Bomkewi wanted to activate the troops in advance, without waiting for trouble. However, Nin So-min proposed a more subtle approach. Simply lie that the pill recipe was lost forever, and no one knows how to create them again. The divine healer left their world, so recreating the miraculous remedies would not be possible. But the master of the mountain perfectly understood how greedy and persistent these martial arts masters are. They would never believe such excuses. Then the wise Nin So-min suggested acting even more cunningly, to spread a clever rumor around the world. As is known, when one dog starts barking for no reason, all the other dogs around immediately follow it. And Nin So-min was a true master in the art of spreading the necessary information. His idea was truly brilliant. After all, nothing spreads around the world as swiftly as plausible rumors. However, Den-ak-san calmly made it clear. The divine pills were not lost at all. They had been taking them constantly all these months. When all three masters looked at each other in amazement, the boy explained. He forgot to mention that all this time they had been taking the legendary divine pills. The young healer used them to heal the internal wounds of Lord Bomkewi, as well as to help the powerful Lord Choak Ryan restore his strength. Aunt Han Sol-hwa took the miraculous pill when he helped her regain her beautiful voice. They all took the sacred remedies of the divine healer. The events moved to a gloomy dark forest, where stood an unremarkable but mysterious little house. This dwelling was guarded by a formidable warrior in a huge hat, reliably covering his stern face. At this tense moment, a man respectfully approached him and, bowing deeply, politely greeted the powerful leader of the sect. However, he looked at the subordinate warrior with undisguised anger in response. The visitor, of course, perfectly understood. The sect leader was still burning with anger because he had failed to stop the daring expedition of the main sect. The man tried to remind that he was completely powerless in that situation. However, the sect leader perfectly understood that the subordinate was simply too busy with important matters of the Alliance of Martial Arts Masters. Yet it remained mysterious why, despite his extreme busyness, he decided to meet him in such a remote place. Of course, the ruler asked that the man speak to him informally, as to an old acquaintance. However, the man believed that as a person of the lower class, he could not afford to speak unofficially with the very formidable inspector of the Great Alliance of Masters. The leader reminded. Besides them, there was absolutely no one here, which means unnecessary formalities could be discarded. However, the sect leader, calmly looking at the subordinate, made it clear. His very appearance alone indicated extreme disrespect on his part. Immediately, he hastily took off his wide hat, offering sincere apologies. For now, it seems to him that this headwear has become a part of himself. He periodically forgets that he is wearing it. After that, the man made it clear. Although he depended on the powerful alliance of martial arts masters, he never forgot his true roots. He belonged to the White Sword sect until his death. He became an inspector solely to revive their fallen organization. The leader flew into a rage, not yet understanding how this youth could continue to coldly ignore the tragic death of his own father. But he tried to explain. He had no other choice. The circumstances were extremely unfavorable. Obviously, his father, The former leader of the sect had secret dealings with people from unorthodox sects, and the alliance clearly highlighted this compromising fact. However, the interlocutor reminded the current leader that the tragic death of his father helped him to take such an important position in the powerful alliance of masters. Moreover, in this way he was able to resolve a long-standing misunderstanding between the organizations. The leader could not believe it. The young man called him to this remote place to brazenly boast about his own achievements. He literally built his brilliant career on the bones of his own father. However, he did not at all consider that he was boasting about his successes. It was simply the right time for a serious conversation with the leader. So he asked for this secret meeting. The conversation concerned the fact that their ancient sect of the White Sword could no longer blindly follow the dangerous orders of the Alliance leader. Somewhere at that very time, the brave Nin So Min set out on an important mission and entered a half-ruined mansion. He kept looking around cautiously, watching for lurking petty thieves. But at that tense moment, the young warrior saw a mysterious man who was carelessly sitting in plain sight right on the stone staircase. The stranger laughed upon seeing Nin So Min and thought he was in for great luck. The catch was not a big prize, but just some pathetic little fish. But the gentleman laughed at these guys, believing that now, since the sacred temple was abandoned and all the pious monks had left these places, it was empty. But it turned out only a couple of small rats remained here. The man, resembling a mercenary, was struck by the guest's arrogance, who still did not understand the dangerous situation he was in. Nin So Min merely pinched his nose in disgust after his rude words. It felt as if someone was speaking through their rear, otherwise it was unclear where such a disgusting stench came from. After that, he looked carefully at the suspicious man, thinking that he was not just a pawn in the hands of the others, and he suggested introducing themselves. Then he named his own name and also explained that he once managed a powerful information guild, although it was officially disbanded now. And he also wanted to know who these people were, where they came from, and whether they were small rats or somewhat bigger fish. For Nin So Min it seemed extremely foolish to greet someone who cowardly hid their face. For decent, righteous people would not kidnap ordinary people who did not possess martial arts. The mercenaries were extremely enraged that this audacious man dared to speak to them so boldly. At that moment, one of them menacingly drew his blade, on which 3 golden rings gleamed. This ingenious weapon was created to distract the opponent thanks to the melodiously ringing rings. The wise man quickly realized this was the infamous mad dog from Shanxia, which meant he was facing the notorious scoundrels from the Eternal Joy Gang. They were even surprised at how well-informed this uninvited guest was, and at that moment decided to reveal his face. When the formidable warrior removed the mask from his face, Nin So Min quickly recognized the man who had orchestrated the most genuine bloody massacre in Shanxia 20 years ago. At that moment, everyone laughed maliciously, watching as the man suddenly fell silent as soon as he understood who they really were. He himself just continued to think tensely, realizing these people represented the only unorthodox sect that could rival the legendary Hua family in power. Moreover, they were far from the weakest opponents, and now there were as many as 10 dangerous thugs gathered here. In the end, Nin So Min theatrically realized, because of his fatal foolishness, he would have to part with his miserable life here. And the mercenaries only laughed maliciously, not understanding where his feigned bravery had suddenly gone. The warrior had already begun to apologize humbly. He did not know who they were at all, but now understood that he simply had no right to anger such great and formidable heroes of Shanxia. In the end, the leader decided to have mercy on this actor and demanded that he honestly answer his questions. For example, how was he connected to the mysterious ice jade of immortality? Falling to his knees, the frightened man confessed that he had entrusted this powerful woman with his life in exchange for her carrying out various dirty deeds for his organization. The next question was, where was the child named Dan Ak's son? Was he in the mysterious valley of the divine and demonic? The man was genuinely surprised that they already knew about this sacred place, and in the end, with a tremor in his voice, admitted the young healer was helping the lady cope with a severe illness. Of course, he did not know the details of the mysterious disease, but the air of the divine healer provided her with miraculous treatment every single day. The leader rejoiced at this precious information. Since the formidable ice jade was weakened by the ailment, their treacherous task would become even easier to accomplish. The leader decided to find out only one important detail. Did the young healer have the sacred pill? And of course, he had it. Nin So Min reported that he had seen it with his own eyes. The youth used the precious remedy a couple of times for healing. Moreover, the clever warrior could easily lure this miraculous healer out with the help of the owner of the herbal shop. It turned out that this unfortunate man was actually held hostage by them, and the scoundrels were brutally interrogating him. However, the man did not really tell anything useful. When the bandits ordered him to reveal the exact location of the healer, he stubbornly repeated that he knew nothing about it. Only later, when they had severely injured him, it became clear he really knew nothing about the secret refuge. But still, they managed to find out something from the demonic healer himself. The leader wanted Nin So-min to lead them to the cherished valley. Of course, he tried to explain. The formidable Lady Ice Jade of Immortality was there, and there were too few mercenaries to defeat her in an honest fight. However, the man hastened to clarify the situation. The vanguard group had already gone to that protected valley. They would just catch up with their comrades and deal with the powerful Ice Jade together. The scoundrel promised. If Nin So-min helps them in this matter, they will definitely spare his life. In the end, the man had no choice but to hope that the mercenary would not go back on his solemn words. The leader was quite surprised that this prisoner doubted him, especially in such a critical situation. However, Nin So-min calmly rose from his knees and suggested to the mercenaries to at least use their brains a little. It was absolutely obvious the leader was blatantly lying to him. Obviously, no one should learn about their secret mission, so they would simply kill him so he wouldn't tell anyone anything. After all, in such delicate cases, it is necessary to mercilessly eliminate witnesses and carefully hide the traces. Now the wise warrior was convinced. These people were simple villagers from Shanxia who didn't even know how to lie properly. As soon as the brave man took a defensive stance, the enraged leader immediately ordered his henchmen to cut off the insolent man's hands so that he would no longer dare to mock them like that. The bandit would have ordered to behead him without hesitation, but this prisoner might still be needed to complete the mission. At this tense moment, looking at the approaching enemies, Nin So-min only laughed contemptuously, understanding defeating him would be oh so difficult. At that moment, one of the thugs already charged at him at full speed with a battle cry, and Nin So-min only mentally prayed that the venerable elder would hurry and join the fight, not making him fight alone. Unfortunately, the mentor was late, and in the end the bandit attacked the young warrior. His deadly blade froze literally a couple of centimeters from the face of the frightened Nin So-min. But finally, a saving hand appeared, blocking the sword's path to the unfortunate man's body. It was the mighty Bomkevi, who during this time also managed to rescue the unfortunate herbalist from the shop, so that the scoundrels would no longer harm him. Now So-min was clearly proud of himself. After all, he did not lie to the mercenaries when he said that defeating his elder would be extremely difficult. The frightened leader himself began anxiously looking around at his subordinates. He had no idea where the formidable master had appeared from or who he was. At that very moment, the enraged warrior unleashed his destructive fire energy, causing the bandit's hands to be severely burned, and the metal of the blade he held in his hands melted and began to drip molten drops onto the ground. The mercenary knew perfectly well. In the world of martial arts, there was only one person endowed with such incredible power. He immediately and unmistakably recognized the legendary Mad Master of the Mountain. However, the wise man could not recall ever knowing these people, so he sternly demanded an explanation. At that moment, the frightened leader wanted to know, why does the mighty Mad Lord of the Mountain stand up for this insignificant man? However, Bomkevi coldly remarked, this question should have been asked by him, after all. These scoundrels had already invaded his sacred territory. At that moment, the mercenary became very worried. It was unlikely he would manage to deal with this legendary monster. Moreover, it was too late to retreat. If they engaged in a desperate fight, the best they could hope for was to inflict a few mortal wounds on the formidable man. In the end, the leader had no choice left, so he immediately ordered everyone to activate the Golden Thunder formation. All the bandits immediately surrounded the powerful man and began to synchronously vibrate their blades, causing a loud metallic ringing that stunned the opponent. However, the legendary Mad Master of the Mountain was only enraged by this annoying ringing. He immediately furiously threw the remaining blade he held in his hands straight into the commander's body, and with that same remnant, he pierced a real hole in the villain. After the leader fell dead, everyone immediately surrounded him, fearfully trying to provide aid, and Bomkevi calmly informed these unfortunate ones. Now they will all go together to the Lord of the Underworld. After that, a real bloody massacre began there, and Nin So-min hurried to carry the unfortunate herbalist in his arms. Soon, having reached the house, he loudly shouted, trying to wake the Lord of the Valley peacefully sleeping in his room. He did not understand what fuss had started so early in the morning. However, Nin So-min pleaded for help for the seriously wounded patient. At that moment, the boy recognized the respected herbalist gentleman, not understanding what had happened to him. At that instant, the beaten man began to repentantly apologize to the youth for betraying him unintentionally. After these words, he lost consciousness, and the youth shouted loudly, begging Mr. Nin So-min to help him heal. At that moment, the powerful Choak Ryang came out at the noise, quickly questioned Nin So Min, and understood. There were about 30 enemy warriors in the vicinity. He had seen 10 of them in the abandoned temple, and he did not know where to find the other strangers. However, the ruler of the valley very quickly felt the sinister energy of these people and realized they had already arrived at the sacred domains. In the end, the brave Nin So Min immediately ran to the bridge that led straight to the valley of the divine and demonic healer. On the other side of the bridge, the treacherous adversaries had already gathered, who wished to enter the forbidden lands. However, they were extremely curious. How did these simple folks know that they would come? But the Lord explained. They had already met his gang near the abandoned temple. The leader was genuinely surprised that a man who had seen their bloodthirsty brothers still managed to survive the encounter. However, the daring guy suggested asking the bandits themselves how their fateful meeting went. Moreover, they would soon join their friends at the meeting with the ruler of the underworld. The enraged mercenary could not believe that his comrades were dead, so he only furiously ordered the man to shut his insolent mouth. And Nin So Min was sincerely pleased by his straightforwardness. At least this bandit was honest enough, since their leader brazenly lied to them right to their faces, promising to spare their lives. The leader realized talking to this daring man was simply pointless. He was only wasting precious time. Therefore, he demanded that he immediately bring the son of the divine healer, who was supposed to reside in this mysterious place. Of course, Nin So Min feigned ignorance about which son of the divine healer was being referred to. However, Danakson himself appeared before the treacherous adversaries. He could not believe that they had committed such an atrocity against an innocent man just to find him. The mercenary only laughed maliciously, understanding. The boy was foolish enough to give himself away. He really resembled his legendary father in habits. It felt as if the divine healer himself, only younger, had appeared before them. After that, the mercenary made it clear to the young heir it was time to repay the old family debts. However, the youth firmly reminded that he owed nothing to these scoundrels. In the end, the mercenary had to explain. The child bore the heavy burden of his father's sins. That's how relentless karma works. That's the path in the cruel world of martial arts. Obviously, the boy literally trembled with righteous fury. It was unbearable to see this vile man. Looking at his angry face, the mercenary only laughed, enjoying the spectacle. Because in the boy's face, he literally saw a living reflection of his hated father. Moreover, the leader was eager to see how the young heir would sob, scream, and beg for mercy. But at this critical moment, Lady Ice Jade of Immortality herself appeared to defend the youth. She immediately ordered Nin So Min to take the precious healer to the main hall and not leave there for anything. Nin So Min began to plead, asking the Lord of the Valley to hide immediately. They needed to heal the severely wounded owner of the herbal shop as soon as possible. The boy agreed to leave, but not out of fear of these bloodthirsty people. Simply the patient truly needed his miraculous help. And the mercenary watched him go with only a slight smirk, understanding. The boy definitely wouldn't escape from them. First, they would deal with the formidable Ice Jade of Immortality, and then they would take care of the young healer himself. The leader immediately realized this majestic woman was probably the very Khan Sol Kvoy, the legendary Ice Jade about whom everyone had spoken so much. The man was extremely surprised that this mysterious woman looked at most 25 years old. He could not believe that she was as strong as the persistent rumors said, and thought, perhaps she just once ate that very magical fruit that grants eternal youth. In the end, the bandits decided to first check how true these legends were. Therefore, one of the desperate fighters stepped forward. He intended to cut the noble lady into tiny pieces. However, he had not yet approached the formidable woman when he suddenly stopped abruptly in full view of everyone, as if petrified. The whole point was that his body was frozen so solid that it could no longer move. At that horrifying moment, he was completely covered with a thick, icy crust, and ultimately died in agony. And Han Sol Hua also helped him so that he definitely could not survive. She dropped that icy statue to the ground, causing it to shatter into countless tiny pieces. All the others immediately became wary, not understanding what kind of terrible magic this intimidating woman had used. But they had no choice. So, gathering desperate courage, everyone immediately rushed into a hopeless fight. However, the powerful lady prepared an icy instrument of death for each, as if piercing their defenseless bodies. In the end, the first who approached her were cruelly torn to bloody pieces by her merciless ice magic, and she only contemptuously asked these pathetic bugs not to rush, allowing her to have plenty of fun with them. Only then did the shocked captain realize this woman was truly so powerful that she could subjugate an entire world. It was surprising that she had lived all this time in voluntary isolation from the outside world, and Choak Ryang only skeptically noted, These unlucky men did not care at all about their mission. After all, if they had thought even a little, they would not have ventured into this cursed place. Turning to the suddenly arrived warrior, the shocked captain realized what terrible trouble he had gotten into. Right before him stood the legendary Bloody Fist and the master of the mountain, Cho. Akriang calmly warned that the leader should not even hope. The other members of their gang no longer remain alive. After all, the masters dealt with those guys without even trying hard. In the end, only then did all the horrified bandits realize. Right before them stood 3 real monsters. Although even dealing with just one of them was simply impossible. Everyone immediately began whispering fearfully, and a truly ominous tension hung in the air. And Cho Akriang calmly approached the frightened adversary, reminding him of his own words about how in the world of martial arts it is customary to bear the sins of one's father. They perfectly understood. He had to suffer for his ancestors for now and bear full responsibility for them. In the end, many deadly attacks were directed at the members of his gang, who could only watch this with indescribable horror but could do nothing. Immediately the captain knelt, introducing himself as the captain of the great band of Endless Joy. At that moment, Cho Akriang decided to find out from the trembling man, who had told him about the son of the divine healer. However, he did not dare to say anything, experiencing genuine primal terror. Then the powerful man grimly recalled that the child must bear the sins of his father. This cruel world of martial arts was exactly what this scoundrel spoke of. And that means, if the captain has children, the Avengers will get to them too. The man had no choice but to explain in horror. It was all the fault of the mysterious Black Shop, which was located in Shinsia. Cho Akriang was well acquainted with this sinister organization. The Black Shop has everything, including stolen goods and important information, even human lives. It is a true black market where they trade in everything that brings bloody profit. This treacherous organization is divided into several smaller groups and obeys a strict hierarchy, and its internal structure is almost completely unknown, as are the identities of the shop's leaders. This unfortunate man began simply begging Cho Akriang to at least spare his wife and innocent children, and the ruler agreed to this mercy. Therefore the warrior approached to swiftly and painlessly behead this man. At that moment, Nin So-min begged Den Ok-son in every way not to leave the safe hall. However, he literally felt that the bloody battle was already over. Moreover, they could not leave all those dead bodies there. There was a whole horrifying pile of corpses. Of course, Nin So-min explained that he could handle it himself. However, Den Ok-son felt a heavy responsibility for this and could not simply leave this dirty work to a subordinate. Cho Ak-ryan had already appeared there, who calmly explained to the young man he was definitely not to blame in this terrible situation. However, the boy had no idea when everything went wrong, and why the peaceful life turned into one where he was hunted and other innocent people were threatened. The young healer honestly admitted he did not want things to turn out so sadly. All his parents were so noble. They saved precious lives, but in the end, they had to hide here. The heir even felt guilty, thinking that perhaps he had been too greedy and brought this trouble upon himself. He really wanted to open clinics, save lives together with other healers, and thought he could leave here and live like all ordinary people. However, it turned out, the Valley of the Divine and Demonic Healer was not only a sacred temple but also his own prison. The boy was very worried. What if he suddenly mastered martial arts and caused pain to others, like those people who invaded them with ill intentions? Cho Ak-ryan immediately hurried to calm the wise young man, telling an old proverb. Iron gives birth to rust, but in the end this rust consumes the iron. Den Ok-son did not need to succumb to senseless suspicions and fears. The same water can be medicine for one and poison for another. Everyone believed he was fundamentally different from those monsters who oppress the weak, intoxicated by martial arts and thirst for power. The mountain ruler also believed their young healer would never become someone like those scoundrels. His wise words were supported by Han Sol-hwa. The boy was insanely grateful that all these kind people comforted him in a difficult moment. After that, barely holding back bitter tears, he said goodbye to everyone and went to his room to rest a little and think over what was happening. Cho Ak-ryan perfectly understood. The boy was completely confused in the current situation. He must have been scared. But those who cannot make decisions and act will not move forward in life. Such was the harsh truth of existence in this cruel world. The boy stands in front of a tall pyramid made of stones. He holds in his hands a similar stone from which this pyramid is made. The boy is thinking very intensely about something and trying to understand. A group of people approaches him. They were clearly his acquaintances. One of the newcomers asked why Master Den left the sacred room and has been standing here silently and almost motionless for the 3rd day. The boy blushed. He asked why his friends decided to come so early. It was clear that he did not expect their appearance, but now it was necessary to fill the contact between them with conversation, otherwise he would feel bad. The comrades looked at him sadly and wondered how much time he had spent in this place. After all, even remnants of the night dew remained on him, so it was worth taking him to the house and feeding him so that Den would not get sick. The boy explained that he had been thinking about his parents for so long. It was very painful for him to watch how they spent their lives in captivity. They gave their lives to save the lives of others. But now it seemed to him that he himself was the real reason. After all, any parent would protect their child and give their life for them to protect from danger and persecution. But he believed that it was a very great sacrifice for his sake. After all, the parents had to give up themselves in order to save their son and his life. So it was very unfair. The bald man looked carefully at the boy. He felt sorry for him, but now the bald man's attention was drawn to something else. He saw that the stone the boy held in his hands activated the transformation. The bald man's companion, a man with long hair and a beard, asked what exactly surprised him so much. The bald man tried to explain to him that the stone in the boy's hands was a serious artifact. The boy himself explained that this stone was given to him by his parents. It had a unique property to invoke the magic of illusions called the Heavenly Temple, closed by fog. The bearded man was immensely surprised. He could not believe that the unique artifact, the creation of Master Tak Yu-sin himself, was so close to him. The legendary item was in the hands of a small boy. Meanwhile, Master Den looked at the stone and promised that it could completely cut off their valley from the outside world and protect them from visits by enemies and foes, shielding them from the world and its dangers. The man with a beard asked if the young master would really stay alone in this place. His bald companion sat down and said that he would also be here. The fox said that he would stay with the young master until the end, and he would never leave him. So it was time to say goodbye to Brother Tho and the witch. They could leave from here while there was still time. The woman assured that she would also stay close to Master Den. She cannot leave him alone with the bald man, as she is not sure that he can protect Dr. Den from danger. The man with the beard also decided to stay with the friends. Another man approached their group and said that he would also stay with them. He could not leave them behind and cannot leave them alone. Comrades were surprised when the boy said that the magic of the stone could be controlled in the same way. After all, it is possible to open access to the valley and open it to everyone who dares. The woman was frankly surprised at how the boy managed to overcome his fear at the time and decide to stay alone, locked in the magical sphere. He did not ask anyone for help or anything like that. She approached the boy and gently hugged him. The girl assured that she would stay with him until the very end. She also said that she simply admires him and that he is actually very strong. A lonely traveler was walking through the forest. Judging by his clothes, which were all covered in dust, the man had come from afar. He carefully surveyed the area himself and realized that he had only a little way to go before he would reach his destination. At one time, he received an important message from the Lord of the Valley, and now he was surprised when he saw the valley itself before him, not covered by an illusion. Fear crept into his heart. In the yard, Master Den was training under the guidance of his brother Cho. The man was explaining how best to control one's own movements and always be ready for whatever this world might bring. The man emphasized that it is worth gathering all forces before attacking the enemy and relaxing after the attack. It is also important to control one's forces during repelling the enemy's attack. The movements of the small one were fast. He even enjoyed feeling like the wind. The air around him was simply boiling from the rapid movements and lunges, so this time he was pleased. The newly arrived traveler carefully watched Den and could not believe that he was actually mastering martial arts and various fighting techniques. After all, he had not shown any interest before. Suddenly he got tangled in his own legs, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Cho looked indifferently at his student, while the traveler got nervous and wanted to run to help the poor fellow. Cho looked indifferently at his student as he tried to get up from the ground. He believed that pain was an inevitable companion of self-improvement and learning, so he paid no attention to the boy. The newly arrived guest was nervous. He could not believe that the Lord of the Valley had to suffer and endure such torment during training. But he did not dare to interfere in the training, as he was not the master now. Meanwhile, Den calmly got up by himself and sat down. He blew on the wound and understood that nothing really serious had happened. He had learned to endure everything that happened to him on the training ground. Den went to tend to his wounds, and the traveler finally approached the master. The master was glad about the man's quick arrival and assured him that he was already about to write a second letter to persuade more eloquently. The men talked. Both believed that martial arts masters were very dangerous people, but they were more concerned that no one really knew what they usually thought about or what their intentions were. Den rushed through the yard to Master Pang. The boy was glad about his arrival and asked his mentor to give him time to rest, after which he would continue his martial arts training. The man asked why the Valley Master behaved that way, since he could easily get injured. The boy assured him that everything would be fine with him, and there was no need to worry because his wounds healed quickly. To be sure, he began doing somersaults in front of his former mentor. The mentor assured him that he saw everything perfectly, as he was also a doctor, though not as outstanding as the boy at his young age. Den explained that he tried to see the world differently from his parents. After all, he did not intend to spend all his time closed off and isolated from the whole world, being a mere observer. Pang praised his former student. He was glad that the boy had dared to make such a serious transformation. Meanwhile, the boy promised that they would talk in the evening, but now he would train. The man was pleasantly surprised by what had happened to his student recently, as he had changed a lot, and the changes were for the better, so there was no need to worry about Dan. Pang was simply delighted by the student's enthusiasm. But he thought it was still too much for the little one, and he should also rest at least a little. The man wanted to say that constant strain was too much. The woman approached the masters. She asked if it was necessary to stop the boy. Pang said that when he has such a look, it is unlikely that anything will stop him, and it is not even worth trying to do so. Pang told a story about how at the age of 5 the boy began studying the brewing of various medicines and preparations. He did this purposefully and nothing could distract him from this activity. Parents were often frightened by the zeal with which the boy tried to master the given activity. One could only imagine how much effort it cost them. They tried in every way to dissuade their young son from such an activity. None of their pleadings and persuasions could stop the son. His obsession with this activity worried them. However, it happened that soon the son surpassed his parents in the art of brewing potions. But the price was that the boy became very exhausted. He collapsed without strength and lay for a very long time. The parents were forced to watch over him and take care of him. The fate of the little one was hanging by a thread, and the man and his wife were very nervous. In a month, the boy mastered the preparation of potions and various kinds of decoctions. Although the parents thought the boy would spend more than a year on this, their surprise and ultimately pride were even greater. And then Dan had that very same look. The woman said that now she begins to understand where the boy got such knowledge of medicine from, because if he studied it with the same enthusiasm as martial arts, then everything eventually falls into place, and there is no need to worry. The events are transferred to the city of Tianyuan, the capital of Shanxi province. This place enjoyed a good reputation among the population, and was a refuge for all who wished for development and learning something new on the path. The man was brewing himself tea and thinking about the proverb that says a flower cannot bloom forever. The history of Shanxi and the gang points to the correctness and indisputability of this life wisdom. The stranger looked intently out the window, enjoying the views in front of his house. The morning began calmly and measuredly, but this was not enough on the way to his goals and plans. The servant came to him and pulled him away from his thoughts. The messenger reported that they had lost the trail of the Joy Gang. The man was interested in how it happened, and why he only found out about it now. He inquired what his people would do now. The man also learned that the search unit sent to find the missing squad had also disappeared. It remained a mystery, but this time the master himself knew where his people had gone. Footsteps were heard on the roof. A voice from there promised that the owner would soon find out where the unit had gone. The man became frightened. He began to suspect who was there. Fear and surprise were reflected on his face. The next moment, a bald man burst from the roof amid a cloud of dust and debris. He was armed and preparing to attack the enemy, as the latter was trying in every way to hinder them and stop their search. Lisi looked carefully at the man. He called him someone, unknown who, but so important in the slave market. The man was surprised and tried to remember where they might have met before. The hand of the bald man slowly reached toward the master's head. The man told his victim that finally they had met again, and he had personally waited a very long time for this meeting and had imagined it many times, savoring the details. Finally, he managed to stand on his feet, and they went. The bald man supported the stranger, who still found it hard to walk and barely moved his legs. The man considered him a mad master of the mountains. The stocky bald fox asked his new friend why he was shaking so much. Could it be that he was starting to fear him? To which the host replied that everything was fine. He was simply happy to see him and was trembling with anticipation. The master of the house thought about how he usually had no luck with this mad master of the mountains. After all, he should have gotten rid of him back when he was trying to find a cure for his madness, for his insanity. But he did not dare to show his true emotions. Instead, he smiled at the bald man, who even now did not seem adequate or composed. He was known for testing madness medicine immediately after purchase. Lisi asked his partner how he usually called him. He assured that probably it was not necessary to call him the Mad Master in front of the master of the house, to which he tousled the hair of the master of the house. The master of the mountains inquired of the house owner whether representatives of the Joy Gang had come to him, as they were heading exactly in that direction, after which they mysteriously disappeared somewhere. It is important to know where they are. Comrades from the Valley of Doctors said that it was worth looking for bandits in the secret shop of Shanxi, so he wanted to know the truth about those who had recently come to the city. He was interested in absolutely all information regarding this. The owner of the house fell to his knees before the burly guest. He begged for forgiveness, as he could not tell everything immediately, because then they could treat him very cruelly and unfairly. The bald man said that in that case he forgave him. The owner of the house was pleasantly impressed by the kindness of his guest, and he told that he had dealt with the bandits from the Joy Gang on his own. The man found it hard to believe this and did not dare to ask for details. The master of the mountains asked where the man had learned about his stay in the Valley of the legendary doctor. He said that one of the members of the White Sword had told him, and suddenly he was surprised because he revealed the identity of his informant. The bald man knelt before the master and asked what kind of strange sect this White Sword was. He did not know what to answer, because revealing such a secret was simply impossible. The guest asked if maybe it was worth turning everything upside down here, like that time. The master had no choice but to point to his informant, whose name was Baek An-hui. He was the one who controlled the alliance of martial arts masters in the region, and he was the one who provided information to the house owner. The bald man became interested in information about the master's alliance, because otherwise he threatened to tell everything to the people in Shanxi, specifically about the fact that the owner of the black shop babbles non-stop and reveals secrets. The men talked for a long time. The conversation was about a divine pill that gave its owner unprecedented abilities. The bald man tried to remember everything in detail to later tell his friends about it. It turned out that the head of the alliance used the services of the Joy Gang in order to seize the divine pill. It remained to find out whether the shop owner himself participated in all this, or was just a silent witness. He shook his head energetically and said that he had done nothing of the sort. The bald man carefully examined the interlocutor and told him that he believed him and would leave him alone. However, from this moment, their meetings would become a bit more frequent. Yop Don Yan was left alone, and the bald man jumped out through a hole in the roof and set off to the White Sword sect. There he was awaited by new answers to important questions that could lead him to the right trail. Night came and the bald man stood before the gates of the fortified estate. Inside, lights were burning and conversations could be heard. Outside, servants wandered here and there and talked actively about something. The master of the mountains needed to get inside. In his hands, he held a magic pill. The man understood that the leader of the Joy Gang of his time had used it, and this already indicated that he tried to do as much harm as possible to Master Den and his surroundings. The bald man took doping. Power overflowed him. Added to everything was the desire to help Master Den and establish justice. The man released energy outward, and the earth around seemed to explode. Powerful and strong, with a certain leap, the bald man rushed from the spot. He had to get inside the mansion by any means. The pill was supposed to help him deal with those inside, as they would definitely resist him. The appearance of the bald man, which was more like a sudden explosion, surprised everyone who was inside at that moment. No one expected an attack on the fortress, where there were many martial arts masters. The men grabbed their swords and prepared to repel the enemies. They wanted to believe that a whole army had attacked the mansion, and the explosion was specially made to destroy the outer wall and let them inside. Their surprise knew no bounds when they saw that only one person stood before them, and it was the bald man. He carefully examined the masters before him and analyzed the situation, as the fight had to end with his victory. One of the defenders recognized the attacker as the Mad Lord of the Mountains, about whom he immediately warned his comrades, who became frightened. After all, rumors about this bald, burly man spread extremely quickly. Meanwhile, he spun his battle hammer and inquired where the head and leader of the Martial Arts Masters Alliance was, and it was necessary to answer immediately, otherwise everyone could die by his hands. From the expression on the Lord of the Mountain's face, he did not want to be told the answer very quickly. He was not against fighting these people and doing as much harm as possible to their condition and well-being to reduce the White Sword sect. But one of the men came out from behind the bald man and said that he had managed to find Baek An-hui. He hid immediately after the attack on the mansion and tried to leave its territory, so it was necessary to hurry. The bald man carefully looked at the group of martial arts masters before him. They were scared. The man promised that they were all very lucky that he needed to leave them. Some in the group sighed with relief. Meanwhile, The leader had just run out of the house. The gray-haired man reported that the Lord of the Mountains who attacked the mansion was named Bom KV. The leader asked why the Lord did so, to which he received the answer that Bom was looking for Baek An-hui. The leader scolded the gray-haired man. He asked why he did not immediately say that Baek An-hui had actually left, and this happened a long time ago, so this way additional destruction could have been avoided. The man was confused, not knowing what to answer. The leader ordered his men to provide assistance to all the wounded and send a messenger to the head of the alliance to warn him about the danger approaching him. The bald man was clearly hostile. The men were talking at the table. The subject of their conversation was the whereabouts of the young Master Den. They believed that not only bandits from the Endless Joy Gang could find him, anyone could. The conversation smoothly shifted to the Jade Stone of Immortality. This time one of the villains promised to involve the Northern Ice Palace in the search. In such difficult times, it is worth acting decisively. One of the interlocutors reported that the Ice Palace sect was very secretive, but they would go to the ends of the earth when they learn about the Jade Stone of Immortality, so they have an important and powerful ally on their side. And when the Ice Palace sect suffers in pursuit of their legendary artifact, the White Sword sect will deliver a deadly blow and become the most powerful sect in the state. So soon their triumph will be indisputable. Suddenly one of the men jumped up from his seat. He asked his comrade if he felt anything, because an unprecedented icy energy was felt around, as if someone with immense mana of vengeance was present. In the crack of the door appeared the face of the Lord of the Mountains. His gaze and snarl were more fitting for a wild beast than a man. The man was frightened and shouted loudly. How could the bald man pass by his guard? An unknown man stood in the middle of the room. He held a bottle in front of him from which poisonous smoke was coming out. Everyone in the room was unconscious. They had nothing to cover their mouths and noses and inhaled the poison. One of the former interlocutors sat on the floor and looked around fearfully. He expected reinforcements to come from somewhere, but it did not happen. He felt abandoned in front of the attackers who were attacking his clan. The bald man held this man right by the face. He expressed to his partner doubt about whether the person before them was the real head of the Martial Arts Masters Alliance. He just wanted to find out who among them was the leader. The man whose head was held by the bald man began to threaten retribution from the White Sword sect and the Martial Arts Masters Alliance, but his speech ended with the speaker's head simply being crushed against the wall. Brother CHO just in time peeked into the room. He saw that the hands of the Master of the Mountain were covered in blood, and the man understood that real madness could begin now, and the situation might get out of control. Lisi asked how their plan was being implemented. CHO assured that everything was fine. Everyone present in the hall was simply asleep, having lost consciousness from his special drug. The man was afraid of his comrade and his mad rage, but the bald man did not pay attention to the blood on his hands. His companion understood that the Lord of the Mountains had managed to overcome his madness, and he was now fully devoted to the matter that held the highest priority. Now the bald man was asking about the Gang of Endless Joy. His interlocutor only knew that the boy was pursued not only by bandits but also by the people of the Demon Lord. He acts in alliance with the Master of the Alliance. The man asked the Lord of the Mountains to spare his life. In that case, he would definitely tell everything he knows, and the bald man assured that he could actually ask everything later from the Lord of the Demons himself. The foxman grabbed his captive by the leg and tightly squeezed his limb. The man shouted loudly and begged to be released, but this only gave the man more pleasure. He emphasized that everything was just beginning. A few minutes passed, and the prisoner was already not himself. Lisi assured that he was holding up very poorly, as there was still a lot of free time ahead, and both of them had things to do and entertain themselves with. But the man could no longer endure. He promised to tell everything. The secret turned out to be a scroll of silk writing. The bald one became interested as this was something important. The man stroked the wounded, burnt limb. He told about the fact that the scroll of bloody silk was obtained by the Alliance Master as a result of the war between the pure and the unholy. Before destroying the scroll, he made a copy of it. And then, perhaps, the leader of the demons and their cult made a deal with the Master of the Alliance. After all, the scroll was a unique artifact. It turned out that it described almost all the martial arts techniques that existed. Brother CHO told about Dan Yan, who at one time many considered one of the most powerful warriors even among the top 10 great criminals. No one was as obsessed with power as this man. The prisoner asked if he would be released, but the bald man with a quick strike of his hand tore off his head, which flew off to another corner of the room. The Lord of the Mountains asked his companion to properly clean up here after their visit. He wanted to say something to his partner, but he had no words suitable for this situation left. All that remained was to silently watch everything surrounding him and remain neutral. Soon he found himself alone in a room where there was a dead person's body and bloodstains all over the floor. Thoughts about unjustified cruelty stayed with him, as he himself was afraid of back. The action shifts to the house of the head of the Master's Alliance. A man with a brush, an artist, is painting a girl from life. She wonders why her father is doing this, and the Master assures her that after her recovery, they want to preserve her beauty on canvas. Suddenly, the girl asked if the Master had done what she asked him to. He assured her that he could not ignore his promise. The girl asked him to give her what she longed for sooner. Soon she was holding the portrait in her hands. It depicted a boy with big eyes. It was Master Den. The girl wanted to keep his portrait with her, and she was impressed by how the artist portrayed him. The father quietly approached the girl from behind. He inquired why she needed the image of Master Den. She did not expect the man to sneak up on her so quietly. And honestly, she did not know what to answer him. The man informed that today they would be returning to their home. He asked for forgiveness for not having managed to arrange a meeting with Master Den for her until this moment. Yahello addressed the man. He reported the arrival of the squad commander who was to conduct operational investigative actions and had returned. It was worth meeting with him and discussing the details of the case. The father asked the girl not to hurry, as he had an important matter. He asked her to wait because the case would be long-term and take a lot of time, so she had the opportunity to take a walk. The man asked his subordinate where the members of the squad sent in pursuit of the Endless Joy Gang had gone. He also wanted to know what happened to the squad leader KV. The leader listened further to his subordinate's answer and realized that his people were real idiots. He was sorry to work with them, as there was no possibility to rely on their experience. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a woman holding papers. She apologized for visiting at an inappropriate time, but she simply had no other way to get to him. The man stood up from his seat to greet the guest. She assured that she did not expect such a meeting. She did not even think that she would be offered tea. A pile of papers lay on the table. The man asked what kind of papers they were. He learned that they were data the woman had managed to collect over time and was willing to share with him. The woman reported that she knew about certain problems that arose between her interlocutor and the alliance leader, as this was known to a wide circle of people. He immediately wanted to terminate the cooperation, but he perfectly understood that he simply had no other chance to find out the necessary information. An important data lay before him, which he had to study thoroughly and familiarize himself with. So now he was asking the woman to forgive his behavior. After all, the job demanded a lot of nerves from him, and he simply could not believe that this time he was so lucky. She silently understood. When the leader carefully read the case details, he saw that it was a report about the disappearance of the squad leader Baek Ah-hui. He could not understand what exactly from all this could help him find assistance. The woman asked if the chief remembered the fire in Uwayu, in Gansu province. The case was investigated by Baek Ah-hui. It was then that he concealed information regarding the victims being intoxicated. The man asked how she found out about such details. The woman asked if he knew about the Shinsen-fan organization. After all, they were the ones who wanted to learn as much information as possible about the past of the Master's Alliance. The people who were sent to stop the clan agents disappeared without a trace. They thought about how this could have happened, and everything pointed to the fact that it was the work of the greatest master himself. The guest emphasized that all traces end at the fire site. It was there that the members of the Eternal Joy Gang also disappeared. All evidence indicated that it could not have been just a coincidence. The woman spoke about the son of the great divine doctor. He was the one who would be in Uvea soon. It was worth considering finding the boy and establishing the details of the matter. Banada of Endless Joy considered the doctor her main enemy and opponent. But they all disappeared in Uve. The chief inspector also disappeared there. And at the same time, Bomkevi caused trouble in the White Sword sect. The leader pondered. He knew that Cho Ak Ryan and Bomkevi were friends considered among the best martial arts masters among the top 10 great criminal masters of the region. The thought of Cho Ak Ryan disturbed the man. He jumped up from his seat and struck the table forcefully. The idea of what to do next arose by itself. He did not want the idea about this to disappear. Bomkevi carefully observed Den. At that moment, he was trying to master the martial art using a stick. The boy tried to do everything as the mentor demanded. His movements were fast and skillful. Den caught everything on the fly and had no delays in mastering the new. The master was pleased with his results, as he was no longer just waving the stick. Den was capable of delivering a serious blow using the stick. His movements showed skill and mastery that others honed for many years, and the boy mastered everything in less than a week. The bald man carefully watched the student. He believed that he would become a great martial arts master, as he not only felt the weapon but also skillfully redirected the energy of movements and sensed mana. The man was pleased with the progress his student was making, but he was also frightened by the persistence with which the boy tried to master the art of fighting with the stick. Meanwhile, Den approached him. The man praised the boy. He assured that he would train even more, because one of the techniques shown to him by Uncle Baum did not work for him. The man advised not to get carried away with it. The man also emphasized that it was worth simply enjoying what he was doing and how he was training, because now he had no questions about how all this was done. Baum also emphasized that even his former master and mentor ordered him not to think about negativity during training. The master masters the art in order to live happily. The man ordered to temporarily stop the training. He would emphasize that the boy should learn to feel happiness in the moment, because if he does not learn to do this now, how will he be able to do it in the future? The boy agreed with him and assured that he would try to live by the rules of great masters and teachers, to learn to exist in harmony with the world and its orders, and to bring joy to others. The secretary returned earlier than the specified time. His assistant was surprised because according to the chief, he was supposed to return no earlier than a year, and now definitely earlier than the specified time. The man replied, taking off his travel scarf, that he had already spent a lot of time on the road. He felt that he was alone on this path, so he decided to return home as soon as possible. The newcomer inquired about what had happened during his absence, for he had left his own possessions, and would now try to rectify the situation that had arisen in his absence. The subordinate reported that recently people have appeared in their lands who hunt the son of the great doctor. Until now, their task has remained unfulfilled, but they act decisively and sometimes cruelly. But a gang of poor people, which somehow formed in their lands, independently drove out the bandits. They thought about protecting their possessions, not about asking questions. The man also informed the master that the bandits from the local gang are trying in every way to protect the Lord of the Valley, and in addition, he reported that he has gathered people for his master. The master was glad. In gratitude, he gave his servant a barrel of something tasty, and he ordered that the people he selected rest well, eat well, and sleep. After all, tomorrow he would begin to teach them. The man asked what was in the barrel. The owner said that it was a famous Western brew. The subordinate said it was very expensive for him, and the owner promised that when they start making money, he would give even more. Finally, he asked not to be distracted from important matters, not to try to protect anyone or hinder anyone. The servant was to report everything that would happen to him personally. Den also received a gift. He saw that the owner gave him a unique dragon smoke and some additives for it. It was a very precious gift and cost a lot. The boy was grateful to his uncle, the secretary. He asked how he could thank him, to which he received the answer that the boy's satisfied appearance was already a good thanks for having made the whole journey. Master Cho interrupted the conversation. He asked the secretary how his journey went and what interesting things he saw or heard. The secretary assured him that everything was calm in the surrounding lands and nothing happened. Loud screams were heard from the street. Cho explained that Nin So-mil was arguing with the animals again. The secretary did not immediately understand what these words could mean, since how can a person argue with a beast? Nin So-mil was surrounded by animals. He spoke to them in words, and they seemed to try to listen to him attentively. The appearance of the animals was impressive. After all, a fierce lion and a bear were listening to a person. Already in the evening by the fire, the man explained to the secretary that he was the only one who could manage the animals. If not for his efforts, they would have long since scattered in different directions or hidden in burrows. The secretary told about a unique clan of wild animals that built their own estate and house in the southern lands, which are still considered barbaric because of their customs and laws. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Master Den. He was practicing his techniques right in front of the masters, who were watching him attentively. It was clear that this was a usual matter for all present. Nin So-mil said he was impressed by the results of this young one, and he has been training for only a week, although from the outside one could say that he has been training for almost half a year or even longer. The young one really amazed. The bald man warned the student that it was not worth using dangerous techniques every time during training. After all, it is not even good for his own body. The woman standing nearby commented on his words. She said that she always remains calm when the enemy tries to strike. After all, she perfectly knows his next move. When the woman called him a fool who does not understand classical books and treatises, the man wanted to grab the interlocutor, but she quickly jumped aside, leaving him just like that. Nin asked the secretary. After all, he also argued with his master during training, to which he received the answer that back then it just seemed interesting and was simply fun. So it is not worth taking it so seriously. Master Den made a very fast and decisive move, surprising even his masters. They watched him attentively and tried to track the most skillful movements, which he aimed for. Cho's brother returned to the woman and the bald man and said that in his opinion, it was worth arranging a real fight. The time had come to test the boy and his skills in practice, not in training. The master believed that only in this way Den would be able to feel everything that happens to a person in a real fight and would be able to learn the truths of martial arts masters in a real fight and confrontation with another. Cho asked what is most important for a true master in battle. The woman assured that it is distance and breathing, and her partner was convinced that speed is the most important in battle. But the mentor stopped them both. He emphasized that courage is the most important in battle. After all, only it will allow you to look the enemy straight in the eyes and take a step towards danger. Nin stood before the masters and asked them if he could really become a sparring partner for the boy, and if it was really possible to fight him at full strength. He still could not believe such a thing. Cho emphasized that in a real fight, it is important to feel fear and show courage. Fear made the fighter turn on his brain and stimulated the mind, and courage helped to bring it all to life. Training these qualities every time, it is worth thinking that fear will become less in the future before the enemy, and will not interfere as much as it can be felt when ignoring it throughout all the sessions. The bald man asked who in that case would become the villain who would challenge Master Den. Silence reigned, which was again broken by Master Cho. He pointed behind himself with his gaze. There sat Nin and the secretary. The man assured that in cruelty Nin So had no equal. Although from the outside he seemed kind and a simple man with a good pleasant character. And now Nin stood before the masters and mentors who insisted on entering a real fight with the boy. But on the condition that internal energy could not be used. The bald man and his partner could not understand why these rules were introduced. After all, in that case Master Den would remain at an advantage. To which they received the answer that Nin would be able to do whatever he wanted. Cho calmed his people. Only he knew what energy and zeal were inside Nin. And he tries every time to give his all. So this match will not be an exception. Cho asked the masters to carefully watch how negatively their care affects their student, to which both immediately began to assure that they had nothing like that in mind, and asked to postpone the fight. The rules of the fight this time were very different from how the mentors were partners in the fight. A bunch of birds attacked the little one from all sides. He saw nothing. And at that moment, treacherously, Nin approached him and attacked with an ordinary stick. The boy barely managed to dodge the strike towards him. He did not expect that such methods could be used in battle. The man sat down in front of the surprised and embarrassed little one. He promised that this time they would do without pigeons. And Master Den decided that indeed everything would be so, and he would have the advantage over the opponent. Nin So attacked suddenly and unexpectedly. He raised a cloud of dust around himself and attacked the enemy. Den saw nothing through the dust that prevailed around. He had to tilt his head. When the dust around cleared, Dan saw Master Nin holding the end of the stick near his throat. The man carefully watched the boy to ensure he made no unnecessary move. And Dan analyzed this unusual fight. The boy became very sad, and Master Nin heard words of criticism directed at him. He began to justify himself, saying that he was actually just doing what he was ordered to do, and he feels guilty. Brother Cho stood up for him. He reported that in a real fight Master Den could have already died. Therefore, it is worth using this lesson to prepare oneself seriously for the future confrontation. Master Nin launched a deceptive attack again. He did not expect the boy to regain consciousness. This is exactly how the enemy will behave in a real fight. So the man's stick was once again at the throat. Soon Master Cho was instructing two recent rivals. He emphasized that a novice's overconfidence always works against himself. Self-confidence sometimes plays a bad joke. The boy began to get angry when the teacher emphasized that the little one could have died 3 times by the time this fight lasted. So now it is worth doing so that he begins to realize real life. He turned to the two mentors of Master Dan. He promised that from this moment on he would make Master Dan's training as close as possible to real combat conditions. He saw dissatisfaction on the mentors' faces, but warned them not to interfere. It would be painful and seemingly unfair at first, but such is real life with all its vicissitudes. Meanwhile, the boy asked why the man had not simply inquired about the details and informed him that he would truly train him. After all, Den knew perfectly well what he was getting into when he embarked on the path of a fighter. The boy held a large needle in his hands. It was a paralyzing needle, which he definitely intended to use. But he told the master that he was just checking it until tomorrow, because tomorrow it would definitely be needed. The man asked why the boy had not told him that he possessed such a technique. The boy assured him that no one had told him about the current battle with Uncle Ninsun either, which angered the mentor. The bald man and his girlfriend immediately noticed how Master Cho's mood had changed. They themselves felt uneasy because they rarely saw him in such a mood. So they did not want to be near him. The new year arrived. People in the village of Uvea were celebrating. A festive atmosphere prevailed around. The celebration lasted 2 weeks, and people had fun until the Lantern Day, when everything was supposed to finally end. People wore various masks and danced in the costume of a huge dragon, which brought much joy to everyone around and invited more and more people to the group. Children played with the local pranksters and enjoyed new entertainments, including fireworks, which honored the new year and saw off the old one. The atmosphere around was simply joyful. The leader of the poor sect, whom everyone called Lee Rib, carefully surveyed everything around. He considered himself responsible for the safety of everyone nearby. His eye rejoiced at what he saw around and what made him infinitely happy. In the middle of the yard lay a man, whose upper part was covered by a tent. Near him stood an empty, deep bowl. His clothes indicated that he was probably some beggar. Lee Rib carefully examined him and expressed his dissatisfaction that the man had chosen this place to rest. After all, it was not worth attracting the attention of all passers-by and spoiling the festive atmosphere. A man's voice sounded from under the tent. He asked who dared to distract him from his rest by appearing. This made Lee angry, as such behavior was unacceptable in his domain. A not-so-old man, as could be heard from his voice, jumped out from under the tent. He looked carefully at the gang leader, not knowing how to react to all this at the moment. This man was Honjok Moon, the elder over all the lowly and poor. He did not expect that in such a state the gang leader would find him, so he felt awkward and ashamed of his slovenly behavior. The man in turn asked Hon what he was doing now. He replied that he was just collecting alms. After all, he looked like a beggar and could be his match. The leader asked why he had sunk so low, since he did not even greet the leader or show any respect, to which Kon assured that he was greeting not the leader, but an old comrade. Kon got angry. He asked, "Does a man with his talents really have to live like a beggar?" After all, at the moment he simply had no idea what was happening, and was just playing the role assigned to him. Lee asked him what he has been doing all this time. After all, it is worth paying attention to oneself and one's status. And the younger one asked how he should behave now, since the elders must give hope to the younger ones. The man assured him that there was no need to worry. They called themselves the sect of the poor for that reason. Their main task now was to help the son of the divine doctor, and then to establish their own branch. The younger one asked if they were really trying to send him back there, to the front line, to the very war with evil. The man assured him that he trusted no one as much as him, to which he received the assurance that he might no longer believe it. But the old man knew where to press. He said that the next leader of the sect would be Honjok himself, and no one else can claim his place. And if he starts bothering him, Lee will die before his time. The younger one asked what would happen to him if he failed the task assigned to him, and soon regretted asking such a thing. He did not want to upset his mentor. Soon the men were walking through the city among people who were enjoying life and having fun. Among them, a serious conversation was taking place about how to act further. The elder was giving instructions to his protege. Finally, he handed him a bottle. It was tightly corked. The leader explained that it was fenju made from Xinhuaqin. Obtaining such an item was very difficult, which is why it was worth a great deal of money. The man carefully examined the bottle, and was already mentally savoring the delicious drink. But disappointment awaited him. He got only a sip to enjoy the divine beverage. But the old master got angry. He assured that he had to work hard to obtain this drink and share it with the ungrateful student who is now charging him. The man asked his student why he would not open the bottle now. The latter replied that if he did it right now, he would have to share. And he does not want that at the moment. Lee attacked his student because he himself wanted to try that drink. The man taught that his student was not loyal to him personally, although he had invested much effort in the boy's development and upbringing in his time. The conversation turned to the fact that the number of people in the sect was insufficient for open confrontation. The protection of the great doctor would be very expensive for them, but Ho did not agree. The student assured that they were almost the largest sect in central China, but now it was worth hiding their activities in this city. Just as the son of the great doctor himself had been hiding all this time, their attention was drawn to a strange pair. It was a girl and a little boy. The student assured that before them was the very jade dragon of immortality with her student. The men did not expect to see her alive. They hid behind the corner and carefully watched her and the boy. It was worth approaching to greet, but no one knew how she would react to such behavior. The old man said it was better to lick poison. Meanwhile, the younger one asked if his mentor still had bad associations and memories about this girl. He assured that the boy should not ask about such things, but it was still better to refrain from visiting. The boy meanwhile carefully observed everything happening around. His attention was drawn to firecrackers. He wanted to try one, but could not go far without permission from his mentor. And the woman meanwhile said she felt an unpleasant smell around. She said that somewhere it smelled very strongly. The source of the stench remained unreachable for her nose. Near Den sat Uncle Baum. The man had to change his appearance. He put on a wig and shaved his beard so that no one could recognize the Mountain Lord, the Mad Warrior, at first glance. The woman, meanwhile, emphasized that the leader of the poor sect was somewhere nearby, because only from him could such a smell come, only he smelled so unbearably. The mentor ordered his people to gather and leave the celebration before serious problems began. After all, it was not worth attracting the attention of hostile sects and gangs while being so few in number. The mentor told the boy that he and Baum should go home. They did not like such large gatherings of people. However, it was worth the boy staying with Khan. She would always support and protect him. Already when the two of them were watching the backs of their comrades who had left them, the boy asked what had happened, why the mentors had abandoned them. The woman replied that in fact they did not want to be seen by the leader of the poor gang. The boy suggested following the mentors. After all, he understood them perfectly when they had to hide. He asked to buy some sweets and fireworks and return home. Soon they were walking down a street that did not have many people. Both were carrying packages with purchases. The boy's attention was drawn to a herbalist's shop. It was open, so the owner must have returned. The boy happily ran into the shop. He had been waiting a long time to meet the uncle. However, the man himself did not show so much attention to him. At first glance, it seemed that he did not care. The man looked quite tired and worn out. He was holding a tray with food and asked for forgiveness. Every time he saw him, he remembered something that troubled him. The man said that from this day on, the boy should find his own personal herbalist, because the uncle could no longer work with him. He could not forgive himself for revealing the boy's location. The uncle could no longer even be in the same room with the boy. Every time he was attacked by pangs of conscience, and he could not come to terms with them. In his imagination, everything took on terrible forms. Already in the evening, they all gathered together in front of the fire. Everyone listened carefully to each other and looked straight ahead. But the atmosphere was really tense. The woman took the boy aside and assured him that she perfectly understood his feelings. It is not easy to lose a person you have known for so many years and considered your close person. Yesterday's opponent of Den set off fireworks. He launched them and explained that earlier villagers burned simple bamboo and its sound, in their opinion, drove away demons and evil spirits. Now they use fireworks and firecrackers. The boy, to everyone's surprise, said that he hoped, as if everything would remain the same. Some did not fully understand the change in his state. After all, he instantly became sad. Nin announced that it is not the time to be sad now. He set the table in the tavern, and they all have to go there with him to celebrate. The secretary supported him and assured that without this it would not be a celebration. Soon everyone was sitting together at the table. A slow, respectful conversation was taking place, during which everyone around was savoring the dishes and drinking. No one could believe that just a few hours ago everyone around was sad. Then he asked the master to let him try the drink they were having. The Lord of the Mountains did not mind. He believed that his apprentice had long since reached the age when it was worth trying an adult drink. But Khan stood in his way. She asked if he was really trying to give the child a drink. After all, in that case, he simply lacks sense. The man said there was nothing wrong, as he himself has been drinking since he was 10. The mentor asked if the young apprentice really wanted to try the taste of alcohol. He assured that he just heard from people that alcohol lifts the mood, to which the man assured that it does not always happen that way. Khan joined the teacher. She assured that alcohol affects each person differently. Therefore, it would be better for the boy to just go to his room and rest there. Den agreed and thanked for the dinner. The mentor asked if anything happened in the city today. Khan told about the meeting with the herbalist. This very event could have affected the vulnerable Master Den so much, and he must not blame himself under any circumstances. Lisi asked his comrades if they did not consider it necessary to leave Master Den alone, since many were hunting him and they themselves had revealed their identities in the alliance. The Lord of the Mountains continued to insist that when they all leave, Master Den will remain in peace, for the famous Khan Isila will take care of him and protect him herself. The secretary spoke out against him. The man emphasized that Baum himself should stay at least to continue treatment, as his recovery is not yet complete. Baum said he feels capable of dealing with his demons on his own. Moreover, sometimes madness did not hinder him, but rather helped him cope with physical problems. Khan stood up to defend the little one. She assured that it would get even worse for him when old acquaintances, whom he rightfully considers his friends, leave him alone. And although many may become his comrades, he had to stick to them specifically. But it did not impress the bald man. He assured that his goal is only the well-being of Master Den, so now they have to decide with Brother Cho and leave the company. Nin did not want to listen to quarrels. He left the room and went about his business. It was unbearable for him to think that the Lord of the Valleys could remain alone and continue to grieve in solitude, having no comfort. Brother Cho was against leaving just like that, without even saying goodbye to the boy. He did not want to follow Brother Baum's lead. After all, they had not even finished training the little one and had not passed on all the knowledge. The boy guessed on his own that something had happened. He ran up to Baum and his brother and asked what had happened. The bald one replied that they were leaving him because they were not used to sitting like rats and waiting. He assured that he was still hesitating about whether he should go. After all, he thought that the boy might be better off alone. He had long dreamed of opening his own hospital and challenging fate. They taught him everything they could themselves. Now Kan Nui remains with him. And honestly, said Cho, having mastered all her techniques, Master Den will become the most skilled master of his craft. The young man addressed everyone present. He began to get angry, which had not happened to him before. He asked why he had to stay alone. Even if fighters from all clans were constantly with him, he would not feel better. Mei Li said that he really wants to stay with them, and he does not intend to run away from his duties. But it is important for him to keep the initiative in matters of protection and treatment. The boy sat at the table. In front of him was an open, huge book. These were the records of his parents related to medical practice. The boy believed that he had to find answers to the questions troubling him right now in these records. He had little time, until his loyal friends went their own way, leaving him alone. And he could not fully help them either. After all, Baum remains quite vulnerable to his ailment, and his brother is not decisive. In the morning, Master Den gathered all his comrades and announced that he was not against building his own hospital, but at the same time, he was not ready to lose their company and be left alone, so it was worth considering all options. The boy was holding a book in his hands. He said there is a good way out of this situation, and he found the answer to such a difficult question at the moment in his parents' notes, which even after their death help him. The leader of the poor gang sat by the city wall. The day turned out to be fine, and he thought there could be no better time to collect alms and watch everyone who entered the city. A shadow covered his body. This time, the uninvited guest was his own student, the hope and future of their sect. The boy asked why his mentor had decided to engage in a matter more fitting for a subordinate today. The man replied that even the leader cannot sit idle, and knowing the character of his companion, he is convinced that he will still manage to accomplish many deeds and bring fame to their sect throughout Great China. Next walked the guys from the Evil Destruction Squad. They walked in rows and even on a simple walk through the city maintained discipline among their ranks. Or maybe they were not just walking through the city, but were there with a certain purpose. The elder ordered the younger to be silent, threw a sack over him, and took a begging bowl in his hands. The man intended to watch the probable opponent and stay close to them. At the same time, it was supposed to be a lesson for Kon. The boy could only watch the man who had actually decided to play the role of a beggar walk away. He followed the guys from the squad, but no one paid attention to him, considering him just another homeless person. The alms bowl flew out of the man's hands. It was knocked out by one of the soldiers. They did not want to see a poor man near them who annoyed them with his songs and requests. Li fell to his knees before his bowl, or rather, what was left of it. The man pretended that he had lost not only the bowl, but also the meaning of his existence. He shouted loudly and complained about all the soldiers. The leader went further. He fell to the ground and broke down in hysteria like a small child. He shouted loudly and demanded that they return his bowl or pay for it, as it was a true relic of his great-grandfather. The soldier asked his leader what to do with this scoundrel, but the squad leader ordered silence and asked Li to stand up and calm down, though the man refused, feeling insulted. The leader ordered the soldiers to gather and set off on the road. After all, they would find nothing valuable in this city. But this was not according to the plan of the leader of the poor himself. He expected something slightly different to happen, and began to act. Han stood in the middle of the street and loudly coughed to draw attention to himself, thwarting the cunning plan. The boy's mana, which he activated, swirled around him with a blue glow. The boy was not going to give up or humiliate himself before them. One of the soldiers of the squad said that before them was truly a legendary traveler. His strength far surpassed anyone in their squad, so starting a fight was madness and wrong. The squad commander was named Van Gon, and he greeted the vagabond. After all, he had heard a lot about him. Memories of this legendary man were proof that one should not judge everything by appearance alone. Han ignored the greeting. He asked how Van Gon intended to insult the great leader of the poor sect. After all, his social position did not give him the right to behave that way with those lower in hierarchy. The man asked how he could atone for his guilt. The leader himself came to help him. He ordered them to get out. The squad was to go back where they came from and never return under any circumstances. Van Gogh assured that they could not do that. After all, they were following the orders of the great master of the Masters Alliance. Lee assured that he himself would talk to them, and the ordinary soldiers should leave the city now. The commander could not understand what was happening. After all, the clan or the poor sect carried out the same tasks, and their goal was the same as the alliances. However, Lee himself assured that there was nothing in common between them. After all, at one time the squad fighting evil interrogated the son of the divine doctor, an ordinary boy who had never done anything evil to his enemies in his life, who could not even have enemies at such an age. Han asked how the alliance leader would react to Van Gogh when he found out that his people had actually interrogated and tortured the boy who once managed to heal the daughter of the Supreme Master himself. The boy firmly squeezed his opponent's shoulder and ordered him not to stand out or try to resist the great Lee, but to obey him and get out of this place. He released the commander, and he flew to his squad with all the force with which he was released. Van said he would report about the poor sect to his commander. Lee assured that nothing happened, they just massaged his shoulder. The men watched the squad of soldiers quickly leaving. Han asked what they should do next, to which he received an answer from his master, who was convinced that Han would soon have his hand cut off. But the man was sure that first they would cut off his head. But it is worth thinking about the fact that the Great Alliance will soon cease to exist. The goal of his organization was the destruction of the demon cult, which recently happened. The man told that the leader commanded the alliance as if it were his own army. But such squads as they met today actually act on their own initiative. They themselves will soon want to start a war with other clans. Many also began their own investigation into the leader's activities, as they were not completely satisfied with what was happening inside the alliance. The woman with 1,000 wings was also an investigator who chose a similar direction of activity. Lee said that in any case, their sect would break away from the alliance and constantly follow its own path. They are far from going the bloody path of the alliance's followers or its loyal servants. The leader explained that the world of martial arts suffers from hostility and debts. The alliance is now inventing internal enemies to justify its own existence. And this could not last very long. Their conversation was interrupted by a small boy who addressed the commander of the poor sect. The man immediately recognized the boy and was immensely glad, for before him stood the great doctor himself, Master Den in person. Lee took the boy by the hands and thanked him. He assured that he was ready to do everything the boy asked, for the father of the great doctor had done a lot for their sect. So Den was a welcome guest. A woman approached the group. She covered her face with her clothes and hand, as the poor smelled very unpleasantly. She asked when they bathed or took a bath even once. Meanwhile, Den thanked the man for everything he had done for him. Lee himself could not understand what his merit was in this case, but he was convinced that he had done nothing more than Den's father. Nevertheless, the boy suggested finding a quieter place and talking about something important for all of them. Such a position did not suit a child very well, but the son of the great doctor behaved much more maturely than was appropriate. Everyone gathered under the canopy near one of the city's temples. An important conversation could not be just like that, so Den took care of everything earlier than the other participants of the conversation thought. In front of Lee and his companion, there was plenty of food. The boy explained that their meeting was worth celebrating, and for this he prepared this table. Lee praised the boy. He reminded him of his father, as he could please people immediately. The woman was shocked that she had to sit at the same table with these dirty vagabonds and homeless people. It was beneath her dignity. But for Den himself it was right, as he was very grateful to this sect. Han said that the woman should not be angry. What was once between them was a long time ago, and since then many things have changed, so it was not worth making it so as to remind old grievances and try to settle scores. The boy looked carefully at his companion. He wanted to know how these people knew each other. Lee said that he was still the head of the sect of the poor, but this time he was not as defenseless as he was at their last meeting. The woman reminded that last time he was a small and very loud child, but many years had passed since that moment, and after another beating he had hysterics and sobbed like a little child. The boy asked the poor not to despair, because he had an important matter for them. From now on, they did not have to stay here and guard him and protect him from all bad things. They could now find freedom. Den explained that he and his companions were setting out on a journey. For some time, they would travel the central plain, and they would not be here. So at the moment, the man could distract himself with his people. Master Den promised that the real purpose of his journey would be to collect money and debts from those who had used his father's help. Lee assured that he did not have even the smallest coin and was confused. But Den surprised with his answer. He said that money was actually of no interest to him. At the moment, he was interested in collecting information and signatures regarding the case that happened once in Uvea. The boy explained that his goal was to make the sect in Uvea orthodox. For this it was necessary to close it off from all other people. The boy explained that it was supposed to become a place where sects would not fight, but share experience. Lee explained to his heir that the orthodox are always the patients of the legendary doctor, and for unorthodox sects a motive is needed to unite among themselves, and instead of money, the boy would collect votes. Lee emphasized that the great divine healer had helped more than one person, so finding all his clients would be very long and difficult. However, this time it is the only way to improve the lives of many people. After 4 days, the boy said goodbye to his mentors. Nin and his companion, the secretary, said goodbye to the boy. They would have been glad to go with him. But this time someone had to stay to protect this place. Baum listened carefully to what the two were talking about. He heard Nin's quiet whisper and ordered him to be silent so that he would not have to teach him a lesson in good manners at the end. Meanwhile, the secretary asked the boy if he could use the supplies of his herbs. After all, this time he definitely would not be there for long, and medicine would need to be prepared for those in need at any moment. Den allowed him to use everything that would be needed, and Uncle Pang was to help sort out the entire assortment of what was in his possession. This was supposed to be the final end of their farewell. The boy waved his hand at the end. Baum promised Pang that the little one would not even try blood with a finger, but that did not sound very cool to calm and assure that everything would be fine with little Den. Pang and the 2 men who stayed with him promised that until the return of their companions, they would make this house what they could not make with them throughout all this time. So they would have a lot of work now. And Den and his masters traveled. They walked confidently. After all, ahead was a noble goal that justified everything they would have to do on this path. The great lord of the valley did not doubt its correctness. A month passed in their journey. The paths led them to the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song. The boy was very happy that they managed to reach this famous sanctuary. The boy went to the main temple together with Han. He carefully examined something in the bushes near the road because it caught his attention. The boy did not know that 2 men were hiding there who wanted to protect him. At the entrance to the temple, they were met by a little monk. He asked them to write an entry in the guest book. It was necessary to indicate one's name and the purpose of the visit. The master will read it and give permission to visit the shrine. One can stay in it only until noon and strictly follow the rules. Then he asked the little monk if they could speak with Monk Hagon. But the monk assured that there had long been no monks or novices from the He family in the temple. He knew this for sure because he had visions. The boy opened his father's records before him. He read them carefully and confirmed his suspicion. After all, the great abbot of this temple should be the mentioned monk. This surprised the young monk even more. He claimed that the rector of the temple has been Yonbop for many years. Den asked the monk to still convey the request to the rector, to meet with the son of the great doctor. The Khan interrupted the conversation. She ordered to simply pass the request to the elders, otherwise the young one could face serious problems. These words clearly impressed the monk. He ran to report about the visitors. The conversation between these two touched on how bad bald people are. The boy asked them not to say that because Uncle Baum might get offended, to which he received the reply that he is a terrible person if even his hair ran away from him. Some time passed, and the head of the Shaolin Temple came out to the gates. He was accompanied by his subordinates, who seemed like a serious combat unit. The Arhats truly impressed with their calmness and endurance in such a situation. Master Den immediately greeted him. He could not just miss the opportunity to greet such an important man. The abbot of the temple immediately recognized the boy, as he knew his father very well, and they looked very similar in facial features. The Khan asked the old man to stay away from Master Den. The boy himself personally reprimanded her, but the woman was not going to calm down. She also asked the Arhats to stay away because she did not want to go bald. The Arkadi began to speak to her angrily, and the boy thought that their outward calm was actually pretentious. They could not hold back in such a situation, and they reacted very strongly to the slightest offense. The boy was upset to witness the quarrel between his master and these respected warrior monks. He also did not want to think that everything was doomed to fail from the very beginning. After all, he had put so much effort into this matter. The dispute was stopped by the abbot of the monastery. He told everyone to calm down and assured that the young monk was very happy to see the outstanding martial arts master and lost control of himself due to excessive emotions. The woman was surprised how the old man could know who she really was. He assured her that such an outstanding figure is immediately visible. Although he had begun to see poorly, he could always see the legend of all time. He asked if the legendary Jade of Immortality Khan was really in front of him. Whispering spread around. Even the monks, known for their endurance and discipline, could not calm down and accept it peacefully. Next was Master Den. The old man said that time really flies, as it seemed that not long ago his father stood in the place of the boy, And now in front of him stood the son of the outstanding legendary doctor and healer. The boy, in turn, told how much his father had told him about the old abbot. In the man's opinion, there was no more righteous figure in the whole world, and the old man was truly the leader of clans and their teacher. The old man assured that it was worth reflecting on the praise from the boy's father, as he was usually sparing with praise and kind words. The abbot asked how the great healer was doing now. Den said that his father had died. The abbot felt sorry that he had raised this topic. He decided to change the course of the conversation and inquired what had brought the boy to the temple. The boy said he wanted to meet with monk Gaon. The abbot pondered. He replied over time that the uncle had not received anyone for a long time, and he had become too old to receive guests. Even his own were received reluctantly by the old man. But for the son of the great healer, the abbot would personally request a meeting. Already inside the temple, the abbot decided to talk about what had brought the son of the great doctor to the great Shaolin master, to which Den assured that he should speak about this only with Gaon personally. The young monk brought tea for the guests and the abbot. The woman asked why the abbot himself was so reluctant to receive guests, to which the old man replied that guests could be of different kinds, so sometimes it was necessary to be cautious. The old man told that his uncle, the former mentor of Gaon, was preparing for his last Dharma transition, that is, spending time in meditation and preparing for the final nirvana and rest from the work of the spirit. Therefore, they do not receive guests until the old man appoints his successor. But now a letter is being sent by the young monk to the great archon, who will give it to the second patriarch and request a meeting. The woman suddenly asked if the second archon was not the man who was called Rebaum before Dharma. After all, he was the one who once attacked the monks and used the secret technique of 7 hands and the dark art of martial arts. The old man drank tea and was silent. He could not answer such a vocative question. The man once knew a lot but had no intention of sharing. Den asked him to open his mouth and show his tongue. The man did not immediately understand the little boy's request, but he agreed to it. The boy said that from the very beginning he had seen something, and now he just wants to be absolutely sure about it. Already the next moment the man was examined by the son of the great doctor. The boy asked if the old man had been feeling imbalance inside for more than a year. The fiery energy of his heart was much stronger and was changing the heart meridians. The boy asked his teacher, who insisted that he felt perfectly fine himself, but the boy was persistent and insisted. After all, it could be that the illness would progress and lead to an early death. After thoroughly examining the man, the boy asked him why he had endured such torment all this time, to which he received the assurance that he personally considered it a bamboo staff of awareness. The thoughts of the abbot were supposed to fit into the doctrine of the teaching of the monk he was. However, by his behavior, he denied much of it, which Buddha certainly would not have accepted as proper from his faithful follower. So the old man had to submit to the will of his little mentor, because if he refused treatment, he would go against the teachings of the great master Buddha. So soon the little one carefully examined the old man's body. Soon he was ready to give the diagnosis. The boy assured that if he had arrived at this temple later, the man's life could not have been saved at all. The cause of the man's illness was in the fire of the heart. Den asked if the mentor felt pain in his shoulder blades, as if he had been hit there with an axe. The mentor agreed and was himself amazed at how skilled a healer the boy was for his age. And Den continued. He explained that besides the heart, the human body has a special opening to allow blood to pass through, but over time it wears out and microscars can form on it, which threatens a complete rupture. As a result, the blood may not go where it needs to go, and it will saturate the nerves, leading to paralysis of the lower limbs, the person becoming immobile and soon dying from paralysis. The boy said that he arrived at the gathering not too late and would be able to cure the disease using special needles with which he would try to normalize the flows of energy and blood, thereby reducing the pressure on the bladder walls. Finally, the little one asked the abbot to relax and trust him, as the man has to endure a lot due to mental states, so now he must relax and prepare for treatment. Soon the acupuncture was finished, and the old man sat half-naked before his young doctor. After this procedure, he promised to write a prescription for topical medicines. Such medicines and preparations can be made in a hospital or pharmacy. The elder assured that they themselves had a good collection of medicinal plants, but the man asked for one more favor. There was a sick person in their temple who had slept for almost a year, not reacting at all to changes in the outside world. The boy ordered to take him to the patient so that he would know exactly what to do with him. Soon he saw a man lying in a hall filled with candles and aromatic perfumes. He was not moving and seemed not to be breathing. Den was accompanied by a mentor and the rector of the temple. He carefully examined the body of the sick man and watched how he reacted to pricking and pinching. The conclusion suggested itself and was meant to surprise. The abbot said that this monk lost consciousness during another training session. Almost a year has passed since then. The woman suggested the idea that these could have been demonic illusions. The boy looked at this monk in surprise. He diagnosed him and concluded that the man's internal energy and life force were in order. And if he were not asleep, he could be called the most powerful on earth. During the conversation, it was concluded that this man belonged to one of the 5 great masters, among whom was also Uncle Cho. It was hard to imagine what had to happen for him to end up in such a state. The abbot told that this man once began secret training to reach the threshold of enlightenment. His level of dharma was 1 rank higher than that of his peers. Soon, the novice monk who was delivering water found this man in a strange pose, and since then the poor fellow never regained consciousness. In Dan's mind, the picture began to come together as a whole. Soon he stood over the man and placed the needle right in his forehead. The boy reported that the patient is currently conscious, but he cannot respond now because the enlightened mind is still hesitating. The man was completely absorbed in meditation. Around him was consciousness, and it was trying to penetrate the body. It was a state of zero concentration. The body completely merged with the spirit and became a single whole in the flow. The abbot inquired whether this could happen throughout the entire year. The boy assured him that a man might not even notice the change of time, and during this whole period he felt completely free. There was a way out of this situation. It was worth trying to activate all the nerve connections simultaneously to awaken the man in his consciousness. Thus, the body and mind would become one whole again. For this, the boy promised to use acupuncture. In this way, he will connect all the key points on the man's body and focus his consciousness. But the abbot thought that it was a sin to use demonic needles. When the abbot asked where the boy had learned to use these needles, he replied that he had inherited the craft from his mother. It was hard for the man to know that the heavenly doctor had taken a thief for a wife. The old man decided that now they should not think about thieves and demons. To cure the patient, the man was ready to overlook many things. Den then ordered everyone to leave the room. Khan and the abbot waited by the door. They could not wait for the moment when the man would regain consciousness. It was quiet behind the door. No sound came from there, but the boy strictly ordered under no circumstances to look inside. The great master personally descended, breaking his long meditation. Both monks greeted each other and swore loyalty to one another. The great master was a very old man with gray hair. The man calmed the abbot, saying that his spirit had long been free, but he stayed in the body deliberately until the moment he could meet the boy, the son of the great doctor, the healer of the heavens. The Grand Master emphasized that before death, he must repay all karmic debts. At the same time, he was glad to see the jade dragon before him, and that she had not changed at all over all these centuries. The abbot tried to calm his senior comrade, but he explained that he had always been known for being rude and straightforward, but this time he was more interested in how old Khan was. Baum was nervous at that moment. He was alone with his brother now. Both were interested in what was happening in the temple, and where their friends had disappeared. After all, they were supposed to talk and leave, but they had been gone for a very long time. He assured that there was no reason to worry, since Khan was with Den, and she could take care of him much better than they could together, so there was little reason to worry. Perfume merchants appeared on the road. Baum suggested going to them and blending in with them. The idea at first glance was not so crazy, and doubts began to creep into the man's mind. Using magical technique, Baum changed his appearance completely. He no longer looked like himself. His goal became to get inside Shaolin. Den left the room. Everyone was waiting to hear what the young master would say. The boy said that everything had succeeded, and those interested could come in to see the man. However, he is now too weak for long conversations. The chief Dharm master received instructions from Den regarding how to gradually introduce the man, who had been absent from real life for almost a year, to the matter. He thanked the young one and promised to follow everything. The abbot thanked Master Den, as he was the only one who managed to bring the boy back to life. The boy also dispelled doubts about the illness being of demonic origin. It was the turn of the Supreme Master himself. He was glad to see the son of the Divine Doctor. But before the important conversation, the boy needed to rest. Den tried to resist, but this time he did not want to rest. The boy fell powerless into Khan's arms. He had spent too much energy healing the patient. The boy felt embarrassed, but consciousness was leaving him very quickly. The master promised to come back later.
A little novice stumbled upon a colossal iron weapon in the forest. The boy vainly tried to move the heavy steel from its place. Another monk rushed headlong to his companions with alarming news. 4 small ones barely dragged the giant sword to the temple walls. The senior monk met the find with a scream of wild horror. The abbot Ryu recognized the legendary great sword and trembled. A worried crowd instantly gathered around. They ordered to urgently report the dangerous find to the Pavilion of Airhats. Ryu announced an unwanted guest had infiltrated the sanctuary. Suspicion fell on the scoundrel known as the Mad Lord of the Mountains. The monks were ordered to look for anyone resembling Bomkavi. The abbot suddenly pointed directly at a person in the crowd. The real Bomkavi and his burly partner froze with fear. The giant's eye twitched predatory. He prepared for slaughter. The giant cracked his knuckles, planning to smash the monks' heads. The tension eased when Ryu clarified the enemy's appearance details. An awkward, oppressive silence fell over the crowd. The abbot continued to suspiciously drill the giant with his gaze. Bomkavi barely restrained a nervous breakdown under the monk's watchful eye. The partner only watched confusedly at his friend's strange behavior. The boy frantically shouted a question about the restroom, distracting everyone. Bomkavi fled comically, holding his stomach under Ryu's gaze. The crowd's attention instantly shifted to the giant's incredible muscles. The big guy shed a sparse tear, restraining his rage only for the doctor. Bomkavi quickly returned, trying to act naturally. Bomkavi decided to first regain the great sword. He instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. The boy gracefully landed on the roof of a tall pagoda. From the height, he began to carefully study the temple grounds. Noticing the target, he swiftly launched an attack. Bomkavi silently fell right behind the monks' backs. The guards fell unconscious, and the weapon was once again in his hands. His gaze stopped at the main building of the temple. He slung the heavy steel over his shoulder and moved forward. His eyes flashed with fire. It was time for radical actions. With terrible force, he hurled the sword straight into the hall's roof. From the roof of the neighboring building, he watched the chaos with satisfaction. The boy smiled slyly. The perfect alibi was created. He discreetly disappeared into the crowd next to the giant. The companion worried that this noise would disturb Dr. Den. Bomkavi concealed his anxiety, fearing to confess what he had done. The giant immediately accused his friend of this prank. Inside the hall, the old monk was stunned by what he saw. The heavy sword smashed the head of the golden Buddha statue. The monk approached the severed head of the deity with fear. The abbot sighed heavily, feeling the unbearable burden of guilt. The breached wall continued to crack under the weight of the weapon. Frightened novices ran into the hall. Master Ryogan bowed in reverence, begging for forgiveness. The abbot understood. It was impossible to resist the Mad Lord of the Mountains. The monks could not comprehend the reason for such a brazen attack. The old man recalled the bloody past of the enemy in the White Sword sect. Ryogan felt dark clouds gathering over Shaolin. The abbot froze in a sorrowful prayer. Suddenly, the stern elder reproached him for the emptiness in his heart. The gray-browed monk lamented that the path had not yet been completed. The abbot ordered the removal of the shrine's debris. The elder's eyes flared with rage. He despised wooden idols. He tightly gripped his staff, preparing to strike. A powerful wave of energy completely shattered the remains of the golden Buddha. "Kill Buddha!" the mad elder shouted frantically. The monks watched this scene in shock. Amid the dust on the altar, a true Buddhist relic shone. The monks could not believe that an ordinary wooden statue concealed a relic. A piece of broken wood flew into the air among the debris. The old master picked up the fragment, deciphering the true intent of the attacker. A powerful palm strike split the wood in half with a dazzling flash. Inside, they found a worn book, the legendary lost manuscript. Eyewitnesses recognized in it the secret teaching of bone marrow cleansing. The temple trembled. The legacy of Patriarch Bodhidharma was considered lost forever. Bodhidharma, the founder of Shaolin, left behind two great works. The first, Treatise on Muscle Transformation. The second, The Secret of Brain Cleansing. Treatise became the foundation of martial arts, and the second book was sought for centuries. The abbot clutched his heart, stunned by the incredible discovery. The master ordered to immediately find Bomkavi and invite him as a guest. The subordinates were horrified. The criminal was effectively equated with the holy patriarchs. The elder strictly forbade killing the barbarian during the meeting. The giant and his mysterious companion quietly left the temple grounds. The search yielded no results for Shabans. Bomkavi disappeared without a trace. The master ordered to invite another special guest to the room. A youth in blue attire entered the hall, reserved and polite. The elder thanked the boy, but he only modestly waved it off. The abbot confirmed, "This youth is a disciple of a distinguished monk." The master sincerely rejoiced. The boy finally healed him from an ancient delusion. The young man insisted that Master He Gon must also learn about the situation. The boy suggested, The chaos with the statue was just a clever plan for escape. Against the backdrop of purple energy, memories flashed of a child suffering from pain. The young man got down to business. He needed official support from Shaolin. He planned to create a closed zone in Gansu to stop the bloodshed. Only the authority of the temple could make the sects stop the senseless wars. The status of neutral territory would allow treating everyone despite hostility. The young man revealed the truth. He is the son of the divine and demonic doctors. The old monk listened to this confession with heavy understanding in his gaze. Only the heritage of both parents gave the boy the power to save lives. He sought peace, even if it meant risking everything for it. The master agreed without hesitation to put his signature on the petition. Black paint was applied to the old man's palm to seal the agreement with a stamp. The monk confidently sealed the scroll with the imprint of his palm. The young man happily pressed the document to his chest, and the master quietly called him one last time. The old man offered the boy to stay in the temple forever and take the vow. The hall was filled with sincere laughter. The master admitted that he was once again captivated by amazing talent. The couple left the sanctuary. The cursed art of demons unexpectedly became a salvation for the great monk. The monks respectfully saw off the guests, promising to protect the child's will. In prayer, they hoped for changes that would finally stop the endless slaughter. In the forest thickets, the warrior burst out shouting, not believing the news about the enemy's rescue. He irritably suggested that the balance of power in the world had again shifted not in their favor. The giant smiled fiercely. Now Shaolin was no longer a threat to them. He provocatively asked his comrade if he would withstand the true power of Lorio. The swordsman only replied coldly that he had long come to terms with his death. The giant wanted to continue the conversation, but suddenly felt an icy breath behind his back. The woman burst into violet flames, her anger instantly ending all disputes. From the terrible air pressure around the warriors, cracking began, and their bodies were seized by paralysis. Her steps shattered the ground. The icy command forced everyone to freeze in place. A powerful stream of energy almost knocked the giant off his feet, blinding him with terror. The woman's patience snapped, and a wave of destructive force incinerated everything around. Night enveloped the majestic residence of the Union of Martial Arts Masters. The leader of the union fiercely demanded his subordinates to repeat the shameful report. The servants trembled. The targets had disappeared without leaving a single trace. The enraged chieftain clutched the failure's throat with a death grip. He ordered to exterminate even the band of beggars, just to find the fugitives. Frightened accomplices rushed away, fleeing from the Lord's wrath. The last warning sounded like a death sentence. His patience had run out. A command flew after them to bring at least the severed heads of the enemies. Left alone, the man tried to calm his wild heartbeat. A mysterious woman entered the room, mocking his futile rage. She compared him to other weak leaders who only seek excuses. The guest advised him to calm down, but received only harsh curses in response. The woman threw an ace on the table. The fugitives were hiding within the walls of Shaolin. The leader froze, not understanding what connected the criminals with the Holy Land. The woman's last words sounded like thunder. The group set out for the Hua and Zhonggan Mountains. The mustached leader froze, feverishly pondering what he had heard. The man abruptly stood up, but the guest warned him of deadly danger. He gloomily dismissed the warning, despite the woman's obvious anxiety. The leader cast a look full of suspicion and distrust at the guest. She reminded him he would have to face monsters like Kavi. The man became embarrassed and instantly doubted his own strength. The woman was unwavering. The fugitives acted as a single, ruthless whole. She decided to hide the truth from the alliance, demanding proof from the leader. At last, the guest asked why he so desperately sought to restore the past. The leader froze. She touched the most secret strings of his soul. Cold sweat poured over his face. The woman knew about his connection with Namgun Bek. He demanded explanations, but received only indifferent sympathy. The enraged man left, promising cruel revenge for the audacity. The morning illuminated the peaceful mountain slopes with golden, tranquil light. Master Choak Ryan began training the young Dr. Den. He demonstrated the technique of winding silk with smooth hand movements. A sharp palm thrust forward released all the accumulated energy. The youth eagerly caught every lightning-fast gesture of the mentor. The master delivered a devastating blow to the trunk of a mighty tree. The bark instantly shattered into pieces under incredible pressure. A powerful energy explosion tore the wood from the inside. Only a broken, smoking stump remained at the site of the trunk. Den realized The source of such power lies in the perfect work of the legs. The mentor approved the guess, although the boy had not yet memorized the movements. Ryan encouraged the student to immediate practice because only it yields results. The youth decisively approached the target under the watchful eye of the teacher. A deep breath and a bright aura pulsed around Dan's body. The boy firmly dug his feet into the ground, concentrating his will. He repeated circular movements, creating a whirlwind of energy around himself. The palm pressed into the bark, releasing a bright flash. Silence fell. The massive tree remained completely unharmed. Dan sighed in disappointment, but the master only smiled kindly. Ryan decided to demonstrate the technique once more on a stone boulder. He struck the huge boulder with 2 fingers in a flash. The stone was covered with deep cracks that spread with a crunch. The boulder crumbled to dust, causing the boy's silent delight. The master recalled the power of concentration that can even break rock. He confirmed, ultimate focus makes a warrior invincible. The master split another boulder, explaining the principle of a single trajectory. The stone split in half under the amazed exclamation of the young doctor. Ryan continued smashing the boulders, demonstrating the versatility of strength. Den once again took a stance, swirling energy vortices around himself. While the boy sliced through the air, Solhua carefully studied his technique. The woman pointed out the main mistake, the lack of connection between the torso and shoulders. Den was confused, trying to grasp the essence of the single energy flow. He drew an analogy with acupuncture, trying to find the right sensation. Suddenly, Bomkv interrupted the training with a loud cry of dissatisfaction. The giant began amusingly explaining the rhythm of the strike through strange sounds. The mentors froze with rage at such a senseless interference in the training. However, Den instantly understood the hint and joyfully supported the uncle. Ryan only sighed wearily, urging the student to prolong practice. The boy froze again before the target, struggling with his own doubts. Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. All his will focused on a single strike. A devastating palm strike hit the tree, releasing wild energy. A powerful, explosive wave literally knocked the masters off their feet. The trunk cracked at the seams, and the bark flew apart under the glow of destructive force. Ryan and Solhua watched this with silent horror and numbness. Den only innocently asked about the result, while Bomkv roared with excitement. The youth explained his success with complete trust in the inner flow. The giant triumphed, and the true mentors paled with professional envy. The boy suddenly demanded a real fight to test his new power. Ryan admitted, for tempering talent, the student really needs a dangerous enemy. Bomkv reminded that they are on the lands of Shanxi province. He suggested finding an opponent in the local martial arts schools. The long-haired master pondered, sifting through old acquaintances in his memory. Suddenly, Rihanna was enlightened. He remembered the perfect candidate for retribution. Rio confirmed their target was very close. Bom and Solhua only exchanged puzzled glances. The master recalled the coward who threw lime at them and ran away 10 years ago. Bom's rage flared instantly, but Ryo had already chosen the thief as a target for Den. The giant reluctantly calmed his anger, acknowledging the mentor's plan as successful. The young man learned the name of his future victim, Ghost Child. The legendary thief, obsessed with gold, terrorized the roofs of Shanxi for years. Bom wondered, how is this bastard still alive, despite the hatred of all the sects of the Celestial Empire? Only divine technique of lightness allowed him to stand in the same row with monsters. Rio smiled slyly. This fugitive would become the perfect teacher for the boy. 3 days of fruitless searches on Mount Taibai exhausted Bom's patience. The master calmed the group. The homeless man's lair was already somewhere nearby. In a fit of rage, the giant smashed the rock with one devastating blow. The wall fell, revealing a cave stuffed with looted gold. Den admired his friend's strength while Bom triumphantly laughed over the find. A thin stream of smoke in the night sky revealed the presence of the owner. Gadudal watched from the thickets, feeling his heart tighten with horror. The ghost realized his most secret hideout had been exposed. The sight of smoke over his own cave was a real shock for the thief. He began to retreat cautiously, trying to dissolve into the darkness. The voice of Ryo behind sounded like a death sentence. The thief took off from the spot, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. Fear gave him wings. The bloody fist had no right to catch him. Relief vanished instantly when another massive figure appeared ahead. Bom laughed ominously, blocking the path to salvation. Gadudal froze. Before him stood the mad lord of the mountains himself. With a desperate slide, the thief tried to slip past the giant. He flashed a bright trail, making Bomb genuinely surprised at such agility. The big guy admitted the escapee's movement technique was close to perfection. But hope faded when the forest around suddenly froze with icy cold. The thief braked, sparking sparks from under his feet before the new obstacle. Solhwa stepped forward, turning the ground into a frozen wasteland. Gadudal found himself trapped by three legends, trying to hide his trembling behind nervous laughter. Hunters loomed over him with eerie smiles and burning eyes. The night fire cut through the darkness of the forest, preparing for a harsh interrogation. The great thief obediently fell to his knees, unable to stop the panic tremor. He prayed to the sky that this nightmare with the three masters was only a dream. Bomb reminded him of an ancient debt, demanding payment for past humiliation. Gadudal desperately assured he had long since fully paid that old price. The thief recalled old love letters from Rio, trying to prove his former loyalty. The master's face flushed with shame under the contemptuous gaze of Sol Hui. Enraged, Ryo almost tore apart the fugitive who desperately begged the giant for protection. The mentor tried to maintain dignity, assuring that old scores had long been settled. However, sincere hatred for the ghost only continued to rapidly grow. Ryo grabbed the thief by the neck with a death grip, depriving him of any illusions. He offered the fugitive a last chance at life in exchange for an unusual favor. The condition for survival was a regular training fight with the young Dr. Den. The boy greeted the enemy amicably, preparing for the first serious trial. The clashes were to take place every 3 days against an allegedly weak novice. Bomb KV treacherously allowed the thief to escape if he found the courage within himself. The giant's eyes flashed red. He was looking for a reason for immediate retribution. Under the terrible pressure, Dudal instantly turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. The thief fell prostrate, swearing allegiance to the legendary masters. In his mind, he was already celebrating an easy victory over the naive boy. The morning sun illuminated the forest, giving the signal to start the first battle. Den attacked with incredible speed and force for a beginner. The ghost barely blocked the strike, realizing the mentors had deceitfully lied about the student's strength. The thief flew backward, carving a deep furrow in the ground with a shoe. Gadudal retreated, stunned by the young man's pure physical power. The mentors ominously watched the chaos unfolding before their eyes. Killing the boy meant certain death, so the ghost instantly changed tactics. The thief decided to act cunningly, confusing Den with sly maneuvers. A smokescreen instantly concealed the enemy from the student's bewildered gaze. He struck lightning fast from below, knocking the young man off his feet with a powerful sweep. Gadudal smiled predatory. Dirty tricks were his native element. Den desperately dodged Gadudal's swift attacks. The young man was not going to give up, despite the fierce pressure from the experienced thief. The ghost was certain any resistance from the boy was absolutely futile. The thief unexpectedly threw mud right into the opponent's face. However, Den reacted instantly, closing his eyes before the dirty move. A high-back somersault saved him from the treacherous sweep. Dudal's predatory smile made the young man shudder with a sense of impending danger. The boy fell to the ground, pressing his wounded arm to his chest. The thief smugly watched the defeat of his victim. Den looked at his bloodied palm and admitted his defeat. The iron thorns in his body became his first painful lesson in treachery. Mentor Ryo sternly reminded, in a fight, one must be ready for any baseness. Only those who can survive the dirtiest brawl become strong. The young man respectfully thanked the thief for this harsh lesson. The camp was already preparing tools for the next healing. Den calmly conducted an acupuncture session for the formidable giant. Dudal realized before him was truly the son of legendary doctor enemies. The thief was horrified by the thought of the hidden combat talent of this child. He understood that no one in the Celestial Empire would believe in this miracle. Suddenly, the ghost's gaze stopped on the incredible dexterity of the boy's fingers. The doctor's hands moved with divine precision and respect for the metal. The fierce gaze of Bam Kavai instantly sobered the interested thief. The strong man demanded the truth, not tolerating extra eyes on his friend. Dudal showered compliments, impressed by the young healer's skill. The giant proudly laughed, enjoying the recognition of Den's talent. The thief felt before him was being born a future martial arts monster. He could not take his eyes off every movement of the little doctor. The flawless needle insertion technique made the ghost's heart freeze with delight. Fear and respect finally mixed in the soul of the experienced fugitive. By the forest stream, Den was habitually washing medicinal herbs. Despite deadly fatigue, the young man continued his endless work. The thief proposed a bet. to teach the boy a trick with a crystal bell. The task seemed simple, to take the thing without making a single sound. Den tensed up to sweat, but nervousness only hindered the finger movements. The first touch and a loud chime shattered the silence of the forest. Gadudal swiftly turned the toy, demonstrating incredible speed. The boy froze with delight, and the thief explained, "Here only senses matter, not brute strength." The boasting was interrupted by Sol Hua, suspecting the fugitive of dirty tricks. The ghost boldly challenged the Ice Master to test fate herself. The main condition was strict. No internal energy, only dexterity of hands. Sol Hui's confidence vanished instantly as soon as the bell treacherously rang. The thief triumphed, looking at the irritation of the ashamed woman. The attempts of Bam and Rio also ended in complete fiasco and the clatter of metal. The legendary warriors fiercely loomed over Gadudal, accusing him of cheating. After a brief altercation, Den dared to make a second attempt. The young man took a deep breath, pushing all unnecessary thoughts out of his soul. The doctor's gaze became crystal clear, focusing on the tiny target. His hand moved forward smoothly, like a leaf falling on calm water. The mentors nervously watched this unbearably slow action. Den's fingers softly closed on the metal. The forest plunged into absolute silence. The masters were stunned with shock, not believing their own eyes. Even the ghost himself was stunned by the natural talent of his pupil. However, the boy's joyful movement at the end still made the bell ring. Hadudal praised the almost flawless technique and promised to show Den a special place. The young man suspected something was wrong, recalling Uncle Bom's dubious entertainments. He told about the tiring night in the pavilion, which finally confused the thief. The boy was only treating girls, but Dudal drew completely different, spicy conclusions. The fugitive's face turned red from shock. The boy turned out to be a real monster. The thief officially gifted the bell to the boy as a sign of respect. Den immediately realized this toy would become the perfect trainer for acupuncture. The happy young man walked away, honing the precision of every movement. The mentor stood in a stupor, trying to understand the reason for the unprecedented generosity of the stingy ghost. Hadudal continued the training, revealing the secrets of complete body relaxation. Despite the mortal threat from the masters, the thief felt this talent was worth any risk. A predatory smile revealed his plan. He decided to steal the heart of the future divine thief. The sun flooded the bustling town at the foot of the Great Hua Mountain with rays. Den admired the landscapes enthusiastically, recalling the legendary sword masters. Bam Kavai only ironically mocked the excessive pride of the local warriors. Sol Hua silently walked beside him, maintaining her usual icy detachment. Master Ryan explained, "On this sacred mountain, exclusively Taoist temples prevail." He told a legend about a game of Go that once freed these lands from taxes. The thief and the giant only cynically commented on the greed of the local zealots. Sol Hua decided to go to the sect alone, relying on old connections. The young man firmly objected. He had to personally see the matter through to the end. Ryan and Dudal vainly tried to persuade the boy to stay in the restaurant. The woman instantly sensed treachery in the sudden compliance of her companions. Den gently took her hand, causing the masters to explode with jealousy and anger. The icy gaze of Sol Kui instantly calmed the men, making them freeze. She led the boy with her, promising to tear apart anyone who brought trouble. Left alone, the warriors finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Choak Ryan cautiously inquired about the secret of their strange treatment. In response, he received only a deadly look and an order to be silent forever. The frightened master humbly bowed his head before the authority of the monsters. Bam and Dudal started a quarrel again, fiercely throwing blame at each other. They recalled the Shaolin massacre, trying to shift responsibility for the chaos. Exhausted, Choak Ryan only sadly longed for the peace the healer brought. The trio wandered the streets, looking for a place for a hearty and tasty lunch. Suddenly, Ryan noticed that suspicious individuals had been watching them for a long time. The thief disdainfully brushed off the small fry that posed no threat. Boma was annoyed by the tale, but he was afraid to break the witch's strict order. However, Dudal's excitement proved to be much stronger than any fear. He openly mocked the idea of obeying Sol Hu and suggested having fun. The masters eagerly rushed into battle, leaving Ryan in a state of complete despair. The majestic buildings of the Hua sect towered above the clouds in a dazzling golden glow. On the training ground, a young apprentice was honing swift sword strikes. The youth lunged forward rapidly, slicing through the air among the petals. A powerful strike from above cut through the silence with a sharp whistle. The swordsman landed on one knee, skillfully tossing the blade. The boy's face was drenched in sweat from exhausting labor. He exhaled heavily, trying to calm his wild heartbeat. Master Pan Hyun appeared unexpectedly, praising the student's speed. The young man bowed his head, considering his technique pathetic. The student froze, unable to find words for justification. The mentor asked, "What exactly trembles, the steel or the spirit of the warrior?" He reminded, "Only the one whose heart has become a weapon has the right to hold the sword." The boy stood still, feeling the weight of every instruction. The master saw in the student's trembling a chance for true rebirth. He advised to discard the steel and fully listen to the feelings. The mentor mysteriously hinted, "The truth cannot be described in words." Despite the difficulty of the art, the master called this student his pride. A poetic metaphor about a whale in the ocean left the young man in thought. The disciple dared to ask about the secret weakness of the great master of the past. He found it hard to believe that the legend almost betrayed the mountain for the sake of beauty. Master Hyun assured, even the great had the right to passionate youth. Victory over oneself made the ancestor an invincible symbol of Hua. It turned out that Ice Jade impressed the legend not only with her beauty. The disciple tried to grasp the secret that changed the fate of the sect. The old man silently regretted that the youth did not see the horrors of the past. The conversation was interrupted by a messenger who was swiftly running down the slope. The out-of-breath disciple brought news of unexpected guests. The arrival of Sol Hui and the son of the divine doctor stunned the masters. Master Hyun instantly realized this was a fateful opportunity. He ordered to report to the leader, preparing for a personal meeting. Sol Hua and Den slowly ascended the mountain path. The boy watched the silent companion with curiosity. The woman smiled faintly, immersed in her own memories. Master Pan Hyun dramatically blocked their way. Apprentice Hua respectfully greeted the legendary ice immortal. The mentor warmly addressed the young hero Den. The boy recognized his acquaintance in the master's stories with surprise. Den Akson bowed, feeling the elder's watchful gaze upon him. Pan Hyun noted the child's impeccable posture and clear gaze. The old man felt a colossal inner strength hidden in the small body. The master was stunned. The boy's progress in half a year bordered on a miracle. Sol Hua sharply interrupted the monk's thoughts, demanding adherence to etiquette. Confused, Mr. Hyun hastily invited the guest to the temple. The woman only snorted contemptuously, leaving the bewildered Den behind. The sect leader, Jin Yong, warmly greeted an old acquaintance. Sol Hua recalled with slight sadness the years that had passed since their last meeting. The master noted, "Time has no power over the beauty of the ice immortal." Nostalgia for youth briefly seized the old warrior. The woman did not want empty talk and immediately got down to business. A purple aura flared. Sol Hua challenged the leader Hua. On the rain-soaked platform, the masters prepared for the duel. She ordered Den to carefully watch every movement of the masters. Jin Young drew his sword, unleashing devastating fiery energy. The eyes of both opponents burned with relentless fighting spirit. Leader of MANHUA attacked from above, slicing through the air at a furious speed. The blade passed millimeters from Sol Hui's face. She remained unshaken. A gale rose from the clash of forces, forcing the disciples to cover themselves with their hands. The swordsmen watched in awe at the true power of their teacher. The metal rang in a continuous dance of deadly strikes and flashes. Jin Yong used the plum blossom technique, flooding the space with a pink glow. The woman retreated easily as the stones beneath her shattered into pieces. Despite the pressure, a confident smile of superiority played on her lips. A powerful explosion of energy threw the old master backward. The disciples could not believe their eyes. The guest turned out to be incredibly strong. Around Sol Hui grew a gigantic dome of impenetrable blue ice. Inside the armor, the woman's eyes shone with cold, dangerous fury. Jin Yong concentrated the remnants of his strength for the final decisive strike. A colossal whirlwind of cherry tree energy crashed onto the icy barrier. A dazzling flash engulfed the platform, scattering sharp fragments around. Little Den struggled with all his might to withstand the blast wave. In the dust, anxious cries were heard. No one knew the outcome of the clash. Suddenly, Sol Hua rushed forward, freezing everything in her path. Jin Yon saw with horror how the merciless element was preparing to engulf him. Jin Yon focused, filling the blade with a powerful pink aura. With one strike, he shattered the massive ice block. Behind the master, a gigantic energy cherry tree blossomed. A deadly storm of petals covered the entire platform. Sol Hua met the terrible power of the enemy with cold confidence. The ice and petals met in the final devastating clash. A colossal explosion shook the foundation of Manhwa. The disciples froze under the rain of petals in complete silence. The fight ended. The masters acknowledged each other's strength. Old Jin Yong allowed himself a warm joke at the expense of an old friend. The tension disappeared, and the master invited the guests for tea. Sol Hua gently called Den to join them. The boy's excitement made the formidable sect leader awkwardly embarrassed. The woman noted not only the physical, but also the spiritual growth of the disciple. The trio set off for the temple, leaving the disciples in complete stupor. The swordsmen could not believe their own eyes, discussing the miracle they had seen. The sect's best disciple reverently acknowledged the greatness of his native sword. In the bustling city, the warriors awaited the legendary tavern. Choak Ryan told how monks broke their vows for this noodle dish. Bum KV was skeptical about the praise of simple food. The aroma of hot oil and chili promised a true culinary masterpiece. The thief was surprised at how confidently Ryan felt in these lands. The master explained, "A true professional always studies the target in detail." Ryan was already mentally robbing the treasuries in the arms mountains of Hua. Tension hung in the air. 9 great sects ruled the surroundings. The thief's ambitions reached the heavens. He dreamed of stealing all the relics of the Celestial Empire. The giant bomb mocked the plans to rob even the destitute beggars. Ryan ominously assured that he was capable of stealing even a corpse from the grave. Gadu Dal called his comrade a villain, sensing danger. Suddenly, Bomb counted 5 spies who had surrounded them. Ryan noticed a 6th, a skillfully disguised street vendor. A dispute flared among the warriors while the alliance tightened the noose. The masters decided to bet their lives on the enemy spies. Irritated Gadudal accepted the challenge and prepared for the showdown. The thief's rage exploded. The masters' alliance made a fatal mistake. Choak Ryan whispered, asking if the masters' alliance was really watching them. Gadudal mocked the pathetic skills of the pursuers. The spies vainly tried to figure out the true identities of the fugitives. Ryan realized they had found themselves at the center of a dangerous game. The thief explained they were chosen as convenient scapegoats. The enemy provoked the masters into openly using force. The trap was cleverly set, right under the nose of the Hua Mountain sect. Bomkevi raged over the brazen strategy of the alliance. The giant irritably demanded explanations, not understanding the subtle hints. Dudal ordered to act naturally but strictly forbade killing anyone. Spies at the neighboring table pretended to be ordinary visitors. One of them sensed danger and tried to stand up abruptly. The thief suddenly appeared before the enemy with mocking sympathy. He reminded about the ingratitude of the leader whose daughter they had recently saved. Gadu Dal ordered to deliver the last warning to the master. Bomkevi loomed over the spies, threatening bloody retribution. Under terrible pressure, the pursuers froze in deadly fear. Chaos erupted in the tavern. The enemies flew in different directions. Bomb gripped the spy's throat with a deadly hold, demanding confessions. The brawl was smashing furniture, while the alliance tried to save their skins. Dudal reminded the giant to conceal his true combat power. Bones cracked under the devastating blows of the enraged masters. The frightened Ryan pointed out the most painful spots for fractures. Sol Hua and Den peacefully returned to the establishment after a walk. Before them lay a scene of total defeat and ruins. The tavern owner tearfully recounted the attack by unknown assailants. The woman instantly realized who was behind this bloody chaos. The beaten spies pitifully groaned among the shards of dishes. Leader Hua learned that the attacker's target was a young doctor. Sol Hua burned with shame over the companion's audacious prank. Her gaze promised the culprits a painful reckoning for disobedience. The master showed the silver, with which the guest compensated for all damages. Sol Hui's rage reached its peak, and Den realized the true price of the thief's generosity. The old master vainly tried to calm Sol Hui's anger. The woman abruptly left, leaving Jin Yan in complete surprise. Den bowed to the sect leader one last time as a sign of deep respect. The boy shone with happiness. The cherished signature was finally his. Jin Yan blessed the young hero and promised him the sect's support. MANHUA officially sided with the doctor in his dangerous endeavor. Suddenly, the old master's gaze caught another spy in the crowd. The pursuer froze in horror under the watchful eye of the legend. Jin Yan released a devastating aura, warning, "The mountain's patience is exhausted." While they were walking through the city, Den was glad that the uncles supposedly hadn't killed anyone. The boy's naivety made Sol Hua only sigh heavily and sadly. The woman understood. The bitter truth would be revealed to the child in a moment. They turned into a gloomy, deserted alley away from prying eyes. The trio of masters was already waiting there, clumsily pretending complete calm. Sol Hua's icy gaze pierced the liars through and through. Bom KV tried to joke, hiding his nervous trembling. Joyful Den boasted of success, not feeling the tension in the air. The woman asked directly whether they really had not left this place. The giant bomb lied fiercely, trying to save his own skin. He vainly sought support from his frightened accomplices. Suddenly, Sol Hua unleashed a terrifying, demonic aura of darkness. The day recalled the ruins of the tavern, instantly shattering the illusion of innocence. The woman's face twisted with rage. She turned into an icy demon. The explosion of energy threw the giant bomb high into the night sky. The thief instantly betrayed his friend, begging the witch for mercy. Deadly cold shackled the bodies of liars. Sol Hua knew no mercy. Night enveloped the majestic headquarters of the Masters Alliance. The female leader learned about the official protest of the angry Hua Mountain. Jinyon demanded punishment for those who dared to attack his guests. The lilac light in the leader's eyes revealed her true hidden fury. Despite the failure, she ordered to continue surveillance with the same forces. The paper under her pen almost ignited from the colossal tension. The Alliance leader accepted the challenge. The great game was only beginning. The woman in purple felt the presence of a guest and asked about the visit of Manhwa. Commander No Danyan contemptuously reproached her for another failure. She coldly ignored the rudeness, questioning his authority. The man feared for the reputation of the Alliance, but the woman already saw an advantage in the crisis. She intrigued the commander with a hidden possibility that he could not comprehend. The plan was simple: to portray the doctors as the bloodiest villains of the Celestial Empire. Danyan realized supporting such criminals would destroy Manhwa forever. She only regretted that she could not observe the chaos longer. The commander shuddered, realizing that the leader of the Alliance could lose the throne. The woman mocked his fear, demonstrating her own superiority. Her eyes flared with the lilac fire. The power of the squads rested only on manipulation. Danyan raged, realizing his complete helplessness before her. Suddenly, a shadow behind the door announced, the leader of the Alliance demanded an immediate meeting. She said goodbye coldly, leaving the officer alone with gloomy thoughts. The commander silently watched her leave, feeling the approach of disaster. The golden magical scroll smoothly rose into the air, illuminated by a glow. The woman entered the grand hall and sent the letter directly into the leader's hands. The man in golden robes sternly demanded explanations for the disorder in the sect. She unfolded the letter from Manhwa, reminding the master of his own orders. The leader was disappointed and doubted the abilities of his best squads. The woman confidently declared, under the mass of doctors hide the bloody fist and the Lord of the Mountains. The leader of the Alliance objected. He did not feel evil through his divine energy. His inner power was supposed to incinerate any heresy, but the doctors appeared pure. Despite the master's doubts, she fanatically insisted on her correctness. The woman recalled the broken statue of Buddha in Shaolin as irrefutable evidence. She linked the appearance of the doctors with the presence of Sol Kui and the mysterious boy. The fact that the doctors did not meet with the leader Hua became the last piece of the puzzle. She made the leader ponder a radical and bloody decision. The woman demanded to throw all the Alliance's resources into the complete extermination of the enemies. The master was stunned by such a bold and large-scale proposal. She struck a sore spot. People were whispering about the weakness and worthlessness of the Alliance. The leader clenched his teeth in rage. Every word of the woman was poisonous, but true. She argued the crackdown on legends would forever subdue the rebellious sects. Time became their main enemy, relentlessly running out for the Alliance. The true goal of the fugitives was to collect signatures to create a free zone in a way. The Alliance could permanently lose control over the strategic lands of the exiles. A stifling silence fell over the hall due to the scale of the revealed threat. The leader desperately clutched his head, not understanding the sources of her information. She proudly admitted her spies had infiltrated every influential sect of the Celestial Empire. The leader exploded with anger, cursing the audacity of his subordinate. The woman met the scream with icy calm. She acted only in the interests of the Alliance. The man clenched his teeth, forced to acknowledge her iron logic. A heavy, oppressive silence fell over the hall. The leader wearily sank onto the throne, stunned by the complexity of the game. She bowed, convincing the master of her boundless devotion. The irritated ruler ordered the woman to disappear from sight immediately. Near the very exit, he suddenly stopped her with a brief question. The woman turned around, casting a cold, expectant look at him. He recalled her words about the fact that all this was only for him alone. A sly smile touched her lips. For her, he was the entire alliance. Flattery hit the target. The ruler's ego finally calmed down. He felt almighty again, proud of such a faithful servant. The woman left, realizing the trap for the leader had finally snapped shut. The sun illuminated the road among the emerald mountain slopes. Den dreamed of new seals from the powerful sects Jonggong and Chinkin. The young man shone with happiness. The grand plan worked better than he had hoped. Choak Ryan advised not to lose vigilance even during triumph. A long caravan of harnessed wagons appeared on the hero's path. The traveler stepped aside, letting the heavy cargo pass. Ryan's gaze was suddenly caught by familiar flags on one of the wagons. He froze in place, causing his friends to stop anxiously. The master suddenly announced that he had to leave urgently. He remembered an old friend in Sichuan who was waiting for a visit. Ryan instantly soared into the sky, dissolving into the blue heights. Baum recalled rumors about the mysterious childhood companion of his partner. The giant only scratched the back of his head in confusion, watching his friend with his eyes. The crystal-clear river softly sparkled under the rays of the sun. Before his eyes appeared the majestic architecture of the village of the salty flame. Inside the mansion reigned luxury, wealth, and absolute tranquility. In the garden gazebo, a man in dark robes sat alone. He was focused on playing Go, immersed in his own gloomy thoughts. Suddenly, rage burst out. He could not forgive his brother's vile defeat. The man abruptly stood up, cursing the audacity of the unknown scoundrel. The man in the red cloak froze before the majestic mansion in the rays of the sunset. The guest exhaled with relief, enjoying the moment of the long-awaited return. Inside, the Lord was receiving a report about new flags that were to fly on every cart. The subordinate prophesied future victory to the master, who only gloomily hoped for success. The Lord plunged into memories, dreaming of a new meeting with an old friend. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded behind his back. The guest appeared out of nowhere. The master was paralyzed with horror, not understanding whether a living person or a ghost stood before him. The stranger only laughed, offering the servant to slap the master in the face. He sat down at the table like a master, mocking the sins of the old comrade. The servant eagerly inquired about the secret of eternal youth and the guest's combat power. The Lord finally confessed he had believed until the last moment that his friend survived that slaughter. The guest only smiled, pointing to the multitude of flags that called him to return. Every cart in the city literally shouted about how much they awaited him. The master demanded the truth about the bloody clash with the Mad Tan clan. The traveler recalled the fight with the shadows and assured that he only defended his own life. An old friend admitted, the guest turned all of Chengdu into a real hell. The evening sun illuminated the go board, sown with stones from a fierce game. The Lord grimly suggested that Sichuan was simply rejecting his old comrade. The guest closed his eyes and gently calmed his friend, denying any fears. The servant offered to stay for a few days, but the master sharply interrupted him. Despite protests, the traveler agreed to the hospitality and generous dinner. During a walk in the garden, the servant told how much the Lord grieved for the deceased. The master fiercely drove out the talkative subordinate, trying to hide his pain. The guest observed the escape of the overly talkative servant only with humor. He asked, why was it necessary to search for the body if the faith in salvation was so strong? The Lord ended the inspection, confessing to deep despair and fear of the inevitable. The friends approached the manor's threshold. The guest supported his companion with a hand on the shoulder. The massive doors opened with a loud, heavy creak. The same subordinate appeared again on the threshold, causing the Lord to click his tongue irritably. The master suspected surveillance, but the servant cold-bloodedly dismissed all accusations. The Lord tried to please his friend, but the perfect assistant anticipated every one of his moves. The master feverishly searched for a reason to be useful in order to preserve the remnants of dignity. The servant only joyfully reported the fulfillment of all whims in advance. The shamed Lord turned away and wearily ordered the subordinate to simply work. The guest enjoyed rare peace, thanking his companion for the warm welcome. The master philosophically compared returning home to the last journey of old dogs. The guest pondered and suggested to his friend to take a walk around the estate grounds. The Lord energetically ran ahead, promising to settle all matters by evening. On the riverbank, hundreds of workers were dyeing and drying colorful fabrics. The hard work did not stop. Peasants exhaustingly immersed the canvases in barrels. The friends discussed the intricacies of the craft, comparing the block printing technique with expensive batik. The Lord called the old worker Guchil, pulling him away from the wet fabric. The master recalled that the man had already given 10 years of his life to this place. The frightened worker begged to be allowed to stay, asking for nothing in return. The Lord gently explained, "This village has no future, and it is time to start one's own business." He promised materials and support, persuading Guchil to save himself while there was a chance. The mention of a newborn child made the worker accept the master's will with tears. The guests silently watched as the happy Guchil ran to his comrades. The Lord admitted, "The village is doomed because the scoundrels in power will not give the people peace." Corrupt officials and trading companies mercilessly strangled the people with new contracts. The Qingchen sect brazenly expanded its influence, preparing to seize territories. The master recalled old sufferings when this same sect turned his friend into an outcast. He looked at the peasants with deep pain, striving to save them from a tragic fate. The Lord urged Choak Ryan to forever sever ties with a past that no longer exists. He built this house to somehow protect the people from a new wave of misfortunes. 7 years ago, the Min River overflowed its banks, wiping out all living things in its path. The turbulent water currents turned blooming fields and villages into complete ruins. The corrupt authorities ignored the disaster, abandoning the people to the mercy of fate. An epidemic prevailed among the ruins, reaping bloody harvests among the exhausted people. Instead of help, the office sent soldiers to block the village. Desperate elders dared to rebel, trying to obtain food for the hungry. The punishment was instant and cruel. Soldiers began publicly beheading. Little Choak Ryan in rags sat next to the cold body of his father. In the boy's empty eyes, the last hope for salvation amid this hell faded. Suddenly, a gray-haired master appeared, scattering armed soldiers with powerful strikes. The elder picked up the exhausted child in his arms and took him into the unknown. The Qingchen sect arrived supposedly to restore order among the refugees. The real target was the old master, Master, the last descendant of the exterminated clan. Master Maoshan had been hiding from the world for years in a cold cave. The brand of a traitor turned his life into eternal exile. The old man scattered the overconfident punishers with a single strike. Even elite warriors could not break the will of the recluse. Little Choak Ryan fiercely threw a stone, defending his teacher. The master saw a spark in the boy and began exhausting training. 5 years passed in peace and shared reflections by the river. The bloody climax came at the moment of the elder's highest spiritual breakthrough. The mentor ordered the apprentice to flee, preparing for the final battle. Ryan ran through tears while his teacher's life faded behind him. Only after 10 years did he return to retrieve the mentor's remains. The path of killings turned him into the legendary villain, the Bloody Fist. The Qingchen sect never recovered after that shameful massacre. Choak Ryan never regretted the chosen path of revenge for a moment. The Lord understood. His friend never cared about the crowd's opinion. The peace of the estate was disturbed by insolent warriors in gray robes. Ryan instantly recognized the hateful disciples of Qingchen as guests. The master explained, "These are ordinary upstarts looking for advantage." The guests decided to teach the fools a lesson, who did not even know him by face. Ligam insolently demanded a special order from the workers. The workshop manager refused, despite pressure and the high status of the guests. The Qingchen mentor insisted on the production of elite cloaks. He boasted the name of his leader, trying to intimidate the people. The disciples pressed on the pride of the craftsmen, promising illusory honor. Ryan realized the petty lackeys just wanted to ingratiate themselves with the top. The patience of the workers broke under a hail of insolent demands. Ligam's face was distorted with rage due to unexpected resistance. Warriors began openly threatening, demanding immediate obedience. Craftsmen chose honesty before clients, not fear before sectarians. Lord Yam harshly interrupted the quarrel with one weighty word. Ligam instantly changed anger to a flattering smile before the master. Master Yam coldly ordered the uninvited guest to get out. The mentor froze in shock, not expecting such a sharp refusal. The Lord did not tolerate threats against his subordinates. He saw through the pathetic excuses of the Alliance spies. The students of Qingchen hinted at the anger of their influential teacher. Ligam pompously proclaimed the mentor's name, trying to regain control. The Lord was not impressed by cheap threats. He coldly showed the insolent ones the door. Ligam offered protection from bandits, but received only a skeptical smile. The master of the estate ironically mocked the greedy intentions of the Qingchen sect. The mentor vainly tried to persuade Yam to the joint development of the village. Master Yam carelessly showed the guests the door, refusing any help. Ryan anticipated trouble, but the Lord believed official sects would not go into open conflict. The guest warned, the real threat comes from the ruthless mercenaries of White Sand. These bandits despised death and turned everything around into a bloody hell. Their forbidden, poisonous sand was more dangerous than all the techniques of the Tan clan. The Lord silently pointed to the real reason for the predators' interest in these lands. In the yard stood carts, completely filled with precious rolls of fabric. The popularity of the local product became the perfect cover for salt smuggling. High demand made the village a tasty morsel for all influential sects of the district. Trade giants increasingly brazenly imposed their support on Yam. Ryan saw opportunities in capital, but the Lord knew the true price of such investments. Sword-bearers and officials only sought to snatch a piece of someone else's success. Yam was filled with determination to protect his people from greedy claws. The guests smiled warmly. They both always chose the hardest path. The friends set off for rest, preparing for the inevitable challenges of fate. Ryan felt the return of the Qincheng sect was an ominous sign of karma. The leader of the Dark Dragon Temple, Kwok Yan, learned about competitors' interest in the village. The ceremony for choosing the Qincheng leader was approaching, and the fabric became the key to influence. Gifts for high guests had to be flawless, and Yam's goods were perfectly suitable. The servant confirmed the Taoists were massively buying heavenly fabric for festive tents. Kwok Yan raged. He was not going to give his loot to the neighbors. The one-eyed subordinate suggested simply dealing with the disobedient master. But threats did not affect the skilled old man. He despised both money and fear. The leader of the dragons realized the only weakness of Yam was his people. The treacherous spy suggested the dirtiest plan, kidnapping village children. The sinister smile of Kwok Yan announced the beginning of the bloody siege. 4 travelers approached the gates of the large estate. Den rejoiced at the new seal, and Bumkivi celebrated another victory. The giant was glad of Rio's absence, considering him a magnet for misfortunes. Gadudal barely moved his feet, shuddering at the memory of training. The thief realized the young doctor was becoming too strong for ordinary sparring. Old tricks no longer worked on the boy who was progressing every moment. The ghost honestly admitted, in the next fight he was doomed to defeat. Den was upset and sadly remembered his main mentor. Baum fiercely attacked the thief for ruining the child's mood. The giant ordered Privid to get lost, promising to settle everything with Rio. Gadudal desperately refused to leave, clinging to the role of teacher. The thief insisted that Den still needed his cunning lessons. Baum noticed that the boy had already begun to master the inner energy. The ghost begged for trust, while the giant only suspiciously squinted. Eventually, Baum gave up, and Solhua ironically mocked their quarrel. The woman mocked the warrior who so quickly changed anger to mercy. Gadudal moved on, thinking with horror about his uncertain future. Rio felt a strange itch. Someone somewhere had mentioned him with a harsh word. Master Yam barely stood on his feet after exhausting sleepless nights. The guest in red advised the old friend to finally find time for sleep. Work in the workshop ended when the sun began to dip toward the horizon. Rio insisted on resting, despite the stubborn resistance of the exhausted master. The old craftsman finally gave in, feeling complete physical ruin. Yom strictly forbade the guest from disappearing again without any warning. The friends set off for the residence, enjoying the brief silence before the storm. The night darkness was cut by the glances of assassins lurking in the forest thicket. A squad of mercenaries en masse was preparing for a bloody night attack. The one-eyed leader ordered to kidnap the children and capture the master of the estate. Suddenly, behind their backs, Rio's icy calm voice sounded. The gaze of the master of the bloody fist flared with a demonic, merciless fire. From the unbearable pressure of the aura, the assassins were stunned by deadly fear. Rio's sinister smile turned him into the true embodiment of the devil. The Naimans froze, losing any ability to resist or flee. Rio cold-bloodedly demanded an immediate meeting with their main leader. 3 madmen rushed at the defenseless back of the master with drawn swords. Steel sliced through the air, but Rio did not even move towards death. Death rattles tore the silence apart, and the night was stained with crimson splashes from the lightning-fast execution. The one-eyed leader froze, watching the instant annihilation of his best men. The man in red stood still among the torn bodies, radiating a sinister, dark aura. His gaze flared with rage. He was not going to repeat the order twice. Broken by fear, the leader hysterically agreed to betray his true master. The bearded leader greeted the uninvited guests in his own chambers with displeasure. The subordinate handed the traveler over for execution, but the boss only contemptuously mocked the foundling. The guest only smiled mysteriously, sensing the presence of other killers in the shadows of the room. Borodon exploded with curses, but the traveler cold-bloodedly reminded of the power of the obvious. A lightning-fast lunge, and the hand in red gripped the leader's throat with a dead grasp. A powerful blow broke through the roof, sending both fighters high into the night sky. The tiles trembled as the enemies landed heavily on the very top of the building. The guest forcefully threw the victim, making him helplessly slide across the roof in pain. Borodon heavily dropped to one knee, finally realizing the terrible might of the opponent. Death had already stepped onto the edge of the roof, leaving no time even for reflection. Suddenly, a swordsman in blue emerged from the shadows, sparking sparks from gloomy steel. Borodon instantly responded with a devastating punch straight to the chest of the new enemy. The warrior in blue spat out blood and fell from his feet under the weight of a deadly strike. The leader recognized the fallen fighter as a traitor from the main temple of the Kinkin sect. Rage clouded his mind. He finally understood that he had become only a part of someone else's game. The man in red confirmed the bearded man was merely a pathetic pawn in the plan with the rumors. The guest ominously added his hatred for the Qincheng sect was no less than hostile. However, he also categorically did not intend to help the next scoundrel. The bearded man asked hopefully if he would be given a chance to deal with the sectarians on his own. The guest silently nodded, untying the hands of the predatory beast for a bloody reprisal. The leader mercilessly finished off the wounded enemy, flooding the roof with hot blood. He cold-bloodedly wiped his face, feeling the indifferent gaze of the traveler upon him. With a wild scream, the bearded man jumped down, straight into the epicenter of the upcoming battle. Below, a squad of shadows was already waiting for him, ready for the final clash. The leader's sword knew no mercy, cutting through flesh and ignoring pleas for mercy. Under the pouring rain, the courtyard quickly turned into a cemetery of warriors in blue. The bloodied bearded man led his people to the final merciless slaughter. The magnificent temple of the Kinkin sect stood still in the night silence. Master Panyo He stepped onto the porch, clutching an old book in his hands. He studied the pages, trying to grasp the hidden truth within them. The new leader handed him this technique a month ago. The results were astounding. In the past, the appearance of the elder mountain man caused true chaos in the sect. The former head met the surviving ancestor with the highest honors. But after the respect came a real, unbearable horror. Master Yun-san suddenly fell ill from a deadly chi energy deviation. The elder vainly tried to save the leader as he faded before their eyes. Panyo He watched the ancestor's actions with growing suspicion. He knew the teacher's illness was not an accident, but a cruel plan. During the therapy, Pan noticed an icy, sinister smile on the elder's face. The youth realized the scale of the conspiracy, but fear of the monster shackled his will. Soon the mountain man ordered Pan to master the secret manual. The elder promised to revive the power of Qincheng by manipulating the talents of the students. The new leader began an expansion, preparing a treacherous attack on the fire village. Returning to reality, Pan understood. The bloody reckoning was already near. Suddenly, the night silence was shattered by a sharp, dangerous whistle. Something with furious force crashed into the wooden pillar of the temple. These were bloodied sheaths, a challenge thrown right in the sect's face. The master froze, trying to comprehend the power of the unknown thrower. Frightened students rushed to help their mentor. Pan recognized the weapon. It was a bloody greeting from the Hall of the Dark Dragon. He ordered to immediately draw swords and prepare for death. At that very moment, the gates shattered into pieces from a powerful explosion. Through the dust, Pan spotted the enemy's face. It was the demon of poisonous salt. The leader entered the residence with cynical, deadly confidence. His killers threw the torn bodies of captive students to the ground. The courtyard filled with inhuman screams of despair and rage. The demon joked about the bloodied flesh, enjoying the horror of the enemies. One of the swordsmen rushed into attack, seeking to avenge his brothers. The night darkness was cut by the clinking of steel. A massive slaughter began. The leader easily deflected steel with his bare hands, sparking sparks. A brutal battle for survival engulfed the entire architectural complex. With one strike, the demon shattered the enemy blade into tiny pieces. The bearded man knocked the student to the ground with a merciless, painful strike. The demon mocked the naivety of the boy who dreamed of easily dealing with the merchant. The wounded swordsman could not understand. Where did an ordinary smuggler get such hellish power? Die! The demon's devastating strike was supposed to put a bloody end to this fight. But He managed to block death, stopping the blade millimeters from the flesh. A sincere, uncharacteristic surprise flashed for a moment on the face of Poisonous Salt. A crimson glow exploded on Pan's blade, throwing the bearded man backward. The head of Chinkin was forced to use a secret, nameless technique that required colossal energy. The demon grabbed his bloodied neck, his eyes blazing with insane fury. He burst into a mad laugh, releasing a deadly purple aura. Pan instantly realized the danger. The enemy was preparing the last forbidden attack with poisonous salt. A giant wave of toxic energy covered the entire courtyard. The disciples of Chinkin died in hellish torment, suffocating from the poison. Death mowed down fighters on both sides. The ground quickly became covered with bodies. A dead silence fell. Pan remained standing alone among the mountains of corpses. Feeling the taste of fulfilled duty, the mortally wounded demon fell onto the blood-stained ground. Master Pan froze, looking at the body of his fiercest enemy. The sect leader trembled with horror, vainly calling out to his fallen disciples. Suddenly, from the shadows came the icy voice of Rio, demanding the truth about the crimson technique. Pan sharply turned around, filling his blade once again with deadly radiance. The maniacal gleam in the eyes of the bloody fist promised a far more terrible death than the demon's poison. Master Qin Sheng launched an attack, putting all his fury into this final strike. Rio cold-bloodedly caught the steel with his bare hands, stopping the blow. The devastating strike of the bloody fist pierced Pan's chest, breaking bones. In Pan's pained eyes flashed recognition. He could not believe that the legend had returned. Rio indifferently ignored the victim's shock, demanding an answer about the origin of the nameless technique. The frightened Pan revealed the name of the sect leader, the man of the mountain Qin Min. The guest learned that the technique was considered nameless, and this only intensified his suspicions. Master Qin Sheng pointed to a tattered manual lying among the corpses on the floor. Rio picked up the notebook and began feverishly flipping through the pages. The face of the bloody fist distorted with shock. He recognized the 8 forms of the crimson radiance of the West. His own secret technique, which he thought was lost forever, was here. A blood-red aura of hatred exploded within Rio's body. It was because of this manual that Qin Sheng once killed his mentor. Master Pan thoughtfully flipped through the book, acknowledging that what was written made sense. The new leader of the sect threw him this nameless manual, and after about a month of training, the results exceeded all expectations. He remembered the day when the only survivor from the old generation suddenly appeared in the Qin Sheng sect. The disciples of the Qin Sheng sect looked at each other in confusion, not knowing how to perceive the stranger. The former leader Yun San treated him with the utmost respect and even appointed him the Great Guardian. And soon something terrible happened. Yun San suddenly fell into a chi energy deviation, and the Guardian tried in vain to save him. The process was irreversible. The leader left his mortal body, the sect was left without a leader, and the choice of successor became obvious. The Mountain Guardian, the eldest in the generation, was to take this place. But Pan knew the truth. The chi deviation was not accidental. While treating Yun San, the old man smiled ominously for a moment. The master understood everything, but could not resist the cruelty and incredible strength of the killer. Therefore, when the new leader handed him a mysterious manual and hypocritically declared that he wanted to develop talents for the sake of restoring the sect, the master bowed low, fully realizing this was the price for silence, so that he would toil like a cursed man. In reality, the new leader only envied his skill and sought to seize all the secrets. The title of the 62nd chapter flared up. The master understood. A clash with the White Sand Gang was inevitable. There was no way back. Only waiting remained. Suddenly a sharp whistle sounded. The master looked around in surprise. A powerful explosive blow threw him to the ground. Someone's sword scabbard slammed with a crash into a wooden pillar. The disciples immediately gathered at the noise. The master recognized the bloody thing, those scabbards they had recently sent to their own disciple. He jumped to his feet and barked to draw his weapon. The courtyard shook from the explosion, and through the dust emerged a dark figure. The students froze cautiously, not understanding who dared to attack their sect. From the darkness stepped a bearded man surrounded by killers, mockingly declaring that he came as a guest. His subordinates silently threw the mutilated bodies to the ground. Seeing their dead comrades, the students screamed in horror. The bearded man cynically grinned. He said he wanted to marinate them like fish, but ran out of time. Master Yohei furiously charged into the attack. The killers swiftly scattered to the sides, Starting a large-scale battle, the bearded man easily parried the fierce sword strike with his bare hands. A bloody massacre boiled around between the students and mercenaries. The master's blade again met in a deadlock with the enemy's hand. The force of the blow made the master jump back. Borden was mocking, and Pan was mentally amazed by the unfathomable strength of an ordinary salt trader. The enemy roared and rushed forward. The master barely managed to cross weapons for defense, while the attacker laughed madly. Suddenly, Pan's sword blade flared with a red aura, catching Borden by surprise. Using a technique from an anonymous manual, the master struck the enemy preemptively. Blood gushed thickly from the slashed neck. Going mad, the wounded man laughed and released explosive energy, deciding to take the opponent with him. "Careful, this is poisonous salt," someone shouted desperately, warning about the deadly wave. His destructive wave washed away everyone around. The fighters fell dead, spitting out their own blood. Pan Yohei barely stood amidst the carnage, looking at the cunning enemy. Borden croaked that he would not die alone. Suddenly, his head silently flew off his shoulders. Lowering his gaze to the lifeless students, the master whispered their names with a choked voice. Behind the slain man stood a mysterious figure, coldly asking where Pan got this technique. The master sharply pointed his sword at him, demanding to identify himself. The stranger swiftly closed the distance. He clenched the blade of the sword with bare hands. With one jerk, he twisted the weapon, bones crunching. Pan screamed wildly. Holding his torn arm, the master shockingly recognized the attacker as the legendary Bloody Fist. "But you died." He exhaled, but the other only repeated his question in an icy tone. Pan said that the technique was passed to him by the sect leader himself, the mountain man Shinmin. The gentleman confessed confusedly that the technique has no name and is recorded in a book that just fell to the ground. The stranger silently picked up the manual. The pages rustled, and his eyes widened in shock. These were the 8 forms of the crimson radiance of the West, the stolen secret technique of his own master. The red-haired enemy snarled fiercely, declaring that from the very beginning he was hunting only for the manuscript of their master. His body was enveloped in a burning red aura, and the frightened healer Den only muttered that he did not want to get involved in this. Ignoring his fear, the attacker coldly apologized. With a whistle, he drew a sword enchanted by the existence of such brutal martial arts. The blade surged upward, releasing a dazzling column of crimson energy. The healer shuddered in horror. The red slash inexorably tore toward him. A terrible explosion blew everything around apart. The dust had not yet settled when the man in blue and red robes smoothly deflected the remnants of destructive energy. The crimson wave tore the earth with deep furrows. He carefully squeezed the rescued manuscript in his hands and quietly called the master. Night came, and he remained sitting alone in the dark gazebo. Thoughts about the mysterious man of the mountain gave no peace, until he noticed a light in another building. In the sanctuary before the altar, a man with a mustache bowed deeply. He sharply turned around and scolded the guest who had crept up absolutely silently. To the question of why he came to a stranger's altar, the guest calmly replied that he was also his master. The mustached man asked what had drawn him outside on such a gloomy night, but received only a mysterious smile in response. The guest silently moved toward the altar. He lit incense and bowed his head, when suddenly the mustached man noticed something. A small wooden figurine fell onto the table with a dull thud. The man slowly picked it up. His gaze froze on the carved name, Chinmin. The puzzle came together. It was one of those who killed their master. Before his eyes appeared the young genius from the Qincheng sect, whose sword then knew no mercy. The man laughed fiercely, realizing that the mysterious mountain man was Chinmin himself. The memory threw him back 10 years into a damp cave. Back then, still very young, with maniacal persistence, he carved figurines to remember everything. The blade slipped, deeply slashing his hand. Blood flooded the wooden face, sealing the vow to find every killer. He took the chisel and promised to transfer their names onto the wood forever. Years passed, and these figurines lay next to dozens of mutilated corpses. One of the surviving enemies, bleeding, wandered through the night forest. The Avenger caught up with him, promising life in exchange for the location of Chinmin, but he croaked that Chinmin was no more. Steel flashed, cutting short the enemy's life. The young man looked gloomily at the dead body, not believing in the death of the main target. He silently picked up the bloodied figurine from the ground. The man returned to reality with a predatory smile. His main prize turned out to be alive. Wasting no time, he turned to the mustachioed man with a new request. The next day, in the sunlit courtyard, a motley company gathered. A young girl resolutely clenched her fist, declaring her readiness. She challenged her mentor to a training fight, confident in her own victory. He only sighed wearily, bluntly saying that it was still too early for her. Instead, he leaned in and whispered something in her ear. The girl's face instantly flushed, and she screamed that it was a brazen lie. The mentor mockingly asked where such confidence came from, while the giant Gucho blinked in surprise. The woman with the tea calmly noted that those two would never stoop to such things. The girl realized with horror that she had fallen for the most primitive provocation. Gucho asked confusedly what it was all about, but the mentor just waved it off with laughter. The mentor smugly explained, in a real fight they act much more cunningly, and she failed this test. The mentor added that in a real fight there are many more tricks, and promised to accept the challenge as soon as she withstands his maneuvers. While the student burned with shame, two envoys entered the yard. One of them sighed with relief, recognizing the company from the description: a beauty, a giant, a child, and a man with a beard. The messenger approached Guchil uncertainly and asked if he was by any chance the famous healer Yahello. The runner beamed, having finally found them after running around all the inns, while the puzzled giant stared wide-eyed. Could he really have been mistaken for Yahello? The big man frowned, cutting in that he was simply Guchil, who dyes fabrics. Then the runner nervously swallowed and said he brought a message from Akgon for Uncle Cho. Guchil loomed threateningly over the little one, demanding immediate proof. Terrified to death, the guest blurted out the password about the bald freak in treatment, instantly driving the giant into a rage. A woman intervened in the dispute, and the messenger quickly explained the essence. The plans had changed. They needed to go not to King, but straight to Dan. The company exchanged glances. Could it be that the big man really lost his composure with the frightened messenger? Guchil exhaled heavily and soothingly stroked the girl's head, grumbling that nothing terrible had happened. Dr. Den was walking the forest path gloomy and silent, while the bearded giant watched him closely. The big man asked if the doctor's back was stiff and suggested running a little. Den sharply refused, asking to speak directly and without hints. He turned to the giant and directly asked if Uncle Cho was in danger now. The big guy tried to calm the boy, reminding him that Cho is one of the few masters capable of matching him in battle. The witch behind sighed discontentedly, after which the giant reluctantly admitted, Cho is not in the best shape now and is indeed at risk. Den blinked in surprise, realizing the bitter truth. The bearded man patted his chest and promised to bring him back, calling the witch with him. She categorically refused, as she had to protect Dr. Den from what he was better off not seeing. The man frowned, clearly anticipating something very bad. Den clenched his fists and resolutely declared that he would wait for them here. He refused to go further, emphasizing that the petition and the journey to the Forbidden Zone were all for their sake. With tears in his eyes, the boy admitted that without Uncle Cho and Uncle Bom, everything would lose its meaning. Bom smiled warmly and simply told him to trust. At that very moment, the giant leapt powerfully over the trees, raising a cloud of leaves. Den watched him go, quietly hoping that everything would turn out well. The carrier behind was surprised that the bearded man was worried about those two, and then suddenly realized this is the perfect chance to escape. He stealthily glanced at the witch, pondering how to get rid of her and flee together with the doctor. The woman firmly embraced Den by the shoulders. Looking at them, the carrier mentally acknowledged that they looked like a real family. Meanwhile, night twilight thickened over the Kinshin Sex estate. The time had come. 2 weeks remained until the appointment ceremony, and envoys from all sides were to gather, before whom the elder wanted to show the full power of the Chinshin sect. He dreamed of demonstrating the fruits of solitary training in the remote mountains and overshadowing the entire history of martial arts, taking a place among the 5 masters of the Celestial Empire. The gray-haired elder in a blue robe stood in the middle of the room, anticipating how his power would raise the sect's reputation to the heavens, when suddenly he shuddered. Suddenly he felt a foreign presence and mockingly threw into the darkness. Who is in such a hurry to visit the sect even before the ceremony? A tall man with dark hair and a piercing gaze appeared at the door. The elder asked if they knew each other, to which the guest smiled slyly and replied that he now remembered everything. The face of the sect leader stretched in shock. He recoiled, shouting that this man was supposed to die. The uninvited guest squinted and asked why the old man was still alive, recalling the fools from the Master's Alliance. He dryly noted the irony. Both considered each other dead, and now they stand here alive. The old man laughed eerily, declaring that he would end this right now. The guest laughed in his face. "Shut up! What's so funny here?" the old man shouted, grinding his teeth at the enemy's mockery. He called the old man a vile rat who abandoned his brothers to die while hiding in the bushes as everyone thought he was killed. The gray-haired man shouted fiercely that he would send him straight to hell and flared with a blue aura. The man grinned ominously, engulfed in crimson energy, and replied that the earth beneath them is hell for such evil spirits. The next moment, the old man lunged forward, delivering a swift kick in midair to the enemy. A furious exchange of blows ensued, with bursts of energy tearing through the air. The fighter's hands merged into a continuous blurred haze. The guest easily deflected the attacks, mocking what the old man intended to boast about. He grimly noted that before, the other had not even come close to standing against him, but now fights as if with himself. A powerful collision threw both backward, raising a cloud of dust. The dark-haired man roared, calling his opponent a shameless freak. The old man triumphantly threw back his head, exclaiming that the main thing is perfect imitation. He boasted that he had copied all the techniques of the world, purified and perfected the martial art of the Qingchen sect. The gray-haired man charged again, calling his strength the result of sweat, blood, and tears. The guest barely managed to block a powerful strike with his palm, from which a painful impulse ran through his whole body. The man fiercely repelled the next series of lunges, shouting at the descendant of traitors that he is simply taking what is his. He swung for a counterattack. A powerful explosion of energy threw him against the wall. The man staggered, clutching his pierced chest, but stubbornly declared that he would finish this. The old man gathered blue energy in his hands, preparing to tear the enemy's heart with the strongest technique of Qin Cheng. The dark-haired man smiled bloodily and called him an idiot. The old man froze for a moment, hearing that he would have a chance if he continued to use the techniques of his sect. With a furious scream, the sect leader charged forward again, cutting through the air. The fight flared up with new strength, sparking sparks from every wild blow. The fighters clashed in a fierce clinch. The old sect leader retreated in panic, not understanding how this monster cornered him. Choak Ryan pressed on, baring his teeth from battle excitement. With each step, the old man realized, since the incident in Qinshen, the enemy had become many times stronger. Time does not spare you, Ak Ryan sharply said, and struck with new force. The old man cursed, barely managing to raise a block. There was nowhere to retreat. With the cry, "Kill or be killed," he threw out his palm, putting all remaining energy into the attack. Ak Ryan instantly jumped back. The flow of power passed by the target and struck the ground. A terrible explosion shattered the mansion walls to pieces. From the cloud of dust, Ak Ryan calmly emerged. In the middle of the ruined yard, he slowly walked to the fallen enemy. The sect leader slumped against the wall, coughing up blood and clutching his mangled right hand. He recognized this technique with horror. The true hand of the Star Network. Ak Ryan coldly inquired whether the old man had tried to invent a new martial art. Without real combat experience, all his power turned out to be just a sandcastle. Ak Ryan's palm cracked as it slammed into the leader's chest. The old man screamed from unbearable pain. The sect's disciples rushed into the yard, seeing their master on the ground. With his last breath, he ordered them to form the Great Formation of Ra. Ak Ryan froze, assessing the formation. Ak Ryan silently scanned the ranks, weighing each blade. He launched into an attack, even though he knew this formation. Dozens of swords simultaneously released a dense wave of energy. Heavy pressure struck Ak Ryan, forcing him to grit his teeth. Bleeding, the sect leader thought vindictively that the enemy was just a man of flesh and blood. Even the strongest will eventually become exhausted. But through the smoke, the silhouette of Ak Ryan with burning red eyes appeared again. The old man shuddered. A monster was coming at him. Ak Ryan was breaking through the formation, ignoring deep cuts on his body. In panic, the leader screamed at his people to stop him at any cost. The enemy was already towering over him. The disciples froze in horror. Ak Ryan's hand mercilessly pierced the old man's chest. The crowd burst into a desperate scream. Ak Ryan stood over the corpse, completely exhausted. He couldn't move a finger. With a bitter smile, he thought that he had lived a worthy life, and hoped that Dr. Den would not be too upset. From all sides, the students rushed at him with drawn blades. He just stood, waiting for the blow. Suddenly, a giant fist fell from the sky. The blast wave scattered the attackers tens of meters away. Ak Ryan turned around in shock and saw a burly figure behind his back. A huge, bald, strong man smiled and called him a rag. Admit it already. Without me, everything falls apart, he laughed. Ak Ryan's body was suddenly seized by a spasm. Blood gushed from his mouth. The chi energy deviation had already begun. Next to the dead leader, a wooden figurine fell. The strong man silently threw the bloodied Ak Ryan over his shoulder. Having said that Dr. Den was already waiting, he took off into the air with a powerful jerk. The surviving enemies could only helplessly watch them go. Ak Ryan heavily fell to the ground in the middle of the forest. A little girl immediately ran to him, behind whom stood other allies. He apologized for making her worry, but the girl replied with tears, "The main thing is that he is alive." She sincerely thanked the strong man for saving Uncle Cho. He smugly stated that as one of the 10 great villains, he always takes care of his juniors. Ak Ryan laughed, dismissing unnecessary formalities. Suddenly, the ice woman silently froze the strong man's head, while the girl scolded him for the interrupted treatment. Embarrassed, Ak Ryan sat down, ready for the procedures. But when the girl took out the shining needle of the demonic doctor, He sharply backed away. With an innocent smile, she looked him straight in the eyes. Having declared that this is the best method, she prepared to inject while Ryan nervously laughed, understanding that it would hurt terribly. The girl doctor focusedly inserted needles into the scarred back of the patient, warning about another necessary course of treatment. The bearded big man asked discontentedly whether they were again to expect soothing, warming therapy. The doctor explained that due to the forced awakening of true energy, the meridians were seriously damaged, so it would be necessary to combine warming with the main treatment. The patient sighed heavily. He would again have to hold hands with that witch. The black-haired woman bowed briefly, quietly asking for help, and the girl just shrugged. The scarred Cho suddenly broke the silence and asked the girl why she was not asking any questions. She smiled warmly and replied that the main thing was their safe return. Cho thoughtfully lowered his gaze, recalling that he was only 7 years old then. Everyone silently listened to his brief confession. A barely noticeable smile flashed across his face as he admitted that this was exactly the kind of person he was. The girl looked at his mutilated body with pity and quietly asked if he did not feel hatred toward her. Cho calmly replied that he, drenched in someone else's blood, came to the lifesaver and has no right to judge. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She wanted above all for his suffering to end. Cho shuddered in surprise. Suddenly, the mustached swordsman mockingly noticed that the big guy had shed a tear. He immediately blushed and shouted that he was crying only from hunger, threatening the Joker with retribution. While the men raised a commotion in the background, the doctor ordered Cho to focus on 10 days of treatment before the journey to Mount Udan. Night came and the girl peacefully fell asleep by the campfire. The big guy sat down next to Cho, noting that he had finally taken revenge, although he had incurred a new blood debt. Cho silently brooded, recalling the degenerates from the Chonsun sect. The bearded man smiled confidently and promised to personally destroy anyone who took even a step toward them. Cho shifted his gaze to the sleeping girl and mentally ordered the enemies to listen carefully. At that moment, behind their backs, a black-haired witch silently appeared and warned that the revenge would not be against them at all. Her aura flashed with a terrifying light, and her voice became icy. She strictly forbade making unnecessary movements. The big guy confusedly protested, justifying that he simply helped a comrade, but the heavy pressure of her energy made both men fall silent. Cho nervously coughed and suggested that the Masters Alliance would definitely be interested in this. The witch coldly ordered him not to make things up and to go rest, after which everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the majestic building of the Masters Alliance of Martial Arts. Commander Jagal decisively walked down the empty corridor. She mentally analyzed the latest news. The leader of the Chonsun sect was killed by the Master Bloody Fist, and Kavai was involved in this. A look of contempt for the alliance and the sect, which she considered pathetic idiots, flashed across her face. From behind the closed doors of the main hall, angry shouts about the leadership's inaction were already heard. A representative of Chonsun fiercely accused the allies of hiding the truth about the return of Bloody Fist. Jagal stopped, recognizing the voice of Unjong Jinin. Unjong burst out shouting, declaring that his sect was extremely disappointed by such a cold reception. He sharply turned around and, together with his retinue, indignantly left the hall. Jagal entered inside and saw the leader of the alliance, who was wearily rubbing his temples on his throne. She contemptuously thought about the corruption and sycophants surrounding Namgunbek. Those who are supposed to submit petitions for the good of the alliance instead crawl before Namgunbek. Because of such a pack, the alliance will swallow the worst corruption, she thought with disgust. But she dismissed unnecessary thoughts, folded her hands in an official greeting, and requested an audience. The leader irritably cut her off, demanding to skip the chatter and immediately say whether she knew the whereabouts of the thieves. Jagal calmly reported that she had managed to track their accomplices. She reminded that the son of the divine doctor was currently on Mount Udan, and the fugitives were most likely hiding near him. The leader glared fiercely at her, warning that she would answer with her head for any mistake. The commander did not avert her gaze and added that Choak Ryan was seriously wounded, so they would have no other chance. Namgunbek sweated from tension, not understanding how to give the order to destroy his own benefactor. Jagal pressed coldly, demanding an immediate decision. Unable to withstand the pressure, the leader slammed the armrest and declared that he would check everything personally. The commander bowed respectfully, hiding her true intentions. She slyly squinted, hiding a smile behind her sleeve. A smart person always carefully chooses whom to serve. Looking at the enraged leader, Jagal was finally convinced that his time of greatness had passed. In the roadside inn, the wounded giant finally agreed to rest after the hard journey. The young man agreed to go for medicinal herbs, but the giant immediately jumped up to go with him. One stern look from the tall woman in the veil, and he obediently flopped back onto the bed. With a smile, the young man dashed out the door, and the woman followed him. On the shop door hung the disheartening sign, "No one is here." The young man sighed disappointedly before the closed gate. So as not to waste time, the woman suggested simply taking a walk around the city. She advised the young boy to look carefully at everything, because the surrounding world is the best teacher. Walking down the noisy street, she admitted that after leaving the palace of the Northern Sea, she was completely blind. The world of humans turned out to be too strange. The young man looked at her in surprise, not believing that his majestic mentor could be like that. She smiled softly, recalling her clumsy attempts to communicate with people. Suddenly, the young man stopped abruptly and turned to her. He clenched his fists passionately, assuring that her past mistakes would become the best lesson for him. The woman smiled warmly at the thought. Perhaps all the trials were needed only to meet this child. This was only the beginning of the path of a brilliant doctor in the world of Miriam. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a commotion ahead. In the middle of the square, two boys were enthusiastically beating each other up. The young man lit up with excitement, taking it for a friendly sparring. The boy in rags confidently declared that he would make his opponent call him older brother. His opponent in white Taoist attire indignantly rejected this nickname. The Taoist swiftly went on the offensive, promising to knock the pride out of the ragged one. The woman immediately recognized the styles of the Udon and beggar sex, and the young man watched in awe the first passers-by peers from Miriam. The beggar's movements seemed chaotic, but he skillfully avoided the blows. The woman squinted, recognizing in the Taoist attacks the secret techniques of the drunken immortal step. The boys exchanged a hail of blows under the young man's enthusiastic shouts. The fight suddenly froze. They jumped back from each other, noticing an uninvited spectator. The Taoist suspiciously stared at the stranger, sharply asking who he was. The young man calmly introduced himself, Dan Axon. The beggar lunged at him, shouting about rudeness, and the woman nodded humorously in confirmation. Dan Axon immediately bowed and apologized, completely confusing the beggar. The Taoist was outraged that his companion so easily forgave the ignoramus. Then the beggar took a fighting stance and pompously declared himself the furious hero Pansobin. The Taoist hissed at him to stop this circus, when the woman with a smile reminded that fighting in the middle of the street was also not very good. The guys blushed, instantly realizing their mistake. They bowed low, awkwardly asking for forgiveness. The Taoist awkwardly named his own name, Unjun-san. Dan Axon gladly praised their names, also recalling the beggar's fanciful title. The woman warmly watched this funny acquaintance. Unjun-san and Pansoban learned that their new acquaintance had been studying martial arts for only a year. Dan Axon laughed and unexpectedly asked to join their sparring. The guys exchanged skeptical glances. They had been training for 5 years and did not want to hit a novice. Dan Axon insisted, recalling the skills of his great teachers. Unjun-san sighed heavily and reluctantly agreed to just check his level. Dan Axon stepped forward firmly. They stood facing each other, ready to begin. Dan Axon's gaze instantly changed. Childish naivety disappeared, giving way to cold concentration. The lunge was faster than the wind. Unjunson did not even blink before he heavily fell on his back on the cobblestones. Pansobin shouted angrily at his comrade, thinking that he had foolishly given in. Again, a rapid movement and a dull blow. In a second, Mr. Soban was already lying on the ground next to the Taoist. Both stunned got up, blinking and having no idea what had just happened. Mr. Soban wildly shouted at Dan Axon, refusing to believe that this monster had been training for only a year. The beggar enthusiastically called his friend a genius, not believing that he had reached such a level in just a year. The girl shockingly asked again if it was true. The woman under the veil silently listened to them from the shadows. She scrutinized the young men, strong bones, quick reflexes, and a true talent for martial arts. The young man from Udan apologized for the too harsh sparring and advised the beggar to just sleep. The girl suddenly took out a set of needles. The boys puzzledly stared at the unusual needle, not understanding what she intended. She sternly warned, "Pain cannot be ignored, otherwise it will get worse." While the boys blinked, she proudly declared that she had only been practicing martial arts for a year, but had been healing people for over 10. The brilliant doctor conquers Miriam. She confidently extended her hand, ready to prove her words. The girl pressed on the beggar's wrist and instantly determined that he often had stomach pain after eating. Her gaze became focused. The weak water energy in the kidneys did not support the fire in the heart, which made it impulsive and spoiled sleep. The beggar joyfully confirmed the diagnosis, recalling that the elders had nicknamed him Mouse for his keen hearing. The girl examined the young man from Udan and immediately noticed muscle overstrain due to lack of rest. She assured that she would fix everything. The boys obediently sat down, and their bodies were covered with dozens of acupuncture needles. The beggar stretched his shoulders and blinked in surprise. Instead of the usual pain from the needles, he felt incredible lightness. They both jumped high, tearing through the air with quick movements. The beggar joyfully slapped the girl on the shoulder, calling her a friend. "Now we have a healer friend," she exclaimed joyfully, still not believing her own happiness. She timidly asked if it was really so, and the boys nodded without hesitation. The girl triumphantly raised her hands up. She happily ran home, and quietly a woman entered behind her, under a veil. The burly bald man noticed her joy and jokingly asked if she liked walking with the witch so much. The woman calmly reported that the young healer had made friends. The girl smiled and told about the disciples from the Uden sect and the beggars. The bald man sharply objected to such acquaintances. He leaned closer and whispered advice not to associate with men at all. The long-haired man on the bed calmly intervened, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. He asked the opinion of the witch, and she coldly said that the beggar's sect raised questions. The girl lowered her head and quietly confessed that she had found friends for the first time. The bald man's heart instantly melted. He loudly allowed them to visit and even promised to buy treats. The long-haired man also sincerely supported her. She literally lit up with happiness and promised to invite the guys tomorrow. The long-haired man smiled warmly. The girl's friends are their friends. She sincerely thanked him. The next day, the girl was inspiredly rushing through the yard. She suddenly braked and joyfully spread her arms. The healer timidly asked the veiled woman for permission to go alone tomorrow. The woman suspiciously squinted, guessing that the girl simply did not want supervision. The girl pleaded, folding her hands and blinking with big eyes. The woman sighed and gave in, and the girl happily ran to wash up. The long-haired man warned that it would not be possible to keep her under his wing forever. The woman cut coldly. "It is too dangerous now, so she will watch from afar." Suddenly, a dark aura emanated from her, causing the men to tense up and fall silent. At the training ground, the guys happily greeted their healer friend. The young man from Udan stretched his fists. After training with the uncles, he would not give up easily today. He told about the philosophy of Udan, where softness overcomes strength and masters never attack first. The girl was surprised how the beggar knew so much about a foreign sect. The beggar shrugged. "Basic techniques are not a secret, unlike secret arts." He suddenly took a stance and declared that he had learned the legendary technique, 18 palms that tame the dragon. The girl believed enthusiastically, but the young man from Udan sighed, explaining that he was just boasting. The girl happily suggested playing, although the guys considered it a serious sparring. The young man from Udan smiled gently. She just liked spending time with them. The guys exchanged glances and without hesitation agreed to her rules. The girl rushed into the attack swiftly. The sparring turned into a fun game where three friends exchanged light blows with laughter. Two men stepped onto the cobblestone square where a crowd was already waiting for them. People joyfully greeted the master in Jung County, and the bald-bearded man only smiled contentedly. Suddenly he thundered, demanding to shout even louder, reminding about the philosophy of their beggar sect. Behind, the quick pattering of bare feet was heard. The long-haired Han asked his friend in surprise when he managed to take on a student, but the bearded man saw the boy for the first time. The ragged boy boldly declared that he would definitely become his student and immediately asked about the journey to the Qingchen sect. The bearded man jokingly gave the boy a nudge on the head for excessive audacity. Han, the Lord of Fragrance's nicknamed Hunting Dog, sighed and noted that nothing could be hidden from this boy. He looked closely at the boy, about whom rumors were already circulating as a little genius. Han placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, ordering him to stand still. At that very moment, his eyes widened in shock. Han felt that the child's energy and muscles were in perfect harmony, and the inner strength was too powerful for such an age. The bearded man did not believe it and grabbed the boy by the wrist himself. Realizing the scale of the talent, he was stunned, but the boy persistently brought the topic back to the Qingchen sect. The bearded man grimly admitted that everything there went simply terribly. When asked about the son of the divine doctor, Han advised to ask the boy himself. They had somehow already managed to become friends. The boy smiled slyly, amazed at the adult's insight. The bearded man introduced himself as a master and asked the child to lead them to the new friend. On the way, Han irritably recalled the young man who wandered through sects and collected signatures for a petition. He was annoyed that the boy met them at the very beginning, but still had not asked for help. Han was outraged by such disrespect, suspecting that their sect was not on the list at all. Borden blinked confusedly, not understanding why they themselves were looking for him. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The young man waved to them with both hands joyfully, but he ran past the stunned masters and rushed straight to the boy, joyfully calling his name. The boy respectfully greeted the child, completely ignoring the adults, which caused an awkward chuckle from Khan. The young man warmly inquired about the boy's affairs and asked if he was acquainted with these men. Borden instantly intervened, proudly declaring that this was his student. While the children were talking, Borodan nervously looked around in all directions. He leaned down and whispered, asking where he was hiding, clearly feeling someone's eerie, invisible presence nearby. The master broke out in a cold sweat from fear, and the young man understood nothing and anxiously suggested checking his pulse. Refusing, Borodan finally asked directly, why hadn't the boy asked them to sign the petition yet? He smiled sincerely and replied that he had left their sect for last. Borodan took it as a personal insult, deciding that they were ranked last in importance. He got angry and began feverishly arguing that the beggar sect was the oldest and did not deserve such humiliation. While Khan was scolding the boy, Borodan demanded the youth explain his logic. The boy calmly objected. The matter was precisely their status as the oldest sect of the Central Plain. He reminded them of their exceptional determination. And at these words, Borodan grunted with satisfaction. The youth explained that he wanted to complete the petition with their signature, to put the final point with the hands of the most respected. Flattery worked instantly. Both masters burst out laughing loudly. Borodan self-satisfiedly reminded Khan that a true leader must keep himself in check. He enthusiastically promised to raise all connections and spread the news about the petition everywhere. The youth sincerely rejoiced, confessing that he just did not know how to handle this stage. Borodan proudly struck his chest, taking this noble cause upon his shoulders. A stern telepathic voice suddenly ordered him to stop the farce, so the master flinched, quickly thanked, and hurried to leave. The young man waved to them cheerfully as they left, but the little one tensed up. Everything turned out to be much more serious than he thought. After stepping back, Khan noted that collecting signatures turned out to be easy due to great respect for the divine doctor. Then he frowned and added that Namgun Bayek had already set off for Hubei. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage was rushing quickly along the dusty road. Inside sat a stern mustached man, tensely crossing his arms on his chest. The long-haired man shook his head skeptically, discussing their mutual acquaintance with the bearded man. He will find out everything soon, but they simply had no other way out. The bearded man grimly reminded, the main thing now is to protect the young man. Otherwise, their sect will be made the scapegoat. The long-haired man just laughed, recalling the recent clash of the girl with the alliance leader. The bearded man sighed heavily. Inaction could completely destroy the world of martial arts. The long-haired man was surprised when his partner pointed out strange changes around. It became suspiciously quiet beyond the Great Wall. Meanwhile, in the shadows, someone was secretly gathering 100 great villains under their banners. The bearded man rubbed his chin. This calm before the storm was clearly artificially created. For the safety of the boy, he prepared a petition capable of stopping the bloody conflict. The long-haired man agreed, although he perfectly understood the scale of their future problems. Only the Qincheng sect could arrange a massacre over the death of their leaders. However, now it remained only to carefully watch the reactions of other influential factions. The bearded man grew gloomy, for it was this boy who gave them the only chance to end the hostility. The conversation was interrupted by the young Dr. Den, who joyfully burst into the yard and called the mustached stranger his friend. The bearded man laughed warmly and friendly ruffled the boy's head. The mustached warrior's eyes widened at such a turn of events. Borodan instantly became serious and harshly ordered him to leave while he was still alive. He tried to protest, but one phrase was enough to cause panic. The alliance was already coming after them. The mustached man turned pale and bluntly stated that his own survival was more important to him now. With one leap, he jumped over the fence, saving his own skin. Borodan cracked his knuckles. The time for a real fight had come. He snarled fiercely, promising the enemies a bloody encounter with an enraged tiger. The long-haired man spat out a blade of grass and calmly reminded that there were 2 tigers ready to fight here. They hesitated whether to take the witch with them so as not to waste the doctor's efforts. Their sudden escape would have upset him greatly, so they had to look for another plan. Later, the door creaked, and Den appeared again on the threshold. Borodan stared at him in surprise. The young man returned home completely alone. Den, with a smile, told about his meeting with the master of the beggar sect. The long-haired one tensed up. This master openly acted on the side of the alliance. While the boy was carelessly preparing to make medicine, the warriors exchanged anxious glances. Borodan looked around confusedly. He completely stopped feeling the presence of the witch and had no idea where she was. The long-haired one burst out laughing, reminding that they themselves never knew how to hide. Earlier, her magic simply helped them, as during a dangerous visit to the Alliance, even in the crowd of Shaolin pilgrims, they were noticed only thanks to her. Borodan sighed with relief, deciding that the girl simply had her own affairs. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, An armed detachment approached the large stone gates. At the head was the grim leader of the alliance, Namgun Beck. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. From the heavens, a woman softly landed right in front of him. Beck respectfully greeted the ice jade of immortality, but felt mortal danger. The witch silently blocked their path. She ordered in an icy tone to return in 3 days, completely shocking the leader. Beck nervously swallowed under her piercing gaze. He cautiously tried to find out the reason for such a sudden delay. She remained unyielding. These days were critically important for other people. The leader of the Hall of Pure Sky could not stand it and boldly stepped forward. He sharply declared that no one had the right to stop the Alliance's mission. Beck panicked mentally because he perfectly understood the true power of this woman. He hastily ordered his subordinate to be silent, but the witch already perceived these words as a threat. Her gaze darkened, and the air around sparkled with a deadly intent. The space exploded with a pillar of dazzling blue aura. "Then first you will have to face me." The subordinates shuddered with horror, and the leader himself instinctively stepped back. Cold sweat rolled down his face from the realization of the bloody cost of such a fight. Understanding the inevitability of defeat, Beck humbly bowed his head and accepted its terms. 2 young men engaged in sparring, but they were interrupted by a girl with a tray of hot buns. 3 days passed, and Hwayon enjoyed the treat. A motley company gathered in the courtyard of the mansion. Boom. We looked hard at the ragged man, and he nervously swallowed. The beggar admitted that he had imagined the famous doctor to be much stronger. Jin advised not to pay attention to the giant's babbling. He himself smiled inwardly. Most of those who had seen the true power of Bom Kwi were long dead. The man sincerely thanked for the trust and promised to safely deliver the doctor to Dan. Yon gently stroked Hwayon on the head, ordering her to be careful. As soon as the guests left, Jin announced that it was time to meet another visitor. The title card proclaimed a new chapter. The genius doctor conquers Murim. The heavy door opened, letting in the grim leader of the alliance with a sword in hand. Jin calmly sat at the table and gestured for the guest to sit down. The man silently sat down on the chair opposite the trio. He immediately asked if they were really the same wanted criminals before him, to which Jin suggested he decide for himself. The leader exhaled heavily and wearily. He accused them of lying, but Jin coldly retorted, if they told the truth, the alliance would have destroyed them on the spot. The man shuddered, admitting that at that time he was only concerned about the life of the wounded Hwayon. The face of the girl flashed before his eyes, and he clenched his teeth. Hand clenched the sword hilt with a crunch. Yon sharply asked, could he really raise a weapon against the rescuers of his own daughter? He cut off, saying that great thieves have no place in the world of martial arts. A dazzling golden aura flared around the leader. Jin calmly warned that he would have to intervene. Remembering the fallen comrades, the leader shouted that he simply had no right to retreat. Yon reminded, now he would have to answer for his mistake before all the clans. The man drew the blade from the sheath, choosing death in battle over humiliation. Bom Kwi stepped forward, burning with impatience to see the strike that cleaves rivers. The golden sword fully left the sheath. The giant grinned fiercely in anticipation of a glorious battle. The air in the room trembled from the clash of 2 powerful auras, but Yan unexpectedly interrupted them, demanding attention. She emphasized that they risked their lives for the child of the person who ordered them killed. The leader froze. The woman asked directly, who in this room is evil now and who is good? She presented a harsh choice, to point the sword at the benefactors or bow the head before the child's saviors. Sweat rolled down his face from the realization that his path as a leader was over. The weapon clicked dully as it returned to its sheath. The man bowed low and sincerely thanked them for saving his daughter. The trio silently watched the defeated enemy. The leader went out into the yard to his worried people. Looking after him, Bom Kwi respectfully acknowledged that he still had honor. The man slowly walked away, accompanied by a faithful comrade, but suddenly stopped. Raising his eyes to the sky, he recalled exactly the same weather on the day of this young man's father's funeral. Then he decided to unite the scattered clans so that such tragedies would never happen again. The comrade replied that for this purpose, the leader sacrificed the divine sword of his family. The man smiled sadly, remembering their youth in that distant spring. He quietly said that every flower has its limit. His flower was the Alliance of Masters, but now it had completely withered. The former leader walked away, leaving his creation behind forever. Meanwhile, Hwayon joyfully examined the handprint she had obtained in her notebook. The beggar guard said goodbye, declining her invitation to dinner. He reasonably noted that the uncomfortable atmosphere would only cause indigestion and vanished instantly. Hwayon blinked confusedly, realizing that she hadn't even properly thanked him. Then Jin silently approached her, whom she happily greeted as Uncle Thief. He noticed her radiant appearance and asked about her progress, to which the girl inquired where he had been. Jin nervously broke out in sweat and awkwardly replied that he had just been walking for a long time. The captain listened grimly to the report, Proud Namgunbek learned the enemy's names and still left. The subordinate nervously handed over a sealed letter from the Alliance. The captain unfolded the paper, and his eyes widened in horror. The message was from that same cunning woman. Her cold voice emerged in his memory, warning of betrayal and calling to her. He realized she knew absolutely everything about his secret agreement with Namgun Baek. The letter clenched into a fist. It was an obvious trap. The facade of the traditional tavern froze in the morning calm. Namgun Baek calmly drank tea until heavy footsteps made him become alert. Captain Jan Bulvi with his squad silently surrounded his table. Namgun Baek smiled crookedly, noting that the captain had turned to the leader of Chonan. He theatrically rejoiced at the meeting, which greatly irritated the armed mercenaries. The swordsman squinted and reminded who exactly gave Jan a chance when he was hunted like a villain. He sharply stood up, looming over the captain and accusing him of betrayal. Namgun admitted that he knew the true identities of the enemies, but remained silent due to lack of evidence. The captain tried to justify himself, saying he secretly led the squad for their own good, but the swordsman coldly cut him off. Jan simply doesn't care about him. The tension in the room reached its limit. Namgun Baek directly asked if the captain was going to leave, to which he fiercely shouted his agreement to fight. Then the swordsman smiled fiercely and ordered to bring him their heads. Yen was covered in cold sweat. Without Namgun's help, they could not defeat the true monsters of Murim. Suddenly, Namgun announced that the hunt for the great villains was over. He refused to continue, stating that the Namgun clan does not use such dirty methods. The captain exploded with rage, reminding that before him was the leader of the alliance, not just the head of a clan. Not anymore. The swordsman calmly cut off, ignoring the cries of recklessness. He directly accused Jan of the mission's failure. The captain barked in response that Namgun never intended to do anything from the very beginning. Interrupting the argument, Yan fiercely shouted the swordsman's name. The mercenaries drew their weapons and charged the attack. Namgun Baek unleashed a powerful purple aura and commanded them to disappear. The explosive wave of energy shattered the tavern doors to pieces, throwing the attackers outside. Yen Bolvi and his men barely got to their feet amid the cloud of dust. The captain stared in shock at the sword fragment. The opponent destroyed the weapon with bare energy. Namgun Baek slowly stepped outside, revealing his own shining blade. He smiled ominously, glad that they had come alone. Retreating, Yen asked in a trembling voice about the second part of the sacred scripture. Namgun irritably said that the captain never intended to fulfill his part of the deal. Yan exclaimed that Namgun was also one of the 10 great villains and prepared to strike, but instead of fighting, the captain sharply pushed away his own subordinate and rushed to flee. Namgun Baek swung his sword, sending a huge wave of energy in pursuit. "Not so fast!" came the shout behind. A powerful slash tore the ground, forcing Yan to miraculously dodge the debris. Taking advantage of the chaos, the captain ran away, and Namgun's subordinates asked about orders. The swordsman stopped them. The fugitive had nowhere else to hide. Namgun ordered the squad to disband, calling it his last act in the alliance. In the deep night, the moon rose over the luxurious pagoda. Jan Bolvi fiercely strode through the courtyard, swearing to destroy that woman for intrigues. He swung open the door of the room. Inside, a mysterious stranger in purple waited calmly for him. She mockingly noted his miserable state, making Yan grind his teeth in helplessness. The woman carelessly threw an old red book onto the table. The captain gasped in shock. It was the long-awaited second part of the writing of the bloody demon. She indifferently flipped through her papers, while he could not take his eyes off the folio. The woman explained that the leader of the alliance had only a fragment, and this was the rest of the text. Yan carefully pressed the book to himself, suspiciously asking about the motives for such a generous gift. She hit where it hurt. The path to the alliance and the sect was closed. He had nowhere else to go. The stranger offered her help, emphasizing that he had no choice anyway. Sweating, Yan asked what she demanded in return. She smiled slyly and advised to first master the techniques, keeping the condition a secret. The woman with a cunning smile reminded that she had already helped him and suggested doing something else. She promised the warrior complete safety and a new identity for free travels across the Celestial Empire, while she herself would lead the alliance. With a confident look, she asked for his decision. The man snapped back that after the betrayal of the previous leader, he trusted no one, to which the woman calmly responded in kind. They were united only by pragmatic calculation. He needed martial arts, and she, absolute power. She ordered him to temporarily lie low in the Buddhist hermitage in Myan in Liaoning province. The warrior tensed, realizing that she had calculated his consent in advance, although she called it merely a modest advance. The man gratefully accepted the deal, and the woman asked after him about his plans after gaining the coveted power. The man fell silent gloomily, and an icy determination appeared on his face. He grimly cut in that he would prove his indisputable supremacy throughout the Celestial Empire. The woman coldly warned that for this many people would inevitably die, including his main target. But it was this shared ruthlessness that became their guarantee of mutual trust. Meanwhile, on the riverbank lay the abandoned clothes. Two men were enjoying washing the dirt off in the cool water. The leader of the beggars sighed joyfully, and his companion jokingly asked if this was their first bath in the last 3 years. The bald one proudly corrected he hadn't washed for a whole 4 years, since the last gathering of his sect. When they came ashore, the girl behind gasped at how much their appearance had changed. However, the woman nearby disgustedly covered her nose with her sleeve. The terrible stench had not disappeared. The bald one defiantly declared that for a true member of the beggar sect, bathing was absolutely humiliating. Under the woman's deadly gaze, the boy politely thanked for the help and admitted that now they would have to travel together. The bald one good-naturedly waved it off. They were collecting signatures for peace in the world of martial arts, so they were happy to help. The long-haired warrior sighed that it was time to forget old grievances, although the beggar assured that he had not killed any of their brothers. He reminded them of the maimed, but agreed to unite forces for the common mission of Dr. Den. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded. Another stranger approached them. He squinted, trying to remember where he had already seen this strange couple. Suddenly, his eyes widened with horror, and he shouted the name, Child of the Shadow Demon. The man jumped back, scolding himself for not recognizing the worst scoundrel of the Celestial Empire immediately. The beggar instantly flared up with rage and shouted that this thief was much worse than anyone else. The latter fearfully began to justify himself, saying that he only steals but does not kill people. The beggar boiled with indignation, accusing the thief of brazenly robbing even the poor. He fiercely grabbed the thief, reminding him of an old incident on Manhwa, while the companion tried to quell the conflict. The thief strained his memory, but suddenly sharply turned his head at a disturbing sound. From the forest, a whole crowd of armed fighters of the Chinkin sect flew at them. The swordsmen instantly surrounded the camp, pointing at the man in red as the murderer of their leader. The bloody fist only snarled fiercely. The enemies had come right into his hands. He immediately recognized Master Unhien, who frowned upon seeing the leader of the beggars next to the criminal. Unhien tried to express false sympathy over the tragedy, but the beggar met these words with cold contempt. The master burst out shouting, calling him a disgrace to the alliance for obstructing their holy revenge. Kinshin fighters unsheathed their swords with metallic clatter, branding the leader of the beggars a traitor. He calmly stepped forward, releasing a heavy aura. He harshly rebuked them, stating that blind rage only multiplies the old sins of their sect. In response to Unhien's outrage, the beggar revealed the truth about the 7 masters who blinded themselves with greed and killed an innocent. The long-haired warrior silently released a heavy aura, and his gaze left no doubt to the enemies. The long-haired warrior added that the Chinchin sect concealed their crime and dragged the entire Marum into a bloody slaughter. If not for their disgrace, the cruel avenger Bloody Fist simply would not exist. Unhien remained silent under the pressure of accusations, realizing that they themselves created this monster. The beggar approached closely and asked grimly who turned out to be the real traitor. The master stammered about the lie, but received a new blow, a reminder of the stolen forbidden techniques of their leader. The beggar sect has already confirmed all the evidence, so hiding the truth was in vain. The leader of the beggars looked sadly at the enemies, not understanding how the great sect had fallen to such disgrace. The Bloody Fist decisively challenged them to a fight if they still wanted to continue this senseless revenge. The beggar barked at the fighters, demanding a choice: to raise swords for the lie or to honorably admit mistakes. With a quiet clatter, Unhyun lowered his weapon, acknowledging the undeniable defeat. The Kinshin fighters silently retreated, and the Bloody Fist sighed in disappointment that the fight never happened. He angrily attacked his long-tailed companion, accusing him of ruining all the fun. The companion calmly reminded the hot-tempered warrior of Dr. Den's mission, for which it was worth restraining anger. The beggar explained that unnecessary blood was not needed, and his sect had already arranged a safe path. However, the long-haired warrior smugly snorted. The sectarians retreated not because of words, but out of fear of their monstrous company. The thief mentally agreed that no sect would risk life against such an alliance of monsters. Meanwhile, the woman analyzed the political chaos in the alliance, understanding that this was the perfect moment to execute their plan. The boy anxiously asked what they would do when their lands were declared a forbidden zone and attracted the crowd's attention. He was afraid whether they could cope with the orthodox sects that would inevitably hunt them down. But the boy immediately lit up with a confident smile, knowing that new powerful allies would always protect him. The beggar laughed good-naturedly, confirming his loyalty, although a slight anxiety for the future slipped into his voice. The man with the mustache nervously thought that he would soon simply be driven out. He imagined how a crowd of unorthodox sects would flood here if Wu was declared a forbidden zone, and he was just a small fish. Licking his lips, he firmly decided not to give up. Meanwhile, Healer Den and the leader in red discussed the next target among the remnants of the 9 great sects. As soon as the proposal to visit Ame was made, the leader jerked sharply. The bald elder turned pale and shuddered. He was shaken so hard that the worried Den immediately asked about his well-being. The elder waved it off, attributing everything to an old chronic illness, before which even the most experienced healer is powerless. The leader smiled slyly, noting that he just had a heartache. The legend of the brilliant Dr. Marimu continued. The bald man laughed awkwardly, joking that the leader also has his own illness. He cannot keep his tongue behind his teeth. He asked in surprise what was being talked about. "Don't you know?" Someone threw in, and Den asked confusedly what it was about. The long-haired warrior noted that Ime and the beggar's sect are mentioned almost first. Suddenly, a foreign voice sounded in the elder's head, praising Den's insight. The sound transmission worked. The boy suggested setting out to the Henshan sect, which had every chance to take the place of Qingchen among the Great Nine. The elder sighed and admitted that the fall of Qingchen was inevitable. The woman in white added that Henshin also once belonged to the Nine, until it lost its power. The leader supported the idea, as it was a perfect chance to get the signature of the sect that desperately needed help. The elder doubted, reminding Den of their shared history with Henshin. In the boy's imagination, the image of his mother, who once dealt with them, immediately appeared. The bald man confusedly suggested lying and forgetting about the past. Den calmly replied that they wouldn't have to tell the story if the sect itself didn't know about it. But he categorically refused to consciously take the easy way and hide the truth. The boy warmly remembered his parents, who did everything for the sake of the patients, so lying would be dishonorable. The men exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, a thieving mustached man stepped forward and declared that he had a plan. He slyly squinted and proposed to return to Henshan their most important treasure, the legendary sword of Wukong. All three shockingly asked again about the sacred item. Wusan explained that this weapon is proof of the sect's authority and is closely connected with an old legend about a giant golden monkey. He amusingly mimicked the beast, reminding that the Henshan martial arts were named in its honor. According to the legend, dying after a battle with a poisonous dragon, the animal left the sect's founder a piece of meteorite iron. The leader was surprised, as processing such metal is almost impossible, but Wusan told about the founder's meeting with a descendant of a famous swordsman. With the forged sword, he killed the dragon, avenging the monkey, although only the Henshan disciples believed this story. Wusan grew somber and added that later the relic disappeared without a trace. This happened during the time of the former sect leader, a wandering hero challenged by Akhogun from the Green Forest Alliance. The elder gasped in amazement, recalling this villain from the Big Ten, whose powers were equal to the Henshan leader. They fought day and night until they stopped the fight to save their own lives. Wusan shrugged. After that duel, the sword vanished, and the Green Forest Alliance conducted an investigation and cleared themselves of suspicion. His eyes gleamed fiercely. He knew exactly where the treasure is now. The elder realized that the return of the relic would surely guarantee them support. But the mustachioed man put forward a strict condition. The sword must be retrieved personally by Den. The woman and the leader angrily scolded him, refusing to involve the child in theft, although the thief cynically called it returning to the owner. The mustachioed man presented an iron argument. If the adults go, someone will definitely die. But Den can do everything without casualties. The boy naively blinked and agreed. The thief beamed, calling it the true path of a thief. The elder indignantly pushed him away, demanding simply to name the place to retrieve the weapon himself. But the mustachioed man shook his head, referring to a specific combat formation. The passage there was so narrow that only a child could slip through. Moreover, Den would have to change his appearance. The leader pondered, realizing that territories with such protection were almost non-existent. The answer about the White Cloud Hermitage in the Henshin sect made the elder glare in outrage. Strangers were not allowed there, and permission was required even from sect members. The hermitage was continuously overseen by Elder Yan Il-so, the second person after the leader. The elder burst out shouting, not understanding how Wusan could calmly suggest infiltrating the Forbidden Lands. The leader also frowned and asked why steal the sword if you can simply uncover the sect's hiding place. Wusan sighed bitterly. No one would believe him, and he would immediately be accused of theft. When the leader guessed the consequences, the thief confirmed, All who knew the truth were already dead. Everyone froze in shock. The thief looked grimly aside and asked if they now understood who really claimed the sword. It was Jan Ilso himself. The thief in black admitted that he overheard an interesting rumor in a gambling den. He smiled slyly, since instead of money they often left more valuable pledges there. Information. Some young man swore that his master secretly hid the legendary sword of Wukong. The weapon had no lawful owner, so the thief set out under the cover of night to the White Cloud sect for reconnaissance. He stopped at the edge of a cliff, examining the estate hidden in the mountain fog, but everything went awry. He barely managed to escape from the killers, leaving behind a mountain of corpses. Everyone who mentioned the sword in the den died, so Den logically asked why he simply didn't steal the blade. The thief cut in that this toy wasn't worth the risk, and he absolutely didn't need it. The bald big guy burned him with a suspicious look, making him nervously justify himself. Den suddenly caught the idea of infiltration, and the thief decided to first let her feel the real thrill of theft. He theatrically spread his hands, promising help while the others watched with open skepticism. The thief literally shone, ready to pass all his professional secrets to the girl. The sun lazily rose over the dense forest. The thief deftly twirled a silver bell between his fingers, demonstrating a trick. The bald man and the mentor in red silently watched her training. Den focusedly pinched the bell with 2 fingers. The thief laughed heartily, impressed by her lightning-fast progress. She thanked joyfully, and he caught himself thinking that this child could open up a completely new world of craft to him. The bald man fiercely barked at him for such ideas, making the rogue fearfully reduce everything to metaphors. The big guy was afraid that these lessons would awaken something dark in the doctor, but the mentor calmly trusted the process. Suddenly, Den ran up to them with shining eyes. She stated that the art of theft would help her heal people, and asked the mentor to close his eyes. The man obediently fulfilled the request. Den happily asked him to look at her hand. He opened his eyes and froze. On the back of the palm already stuck an acupuncture needle. The thief laughed proudly, and the mentor admitted with amazement that he felt no pain. Den explained that the thief's silent movement requires the same perfect finger sensitivity as working with needles. She joyfully added that this principle works wonderfully in battle as well. The girl playfully took a stance, offering to demonstrate her skills in practice. The bald man, with a predatory smile, instantly volunteered for sparring. Den rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of swift strikes on the big guy. He barely managed to block, shocked by her insane speed. She perfectly combined a year of combat training with the subtle movements of a pickpocket. The observers were stunned. The child had learned to exquisitely control her own strength. The mentor laughed out loud, proudly calling Den a true genius. The bald man gently pushed her back with a wave of energy, ending the match. She asked to continue training, and the mentor gave her 3 more days. The thief stood behind Den, announcing full readiness for the job. They were supposed to move out at night to the second of 5 closed training halls, where only the sect leader had access. The thief told how once he spied on Jan Ilso's night training in the mountains. The bald one guessed that Jan Ilso was searching in the blade for the secret of the lost martial art of the 8 burning swords of the soul. He desperately wanted to become the leader, but was afraid to lose to his much stronger older brother. Den doubted that the secret was revealed, since Jan Ilso had hidden the sword for a whole 10 years without any result. The thief smiled confidently, reminding that he already knew a way to bypass the hall's defensive formations. He dramatically unfolded a hand-drawn map of traps. The bald one was speechless upon learning that this rogue had stealthily sneaked there about 30 times. Den looked intently at the map and asked about an alternative route. The thief reluctantly took out a few more unverified drawings, and the girl began to study them. She spread the papers on the grass, and suddenly understanding flashed in her eyes. Den abruptly stood up, joyfully declaring that they would not have to steal anything at all. The thief froze in surprise, and she promised to explain everything on the way. Everyone followed behind, and the woman in white advised Den to forget the thief's tricks forever. The girl asked in surprise why these skills suddenly became useless. The thief instantly appeared nearby, promising to teach her a bunch of new tricks. The bald man fiercely swung at him, driving him away from the child. The thief walked calmly behind, smiling contentedly at his thoughts. He knew human nature perfectly. Having mastered such skill, Den would definitely want to use it someday. 2 elders of Henshen calmly drank tea, waiting for the guest's visit and dreaming of restoring the sect's former glory. Leader Jin Choyun was silent. The thought arose that the visit of the master himself from the beggar sect was too great an honor to refuse their petition. Snorted sharply the mustached elder Jan Ilso. He boiled over, reminding that the guest is the son of the very same demonic doctor. From the punch on this table, the cups clattered plaintively. Jin Choyun calmly called it a chance for revival, but the elder did not even want to listen. Yang Ilso recalled with hatred the screams of the killed students, which still tore him apart in his dreams. The leader wearily rubbed his temples. She saved our enemies. The elder would not calm down. Jin Cho-yun coldly cut in that saving lives is a doctor's duty and reminded about the main goal of the petition. They had to restore influence in distant lands. Moreover, the boy's father once helped them a lot. Young Il-so sharply stood up. If the divine doctor held a grudge against the demonic one, then the sect owed them nothing. He issued an ultimatum. Henshan will sign the papers only in exchange for generous compensation from the doctor's son. The leader tensed. The elder demanded to receive the recipe of the priceless elixir of the sacred beast. Jin Cho-yun understood. These medicines could revive the sect, but blind greed always leads to ruin. Other elders greedily whispered. The leader dryly ordered everyone to leave. Yan Il-so lingered near the door. How many times do I have to ask you not to call me brother in public? Jin Cho-yun said irritably. The elder friendlily placed his hand on his shoulder. He quietly asked to play along to avoid rumors about a split in the sect. Yan Il-so skillfully pressed on the leader's responsibility. He argued that real benefit is more important than emotions. Casting a stern look, he reminded them of their shared dream to become one of the 9 great sects. The leader was left alone with a difficult question. At what point did everything go wrong? Meanwhile, on the forest path, young Den Aksan walked in the company of 2 masters, complaining about the absence of his aunt. The tall companion warned the boy about Henshin's old grudge against his mother. The bald man was mentally surprised. The tall one advised the young one to ask his own mother about it. Ahead, the gates of the sect were already looming. In the wide courtyard, they were greeted by a whole delegation of leadership. Jin Cho-yun respectfully greeted the guests, and the bald master modestly replied in kind. Denakson politely introduced himself as a nameless doctor, to which the leader laughed. Recalling his loud exploits, Jin Cho-yun instantly read the boy. A firm gait and calm gaze revealed a strong fighter in him. The bald man joked that they were here only as the young one's guards, after which the leader proceeded to introduce his people. Denaxon immediately felt behind the leader's soft smile hid a powerful aura of one of the 10 best masters of the plains. And this is, began Jin Cho-yun, pointing to his brother. The tall companion grimaced at Yang Il-so's sour face. He grumbled that such blatant hostility toward guests was too much. He loudly asked if he had chewed bitter grass in the morning, making the elder angrily twitch his eyebrow. Jin Cho-yun tried to smooth things over, but Yan Il-so cut him off. He welcomes the son of the divine doctor, but not the son of the demonic one. The elder stepped forward, emphasizing each word. Children bear responsibility for the sins of their parents. The boy blinked in surprise. Yan Il-so shouted, accusing his mother of saving the fierce enemies of Henshan. Jin Cho-yun clenched his teeth, recalling that it was because of this conflict that he once lost the sacred sword. The bald man crossed himself mentally. If his aunt were here now, she would have already arranged a bloody bath for such words. The leader sharply rebuked his brother. Denaxon calmly listened to the accusations and asked if it was right to punish a person simply for saving lives. Yan Il-so hissed that if that cursed demonic doctor hadn't saved those dogs, nothing would have happened. The boy confidently broke the elder's logic. By that rule, everyone who ever taught her or gave her life would have to be judged. Then judge your own disciples who hold a grudge against her, he threw, cornering his opponent. Yan Il-so fiercely gritted his teeth. His cunning plan to scare the boy for the recipe was falling apart. The young doctor stood firm. He was ready to hear criticism, but saving lives was sacred. The bald giant and his partner silently watched the youth who stood before the elder of the Henshin sect without a trace of fear. Elder Yan grimaced disgustedly, saying that no righteous sect would accept the son of a demonic doctor. He glared fiercely at the guest, but the boy held his gaze in complete silence. The bald man hurriedly intervened and assured that they came here not only for the petition. It's all because of the precious sword of the Lord, he said, making Yan shudder in shock. The crowd of sect members buzzed in surprise upon hearing about the possibility of returning their sacred relic. Instead of a direct answer, the bald man named Kwak Yu, a former disciple of Elder Yan, who disappeared many years ago. The leader tensed, recalling that boy's insurmountable gaming addiction. Yan hopelessly grabbed his head, confessing that he had tried in vain to save the disciple from debts and dreamed of taking this shame with him to the grave. The leader reproaches the elder for hiding the truth, but he stubbornly justified himself by defending the honor of the sect. Kwak Yu is dead, the bald man sharply interrupted their argument. The leader exhaled in shock, unable to believe what he had heard. The guest explained that one witness did not see the killer, but told enough to search for the stolen sword. The leader froze and asked distrustfully. Before dying, the apprentice blabbed in the gambling house where he hid the relic. And after that, all witnesses of that conversation disappeared without a trace. Elder Yan shouted fiercely that it was all nonsense. A heavy pause hung in the air. The sect members silently exchanged glances. not knowing whom to believe. Yan nervously cleared his throat, trying to maintain a calm appearance. Yan nervously bit his lip and advised the leader not to listen to dirty rumors. However, the chief judged otherwise. For the sake of the sacred heritage, they had to check even the smallest clue. He confessed with sadness that the sect had already collected money and obtained rare meteoritic iron for reforging weapons. The bald one was genuinely surprised by such preparation, to which the leader attributed everything to the mercy of the ancestors. The guest laughed and recalled old tales about a secret technique hidden in the sword, but the leader calmly denied it. The engraving on the blade was only an instruction for descendants. If only we could just return the sword, we would ask for nothing more, he added quietly. Yen suspiciously squinted, insisting that they should search for the relic themselves. The leader authoritatively raised his hand, cutting off the elder. Yan boiled over, accusing the leader of listening to the foreigner's tales. The leader lost patience and harshly reminded who really controls the sect here. The young doctor suddenly stepped forward and calmly interrupted their quarrel. The boy declared that he would fulfill his duty as a healer, cure the sick, and leave immediately. The men exchanged puzzled glances. Your elders, the young man clarified and extended his hand. In the spacious hall, he seated 3 elders in a row and prepared for the examination. Approaching Yan, the young man immediately noticed that his pupils were different. The elder tried to attribute it to age, but the doctor cut him off. This is a consequence of energetic disharmony and reflex tension. The boy skillfully pressed on Yan's pulse points and explained that he had felt strong pressure for years. Having lost the balance of these flows, Yen jerked his hand back indignantly. Having examined the others, the young man pondered. All the elders had the same strange cause of the ailment. He squinted and asked if they had trained for a long time in some narrow place. The elders exchanged shocked glances, recalling the Unjin Gorge. The young man calmly apologized for the tactlessness and asked one more question. Why are all your elders so old? While in other sects they are much younger, he asked directly. The leader explained that their techniques require constant layering of methods, and therefore huge energy expenditures. With age, controlling this energy becomes increasingly difficult, and it begins to destroy the body. The boy objected. The Shaolin and Wudang styles require no less energy, but do not have such catastrophic consequences. He harshly asked if anyone among their leaders had lived to 70 years. The sect leader paled, recalling only a couple of such names throughout history. The youth confidently pointed his finger, demanding to be allowed into the training halls in the gorge. Something is devouring your life force, he gave the final diagnosis. The leader recalled that the Unjin Gorge was created by the great swordsman Hegrin's son 100 years ago. The patriarch Ha Wan-il, who had done a lot for the sect, also contributed to its development. Yen sharply stood up, shouting that letting a stranger in was an unheard-of violation of traditions, but the leader coldly cut him off, saying it had long lost its meaning. Only over my dead body. Yen resolutely blocked the way. Yen roared that he would rather die than allow the will of the ancestors to be defiled. Then Jin Juyun, the 72nd leader of the Henshan sect, stepped forward and authoritatively declared his right to make decisions. He authoritatively ordered all the students of Henshan to unconditionally obey the leader.